In an old, muddy neighborhood filled with crumbling apartment buildings, an elderly man with crippled legs slowly climbed the stairs with the help of his crutches, sweat dripping down his face as he made his way to a small attic room on the 7th floor. The air inside was thick with the suffocating smell of carbon monoxide. The old man collapsed onto his broken bed, trembling as he picked up a plastic lighter placed beside him. He murmured softly, "I've checked. No one's left in the building. I can go in peace now. My old neighbors, you've scolded me all my life, saying I brought you trouble. You're right, I did wrong, so I never argued back. But life has been too hard. If I don't make some noise, our grievances will never be heard, even in death. So forgive me for causing a bit of trouble at the end."
Ha!
As the air grew thinner, the old man flicked the lighter. A small flame sparked, and in an instant, the room filled with gas exploded. Amid the roaring flames, tears of release rolled down the old man's face. This life has been too bitter. This world. I hate it so much. Breaking news. An explosion occurred today in a residential building caused by an elderly man in his 80s. Fortunately, no one else was injured. The man, a former volunteer soldier who retired after being wounded in battle, is believed to have caused the explosion intentionally. The investigation continues. In a grand mansion bedroom, a dazzling crystal chandelier hung from a 7-meter-high ceiling, shining like a river of stars. Outside the door, rows of bodyguards in suits stood armed and alert. Inside, an elderly man with silver hair lay motionless on a gilded bed, eyes closed. Behind the layers of gauze curtains, a young woman of breathtaking beauty calmly withdrew a golden needle from the man's forehead. "Miss Shirshu, how is he? Is my grandfather all right?" At the foot of the bed stood several elegantly dressed men and women, clearly the old man's family. All of them watched the girl with anxious eyes as she held the golden needle in her hand. "The old gentleman has already had his life extended 3 times by our gene family. Each time, his cell activity weakened a lot. Now, he's almost at the end of his life." "I'm sorry, but I can't wake him up," the young woman said calmly. As her words fell, the people gathered at the foot of the bed began to panic. "How can you not save him? You must. My grandfather hasn't written his will yet. How will the inheritance be divided?" "That's right, Miss Jean. Your family and ours are both well known in the capital. You can't just walk away like this. Miss Shirshu, please think of another way." Ignoring their noise, Shirshu quietly put away her golden needles. As she did, she opened a small golden bottle in her palm. A tiny beetle, glowing blue like a gem, flew out from the old man's fingertip. A flash of blue light passed, and the beetle flew back into the bottle. Shirshu stood up, ready to leave, when her phone rang. She answered it while walking toward the door. The people who had been begging her for help quickly stepped aside as she passed. Even a young girl who wanted to stop her was pulled back by her parents. Shirshu didn't care about their attitude. She had only come because the old man had once been friends with her grandmother, and because his family had taken part in the Jean family's DNA renewal project. Otherwise, she would have been too busy with her research to come at all. When she answered the call, the voice on the other end made her expression change. "Miss Shirshu, please come back quickly. The old lady has fainted. Have all the family doctors keep her vital signs stable. I'll be there right away." After saying that, Shirshu drew a glowing line in the air. "Jarong, transport." A flash of golden pink light appeared, and she vanished from the grand mansion. The bodyguard standing on both sides of the room quietly left as well. Their young lady always came and went without a trace. There wasn't much for them to do. When everything outside finally went quiet, the young girl who had tried to stop Shirshu frowned and turned to her mother. "Why did you stop me just now? If Grandpa doesn't wake up, how will our inheritance be divided?" The girl's mother no longer tried to act like a noble lady. She raised her hand, her nails painted in a French style, and sharply tapped her daughter's forehead. You've really been spoiled by your father. That's the head of the Jean family. How dare you offend him? Do you even know what kind of power the Jean family holds? Don't tell me you don't." The girl pouted in frustration. "It's just raising a few bugs. What's so special about that? Her mother was so angry that she laughed, tapping her daughter's forehead even harder. Oh, right, nothing special. Then why don't you try it? They can change the genes of living creatures and even extend human life. Can you do that? If you're not capable, then behave yourself and stop causing trouble for the family. The girl still looked unhappy, but afraid of her mother's temper, she kept her mouth shut. Meanwhile, Shirshu returned to her family's mansion. Seeing a group of relatives gathered outside the door, she stood behind them and said calmly, "Let me go in and see Grandma." At her words, the relatives quickly stepped aside, fear showing on their faces. Shirshu's eyes darkened. Without another word, she pushed open the door to her grandmother's bedroom. Inside, 6 family doctors were trying to save the old lady. Medical equipment filled the room. But from the faint movement on the monitor, it was clear that her grandmother's time was almost up. What happened? Shirshu asked coldly, looking at the trembling maid standing in the corner. When she had left that morning, her grandmother had been fine. How had things become so serious so suddenly? The maid kept her head down, not daring to meet Shirshu's eyes. Her voice shook as she explained, "This morning she was fine. She even told me to clean the carpet in her room. But not long after that, she suddenly fainted. Miss, please believe me, I really don't know anything else." Shirshu frowned deeply and waved her hand. "Everyone leave the room." After sending out the doctors and maids, she locked the door and sat down beside her grandmother's bed. She lifted her slender wrist, and her pale fingers gently touched her grandmother's forehead. "Leo, come out." As the calm and gentle voice faded, a small beetle glowing with indigo light appeared beside Shirshu. It crawled swiftly along the girl's fingertip and stopped on the old woman's forehead. The indigo light flickered once, and the beetle vanished. At that same moment, the old woman slowly opened her eyes and let out a long, heavy breath. Her once clouded eyes softened with affection as she looked at her beloved granddaughter, the only one of the Jean family she had cherished and been proud of all her life. "Little one, the curse of the sacred Gu oath is real. I've spent my whole life studying it, but I still couldn't overcome it. I've failed you. When I'm gone, it may come for you next. I can't stop it anymore. Grandma, please don't talk like that." "I'll save you," Shirshu said firmly, refusing to believe in any curse or fate. Since she received her life-bound Gu at the age of 3, she had spent every day of the past 14 years with her grandmother. Just last night, she had planned to take her on a trip around the world. She couldn't accept losing her. Shirshu held her grandmother's frail wrists tightly. The power she had cultivated for 14 years surged through her hands, turning into pure life energy that poured into her grandmother's body. But her grandmother's body was like a torn vessel. No matter how much energy Shirshu sent in, it quickly leaked out and returned to her. The old woman smiled gently and clasped her granddaughter's hands. She knew her time was almost over, but she couldn't stop worrying about her clever yet lonely granddaughter. There was also a secret she had kept hidden all her life, one she now wished to confess. After her death, the sacred Gu would surely come for Shirshu, and she didn't want her proud granddaughter to repeat her mistakes. But before she could speak again, a sharp pain struck her head. Countless Gu insects appeared out of thin air, their colors bright and crystal clear, shining more brilliantly than the finest jewels. Amid the dazzling swarm, a small golden insect, glowing like a galaxy of stars, hovered above Shirshu and her grandmother. The power it released was deep and overwhelming, like a divine being standing high above the heavens, gazing down upon the fragile souls of humankind. Seeing the pure witchcraft power flowing through Shirshu's body, the golden divine insect trembled its wings in satisfaction. In an instant, it flew into her forehead and, before entering her mind, casually bit through a bloodline, trying to form a contract with her. It was a contract where it would be the master and Shirshu the servant. At that moment, Shirshu pressed her fingers together and touched her forehead. A faint, almost invisible smile appeared on her soft lips. "Finally, I've caught you." The next instant, A blood-red fierce insect inside her mind devoured the golden one in a single bite. Sensing the divine insect's aura vanish, her dying grandmother opened her eyes wide in terror, staring at Shirshu in despair. Shirshu looked back at her with deep affection, but her voice was filled with sorrow and determination. "Grandmother, our gene family can't be controlled by that cursed insect any longer. I don't care about any so-called sacred contracts. I only hope that the curse on our family can end with my death. Grandmother, since I can't save you, let the insect go with you." As she spoke, colorful and dazzling insects began to appear around her, signs that a witch master was about to perish. But Shirshu didn't mind. Ever since she was 6 and saw that cursed insect control her grandmother and harm their family, she had spent 11 years tirelessly creating the fierce insect called Forget Worry, one that could devour anything, to strike at the divine insect's weakness. Today, both she and her grandmother would likely die. But if she could destroy that wretched divine insect along with them, she felt it was worth it. From then on, the Jean family would no longer suffer mysterious deaths, and she would never become the next victim. Tears streamed down the old woman's face. She had so much left to say to her granddaughter, but no words could come out. The insect's powerful energy burst forth, and a brilliant, multicolored light enveloped them both. Suddenly, the space around them twisted violently. The sacred witch space that Shirshu had bonded with years ago appeared in the real world for the first time, risking exposure to protect its master. In broad daylight, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck from the sky, piercing through the floors and landing directly on Shirshu and her grandmother. When the lightning faded, the spacious room filled with medical equipment was empty. No one remained. September 1958, Linshan Village, Maton Commune, Ping'an County, northern China. Old, cracked, and worn down. That was the first impression the mud brick house gave Shirshu. Inside, on the clay bed, lay the body of a woman, making Shirshu's expression darken. The reason was simple. The woman's features looked more than 70% like her own. If this woman were alive and possessed the same sacred witch body, they would look almost identical. Corpse beetle. Go check the cause of death. Shirshu took out a brown clay jar from her storage space. When she opened it, a small, black beetle flew out and entered the woman's body. From the color of the corpse spots, Shirshu could tell the woman had been dead for several hours. Still, she let the beetle investigate further. She checked her own body and spiritual sea. Other than Wanyu being asleep after swallowing the divine insect, everything else, her sacred witch space and the insects she had raised for over 10 years, remained intact. Even her grandmother's insects had been taken into the sacred witch space, now resting quietly in their nests. With a snap of her fingers, hundreds of black messenger insects vanished into the air around her. Search within a 1-kilometer radius. I want to know where this place is and who the woman on the bed is. After giving the order, Shirshu didn't want to stay exposed in an unknown place for too long. She returned to her sacred witch space, leaving behind only a faint, dust-like golden glow as her link to the outside world. The sacred witch space had appeared when Shirshu was 8 years old, during her family's awakening ceremony in the Gu Forest. It was a separate world bound by mysterious rules. She could never tell anyone about it. Even if she tried, others wouldn't hear her. If she mentioned it too many times, the listener would suffer unbearable headaches. The space looked like a valley, with a clear green lake at its center, surrounded by tall mountains. The valley was filled with lush trees and flowers, the air always carrying a fresh, floral scent. The trees beneath the peaks grew so fast that within a few years they reached the clouds, blocking out the sun and creating the dark, damp environment that most of her insects loved. As usual, Shirshu picked a few deep purple irises from the flower bed and walked into the 2-story bamboo house by the lake. She replaced the slightly wilted pale yellow daisies in the clay vase at the door. The discarded daisies on the ground were quickly eaten by the small insects that emerged from the soil. The sacred witch space had its own rules. It only accepted natural items. Anything made with modern technology could not be brought inside. So, no matter how wealthy Shirshu was in her original world, if she wanted to enter the space, she could only wear pure cotton clothes, cloth shoes with layered soles, or handmade leather boots. Even a trace of synthetic fiber or chemical material was not allowed. That was why she couldn't check the time, there was no watch, and certainly no phone. However, although the space rejected all modern technology, it could create any kind of natural food. Almost anything Shirshu wanted to eat would appear in the small kitchen of the bamboo house, with the portions perfectly measured so that nothing was wasted. Even if she didn't finish her food, countless small creatures would take care of the leftovers. The food from the space could also be taken out and shared with others. For several years, her grandmother's afternoon tea pastries had come from this space, sugar-free and delicious. Everyone in the family had envied her and wished they could join her for tea, but that wish never came true. Sitting on a bamboo chair, Shirshu held a cup made from fresh green bamboo and sipped the jasmine milk tea prepared by the small kitchen. The pure floral fragrance, mixed with the refreshing taste of green tea, could calm anyone who felt tense or sad, bringing a moment of peace. The Witch and Gu Masters clan had a strict hierarchy, with the art of Gu at its core. Although Shirshu was only 17, she had shown great talent since childhood. At 15, she had refined the Liu Gu King and reached the level of a sacred Gu Master. At 16, she created the mutated Wangyu Gu King, advancing to a half-step King-level Gu Master. Above the King level were the Transformation, Divine, and God King levels. Her family, the Jin clan, was the largest in the Gu forest. Their records showed the highest level ever reached was Transformation. The Divine and God King levels existed only in legends. Now that she had traveled to this new era, she needed to gather information quickly to adapt to her new identity and life. The Scout Gu worked efficiently. By the time Shirshu had finished half her cup of milk tea, all the useful information from various places had already been delivered to her. This was Linshan Village, under Maitan Commune in Ping'an County, located in the northern mountains of the Flower Country. The village had been formed during wartime by refugees who fled from chaos. The villagers stuck to their own small groups, and the whole place lacked unity. The brigade leader, Song Bagua, was a tall, strong man. A scout insect sent to his home found that he secretly worshipped a local spirit, but it was only a brush painting. No real effect could come from it. The village head, Chen Xingli, was quite the opposite, a short man who was clever and smooth in dealing with people. The scout insect also found traces of a hidden Buddhist altar in his house. His face was full of deep lines, and he was clearly much older than the brigade leader. Looking at a calendar page brought back by the scout insect, Shirshu read the date written in red ink, September 10th, 1958, lunar July 27th. A good day for a burial, she murmured, thinking of the girl's body lying on the earthen bed outside. It was truly pitiful. The girl was 17, the same age as Shirshu. Her exact birth date was unknown, and to calculate her fortune, Shirshu would need to check the brigade's records. What caught Shirshu's attention most was that the girl shared her name, Jin Sishu. She was an orphan, and the Jin family in Linshan village had only one household, with no relatives or support. Because of that, Sishu had been bullied and excluded by the villagers since childhood. Over time, she became withdrawn and afraid of people. The scout insect also discovered that her grandfather had been a war hero who died in battle. After Sishu was born, the rest of her family disappeared one after another. Many villagers secretly said she brought misfortune. Jin Sishu, Jin Shirshu. The names were almost the same. It was hard to believe this was just a coincidence. Shirshu felt it was unlikely. She preferred to think that some mysterious power had brought her to this time and given her a new identity. After confirming all this, Shirshu didn't stay in the spiritual space any longer. Time there flowed only a little slower than in the real world, just an hour or two difference. If she delayed too long and someone suddenly entered the house, she would have no way to explain where she, an unregistered stranger, had come from. Returning to the shabby clay house, she looked around at the simple furnishings. All she could feel was the emptiness and hopelessness that had filled the other girl's life. It could hardly be called living, just surviving, struggling without hope. Are you sure she starved to death? Looking at the 3 medical goo worms still on the woman's wrist, none of them reduced in number, Shirshu confirmed that she truly couldn't be saved. To make it easier to move the body, she placed it temporarily into the sacred witch space and set a restriction to keep the worms from biting. Leo, copy that girl's body shape, complexion, and hair color onto me. Leo was a powerful goo worm Shirshu had created, second only to Wanyu. It specialized in mental defense, body repair, and illusion, essentially a combination of concealment, illusion, and healing goo. It was strong but extremely difficult to raise and evolve. After much effort, Shirshu had managed to cultivate only this one. The dark blue beetle circled in her palm a few times, releasing a faint mist that spread over her body. Within the mist, her thick, wavy black hair turned dry and messy, her fair skin became sallow, and her graceful figure shrank into a thin, frail frame. The hollowness of her cheeks made her large cat-like eyes stand out even more. From the 2 old sets of clothes neatly pressed under the straw, she picked the less worn one, a gray linen top and blue-gray pants. The only shoes were straw sandals. Shirshu hesitated to wear them. Remembering the new floral dress and cloth shoes the girl had worn before she died, she looked down at her own simple shoes and decided they wouldn't draw much attention, so she kept them. After having the purity goo clean the clothes, she reluctantly put them on, though she still wore 1 layer of her own clothes underneath. Coming from a modern world where she never lacked food or clothing, Shirshu found it hard to accept wearing someone else's clothes directly. By the time she finished dressing and tidying herself, the morning sun was already high. It was still hot in the mountains in September. With no rain all summer, the outer slopes were dry, and the farmland suffered from severe drought. Fortunately, the harvest had been completed last month. Though the yield was poor, it was just enough for each household to get by until next year. Picking up the nearly broken straw basket by the Jean family's door and taking a straw hat from her space, Shirshu lowered her head and stepped out of the earthen house. As soon as she stepped out of the house, she heard a loud, confident voice calling to her from a distance. "Shuni, are you feeling better? It's been 3 days already. If you don't come out soon, I was going to ask someone to check on you. Are you going to pick vegetables in the back hills? There's nothing left on the west side. Go to the east if you want some." According to the information from the scout goo, the thin, dark-skinned woman shouting over 2 low courtyard walls was Zhang Jinhua. She had married into the village from Linshui. Her husband, Song Baotian, was the cousin of the brigade leader, Song Baogua. Their family liked to meddle in others' business, but always hid when real trouble came, just ordinary people trying to get by. So Shirshu only nodded slightly in response, not wanting to say anything. When Zhang Jinhua saw Shirshu close her gate and walk away, she wasn't surprised. Ever since the girl's grandmother disappeared a year ago, she had been lifeless and quiet. What a hard world this is, Zhang Jinhua thought. How many people are as lucky as me? Everyone's starving, but at least I can still have corn porridge every day. And during holidays, Bao Eon always manages to bring home a bit of pork fat. Feeling proud of herself, Zhang Jinhua happily slipped into her kitchen, secretly pulling out the iron pot she had hidden under the firewood. She hurried to start cooking. 2 years ago, when everyone had to share food, all the iron pots were collected, but she had managed to keep one hidden. No one else could know. Shirshu, walking away from her house, didn't care what Zhang Jinhua thought. She was already thinking about how to raise the courtyard wall higher, or maybe she could ask the brigade to let her move somewhere quieter, away from the villagers. But the original owner of this body had no money and was stubborn to the point of foolishness. She never borrowed food from the brigade and was known as one of the poorest in the village. Although she was an orphan, her family had a long line of soldiers. By policy, the village should have helped her. But Linshan village's 1st Brigade was poor, and the village head, Chen Xingli, was a smooth talker who avoided responsibility. The brigade leader, Song Baogua, only cared about production, not people's lives. So, in the end, the girl had been left to starve. Of course, part of it was her own doing. From the fact that her stomach was clean of even wild greens or bark, it was clear she had already given up on living. Lost in thought, Shirshir walked quickly. Even when people called out to her, she ignored them. Fortunately, the original girl had always been quiet and distant, so the women who tried to greet her were used to it. They just watched her walk away, muttered to themselves, and went back to tending their fires and cooking. The Jean's bringer of misfortune truly lived up to her name. In no time, Shirshu carried a basket and walked deep into the forest behind the mountain. Following the information gathered by her scouting insect, she found the Jean family's ancestral graves. In fact, this whole area was where all the people of Linshan village were buried, but everyone followed an unspoken rule. Each family buried their own together, without disturbing others. She commanded her spirit insect to dig a pit slightly west of the center of the ancestral ground, then slowly began to recite a ritual prayer. Heaven gives life, earth completes it. In the sky, it becomes rain and dew, nourishing all things endlessly. May the sacred water return to its source, pure and bright. May divine energy bring peace and harmony. The Jean family's daughter, known as Shirshu, has suffered in this life. May her next life be complete. Let this message reach the heavens and the earth. Whoever dares to block it shall face the consequences. These words are true, witnessed by all spirits. When the prayer ended, a faint golden light flashed over Jean Shirshu's grave, and the other graves of the Jean family also flickered with light, some bright, some dim. Shirshu knew the prayer had been accepted by the laws of heaven and earth. The karmic debts she once carried were now gone. From that moment on, Jean Shirshu officially took the place of the deceased girl and would continue living in this poor era. After checking the feng shui of the Jean family's ancestral ground, she made a few adjustments according to the flow of energy, then left without worry. As she walked out of the forest, she thought about the matter of her name. Tossing some ferns and dandelions with roots into her basket, Shirshu headed toward the Linshan village committee office. As a spirit master, a name was extremely important to her. It was the core of her destiny and could not be mistaken. She had no wish to live under someone else's name. The committee office was in the east of the village, quite a distance from the back mountain. As she walked, she noticed that most houses were made of mud bricks, and many were even simple huts built from straw. Clearly, poverty was common here. From time to time, she heard the clucking of hens, but the sounds were quickly silenced, as if people were afraid others would know they had eggs. Shirshu found it strange, but it had nothing to do with her. Just like the girl who had starved to death, she had passed away quietly. Everyone in the village knew about her family's misfortune. When chatting in the fields, they would sigh about how unlucky and poor the Jean family was, saying the village or the committee should help them somehow. When it came to food and money, everyone pretended not to hear or see anything. So in Shirshu's eyes, everyone in the village shared the blame for Jean Sishu's death. The office of the 1st Brigade was also made up of 3 mud brick rooms. The only difference was that its courtyard wall was built very high, so no one could see inside from the outside. On the wall, written in white lime, were the slogans of the time. Focus on production, strive for excellence, keep advancing. Jean Shirshu walked into the brigade office. The brigade leader, Song Baogwa, was eating. It was his turn to be on duty with the village record keeper. His wife had brought him a large bowl of noodles with generous toppings, bean sprouts, cucumber, shredded radish, and a big bowl of potato, egg, and tomato sauce. The record keeper beside him was already drooling without realizing it. Song Baogwa's wife was busy serving tea and water, trying to please him. Feeling proud, Song Baogwa watched his wife fuss over him and thought smugly, all I had to do was promise to visit her family tonight. Women are easy to please. The 3 of them were absorbed in their own matters, which made it easier for Shirshu to act. 3 gray illusion insects quietly flew to the back of their necks, and the 3 people sank deeper into their daydreams. Even if someone came in now, they would only see the 3 of them eating and chatting as usual. Shirshu walked past them and followed a scout insect to a dark wooden desk. On it lay an open roster, and on a nail in the mud wall beside it hung the household register. so they just hang it here so casually? Shu had thought such an important record of the whole village would be carefully kept. What she didn't know was that today was the day for checking work points after the harvest, so both books were kept together. Normally, the brigade leader and the village head each kept one. She turned to the third page from the end and found Jean Sishu's name. The names of her parents and grandmother had been crossed out in red ink, though it was unclear what that meant. She touched Jean Sishu's name lightly. Xuanma erased the word Sishu and replaced them with Shu. The ink insect, which specialized in writing, crawled to the spot where Jean Sishu's name was written. It quickly absorbed the ink of the two characters for Sishu, then released new ink, copying the handwriting style perfectly to write Shu in their place. When Shu was revising the ink goo, she also learned Jean Sishu's birth date. If it wasn't made up, then it was quite a coincidence. Their birth dates, except for the year, were the same. The 8th day of the first lunar month, 1941. It was a lucky and blessed fate, one that shouldn't have faced such hardship. She lightly pressed her thumb against her fingers to make a quick calculation, but soon felt a force blocking her. Shu immediately stopped her thoughts. Her current strength was still far from being able to control such laws. After finishing the name change, the only thing left was to adjust the memories of the main people, the team leader and the village head, so they would remember her as Jean Shu. She walked back to the team office, recalled the 3 gray illusion goo, and after confirming that the 3 people's minds were clear again, she knocked on the door 3 times. "Oh, Shuni. It's been a while since we've seen you. Here to check your work points? Haha, your uncle's been so busy, he forgot to send someone to call you." The team leader's wife reacted quickly, explaining for her husband and giving Shu a good reason for being there. Shu didn't argue, just nodded calmly. At that moment, the team leader, Song Baowa, finished his bowl of noodles, wiped his mouth with his hand, and then wiped his hand on his clothes. Shu raised an eyebrow, finally understanding why the hem of his clothes was so greasy and dark. "Shuni, since you're here, let's take a look. Your family share this year might not be much." Song Baowa was indeed tall. Sitting behind the table, it wasn't obvious, but when he stood up, his height was like a tower, giving off a strong sense of pressure. Shu estimated he was about 2 meters tall. She only reached his waist, and his wife, though not short, only came up to his chest. The record keeper, who had been quietly drooling over the food, now seemed completely invisible. "Jean Shu? Shuni? Why is your name written with that special character for Shu? That's not right. How about I change it for you? Everyone in the village thinks it should be the one that means graceful." Song Baowa flipped through his records, worried he had written it wrong. He quickly checked the village register and saw it was indeed Shu. But he still thought the name didn't sound as nice as the one he remembered, Sishu. Shu didn't bother using her goo to influence him. There was no need to trouble the insects over something so small. No need to change it. "My grandmother gave me this name." Her voice was soft and cool, carrying a quiet but unmistakable firmness. The team leader's wife quickly tried to ease the tension. "Oh, come on now, your uncle means well. He's just been too busy lately. When we check the work points, the names are just codes, right? Don't take it to heart, haha." After saying that, she nudged her husband as if she had done something important. Song Baowa frowned at the nudge. His wife was good in every way except for her mouth. She always had to interrupt. What was she even saying? He had only made a suggestion. If Shuni didn't like it, he wouldn't force her to change her name. What nonsense. "Look here, Shuni, your family earned 920 work points this year. Do you want money or grain?" Shu felt she didn't really need either, but to fit in with the locals, she chose grain. Linshan village was very poor. 10 work points could only be exchanged for 8 cents. Her 920 points would be worth just 73 yuan and 60 cents. Coarse grain cost 10 cents a pound, fine grain 20. So, to avoid drawing attention, Shu obediently followed the team leader's advice and exchanged her points for 736 pounds of coarse grain. As Song Baowa put it, "Girl, don't look down on coarse grain. It's good for you. It keeps you healthy." She borrowed a donkey cart from the team and made 2 trips to bring all the grain home. Jean Shirshu rubbed her arms and sighed helplessly. Even with her special strength and some help, moving over 700 pounds of grain into the house had worn her out. Looking at the sacks piled up in the mud brick room, taking up half the space, she felt a wave of sadness for Sishu. Just one day earlier, if the grain distribution had started sooner, if anyone in the team or village had remembered the orphan girl and called her to collect her share, she might not have lost all hope in life. And of course, if that had happened, Jean Shirshu herself wouldn't be here now. "Jean, family girl, you home?" A loud voice called from outside the fence, breaking her thoughts. It was a neighbor, someone who only dared to visit now that she had grain at home. When she reached the door, she saw not only her next-door neighbor Zhang Jinhua but also a short, thin woman with sharp cheekbones and a gloomy look. "Girl, open the door. Your Aunt Ho-Hot and I came to chat with you," Zhang Jinhua said, craning her neck to peer inside. If the fence hadn't been there, Shirshu thought she might have barged right in. "What is it?" Shirshu asked. She had no intention of letting them in, but she was curious to see what they wanted. "It's nothing much. We heard your family just got your share of grain, so we came to see if there's anything we can help you with. You're a young girl living alone. It can't be easy. Oh, don't talk through the door. Hurry and open up. Let's go inside and chat," Zhang Jinhua said excitedly, her eyes shining as she pushed hard against the gate. If it had been the old, broken gate, it would have been pushed open long ago. But now, with the protective charm guarding the door, not even 10 Zhang Jinhuas could get in without Shirshu's permission. "Huh, do you think I'm that foolish?" Shirshu muttered with a faint, cold smile. "What did you say, girl?" Zhang Jinhua asked, surprised. Among all the neighbors, the Jin family girl had always been the quietest and poorest, hardly noticeable. No wonder she'd gone unnoticed for so many years. Through the gate, she could see the girl's lips move, but couldn't make out what she said. Shirshu watched as Zhang Jinhua's thin, dark face nearly pressed through the bars before finally speaking. Putting on a slightly dazed expression, she said, "My house is messy. It's not convenient." Zhang Jinhua thought to herself, so she really is a bit slow, and pushed harder. But no matter how she tried, the gate wouldn't budge. It must have been locked from the inside. Seeing Zhang Jinhua fail, Zhang Ho-Hot cursed her uselessness silently, then stepped forward with a forced look of pleading. "Jean family girl, I really have no choice. Your family got your grain early, but ours doesn't even know when we'll get ours. To tell you the truth, we don't have a single grain of rice left at home. Could you share a little of your new grain with us? Once we get ours, I'll return it right away." She secretly nudged Zhang Jinhua with her foot, and Zhang Jinhua immediately caught on, raising her voice to add, "Yes, that's right. We're all neighbors here. We should stick together and help each other. Your Aunt Ho-Hot is already asking so nicely. You can't just turn her down, can you?" As expected, they were here to take advantage. Shirshu looked at the two people, whose faces clearly showed their intentions, and slowly nodded. Then she turned her bright gaze toward Zhang Jinhua. "My family doesn't have much grain, but yours does. You even have meat to eat during the holidays. It's not my turn to help as the younger one. You should go to Aunt Ho-Hot's house to borrow some grain." After speaking, she looked straight at Zhang Jinhua, adding a subtle hint, though not a forceful one. At that moment, Zhang Jinhua fell into a strange state of mind. She felt that the girl was right, but her habit of wanting small advantages made it hard for her to decide to lend grain. She knew very well that grain was life itself for people in the countryside. Borrowing grain sounded nice, but in times like these, who could really return it? Every family was struggling to survive. Her cousin, who had also married from Linshui village, was known to be a bit sly, and her mother-in-law was even more tight-dash. If the grain went to that household, it would never come back. After finishing her words, Shirshu turned around and went back inside without another glance. Zhang Ho-Hot realized that she wouldn't get anything from the girl today. But what Shirshu said about having meat during the holidays was definitely true. Their houses were close enough that they could smell each other's cooking. Just as Shirshu returned to her room, she heard Zhang Jinhua's wailing voice outside. My family doesn't have any grain either. Don't listen to that girl's nonsense. Ho-hot, hurry and ask your mother-in-law to go to the team to settle the work points. You'll get grain soon. The voices faded into the distance. Shirshu slowly drank her milk with oats, thinking about how she could live a good life in this small mountain village. But she couldn't help sighing. This era is really poor. At that moment, Shirshu deeply regretted not listening to her grandmother, who had told her to study history carefully. She had been too busy watching over her special insects and hadn't had the time. Still, judging from her grandmother's old photos, life had been much better later on. This hard time probably wouldn't last too long. What Shirshu didn't know was that the 3 years of severe natural disasters were about to begin. After Zhang Jinhua and others came to her house asking for grain, Shirshu decided to solve the problem once and for all. She placed 2 special insects at her doorstep, ones that could confuse people's sense of direction. Anyone who came within 300 meters of her house would forget where it was, saving her from many unwanted visits. Since the original owner had no one to rely on and no one cared about her, she, who never had to worry about food or clothing, felt no need to deal with anyone either. A peaceful month passed like this. Every morning, Shirshu would wander deep into the back mountain, picking poisonous mushrooms or catching snakes, insects, mice, cockroaches, and centipedes to feed the bugs in her space. When she saw hungry wild animals with glowing eyes, she would sometimes, in a good mood, feed them a piece of half-cooked steak from her space. In return, she would pet them or ride on their backs for a few laps through the forest. Near noon, she would carry a basket of pig grass down the mountain to hand in her daily task at the pig pen. She earned about 4 work points each day. But since she was 17 this year, once she turned 18 next year, this job would be given to another child. The 2 tracking insects at her door were taken back into her space after only a few days. The village chief had come looking for her recently, but after walking around the village twice without finding her, he thought he had run into something strange and scared himself sick. So she usually kept the insects hidden, only letting them out when she entered her space or ate. As for the 700 pounds of coarse grain, she stored it all in her space. The small kitchen there was rated as excellent quality. Although the grain yield of this era was low, every grain of wheat grew naturally without chemicals and was full of nutrients. To avoid suspicion that she never cooked, she would pretend to make meals in the courtyard's clay stove after returning home at noon. Sometimes she cooked porridge with brown rice and wild vegetables, or roasted a thin layer of rice on a tile until it smelled good, then chewed it dry for fun. To the neighbors, this only made her look even poorer. After a few days of such a routine, Shirshu completely blended into the life of the original owner and was once again ignored by everyone. She lived quietly and contentedly, enjoying her own company. Of course, she still listened to gossip for entertainment. After all, there were no phones or computers and nothing else to pass the time. The bugs couldn't tell jokes or perform, which made her feel a little sad when she thought about it. So, over the past month, she used her unnoticed presence to listen to plenty of gossip from both ends of the village. For example, when Zhang Hohot came to borrow food and failed, her mother-in-law punished her by not allowing her to eat for 3 days. But that very night, the old woman got up in the dark, tripped over a big stone, and broke her leg. Another example was the village head, who got so frightened by something that he fell seriously ill. Then there was old Li, the richest man in the village. He went to the county to arrange a marriage for his 20-year-old daughter, Li Chunhua, with an 18-year-old young man. It was said that the boy's parents were well-educated. However, the young man had joined the army at 16 and hadn't been home for 2 years, so he didn't even know about the engagement. Still, old Li was already trying to contact the army to ask for permission for the marriage. But the biggest news among the villagers was that some educated youths were coming to Linshan village. Educated youths. Shirshu felt the term sounded familiar. Her grandmother had mentioned it before. Thinking of her grandmother, Shirshu calculated how far her scout insects could explore. It seemed they wouldn't be able to leave the North China region within 10 days. She wanted to try finding her grandmother's younger self in this strange world. Since she had already traveled here, maybe her grandmother had too. Even if she only met someone who looked like her, it would still bring comfort. Sure enough, just a few days after the news spread, the village's ox carts and donkey carts went to the county to bring back 7 educated youths from the capital. The day they arrived, the weather suddenly turned cold. Linshan village had extreme weather, and the 7 young people from the capital clearly didn't know that. They were all dressed too lightly. One pretty girl was even wearing a white shirt and a plaid skirt. They really suffered on the way. Catching a cold and sneezing were the least of their problems. When the 2 carts finally reached the village headquarters, several of the girls, including the one in the skirt, were so frozen that their legs were numb and they couldn't move at all. Captain Song looked at the 7 weak newcomers and frowned so hard his thick eyebrows almost met. He turned impatiently to the shorter village head, Chen Shengli, and said, "What can these kids even do? This is nonsense." Chen Shengli thought to himself that he had no idea either. These city youngsters had formed something called a Youth Volunteer Land Reclamation Team, and the county leaders, wanting to follow the national trend, had assigned a few of them to every village. But Chen Shengli was a smooth talker, and that was how he had become the village head. It's a good thing the young people are willing to come help with our construction. After all, no one's born knowing how to pull a sled. He smiled with squinting eyes as he spoke, patting the still unhappy Captain Song on the arm twice to show their close relationship, hoping the captain would say a little less for his sake. When all the educated youths had gotten off the truck, some sitting, some standing on the ground, Chen Shengli cheerfully pulled the serious-looking Captain Song aside, away from the crowd. Before he even reached them, his warm and caring voice was already heard. "Oh, dear, look at you all, frozen like this. You've really worked hard, children. It's cold here. Did you bring enough warm clothes? Why not take them out and wrap up a bit?" "No need." One of the young men quickly waved his hand to refuse. What a joke. He came from the capital, and his family had packed plenty of good things for him. If he opened his bag now and others saw, they might start thinking about taking them. His father had insisted he come to the countryside to gain some political experience, promising he could return to the city after half a year. Otherwise, he would never have come to such a remote place. Village Chief Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed these young people came from well-off families. Even though they were freezing, they still refused to unpack their bedding. Who knew what good things they had brought? He thought he could send his wife later with some tea to chat with them, showing the village's warmth and his own care as the chief. Just as Chen Shengli was thinking about how to make the most of this, a young man called out to him in a careless tone. "Hey, you're the village chief, right? Where are we staying?" Looking at the young man with a runny nose, the chief smiled, though he secretly frowned at the boy's lack of manners. Still, he spoke kindly. "I was just about to talk to you about that. As you can see, our village doesn't have much. Every family built their own homes, and no one's well off. So, about the housing situation." That slightly shy, good-natured laugh was exactly the kind of tone a village chief should have. Sure enough, when the young people first heard there was no place to stay, they almost jumped up in protest. But after the chief finished speaking, they all bit their lips and fell silent, each lost in thought. The village chief standing before them looked simple and honest, not at all like a cunning man. The place was clearly poor. Along the way, there were only mud houses, broken sheds, and animal pens. However, not all 7 newcomers were easy to deal with. The young man who had first refused to open his package stepped forward again. "Village chief, we understand how hard things are here. But since the county assigned the 7 of us to your village, it means the leaders trust you. You shouldn't let them down." The chief was about to say that it was actually the leaders who trusted the young people, trying to shift the responsibility, but the young man didn't give him the chance. He continued calmly, "Besides, we won't be staying long. For example, I'll return to the city in about half a year to continue my work. If something happens because of housing problems during that time, it would cause trouble not only for my parents but also for the leaders in charge. Don't you think so, village chief?" The smile on Chen Shengli's face froze. Was this really a young volunteer? He sounded more like a professional negotiator. He was really good with words. Yes, this comrade is absolutely right," the chief said quickly. I didn't finish earlier. What I meant was that although housing is tight, we still have some empty rooms. If we all work together, we can definitely solve the housing problem for our young comrades. Standing on a mud wall at the back of the crowd, Shu watched the entire process of the first group of young volunteers arriving in the village. In the end, several of the better-off families reluctantly agreed to take them in. The young man who said he would only stay for half a year was placed with old Li's family, who had the best house in the village. Everyone knew that old Li had a 20-year-old daughter who would soon turn 21. At first, Li Chunhua's mother had been watching the commotion from the crowd. But when she heard that her husband had agreed to host the young man, her eyes lit up with excitement, and she hurried home with a big smile. This was a real city man, and he would only stay for half a year. If they could build a good relationship, it might bring benefits to their family in the future. And as for her daughter, already 20 and still unmarried, she was getting worried. 2 years ago, she had tried to arrange a match with that soldier from the Rong family, but nothing had come of it. How could she not be anxious? Now that young educated man could proudly say he would stay for half a year, which showed that his family must have some influence. If things went well, her daughter might even have a chance to marry into a good family. Thinking about the messy yard at home, she felt both anxious and excited. When she entered the gate, she even jumped over the high threshold she had always disliked. Deju, go call your wives back and clean up the small room in the west house where the firewood is kept. Tidy up the yard too. Chunhua, my eldest girl, come out and clean up the house. Where are you? As soon as Aunt Li entered the yard, she started shouting loudly. Mother, cough, cough, I'm making pancakes, cough. Li Chunhua, who was in the kitchen cooking dark flour pancakes and secretly eating at the same time, quickly swallowed the half-egg in her mouth when she heard her mother calling. In her hurry to answer, she accidentally choked, and the bits of egg went up her nose, making her feel terribly uncomfortable. Aunt Li heard her daughter's voice from the kitchen and secretly scolded her for being careless. She lifted her foot and walked straight toward the kitchen. Always eating. That's all you ever do. In the kitchen, Li Chunhua blew her nose hard, and the bit of egg white really came out. Unfortunately, it landed right on Aunt Li's clothes as she walked in. The result, of course, was a noisy mess in the whole house. A few days later, Shu heard rumors in the village that the Li family wanted to match Li Chunhua with that young, educated man. The 7 educated youths who came to the countryside brought not only housing problems, but also issues with food and village customs. Linshan village was in the north, where people farm twice a year. In October, they planted winter wheat, which was harvested the next June. After that, they planted corn, which grew fast and was harvested by late August or early September. Then villagers took a short rest in September before digging the fields again in October to prepare fertilizer for the next wheat crop. But the educated youths had never done farm work before, so they couldn't keep up with the schedule. Without earning work points, they couldn't get food. The production team couldn't lend them much grain either, fearing they wouldn't be able to pay it back. Because of this, the village head, Qin Shengli, called a small meeting with the team leaders. After that, they organized a village-wide meeting for everyone to vote. It was finally decided that the educated youths would be allowed to trade grain with the villagers before the spring planting next April. After all, it was cheaper than buying from the county supply cooperative, didn't require ration coupons, and the tickets the educated youths had were things the villagers really wanted. To follow the higher authorities' orders, the brigade lent each educated youth 100 caddies of coarse grain in advance. The youths had to work hard and complete the tasks assigned by the brigade or the village to earn work points and repay the grain as soon as possible. If any of them wanted to return to the city early, they had to repay what they owed. If their work points weren't enough, they would have to pay with money. After the issue was settled, the educated youths felt at ease for a couple of days, but soon they started complaining again, even involving Shu, who had been quietly minding her own business. Captain, I want to protest. Why can that village girl earn 4 work points a day just by collecting pig grass, but we can't? The young woman who had nearly frozen in her skirt on the first day came crying to the brigade office, followed by 2 other angry female educated youths. That day, their job was to help the village women shell corn. After squatting for half a day, their legs were sore, and their fingers hurt so much they felt numb. Then they overheard one of the village women muttering, "You city girls, why don't you go collect pig grass? You can easily gather enough on the back hill for 4 work points." Even Jean family's girl, who's almost 18, goes every day. The 3 of them couldn't hold back after hearing that. They immediately dropped their work and went straight to the brigade office together. "Guiying, why did you bring up Jean family's girl?" Someone nudged Zhang Ho-hot with a corn cob, puzzled about why she was stirring up trouble for that poor girl from the Jean family. "What's wrong? We were just chatting. Can I say a few words?" Ever since she had failed to borrow grain last month and was almost punished by her mother-in-law, Zhang Ho-hot had held a grudge against Shirshu. She believed that if she had managed to borrow the grain, her mother-in-law would have been pleased, her husband would have praised her for being capable, and their family life would have been better. Instead, things had gone badly, and now her husband sighed every day. So, in her mind, everything was the fault of that unlucky girl from the Jean family, the one who had brought misfortune to her whole family. Just thinking about her made Zhang Ho-hot feel irritated and resentful. Those 3 city girls weren't any better. They dressed in flashy clothes every day. Who were they trying to impress? Well, now they were turning on each other, and Zhang Ho-hot couldn't be happier. Her hands moved faster as she worked, eager to finish, so she could go watch the drama herself. Meanwhile, in the brigade office, the 3 young women from the city took turns arguing for one thing: fairness. Either they all worked the same job as Shirshu, collecting pig grass for 4 work points a day, or that village girl shouldn't have to do it either. The brigade leader, a tall and strong man, was getting a headache from their endless complaints. "Collecting pig grass is usually done by children," he said. "Shu and I only does it because she has no family to help her. If everyone went to collect pig grass, there wouldn't be enough pigs to feed." "That's not fair," one of them argued. "We're only a year or 2 older than her, and she's used to farm work. We came all the way from the city and have already made big sacrifices. We won't accept such unfair treatment." "That's right, we protest." 3 voices together were hard to ignore. In the end, the brigade leader gave in and decided that Shirshu would no longer collect pig grass. Starting tomorrow, she would do the same work as the city girls. The news reached Shirshu in the afternoon. Her earlier excitement from discovering a rare poisonous mushroom was completely gone. "All right, I understand," she said calmly to Uncle Lee, who was keeping track of the pig grass work points, and then headed home without much emotion. Once she was far from the pigsty, she released a dozen newly made scout insects. The hundreds she had before were already sent across the country to look for her grandmother. "Find out who started this," she ordered. She had been keeping such a low profile. How could she still attract trouble? There had to be someone stirring things up. It didn't take long to find out. Many people had been at the threshing ground when Zhang Ho-hot started gossiping, and the 3 city girls came back from their protest acting like they had won a great victory, telling everyone what had happened. They thought they had done something noble for fairness in the village. Shirshu didn't bother to comment. To her, those 3 self-important newcomers weren't even worth the attention of one of her smallest insects. "Zhang Ho-hot, right? Since you have so much time to gossip, your family must be getting along too well. Leo, go help her mother-in-law. I heard the old lady broke her leg. It must hurt a lot. Help her recover, but don't make it too obvious. Just make sure she can walk without pain." Witch doctors have their own rules. They must never harm others or use their skills to deceive. At her current level, Shirshu would never do such things, so she never took the initiative to hurt anyone. But saving people was never a problem. As for what the healed person might do to Zhang Ho-hot later, that was none of her concern. When she got home, she set down her basket in the yard, ignoring Zhang Jinhua's curious glances from across the wall. She lit the stove, took out 5 skewers of food from the basket, and placed them over the fire. As they cooked, she sprinkled salt and wild chili powder on them. Soon, a strong, mouth-watering smell spread through the air. Originally, Shirshu had planned to stay low-key, find her grandmother, or leave once the area was developed. But Zhang Hohat's provocation today reminded her of something important. The weaker a person appears, the easier it is for others to take out their anger on them. The kinder and gentler one seems, the more likely they are to be sacrificed. After all, who would fear revenge from someone soft and kind? Just like when she controlled her insects, she had to be the strongest one to keep them under control. So if she kept hiding her strength, it might harm her inner balance, which would not be worth it. From that moment on, Xirshu decided not to suppress her true nature anymore. She would no longer secretly eat the unusual foods that others in the village would never touch. Of course, modern treats like milk tea and desserts still belonged to her private space. She wanted to become someone others admired and envied, yet could do nothing against, someone they might even fear and respect. And the food she was grilling now was her first step toward that goal. Oh my, what a smell!
Whose house is that?
My kids won't even eat their dinner now. It smells amazing. What is she cooking? It's even better than roast chicken. Have you ever had roast chicken? I bet that's exactly what she's grilling. By the time Xirshu's 5 skewers were ready, a crowd had already gathered outside her fence. Jean, family girl, what delicious food are you roasting? Let us have a look. Yeah, bring it over and show us. My child has been craving your food so much that he won't even eat his meals. Can you share a little with us? The loudmouth Zhang Jinhua even shouted that the Jean girl must have stolen meat, saying her family only had coarse grains, so if she was eating meat, it must have been stolen. Xirshu ignored them all, calmly sitting by the fire in the yard, turning over 5 skewers of food until the aroma filled the air. Outside, the hungry villagers, driven by curiosity and greed, finally pushed open the shaky wooden gate. A group of men and women, their eyes gleaming with hunger, rushed in like wild animals toward the fire. But when they saw what was on the skewers, they all screamed in shock.
Bugs.
You're eating bugs. Is that a snake? Oh my goodness. Has this girl lost her mind? Scorpions. Those are scorpions. Don't eat them. Oh no. That's terrifying. What's that brown thing? Looks like a pupa? EW. It really is. There's yellow stuff inside, gross. And that pinkish one, what is it? It's a field mouse. Caught it this morning. The taste is just okay. A mouse? You're eating a mouse? EW. Ignoring their horrified faces, Xirshu calmly continued her fearless eating show, roasting and eating all kinds of creatures, each one rich in protein. Some villagers were so frightened they nearly fainted, while others ran home to throw up. After that day, Zhang Jinhua never spied on her again. Whenever their eyes met by accident, Zhang's face would turn pale, and she would quickly look away. The neighbors also stopped peeking into her yard at mealtime, no matter how good the food smelled. Even the children who cried when they smelled the aroma were scolded by their parents. Do you want to eat dead mice, black scorpions, or big snakes? If you do, we'll get you some. If not, stop crying. And so, the children behaved themselves from then on. Just kidding. Who would be foolish enough to eat those terrible things? That unlucky person must be out of their mind. The next morning, the sun rose bright and high, but the weather was even colder than the day before. At the team's work yard, Xirshu looked at the wooden tag in her hand. It said 100 jean of corn to shell. Not too much, she thought. The team leader watched the small girl, barely reaching his waist, take the tag and walk off. A faint feeling of guilt rose in his heart. He hoped she could handle the work today. Before he could think more about it, other matters called for his attention. Xirshu arrived at the threshing ground and saw Zhang Hohat squatting on some stones, shelling corn with a dark expression. When she noticed Xirshu, her gloomy eyes were full of hostility. It seemed that the treatment Liu gave her mother-in-law had worked well. Maybe she could go to Aunt Malin's place later to hear the gossip. Zhang Jinhua, Zhang Hohat, and Zhang Malin were all daughters-in-law who had married from Linshui village into Linshan village. But Zhang Malin had never liked the other two, though she never said why. Shu girl, you're here.
Come, sit down.
Zhang Malin pulled out a few large stones from behind her as if performing a trick, meaning Xirshu could pick whichever she liked. Even though they still had to squat to work, having something to sit on was better than hanging in midair. Zhang Malin said, "Hey, have you heard? Old Lady Li's leg could touch the ground again last night." The women around her immediately gathered closer, one of them handing her a handful of beans. "Tell us more, go on." Zhang Malin gave a mischievous laugh. "My house is right in front of Zhang Hohat's. A few days ago, when Old Lady Li was bedridden, Zhang Hohat didn't treat her well. She even left her hungry for a whole day. But now, guess what? Last night, Old Lady Li could get out of bed again, and she gave her daughter-in-law a good talking to all night long."
Oh my, really?
"I saw her walking fine this morning," Zhang Malin said. "I think she scolded her pretty harshly. The shouting could be heard all over. My husband said he couldn't sleep because of it." "Haha, you're too much saying things like that." Zhang Malin grinned. "What's there to be afraid of? If people dare to make noise, I can dare to talk about it." Go on. What else happened? She didn't just scold her, right?" Zhang Malin lowered her voice. "Even worse. Old Lady Li made her son sleep in her room that night. Did they separate the two of them? Oh my, that Zhang Hohat is really going to have a hard time this time." Zhang Malin said, "Serves her right." Shirshu squatted beside them, holding an old corn cob, and started shelling the kernels. With the help of tools and space, she worked quickly and finished the 50 pounds assigned for the morning in just over an hour. By then, the sun was already high in the sky. Shirshu guessed it must be around 9 o'clock. When she went to get her work assignment earlier, the clock on the brigade wall had shown 6:30. Yesterday, the 3 female educated youths had only just started yawning and walking over at this time. When they saw Shirshu from afar, they exchanged a look that seemed to say, "See, we're winning this time." But just as they sat down, they saw Shirshu carrying a small sack of about 10 pounds to the scorekeeper. After a quick check, the scorekeeper nodded at Shirshu, signaling that she could leave. They even faintly heard something about 6 work points. That really shocked the 3 of them. "Xiangmei, why do the villagers treat that Jean Shirshu so well? She only did 10 pounds of work and still got 6 work points?" Among the 3, the sharpest one pretended to chat casually, but was actually trying to provoke Su Xiangmei into causing trouble. Su Xiangmei wasn't foolish. She glanced at the girl, then looked toward the scorekeeper. There, the thin, pale girl with dry hair was already preparing to leave. Wait a minute. Since the girl was just an orphan with no power or backing in the village, Su Xiangmei thought she could use her to show authority among the educated youths. "Hey, you Jean Shirshu, wait a second." The girl's name sounded so refined that Su Xiangmei almost forgot it. When Shirshu ignored her and kept walking, Su Xiangmei grew angry, stood up and ran over, trying to grab her. The scorekeeper stepped forward to block her. "What are you doing? You came late, haven't started working, and now you want to cause trouble?" Su Xiangmei said, "She only did about 10 pounds of work, and you're letting her go already? And giving her 6 work points? That's not fair." The scorekeeper replied, "You must be joking. The brigade rules are written clearly on the blackboard in white chalk."
Who could fake that?
She came before 6:30, worked for 2 hours, and shelled 60 pounds of corn. She'll come back this afternoon to do 40 more. 100 pounds for 6 work points. What's wrong with that? Isn't it the same for everyone? Su Xiangmei said, "That's nonsense. We just saw her bag. It couldn't have been more than 10 pounds. The scorekeeper laughed. "Why can't someone hand in 10 pounds at a time? You can do that too. No one said you have to bring 50 or 100 pounds before turning it in." Su Xiangmei felt embarrassed and secretly blamed Shirshu, thinking it was all her fault that she had lost face in front of the other young workers and the village women. Shirshu was able to finish her work so quickly partly because of the help from her special space. She had also made a very useful threshing tool out of a wooden trough and bamboo board. She just needed to place the corn in the trough, then push a sharpened bamboo board from one end to the other, and the kernels would fall off smoothly. After leaving the threshing area, Shirshu went for a walk in the mountains as usual. Since she had started working early that morning and lost some time, she decided not to go home for lunch. She planned to return to the threshing area at 3 in the afternoon and explore deeper into the forest. As she climbed, The weather grew colder, and she could see many animals busy storing food for winter. She took out some walnuts and pine nuts from her space and tossed them to the squirrels and monkeys along the way. When the sun reached its highest point, Shirshu entered a pine forest and heard the cries of a young animal ahead. She sent out a few scout insects to check and found a mother wolf caught in a trap, with her leg clamped tightly. The wolf pup had also been shot in the hind leg. The mother wolf looked weak and desperate, filled with helpless anger.
Don't cry.
Let me help you both, Shirshu said softly. She placed a healing insect on the pup's wound. Although her helper, Leo, was still with Granny Lee, Shirshu had plenty of these one-use healing insects, so she didn't worry about wasting them. The mother wolf whimpered and wagged her tail carefully, showing she understood. Shirshu's aura as a witch and insect master was enough to calm any land animal with just a hint of release. As soon as the healing insect touched the pup's wound, it burrowed in and pushed the bullet out. The pup no longer felt pain and wagged its tail happily at Shirshu, as if to say, "Please help my mom too." Shirshu patted its small head, then walked over to where the mother wolf was trapped. The trap was an old-fashioned one that could only be opened with great strength. "Don't move, I'll help you open it." She placed her hands on the trap's latch and summoned thousands of strength insects to pull in the opposite direction. The trap was covered in rust, making a harsh creaking sound as it was forced open. The mother wolf was very clever. As soon as she felt the trap open wide enough, she quickly pulled out her leg. Shirshu then released her hands, letting the trap snap shut completely so it wouldn't harm other animals. After placing a healing insect on the mother wolf, Shirshu prepared to leave. The mother wolf staggered forward and stopped in front of her. Shirshu said, "Take your pup somewhere safe to rest. I still have things to do." The mother wolf whimpered softly. "Shirshu." The wolf scratched the ground with her front paw, then gestured for Shirshu to follow. Since she had time, Shirshu picked up the little wolf and followed the mother wolf into the dense forest. The mother wolf led her a long way, even beyond the coniferous woods, into deeper mountains where the plants grew thicker and the air carried the earthy scent of decay that Shirshu had been searching for. This discovery made Shirshu very happy. She immediately transplanted some plants that weren't yet in her space. The mother wolf didn't stop until they reached the heart of a swampy area. She signaled for Shirshu to dig into the soil beneath her feet. Such a simple task was perfect for the scout and strength insects, so Shirshu casually found a spot under a large tree, took out a bamboo rocking chair from her space, and lay down for a nap. The little wolf, full of curiosity, ignored its mother's warning and jumped into Shirshu's arms, finding a cozy spot to sleep beside her. The mother wolf stayed alert beside the rocking chair, keeping watch. But as the chair swayed gently, she too drifted off to sleep. An hour later, Shirshu was awakened by the little wolf's soft whimpering. When she opened her eyes, she saw a huge jungle python, as thick as a bowl, facing off against the mother wolf. Shirshu said, "How thoughtful. You came just in time for lunch?" As she spoke, a pink, winged golden beetle flew from her fingertip and shot straight through the snake's weak spot. Soon, the large snake was stored inside her sacred space, and even the little kitchen tools inside seemed to tremble with excitement. Most of the giant snake was eaten by the insects, leaving only the best parts. The small kitchen used those to make snake soup, grilled snake slices, and raw snake meat. There was a lot of raw meat. After eating a few pieces, Shirshu found the taste too strong and gave most of it to the mother wolf and her cub. She even sprinkled a little salt on the meat to help them balance their electrolytes. When the person and the two wolves were full, the insects dug something out, an iron box filled with money, several gold bars, and some rough gold jewelry. The money was dated from 1955. The currency was still valid, but the ration coupons would expire in a year. Looking at the industrial, cloth, cotton, grain, and meat coupons, Shirshu thought she should go to the county to buy some household items, especially a proper iron pot for cooking. She was tired of using ceramic bowls and broken pieces. Since these things were clearly hidden for shady reasons, she decided to take care of them herself. After putting everything away, She stored the iron box and gold bars in her special space. The space seemed displeased, but since iron and gold were natural materials, it couldn't reject them. The paper money couldn't be stored there because of the modern ink and plastic coating. After saying goodbye to the wolves, Shirshu followed the scout insect along a shorter path back to the village. Before going to the threshing ground, she stopped home to put away the money. Passing by the team office, she saw it was only $250, so she walked calmly to the threshing ground. Ignoring the jealous looks from Zhang Hohot and the 3 female educated youths, she found a quiet spot, squatted down, and started working with her tools. But as soon as she pushed the bamboo piece, a girl's sharp voice came from behind. "I report that the new female comrade over there is being lazy. We've been working under the hot sun all day, and she left early and came back just now pretending to work. I request that the team deduct her work points." Shirshu didn't even need to look to know who it was. She simply waited for the girl to embarrass herself. Sure enough, the record keeper stood up and scolded the accuser. "Su Xiangmei, you're an educated youth yourself. That Jean family girl finished 60 Jean this morning. Have you 3 even done 30? She and I already arranged her schedule, and she promised to finish 100 Jean today. Can you 3 do that? I doubt it. Stop making trouble and get back to work." They started to cause trouble and collectively blamed the 3 of you for the work points. The educated youths calmed down, and Shirshu quickly finished threshing the remaining 40 Jean of corn. At this time, Zhang Malin, who was a few meters away from her, came over, full of curiosity, and looked into Shirshu's bag. "Jean family girl, you work so fast. Do you have a secret?" Zhang Malin thought she had been threshing corn her whole life but had never seen anyone as efficient as this young girl. Shirshu didn't say anything. She just showed Zhang Malin the 2 tools she used. Just these 2 little things? Zhang Malin thought Shirshu was trying to fool her.
Okay.
Whether she believed it or not, Shirshu finished showing her, and then took her tools and left. Life in the countryside in 1958 was dull and boring. To the villagers, Shirshu's daily life was even more monotonous. She woke up early to work, went into the mountains for a break at noon, worked again in the afternoon, then finished work and went home to rest. Because she had no family, she didn't experience the usual family quarrels or troubles. But this girl was capable. She earned 6 work points every day, steady and reliable. Looking at her thin body, it was clear she ate little. If she married into a family, she would be a hard-working and willing laborer. However, within a few days, someone from the village started visiting her, trying to talk to her and hinting at a good marriage. Of course, Shirshu refused every time. She didn't think anyone from the village, with its karmic ties to her, would like her. She had been pursued by many excellent boys in her previous life, but she had no interest in dating. She didn't want to marry anyone now. Wasn't it fine to live alone? Several matchmakers came to visit her, but she turned them all down. Some couldn't even get past her gate. As the visits increased, unkind words started spreading. They say Jin's girl is a bad omen, ambitious and fragile. Yes, I heard she eats bugs, dead mice, and even those big worms. So disgusting. Not only that, she even eats scorpions. On the village's dirt path, a group of village women and young wives gather. They don't go to work. Instead, they stay at home to clean, cook, or care for the elderly who can't work. At noon, they like to sit together in the sun, mend clothes, patch shoes, or chat while eating sunflower seeds and broad beans. Nowadays, everyone wears simple clothes, homespun jackets, and cotton trousers. As long as there are no patches, they are considered good clothes. Some people wear a big blue-black cotton coat all year round, regardless of whether the cotton inside is clean or smelly. In the village, the air is filled with either the smell of sewage or cow and donkey manure, and no one minds. Hey, have you heard? Over at Lin Shui village, Wang the matchmaker went to introduce a girl the day before yesterday. Guess what happened? Tell us. Hurry up. Cough, cough. The person immediately popped 2 sunflower seeds into his mouth, chewed, and continued gossiping. She got scared away. What? How could she be scared off? Maybe she just didn't open the door. You're exaggerating. The seeds are in my hand, and this sounds like a lie. Everyone thought that although the girl from the Jean family was a bit thin and dry, she wasn't scary. Her big eyes were quite lively. When someone tried to grab the seeds from him, he quickly protected them and said hurriedly, "You all know what?" When the matchmaker said she saw that girl eat a live scorpion. A really big one, too. It was terrifying. Really, hearing this, everyone got goosebumps. A tingling sensation shot to their heads. That news was shocking. Eating a live scorpion was too frightening. The girl from the Jean family definitely had some strange ideas. Did Jean Shu eat it?
Of course she did.
She specifically caught a large one from the swamp. It was high in protein, and its neurotoxin was just right for Liu to eat. Have you heard about Lao Li's family? To ease the discomfort of hearing about her eating a live scorpion, someone brought up another recent village story. That Lao Li's family, Li Wei's family, oh, the one who took in the young educated youth. Yes. The one at the village entrance. Haha, it's like everyone knows where their money came from. Shuh. Lao Li's second aunt. Be quiet. Some things shouldn't be said aloud. Come on, everyone in the village knows about that. It's just making money from the dead. Anyway, what happened with that young educated youth? A handful of broad beans and sunflower seeds were sent over together. Aunt, who took the snacks, pretended to stretch her neck and licked her dry lips before speaking in a slightly hoarse voice. Li's family is interested in that young educated youth, you know? Everyone nodded, aware of the situation. They all saw how Li the sly fox smiled flatteringly when the young educated youth said he could return to Beijing in half a year, and how his wife walked confidently when she went home. It was clear what plans they were making. It was obvious they thought the young educated youth from Beijing was better than the arranged marriage with the Gua family soldier. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly, Aunt, who smiled mysteriously, showing a hint of excitement. They drugged that young educated youth, then had his family's Manhwa take care of him. You get what I mean? She gestured with her thumbs. Other women, experienced in these matters, understood immediately. Is it settled? Someone asked in disbelief. Aunt, who sneered slightly, her lips curling. Old Li's family says it's settled. The young educated youth doesn't admit it, but no matter what, it's true that Li Chanhua and that young man spent a night together. Now, her reputation is ruined. If that young man dares to shirk responsibility, he's just being a troublemaker, and he'll be taken away for some punishment. Won't Li's family be worried that his family might cause trouble for their daughter later? Why worry?
There's at least half a year.
They can still develop feelings, Aunt, who said nonchalantly. Besides, Li's family isn't just marrying off their daughter, they're after the bride price. How much? The villagers loved gossip about bride prices. Aunt, who made a gesture of 1 and then 8. 18 yuan, some said with a bit of disdain. That's too little, idiot. 180 yuan, Aunt, who said proudly, as if the money was hers. Wow, that's a lot, equal to 2 years' worth of work points. Suddenly, someone remembered. But doesn't Chanhua have a marriage contract? That arranged marriage. A couple of months ago, the whole family went to the county to push for the wedding. Aunt, who rolled her eyes, looked indifferent and chewed on a bean, saying, "It's just like that. Not worth mentioning." The Li family is smart. Everyone nodded, and they all agreed that in Linshan village, the most clever person is definitely Li Huangsheling's family. At the same time, at old Li's house, Li Huangsheling, no, his real name is Li Wei, was sitting on the Kong, smoking a dry tobacco pipe. The 52-year-old man, perhaps because he often schemed against others, had sharp, triangular eyebrows and a pointed face that jutted forward, making him look sneaky and mean. Right now, he looked even gloomier. Dezhu, are you sure what you heard is true? Old Rong's family. Are they under investigation? Inside the house, Li Dezhu stood diagonally opposite Li Wei. The setting sun shone so brightly that he couldn't open his eyes, but he lowered his head and didn't dare to block the light with his hand. He only nodded timidly. Li Wei frowned in displeasure, his eyes showing irritation and anger that only he knew. It's been so many years. It shouldn't be like this. Besides, how could they investigate old Rong's family? There's something going on here, so it looks like he needs to find a chance to go to the county himself. Where is his young son? If something serious happened, It might affect him even in the army. Lee Daju wished he could bury his head in his pants.
I
don't know. Good for nothing. The tobacco pipe was suddenly smashed onto Lee Daju's head. With the lit tobacco and the copper pot burned a patch of his hair on the back of his head, and his skin immediately turned red and swollen. Wang Chunlan was just placing the evening's cornmeal bun on the table in the main room when she heard voices from inside. She quickly pulled aside the curtain and ran over, seeing the head of the household leaning against the shadow of the Kong. His face was unclear, showing no obvious emotion, while her eldest son knelt by the edge of the Kong, holding his back of his head. The sunset was gradually fading.
Old man.
What are you doing? Daju, you too. You made your father angry again. Go back to your room and let your lazy wife put medicine on you. In front of Li Wei, Wang Chunlan pinched her eldest son's arm and then shooed him away. She carefully picked up the tobacco pipe, cherished it, and wiped off the dust with her clean clothes before placing it on the table. Then she cautiously glanced at her husband's face, trying to read his expression. Seeing Wang Chunlan acting submissively, Li Wei's anger finally eased. He spoke in a lofty tone, telling her about the Rong family's situation. Under investigation. What trouble could their family cause? Surely it wouldn't involve our family, right? After hearing this, Wang Chunlan felt a bit worried. Li Wei, with drooping eyelids, picked up the pipe on the Kong table, packed some tobacco into it, struck a match, lit it, and took a slow puff. He then said calmly, "Tomorrow I'll go to the county for a couple of days. If anyone asks, just say I went to the neighboring village to play cards. All right, old man, bring some extra money and grain coupons. Don't go hungry while you're out." Wang Chunlan finished speaking and then climbed onto the Kong to get money and coupons for her husband from the box. Li Wei, leaning against the bedding pile, didn't move. Cold, calculating eyes flickered with faint light. But when Wang Chunlan turned around after taking the money and coupons, he returned to his usual gloomy look. Jin Shu also had a travel permit issued by the village chief and went to the brigade office to ask for leave. The brigade leader, Chen Xingli, heard she wanted to go to the city to buy winter quilts, and he approved her request without hesitation, granting her 3 days off. Lingshan Village belongs to Maton Commune, which is part of Ping'an County along with Maton, Manhwa, and Maiduo communes. Lingshan Village is near Daxingshan Mountain and is one of the farther mountain villages from Ping'an County. It usually takes at least 2 days for a round trip to buy supplies in the county. This time, besides buying quilts, Jin Shu also wanted to buy a small stove and a water bag for the house, a kettle that could keep warm, fabric, cotton, and other supplies. She planned to use up all her expired vouchers. The next day, the weather grew colder. Shu wore 2 old, ill-fitting sets of clothes, layered with her warm underwear, which was covered with several heat charms, originally used to warm tea, now repurposed to keep herself warm. Even so, after paying 2 cents to sit on the ox cart, she could still feel the cold mountain air hitting her face and hands. As the ox cart moved, Shu saw the villagers' clever ways. Some chewed chili peppers, others roasted their palms and tiger's mouth with mugwort sticks. Many helped push the cart for a while. When they felt warm or their legs went numb, they jumped off to push again. This saved the ox's strength and kept everyone from freezing. People on the cart chatted casually, gossiping about the Li family's matchmaking attempts and how their daughter kept hanging around the educated youth. Everyone says that the man who went to serve in the army and didn't return lost out, but Shu thinks he's lucky. At least he won't end up with a broken heart after marriage. No one wants to live under a green pasture of worries. The weather was too cold. Halfway through the journey, problems arose. 2 women from families with not much money didn't bring warming items like chili or moxa sticks. When they asked an older woman nearby to borrow some, she refused. The women suddenly lost their temper and started fighting, accidentally breaking the cart's shaft during the fight. Shu looked at the broken part and saw it was made of old wood, hollowed out by worms. No matter what, it couldn't survive the winter. Since the cart shaft was broken, the people had to get off. The location was awkward, no village in front, no shop behind, and still over 20 kilometers to the county. Walking would take at least 4 or 5 hours. Seeing the driver get anxious and the fighters start blaming each other, Shirshu took the chance to quietly slip into the woods by the dirt road. She sent out a scout to find the nearest route to the county. After walking a long way, she could still hear the noise behind her. It seemed the driver was demanding compensation from the person who broke the cart, and now they were returning to the village to send the cart back. The others in the carriage were arguing over the 2-cent fare. Shirshu understood their thoughts. In this era, a penny could buy a small bag of candy. Since the cart was broken, they couldn't get into town, so they had to come back. Most likely, everyone would go to the village chief to complain. Shirshu was curious how the village chief would smooth things over this time. After all, none of them were easy to deal with. The driver was Hulauda, the strongest and most combative man in the village. As she walked, Shirshu quickly covered a mile. The scout's route was through the mountains and forests, along small paths. Unexpectedly, she encountered a large, beautiful cat. Its markings and sturdy build suggested it was a rare, top-quality big cat from the northeast, now nearly extinct. Meeting you is fate. I invite you to eat meat, and you will guide me to the woods near the county. Shirshu ordered a whole pig, weighing over 300 jin, to be sent to the big northeast cat. The cat looked straight at the pig, then at Shirshu, nodded slightly, and let out a deep, rough purr. It had agreed. The big cat with flowers in its fur ran back to the woods, carrying a pig's leg. Shirshu let the powerful insect spirit go to help. Soon, the big cat returned home. Its mother tiger was about to give birth to tiger cubs. This pig would help their family get through the winter. The northeast big cat is large and strong. Shirshu is now 1.6 meters tall and weighs 70 jin, about 35 kilograms. Compared to the big cat, she is like a tiny bean sprout. Even when Shirshu sat sideways on the big cat's back, the big cat ran quickly. Based on the tiger's speed of 54 kilometers per hour, Shirshu thought they would reach the town in just a moment. Thank you. I hope your family stays safe this winter. After watching the big cat leave the woods, Shirshu made sure no one was around before stepping out into the town for the first time in this era. The houses in the town are much better than those in Linshan village. Most buildings along the main road are brick and tile houses. Sometimes, there are earthen houses made of yellow soil, but most of these are small storage sheds for firewood. Many people walk on the street. They wear dark blue or military green coats and pants. They have white or blue cloth sleeves on their wrists. Occasionally, a bicycle passes by with a jingling sound, attracting a lot of attention from passers-by. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke rises in front. Many people gather around, waving their tickets and shouting to buy things. Freshly steamed buns, bread, and large cornbread come out of the window, as if they activate hunger inside people. When she got closer, she saw the sign of a state-run restaurant. On both sides of the sign, there were slogans from the era like self-reliance, hard work. At the top of the restaurant's facade, there was a bright red star, and above it, a vivid red flag. Shirshu wanted to try the food from this era's state-run restaurant. Her grandma said the portions were very hearty, even better than the crab roe buns that cost 36 yuan in their old days. Listening to the instructions from the window, Shirshu queued up. Luckily, not many people were buying buns, so she got her turn quickly. 2 buns for 2 cents, 2 liang of grain tickets, 1 liang of meat ticket. Shirshu thought it was very cheap, so she handed over her money and tickets to the clerk. Your grain tickets are about to expire. Use them sooner next time. The clerk scolded her proudly, while placing the paper bag with her buns on the counter outside. Shirshu had heard her grandmother say that salespeople during this time were very proud and lacked a service spirit. Now that she had actually seen it, she found it somewhat interesting. Not bothering to argue over such a small matter, Shirshu took her bun and turned to leave the state-run restaurant. She still needed to go to the supply and marketing cooperative, which was a bit farther away. She took a bun from her bag and ate it while walking. How to describe it? The first bite was greasy and flavorful, but by the second bite, Shirshu felt it was a bit too much. Mainly because she didn't lack nutrients, her small kitchen took good care of her, providing all kinds of trace elements her body needed. So, Even though most people in this era thought meat buns were the best, for her, they weren't that impressive. Most importantly, the bun was too salty. As someone who often ate insects, she was very sensitive to flavors, so her food usually tasted milder than what most people ate. It's not that she couldn't handle rich, greasy food, but she preferred to taste the natural flavor of ingredients. This was also part of her spiritual practice in her cultivation. While Shirshu was thinking about how to finish the remaining 8 buns, she suddenly heard a loud, "Get lost," behind her. Turning around, she saw at the entrance of a nearby house a man dressed neatly kicking a girl who was holding a small child. He was still cursing loudly, saying, "You little beggar, I told you to stay away from here. Stay away. Are you just going to lie at my door? I'm warning you, if you don't leave, I'll call the neighborhood patrol to take you to the police station." As he shouted and scolded, a crowd quickly gathered around, many of whom saw him kick the girl and started criticizing him. But the man didn't care at all. "You think I feel sorry for her? Take her home if you do. Our family has plenty of food, so give her some. Don't just sit there and run your mouth all day." What made Shirshu find amusing was that after he said this, the people who had been criticizing him immediately shut up. Some even turned around and hurriedly left the crowd. The lively scene had ended, and the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only a few women standing a meter away from the girl, asking where she was from and if she had family. The girl just kept her head down, silently hugging the girl in her arms. The women, respecting her silence, also left. After everyone had gone, Shirshu saw an old woman sitting on a broken wooden board at the corner of the street. She was leaning on a stick, slowly moving closer to where the girl was. As she moved, she kept calling out to her. The girl finally responded, struggling to stand up while holding the girl in her arms. She seemed to have twisted her ankle and hobbled toward the old woman. Shirshu looked at the closed door and then at the weak, elderly woman walking away slowly. He signaled his scout to follow her, while he kept a distance. The old woman said, "Girl, forget about them. They don't recognize us anymore." The girl didn't speak. She handed the girl in her arms to the old woman, then grabbed the rope in front of the board and pulled it with difficulty, leading the old woman away from the main road. The old woman took the girl and sighed deeply. "Your uncle's family is unkind. Your parents helped him so much, and now we're in trouble, with nowhere to turn. It's the grandma's fault for you and Tian. The girl still didn't speak. She just shook her head slightly and pulled the rope harder. After settling her grandmother and the girl named Tian in a sheltered spot, the girl took a deep breath. She struggled to stand up, leaning on the earthen wall, then turned to leave again. Her grandmother quickly grabbed her tattered, frayed clothes. "Where are you going?" The girl didn't look back. Her voice was hoarse and filled with tears. "I'll hang myself in front of his house, then someone will come and take care of you and Tian. It was no longer just a petty family dispute.
Don't.
"You can't go, child," her grandmother cried out in panic, trying to hold her back. She didn't even notice the crying girl in her arms fall to the ground. "Child, don't go. Grandma will go. Please let Grandma go, okay? Grandma has lived long enough." "Wah, what a sin."
Wah.
"He's my uncle. It's useless for you to go. Take good care of yourself and Tian in the future. Don't think of me." After speaking, the girl moved forward again. Her grandmother was so anxious to keep her that just as the girl was about to tear her clothes in a desperate attempt to stay, a cool, calm voice accompanied by the smell of food was heard. "What's the use of dying? Death is the end, and it only makes the loved ones left behind more sad." The girl's eyes looked empty as she stopped in her tracks. Shirshu slowly approached her and handed her a bag of meat buns. "The restaurant just made these. They're too salty, so I don't want to eat." The girl slowly looked up. She was also thin and ragged, but her clear, bright eyes seemed to give anyone who saw them a sense of courage and hope. "Thank you," the girl said as she took the buns. Shirshu looked at her face and thought she was someone who would succeed later in life. He believed she had endured a lot. Many people who succeed late in life don't get the chance. They are worn down by life early on and become ordinary or tired of the world. This little benefactor, my wife's family name is Lu. She's from Beijing and came here looking for relatives after suffering hardships. But this family matter is complicated. May I ask your name? Grandma Lu saw that her granddaughter was no longer so impulsive and relaxed her worry a little. She then politely asked Shirshu for his name. Jean Shirshu, an orphan girl from Linshan village, Shirshu said as he stepped in front of Grandma Lu. May I see your leg? Grandma Lu's eyes brightened. Little benefactor, do you know medicine? Shirshu replied, I have some skills from the mountains. After getting her approval, Shirshu reached out and pressed on Grandma Lu's obviously deformed thigh. Several medical bugs immediately entered her. Grandma Lu seemed to feel something and said, It's a bit itchy. Shirshu nodded. That's normal. Your leg's bone is dislocated, but it's not a big problem. I'll fix it. He then held her hips and tailbone firmly and suddenly applied force. There was a cracking sound. Grandma Lu felt a jolt of electricity run through her spine. Just as she was about to cry out in pain, she realized her previously numb leg was now responsive. This made Grandma Lu very excited. She immediately called out to her granddaughter, Lele, Lele. The girl quickly told her sister to hold her buns and keep eating, then hurried to Grandma Lu's side. Grandma, what's wrong? Grandma Lu hurriedly waved her hand.
I'm fine.
I'm feeling very well. Little benefactor's medical skills are excellent. Quickly help Grandma to her feet and see. The girl was a bit surprised. Even if she was better, could she stand up right away? She looked back to ask Shirshu for his opinion, but it was clear that her grandma was already eager to try. Seeing her hesitation, Grandma Lu supported herself against the earthen wall and shakily stood up. The girl hurried over to help her. Grandma, can you really stand up? That's amazing, Grandma Lu said. Yes, little benefactor is very capable. Lele, our family must thank the benefactor properly and repay her kindness. Where is she? Looking around where Shirshu had been standing, now empty, the girl let go of her grandma's hand and quickly looked around. She didn't see anyone. Feeling a bit disappointed, she turned back, only to see her grandma looking at her with surprised eyes. Confused, she asked, Grandma, why are you looking at me like that? Grandma Lu said, Your foot. It's better. The girl was startled to hear that. She immediately looked down at her ankle and even hopped on one foot in place. It really didn't hurt anymore. How could it have suddenly healed? At that moment, her sister Tian also made a discovery. Mama, money, money, money. Grandma Lu and the girl looked over together. They saw Tian's oily little hands holding a bundle of 10 yuan bills. When they opened the money, inside were also 50 jin of grain coupons and a small note. The note was blank, but it had a drawing of a round-headed, chubby little person holding a flag in one hand and making a charging gesture with the other. Its meaning was clear. The benefactor was encouraging her to keep fighting for her future and not give up. Grandma Lu said, Lele, you must believe that good people will be rewarded. You must do good deeds to honor the kindness of our benefactor. The girl nodded, clutching the note tightly in her hand. Her Lu family had suffered a great disaster. Everything was sudden and unexpected. She had no chance to turn things around and was worried about her parents' safety. That's why she followed her parents' convoy to Ping'an County, but she never expected that the person who reported her parents as enemies was actually her own uncle, who had helped her family a lot in the past. Now, with the help of the benefactor, she believed she could turn the tide and change her fate. Meanwhile, Shirshu and Grandma Lu had left without saying a word because Shirshu, who had been sleeping inside her, suddenly sensed something in the northwest of the county town. Wanting to avoid missing any news from her grandmother, Shirshu hurried here immediately. But as she looked at the busy entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, she could no longer sense her grandmother's presence. Not far from the cooperative, inside the county government building, an old hand rested on a phone that had just been hung up. Since you're here at the cooperative, why not go inside and take a look? Although she didn't find anyone, since Weo could sense something, it meant her grandmother was definitely in this era. This conclusion made Shirshu very happy, and even the dull scenery in front of her seemed a little brighter. When people are in a good mood, they want to buy things. So when Shirshu stepped into the cooperative, She did so with a shopping spirit. But her excitement was soon crushed. Who could tell her why a county-level cooperative could look so plain? There were 6 counters in total, selling only these categories: grains, pork, seasonings, daily necessities, small hardware, and stationery. The small hardware and stationery were at one counter, while daily necessities occupied 2 counters, displaying old-fashioned skincare products, soap, washboards, and similar items. Another counter sold bedding, fabrics, and had a blackboard with "Cotton for Sale" written on it. Although grains and seasonings shared a counter, the grains were stored in large barrels, and customers could weigh and buy them from the clerk. The seasonings included common cooking oils, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and MSG. The soy sauce was brewed using traditional methods, so Shirshu often smelled a strong, fishy aroma from the fermentation jars. The largest counter was for pork. Shirshu arrived a bit late, and the entire counter was crowded with people, but that wasn't her main purpose. After understanding the layout of the counters, Shirshu first went to the bedding and cotton counter. "Hello, I want to buy 2 beds and 2 jeans of cotton." She politely told the clerk what she wanted. The clerk, who was munching sunflower seeds, reluctantly spat out the shells, clapped her hands lightly, then reached behind the shelf and took 2 bundles of bedding to place on the counter. She also picked up a blackboard with "Cotton for Sale" written on it, took out a small notebook from behind, and attached a charcoal pencil to the side. "Name, age, and address, please." She never expected that in this era, buying cotton would require revealing her identity. She thought it was nothing to hide, so she told the clerk her name and details. Jean Shirshu, 17 years old, from Linshan Village, Maitsun Brigade. The female clerk wrote it down while also using her tongue to pick at her teeth, probably because of sunflower seed shells stuck between her teeth. "Okay, that's 2 jeans of cotton, a 3-foot cloth ticket, and 5 yuan. Shirshu placed the prepared money on the counter, then used rope to tie 2 bedsheets with cotton inside, wrapping them tightly in 6 turns, top, bottom, and sides. Her skill looked natural, like someone from the mountains who often ties firewood. "Humph." The clerk behind the counter instinctively made a dismissive sound, but inside, she was jealous. She hadn't gotten such nice bedding and cotton when she got married. Shirshu ignored the clerk's cold sneer, as if she didn't hear it. She went to the daily necessities section and bought one of each skincare product available on the counter. She didn't want to keep looking so thin and worn out, so she believed her appearance needed a change, which would come gradually with a reason. After buying skincare and toiletries, she went to the condiment shelf and bought many seasonings, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and also star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and others. Finally, she went to the stationery section and bought large, medium, and small brushes, pencils, ink, and a stack of letter paper. This way, some of the items in her sacred witch space had a clear source. Although she wanted to buy a bicycle and a watch, they weren't available here. She used most of her vouchers on other things. When leaving, she passed by the daily necessities counter and saw the clerk roll her eyes again. Shirshu didn't mind and smiled kindly. She casually threw a small piece of cockroach bait into the pile of sunflower seed shells and then left the supply store without looking back. The next day, the entire supply store's counters were crawling with cockroaches. After investigating, they found it was because the clerk hadn't cleaned up the sunflower seed shells on the ground in time. The clerk was held accountable and dismissed by her supervisor. Now, Shirshu, seemingly weak, carried a bed and cotton that were taller than a person on her back, with other items she bought hanging in front of her. She followed the scout's guidance to the post office to send her packages. At the post office, she arranged for local mailing, which was surprisingly cheap. Just a 5-cent stamp was enough to have her items delivered directly to her home. She was very happy with the world she saw. When leaving, she saw many colorful stamps at the stamp counter. She bought a set of each. Because she bought so many, the postal worker gave her a special album for collecting stamps, making it easy to keep whole sheets. Of course, such a large album was too heavy for her to carry all the time. So she went back to the mailing window, added a penny, and mailed the album and other things back to her village. After leaving the post office, it was getting late. She didn't want to stay at an inn, so she continued wandering north of the county town. If her village hadn't only given her a 3-day introduction letter, she would have liked to visit the capital city. This peaceful county is not in the world where she lived before, but its buildings and customs are very similar to those of the northern tribes in her previous world. She didn't walk around the county for long before she saw a tall stone tower far away. It was about 6 stories high, with a top shaped like a Buddhist flame jewel. The 6 stories symbolized the cycle of 6 realms, so it was definitely a Buddhist pagoda. But right now, the magnetic field around the tower was very unstable. She kept her distance and felt very uncomfortable just looking at it. When she felt this bad, her first instinct was to leave quickly. After all, cats have 9 lives, and curiosity can be deadly. Just as she was thinking, "I didn't see anything, I'll slip away," a voice suddenly entered her mind. "Little respected one, since you have entered the world, I won't stop you from moving forward. But I ask for your help to save someone." Even though the voice sounded gentle, she was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. If she guessed right, the source of this voice was the law of this world. It was funny. She thought she had hidden well and hadn't set up a teleportation array, but she was still detected. She tried to respond mentally to the voice's owner. "Is my grandmother in this world?" Unfortunately, the voice didn't answer her. It repeated the same sentence again. She felt a little frustrated, but could only ask differently.
Who do you want me to save?
"The one suffering in the tower, the great merit person." All right, she thought, if she asks like that, it will answer. This law seems to have principles too. Since she was new here, she decided not to argue with such a powerful force. But she really didn't want to do useless work. "What's the benefit if I save this person? I won't block your way. I don't have many paths. Your conditions aren't enough. Try again. I will help you save someone. Tell me where your grandmother is." This is the most important question for Shirshu right now. She replies, "I can't say. She has her own fate. Until the right time, I can't tell. So, her grandmother is also here." After getting the answer she wanted, Shirshu quickly calmed down and negotiated with the rule. She doesn't want to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean she's afraid. If the rule relies on status to force her to save someone, she can resist. She says, "Change the conditions. Don't say you're blocking my way. Be practical, offer merits or luck, as much as possible." After she finished, the voice didn't speak again for a long time. "Not willing? Then I'll leave." Shirshu nonchalantly continued to walk away. Do you know that this person's merits in life have helped hundreds of people through good and bad times? Shirshu looked at the starry night with a complex expression. "What does that have to do with me, a newcomer? Your behavior is moral coercion. 30 years of merits. 50 years. 30 years of merits. If you refuse, just go. At most, everyone in this world won't end well. 50 years of merits, then the old man's reserves aren't enough. So, after talking for a while, she's using others' merits to set conditions for herself. Such a poor rule. Are you a new rule?" Shirshu suddenly understood. Yes, of course. When dynasties change, rules evolve. That's natural. Now it makes sense. In her previous life, that rule was already mature, and the merits given were generous. Unlike now, where it's so stingy.
Deal.
I'll go to the pagoda and save the person, right? After saving the person, you need to protect him for a while. How long? When the opportunity comes, he will leave on his own. This is just empty talk, completely useless. It's just about raising someone for a while. Let's see if this merit can involve millions of people, and even the rule speaks up to ask for help from some divine being. Shirshu looks again at the distant pagoda. I really don't know which brave soul dared to commit evil under the pagoda, risking the wrath of 3 generations. So, it's really scary to be uneducated. Even reading cultivation novels wouldn't make someone so fearless and ignorant. While Shirshu kept sending out mental messages, she also arrived near the Buddhist tower. Outside the tower's wall, a 3-meter-high iron fence, ugly and thorny, was wrapped around it. The only gate allowed for entry and exit had a person in military green work clothes standing guard, wearing a red armband. Next to the gate, there was a wooden sign with white background and red characters. Pingan County Revolutionary Committee. Finally, she saw a familiar term, Revolutionary Committee and red armbands. Her grandmother had mentioned these before, recalling that some of her elders had been reported for superstitions and feudal beliefs after failing at their crafts, and had suffered greatly, ending up in labor camps. That era was either black or white, or just a dark gray. No one knew which path was right for the country. The only thing they agreed on was to never let local tyrants take over again. The people's power must never be easily given up. But those committees and armbands really caused a lot of harm. Grandmother's words echoed in her mind, and Shu had no good feelings about that department. People entering the place drew too much attention, so Shu decided to send a scout insect to see what was happening first. As soon as the scout entered the yard, it saw everything and couldn't help but laugh. The monks' meditation rooms under the 6-story Buddhist tower had been turned into Revolutionary Committee offices. The Buddha statues around the tower were smashed and burned. A red banner with gold characters hung on the second level of the tower. Destroy all feudal superstitions. But these external things weren't the main reason for the law's call for help. When the scout insect crawled into a small room on the left and followed a secret passage downward, it saw small compartments like cages. Each compartment had a number on the left side, and inside, people dressed in prison uniforms sat or lay there, with blank or nearly crazy eyes. Inside the deepest part of the secret passage, occasional muffled screams could be heard. Following the sounds, the scout insect saw a room labeled Interrogation Room. The light was dim. An old man was being pressed into a basin of water repeatedly, and each time he was pulled out, a man with a goat beard asked, "Where's the item? Who did you give the blueprint to?" The old man just slightly shook his head and closed his eyes, looking innocent and unaware of anything. From the faint glow surrounding him, it was clear that this elderly person was someone deserving of great virtue and worth saving. Unfortunately, Liu was still busy treating Zhang Hohat's mother in Linshan village, so Shu had to handle things himself. Several dozen gray illusion bugs flew into the yard with the evening breeze. Once they reached everyone's necks, those people entered their own illusions, just like before at the office, and couldn't sense any changes in the outside world. After clearing the obstacle in the way, Shu calmly walked through the main gate into the courtyard and headed straight for the secret passage. With illusion bugs leading the way, Shu smoothly arrived outside the interrogation room where the old man was being questioned. Inside, the interrogator had already entered his own illusion, pressing others into water, while the old man was weak and slumped nearby. "Don't make a sound. I'll take you away." Shu thought that at this moment, it was best not to ask questions. He decided to first rescue the old man. He released a few healing bugs onto the old man, and only after he fell into a deep sleep did Shu put him into his space. To prevent the bugs from biting him, he even set a protective spell on the old man. After leaving the secret room, the law of nature saw that the old man was rescued, and its concern faded. The oppressive magnetic field from the Buddha tower disappeared completely. Although traces of decay still lingered, the structure had returned to normal. The destroyed Buddha energy site could no longer protect peace in the area. Far away from the northern Buddha tower, Shu turned back toward the state-run restaurant in the east. Coincidentally, the afternoon buns and steamed bread were just ready, and since there weren't many people in line, he bought a gene of buns. He exited through the east gate of the county and waited in a hidden spot. Soon, he saw those gray little flying insects happily returning from the sky. After retrieving the illusion bugs, Shu turned and slipped into the woods. Having successfully retreated, the people at the Buddha tower realized the interrogated old man had disappeared once they woke from their illusions, and chaos broke out immediately. Inside the secret chamber beneath the Buddha tower, a furious roar erupted. "It's impossible! How could such a living person escape right under our noses? Find him. He can't have gone far. Notify the county police and seal off Ping'an County as quickly as possible. Hurry." In the interrogation room, a man with slicked-back hair, who looked like a rat, sat in the middle of the table. He kept rubbing his temples with his left hand, which was wearing a Rolex watch. How is it possible that this person just disappeared so suddenly? Just a second ago, he clearly remembered that old man was still in front of him, being held over a water bucket. But the next moment, he was gone, replaced by their own people, and not even a shadow of the old man remained. The messenger quickly returned. Report to Commissioner Fong. The message has been sent. The police are not very cooperative.
Got it.
You all go out and find him. This is an important lead. If we lose this person, not only your boss, but even I can't protect you. Do you understand? Understood. Then hurry up and go find him. After everyone left to search, Commissioner Fong finally put down his authoritative attitude. He leaned over the interrogation table, his once neat hair now wildly tousled by his own hands. His eyes were wide open, as if he was caught in some terrifying emotion. That old man.
He's so lucky.
You can't run away. Suddenly, he stood up forcefully, knocking over the interrogation table. He staggered to the back of the room, tore open the broken wooden panel, and crazily grabbed an iron rod from behind the door. He smashed it fiercely outside each small cell in the secret passage.
Speak.
Tell me, who saw that old man run away? Who saved him?
Who?
Tell me. The people inside the cells, still rational, shrank into the corners and dared not speak. Those who had lost their minds showed no reaction to the threatening, creepy man. That night, the people of Ping'an County and the Ghost Houses, and possibly anyone hiding someone, were thoroughly searched by the members of the Revolutionary Committee. Although the police couldn't stop them from searching, they cleverly used this opportunity to destroy several gambling dens and 2 human trafficking hideouts in the county. Lele, along with Grandma Lu and Tian Tian, took advantage of the chaos. They used money to bribe their way and involved her ungrateful uncle's family in the mess. It's quite funny. Turns out, the person who reported her parents was her own uncle, who is far away in Ping'an County. The reason is simple. Her uncle is a heavy gambler and owes a lot of debt, 170 yuan. Selling his house wouldn't even cover it. So, he ran to Beijing to hide from debt and also to borrow money from his father. Her father works at the construction committee, but he was recently promoted and doesn't have much money. Even if he did, he wouldn't lend it to encourage his brother's gambling. To keep her uncle safe, her father arranged for him to work at a construction site under the committee. During this time, her father took care of his food and lodging. The work was tough, but he had 3 meals a day, grain buns, pickled vegetables, and tofu with cabbage, full meals. He stayed in a 4-person foreman's dormitory. Lu Tianle didn't think her uncle was being treated unfairly. Despite this, the ungrateful person still hated her parents. The only thing that blocked her uncle from helping was a man who had a drink with him and made some false promises. Her uncle then helped hide evidence that falsely accused her father of corruption and bribery in their home. Fortunately, these people were not very careful. The evidence had many flaws and could be easily questioned. Her father's opponents used the opportunity when the Revolutionary Committee was cracking down on corruption and misusing the Great Leap Forward slogan to hide her father's case. Now, she used money to connect with officials and reported these flaws and issues to the police. The police then reported to the Discipline Inspection Commission. On the 3rd day of chaos in Ping'an County, her parents were released. Not only were they reinstated in their jobs, but her father's opponent was transferred to a remote area in the northwest for improper competition. They hoped he could learn the party's spirit from the people again. It's unlikely he will return to Beijing or Ping'an County within 10 years. The unrest in Ping'an County lasted 7 days. Even in the last 2 days, they searched the outskirts but couldn't find anyone. The elderly man they were looking for had been taken back to Linshan village the day before by Shu, who had transformed into a middle-aged woman to bring him. Young lady, no. Shu, grandpa, no, grandma. Are we really okay to go into the village like this? The old man asked nervously, watching the crowd at the village entrance. Grandma Gua, don't worry. You have your household registration, archive proof, and a letter of introduction from the city. There won't be any problem settling in our village, but those are all fake. The old man remembered the night a day ago when he was tortured and interrogated by the people from the Revolutionary Committee. At that time, he had already given up hope of living. But he was surprised to find that after losing consciousness and waking up, he had actually escaped from that prison. The young girl in front of him told him he was now free. If he trusted someone, she could help him get to them. If not, he would need to hide his identity and go back to the village with her. The old man wondered if he could trust anyone. His most trusted student had betrayed him for a better future. Luckily, he had hidden the most important list of the country well.
He didn't know who might have it now.
That list was crucial for all underground workers and their families. So, the old man agreed to go back to the village with the skinny girl. She left for a while and then returned, handing him a stack of documents, all kinds of IDs. The girl told him that, to keep his identity safe, he must live with her as her distant relative before restoring his true identity. Looking at the documents, which seemed very real, the old man suddenly doubted if this was a new trick by those people. Were they using the simple appearance of villagers to lower his guard? It didn't matter. He would play along. He didn't believe that everyone in the village would cooperate with their act.
But
it was really just one village. Were the people from the Revolutionary Committee crazy? Or was he? Were these just hallucinations from near death? The old man hesitated and pinched his thigh. Ouch, that hurts. He was not dreaming. Shu didn't bother with the old man, who was trying to do good. Anyway, she had saved him, and now she had a new source of money. From now on, you don't need to work. The medical certificate in the documents shows you have heart failure. Just consider it as an early retirement. I will earn the work points. If anyone asks about the money, tell them it's your family savings. So, Grandma Gua, is that okay? As they approached the village, some people at the entrance noticed Shu and the old man pointing and whispering. Shu and the old man checked their information again. No problem. The old man took a deep breath to calm his nervous feelings. He thought to himself that this girl must have lost her mind. He was an old man after all. He hadn't changed his clothes or his appearance. He was still wearing the gray-blue prison uniform of the Revolutionary Committee. How could anyone believe he was a grandmother? Surely, all the people in this village must be blind. But in fact, they really were blind. Oh, dear, Shu, you're finally back. After the ox cart broke down that day, where did you go? Yes, old man who has been looking for you. Shu ignored their suspicious looks and questions. Anyway, her current reputation in the village was that she was shy, aloof, and didn't like to talk. The old man felt nervous inside, but after 40 years of facing all kinds of storms and challenges, he had become used to it. So, even though he was uneasy, his body instinctively took on the appearance of an old grandmother. With the help of a magic charm, outsiders saw her as a well-off, pampered grandmother. She followed a young woman from her village, acting shy and proud, not even wanting to greet the rough villagers. They went straight to the village office. Village Chief Song Bagua and the village head Chen Xingli looked at the documents in front of them. They thought that since the Jean family girl started sharing grain this year, her luck had been very good. She didn't go to the county, but instead, she met some distant relatives from the city on the way. From now on, as long as the girl was respectful to her aunt, she wouldn't have to worry about money or tickets. She was truly a lucky girl. If only her own son was interested in her, they could even consider matchmaking. Old sister, your documents are all fine. Starting today, you are officially a resident of Linshan village, said the village head respectfully, handing back the relevant documents to the old sister from the city. The village chief also recorded her name in the roster and noted that she was excused from work due to heart failure, with a hospital certificate. Shu said, I also want to buy a house. The village head, Chen Xingli, looked up in surprise. Old sister, don't you want to live with Shu? The old man thought to himself that if they weren't related by blood, it wouldn't be proper. But he couldn't say that outright. Yes, I need to rest and recover. The place where Shu lives isn't suitable. Does the village have a slightly remote house, preferably 2 small rooms? Any small one would do. The village head's eyes twitched slightly from a hidden angle. He thought to himself, are you planning to buy 2 small courtyards? Is Shuni also moving? This is a good opportunity to get something beneficial. The old man said, Yes, she needs to take care of my meals every day. The village chief looked at Shu and said, Shuni, your aunt is talking about you. Do you understand? Shu nodded. They had already discussed this on the way here, moving to a place farther from the village so that it would be more convenient for her to do her work in the future. She had even chosen the location, 2 abandoned small courtyards near the cattle shed at the end of the village, separated by a small dirt hill. This way, she could keep her privacy and easily deliver meals to the old man. It was definitely better than her current situation, where she was stuck in a yard squeezed between neighbors. Seeing that Shu agreed, the village chief looked up at the team leader and said, Baogua, there's nothing more to do here. I remember you have a meeting at the commune today. Go quickly so you won't be late. Although the team leader was focused on farming, he still had some sense. He knew that Chen Xingli wanted to take advantage of the house situation here and disliked the inconvenience of staying. All right, I'll go to the commune for the meeting. Now, the leaders are calling for a leap forward campaign. All the communes are holding competitions about surpassing the West and catching up with the US. Well, sister, you can chat among yourselves. I'll go to the meeting. Shu didn't understand what the team leader was talking about, as she didn't study history. In her world, China hadn't fully caught up with Western countries in military and technological fields until 2000. The idea of surpassing the West was a bit far-fetched. The old man sighed deeply behind his back, full of worry and anxiety. The village chief saw the team leader leave the village gate and then turn back, smiling kindly at the two of them. Old sister, although there's plenty of space in the village, are you thinking of buying land to rebuild your house, or? The old man replied, Are there any ready-made ones? It doesn't matter if they're a bit old, as long as people can live in them. The village chief's eyes couldn't help but brighten. But he still tried to hide his excitement and said casually, Well, sister, look at the village entrance, the area near the village center, and the west side. There are houses there. At the end of the village, there are 2 more near the cattle shed, but you won't smell anything bad. The old man answered as agreed with Shu. Then, those 2 at the end of the village, quiet is good. The village chief finally smiled happily. Haha, old sister, you say we are destined to meet. These 2 houses are my family's old homes. My great-grandfather lived there, but later, because he had trouble walking and found the farm too far, we moved into the village. After saying this, he got up to bring 2 bowls of hot water in plain white porcelain cups for Shu and the others. Old sister, drink some water. Shunny, drink water too. Don't be shy with uncle. The old man thanked him and took the water, but didn't drink it. He placed the cup on the table and looked up to ask, And what about the rent for the house? The village chief's face suddenly changed as he sighed. Well, old sister, you're here to stay with Shunny and settle in our Linshan village. It's right to arrange a place for you, but you know how things are now, money is tight. My old house, although nobody has lived there for a few years, the beams and bricks are still good. I have someone in the family tidy it up every year. Inside, there's firewood prepared for winter. With 2 small courtyards, I'd ask for 50 yuan. The old man was surprised. 50? No wonder Shu told him when she arrived that he should be prepared to be taken advantage of. Seeing that the price was high, the village chief felt a bit embarrassed. His old house's 2 small courtyards, by current village standards, could be rebuilt into 3 houses for that price. This is based on the quota set by the commune. But since old sister has already settled in our village, I'll think of another way. Old sister, what do you think is a fair price? Before the village chief finished speaking, Shu interrupted him and directly took out 20 yuan, placing it on the table. Shu said, My house can be sold. The money is yours. The village chief asked. Shunny, what do you mean? This 20 yuan is for uncle. You're giving him your house now, right? If that were the case, it would be perfect. The 3 young women who came to work here often argued and disliked living with the villagers. They wanted to rent their own houses, but now the ones that are empty are all unappealing. The house in Old Jin's family is good. Neighbors are lively, the location is nice, and the house is well built. Thinking about these benefits, seeing Shu nod, the village chief, Chen Xingli, couldn't hide his smile. All right, it's settled then. Old sister, I'll handle the paperwork for you and Shunny right now so you can move into your new home today. The house exchange process was indeed simple. The village chief took out 2 property deeds, replacing the owner Chen Guangping's name with Jin Shirshu's. Village chief: Old sister, are you sure both deeds list Shunyi's name? Old man: Yes, I'm sure. All the money was from Shirshu, so why not put her name on the deeds? The village chief completed the transfer and handed the deeds to Shirshu. She then took her own property deed from her pocket and gave it to the village chief. Following his instructions, she also wrote a simple statement confirming she voluntarily exchanged her house with village chief Chen Xingli, with no coercion or pressure involved. After receiving the house, Shirshu took the old man and the village chief to see the 2 small courtyards at the end of the village. When they arrived, the old man looked at the 2 simple houses at the foot of the mountain and was quite satisfied. The courtyards were a bit old, but just needed some roof repairs and stone wall fixes. The main structures were fine, providing good shelter from wind and rain. It was a very suitable place for her current situation. Village chief: This place is far from the village. Usually, people don't come here often, so old sister can rest here peacefully. After settling the old man in the new house, Shirshu took the village chief back to the village and collected her belongings from Jin's house. At the gate, they met a mail carrier riding a bicycle, delivering a package. Mail carrier: Is this Comrade Jin Shirshu? You have a package here. Shirshu: Yes, it's from my aunt. Please deliver it to the 2 small courtyards at the end of the village. Mail carrier: Serving the people. Seeing the large package behind the mail carrier, the village chief couldn't help but ask what was on his mind. Such a big package, Shunyi. Your aunt has a lot of things, huh? She must be quite wealthy. Shirshu: Not wealthy, just bedding and daily necessities. The village chief nodded thoughtfully, thinking that although the older sister dressed well and looked like a city person, she had come to their village in a difficult situation, relying on Shirshu, a lonely child. She probably didn't have much. And when she entered the village, everyone saw that she carried nothing but her bedding. It seemed her belongings were sent by the post office. Really frugal and simple. Shirshu didn't have many things left at her original home, just a clay stove, a few baskets and bags she had made later, a table, chairs, and a nearly cracked wooden box. She didn't want these anymore and planned to buy new ones herself. So, when she walked around outside the house and left through the gate, all she carried was an empty back basket and a basket. The back basket held cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and a bag of grain. The basket contained her worn-out clothes, some needles, thread, and scissors for work. She was holding 2 hoes and a sickle used for digging wild vegetables. After the team leader replaced the fence gate with his own lock, the house was officially handed over. Next door, Zhang Jinhua saw this and wanted to ask about it. But when the village chief glanced at her, she didn't dare go closer. Everything seemed to go smoothly, almost unbelievable. Village chief: Shu and the house situation is settled now. If you face any difficulties, you can always go to the team leader. Shu nodded in understanding and then turned away without any hesitation. She finally left that place full of trouble. From the first day she arrived here, she felt that the location of the Jin family's house was not good. It was surrounded by other houses on all sides. Although there was a small road in front, it was blocked by a tall wall, so she couldn't see much sunlight in the morning. The houses on both sides formed sharp angles, squeezing the small yard of the Jin family. The house behind was not in a good position either. It faced away from the Jin house, making the whole layout seem to sacrifice Jin's family's good luck. If the Jin family members had fire signs in their fate, it might have been better. But they were honest, simple people, and in the end, they were left with nothing, no home, and their family separated. Most importantly, the smell was terrible. The village's toilets were shared by 2 or 3 families. Jin's house had toilets in front and back. No matter which way the wind blew, the smell would drift over now and then. If she hadn't had a special charm to dispel the bad air, living there for over a month would have tested her patience to the limit. Considering all these problems, she was very happy to change houses without any pressure. She felt very relaxed. Thinking about leaving this village far behind, No longer being watched by selfish people every day, she couldn't help but smile happily. After Shu left, Zhang Jinhua finally slipped out of her house and quietly asked the village chief, "Village chief, what's wrong with Shu and I? Did she do something? I saw her packing up and leaving without saying anything." "You can't expect people to be perfect." The distant relative from the city came and moved to the small yard behind the village, near the cattle shed. "I tell you, that relative has a medical certificate for heart failure, do you understand? Don't cause trouble, or if something happens, just see how your man will scold you." Zhang Jinhua felt upset after hearing this, and she pouted. She then thought for a moment and asked, "What about the small yard that's now empty? Can my family take it?" Before she finished, the village had interrupted her. "That small yard will probably be rented out to young workers. When that happens, everyone in the neighborhood should help them." Hearing that the young workers might live there, Zhang Jinhua lost interest. "Village head, I just remembered I have something to do at home. I'll go back first." News of Shirshu's move spread quickly among the young workers. The three women who had been close friends started to have disagreements. The reason was that all three wanted to rent the yard alone. None of them wanted to share with others. Because of this, they argued fiercely over who had the right to rent the house. Meanwhile, Shirshu was living a peaceful, trouble-free life. That day, when Shirshu returned to the end of the village, she saw the mail carrier helping an elderly woman fix her roof. When she saw Shirshu, the mail carrier quickly said goodbye and left. While the old man was out sending the mail carrier away, Shirshu cleaned up the stones and weeds in front of and behind the 2 yards using her magic bugs. The yards were located between the foot of the mountain and the village, separated only by a small dirt hill. For safety, Shirshu decided to place the elderly woman in the backyard, so anyone coming would have to pass by her place first. Her bugs could detect any movement immediately. Both yards had the same layout: a main house, a small side room, and a spacious kitchen beside the side room. The kitchen was considered spacious because it had 2 stoves, and each yard had 2 stoves. The shed for firewood was behind the main house. The backyard could be used for planting vegetables and raising chickens and ducks, but current policies limited the number of animals to 2 per person. Both yards had a platform that looked like it was for washing clothes, but it seemed useless. Shirshu planned to tear it down and use the space for planting vegetables. Since food sources are easy to explain, she wanted to grow green vegetables, as she didn't plan to eat wild plants all year round. So, she needed to start a vegetable garden. After inspecting the yards, Shirshu went to the nearby outdoor toilet, where she could smell a strange odor from afar. This won't do. Although she can wash up and handle personal needs inside the sacred witch space's bamboo house, she can't just ignore the old man's life and death. It's not good for the old man to be constantly holding his nose. She pointed her finger at the ground and recited a simple spell, causing countless dung beetles to emerge from the soil. She then pointed toward the distant latrine. "Go and carry away everything from over there." The dung beetles worked very efficiently, partly because the latrine hadn't been used for many years. Within a few minutes, the foul smell was gone. Shirshu was slightly satisfied and nodded. She thought it was necessary for the dung beetle army to make this cleaning a daily task. So she decided to leave behind a scout beetle, as she had many of these small insects in her space. Using the scout beetle as a medium, she cast a spell to control the dung beetles through it. She then commanded the scout beetle to stay in this area permanently. Every day at dawn, the spell would activate, ensuring the place remained free of bad odors. After solving the biggest problem, Shirshu went back to prepare lunch for the old man. They had been busy since morning, and now the sun was high in the sky. She was hungry too. Back in her yard, she released the purifying dust beetle and cleaned herself thoroughly from head to toe. Then she let these tidy little creatures go into the room to clean. Shirshu entered her space and couldn't resist washing her hands again in the bamboo house, feeling different inside. Afterwards, she ordered a bowl of sweet potato porridge, 3 cornmeal cakes with pickled vegetables and scrambled eggs, a dish of minced meat with salted vegetable strips, and worried it might not be enough, she also ordered 2 more ears of corn. She packed the cakes, corn, and salted vegetables into a basket, carried the porridge in her hands, and went to serve the old man. When she entered the yard, the old man was making the bed. She handed him an extra set of bedding she had bought, originally meant for her grandmother, planning to buy more later. Shu said, "Rest for a bit and have some food first." Seeing the table full of food, the old man was so excited he didn't know what to say. Just a day ago, he had been trapped in a dark, sunless tunnel, subjected to various interrogations and tortures. But just when he thought he was about to die, he found a way out. His eyes filled with emotion as he looked at Shu. "I don't know what I did to deserve your help, young lady." Shu raised her hand to stop him from speaking further. "No need. Just rest here and take care of your health." Since Shu was inexplicably transported to this world, she decided that besides searching for her grandmother, she would also try to help some people she cared about. But she didn't care about the villagers. Their karma with the original owner had already been sealed, and she had no intention of breaking that. People shouldn't be too cold-hearted, but they also shouldn't have no principles. The unfortunate have their own faults. Life was hard in this era. They knew the original owner would die, knew her family was starving, yet no one cared. Instead, they insulted her openly and behind her back, calling her a bad omen, a jinx, saying she should have died long ago. Shu found these words harsh to hear, especially since the original owner was a lonely girl with no one to rely on. Hearing these things every day, how would she feel? She might think she was truly guilty, truly deserving of death. Otherwise, who would starve themselves to death without any restraint? After delivering food to the old man, Shu returned to her small courtyard. She was afraid that eating live insects in front of him might scare him. She used her space to prepare a medium-rare steak, a simple, high-protein lunch for herself. After eating, Shu went to check on the old man and then headed into the forest behind the mountain. Although she should rest well before work tomorrow, she couldn't stay still. Seeing her two empty courtyards, her obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in. She planned to go into the mountains to catch some wild chickens to raise and also to get a wolf dog to send to the old man as a guard dog. The October sun was bright, but no longer hot. The forest was dimmer, making it a good place to hide and stay unnoticed. "Brother Zhua, you'll be able to return to the capital in a few months. When that happens, you must take me with you." The moment Shu heard a movement, she quickly climbed a tree with the help of her forceful charm. Then she saw a young man from the Li family, a young intellectual, and among the three young women, the fairest Wu Yulian, walking into the forest, hugging and holding hands. At this moment, the young man surnamed Zhua had his hand inside the woman's clothes, and she was cooperating by begging painfully. The man was panting heavily and cursed, "You're really soft, really delicate. Call me by my full name. Brother loves you so much." The young woman, now transformed into a puddle of water, looked at the man in front of her with vacant eyes. "Zhua, Brother Zhuiyuan, Brother Zhuiyuan, Zhuiyuan." As her voice grew softer, the man's movements quickened. After a gentle, trembling cry, he softly said to the woman in his arms, "You're good. When I return to Beijing, I'll arrange a job for you at the grocery store. You've followed me, and good days are ahead." The young woman blushed deeply as she dressed, nodded slightly, and looked at the man with love. "Brother Zhuiyuan, I've given you my body. Should we get engaged here in the village first, and then when we go back to the city, we can get married?" Zhuiyuan stopped her from speaking further. "You and I have come this far. What are you still worried about? I love you. I love you deeply, like the most romantic poem. I don't care about the future or the outcome, only about that moment of bloom. We've already blossomed, haven't we? We've already declared war on this old, rigid world with our actions." Shisho. "Bah. You 4-second scumbag." The two of them kissed and cuddled in the woods for a while before leaving. Shisho lost interest in catching wild chickens here and decided to head deeper into the mountains. Sure enough, the mountains were rich in resources. Various mushrooms could be picked freely, wild vegetables and berries were abundant. The small kitchen in the Sacred Witch space was excited, the spatula bouncing twice with joy. Because they had spent time watching the show, Shisho released a few puppet bugs, bringing back 3 wild chickens and 2 green-headed ducks. On the way down the mountain back to the village, Shisho looked at the chickens and ducks following behind in a line and found it quite amusing. He secretly gave instructions to the puppet bugs, sometimes making the chickens and ducks hop forward on their legs, sometimes making them take off and fly far, and sometimes racing on one leg. After playing enough, he tied their legs with strings, pretending to lead them. When they reached the old man's house, Shisho saw the old man sitting on the porch, holding a bamboo stick, drawing and writing on the ground. He knocked on the wooden board by the door and called out, "Grandma Gua, I'm back." The old man pulled out of his memories, wiped the name he had written on the ground with his foot, then turned to smile at Shisho. "Where did you go this time? Youth is a good thing. Gaga."
Gugu. Gugu.
Before Shisho could respond, the chickens and ducks behind her started making loud noises, as if they were complaining. The woman was so harsh. She didn't treat them like real chickens and ducks. They had to walk all the way here with their legs almost breaking. The old man looked surprised at the wild birds from the mountains. "Did you catch all these yourself?" he asked. "And you just tied them up and brought them all back like that?" Shisho didn't care about the old man's shock. In the future, he would be even more surprised by her actions. Does she need to explain everything to him? She just nodded slightly and led the tame chickens and ducks to the backyard. After tossing them some small shrimp and earthworms, the 5 little animals immediately started fighting to eat. Shisho carried a bamboo basket, planning to go home and cook dinner. When she reached the door, she remembered the old man's pitiful look as he rode on the ground with a bamboo stick. She turned back and asked Grandma Gua, "Do you read historical records like Records of the Grand Historian or Ziji Tongjian? Or maybe travel books?" Her space only contained these kinds of ancient books. Modern books were printed with chemical ink, and her space didn't accept anything else. Actually, she also had books like The Western Wing, Dream of the Red Chamber, and The Golden Lotus, but it seemed these were now banned books. The old man was also quite old, so those books weren't suitable for him. The old man was not used to being called Grandma Gua, but since everyone else called her that naturally, he didn't mind. Maybe as people age, it becomes harder to tell men and women apart? Plus, he didn't have a beard. What he didn't know was that in everyone's eyes, he was seen as a gentle, dignified, kind, and caring old lady. The books arrived with the dinner. The old man looked at the thick stack of Ziji Tongjian, his face showing his love for knowledge. When he found out these were handwritten ancient texts, he was so scared he quickly rubbed his hands on his clothes before carefully accepting them from Shisho. By then, the sky had darkened, and the setting sun was hidden behind distant mountains like blood. Dinner was 3 buns filled with pork and cabbage, served with a bowl of corn and sweet potato porridge. The old man ate happily, praising Shisho's cooking skills. The buns were soft and slightly sweet, and the pork and cabbage filling was very tasty. He drank every drop of the corn and sweet potato porridge, even using a piece of bunskin to clean the sticky residue on the bowl, leaving it spotless. When returning to the space to prepare for sleep, Shisho was feeling emotional. After this era, it was the first time she had spent a day so busy. The next day remained cold. At 6 o'clock, Shisho opened the door and saw her breath forming white mist in the air. Thinking about the old man's thin prison clothes, she felt a bit worried. She didn't know how to make clothes, and the clothes in the space were all her size. If she asked outsiders, it might reveal the old man's height and build. Why doesn't the county supply and marketing cooperative sell clothes? She wondered. At this time, Shisho didn't know that although the cooperative didn't sell clothes, they still sold fabric. The day she went there, the clerk secretly took some fabric away, planning to report it as a defect and buy it herself later. In the end, Shisho asked a scout to check. They found a family on the west side of the village that had cotton fabric. But she felt it was not good to buy suddenly, so she decided to visit the village chief for a temporary solution. As usual, Shisho went to the large team office to get her work for the day. It was still corn threshing. After finishing her work, she went to the village chief's house and heard a lot of noise from afar. "Village chief, you can't break your word. We agreed yesterday that the small yard is rented to me. The sharp, piercing voice belonged to Su Xiangmei, who loved to argue the most among the three. This was the first time the village chief was surrounded by a few young girls. He felt a little excited, but the smell on the three young women was not pleasant. It smelled like the village women, not quite the scent of young girls. Moreover, the small yard in the Jin family was now his. The highest bidder should get it. The village chief raised his hand to quiet them. Quiet down. You're too noisy. Listen to me. This house was your idea first, but did you pay me then? Did I give you the key? Su Xiangmei frowned tightly and shouted stubbornly. This is capitalist behavior, price gouging. Isn't 1 yuan a month for the small yard too little? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a coldness on her neck. She looked up and saw the village chief's always smiling eyes, shining coldly from below as he looked at her. She felt like a prey being targeted by a cold-blooded animal. This comrade needs to speak reasonably. We farmers are all poor people in mountain villages. You came without invitation and want to take our grain. We follow the county's instructions and already support your ideals. But now you want to occupy our houses. That's too much. I think you're a capitalist, accusing me falsely and trying to take over the village houses. The atmosphere became awkward and no one knew what to say. Su Xiangmei was already feeling wronged, biting her lower lip and trembling. The village chief managed to calm the three young women and continued, and the people renting the house are also young comrades. The young man pays 2 yuan a month. That's fair and reasonable, right? After saying this, he waved his hand to signal everyone outside watching the scene to disperse. Shishu heard the people nearby whispering that the village chief earns 2 yuan a month, which they thought was a lot. They knew that their daily work only earned about 8 cents, so they envied the village chief for having such a good yard. But some also pointed at Shishu and muttered to others, "Don't be fooled by that house being rented out now. The Jin family. Who knows what trouble they might cause in the future. Don't spread it around. I'm just saying. Now, I've got work to do. Hearing that the person renting the yard was someone who came with them, Su Xiangmei immediately pulled the other two to go to the fields to settle their personal grievances. Shu and I, do you have something to ask, uncle? The village chief came out and saw Shishu standing across from him. He thought Shishu was regretting renting the yard for 2 yuan a month after hearing about the rent, feeling a little proud. After all, the land deed for the yard was already his, and Jin's daughter had suggested using the yard as collateral for money. Now, regretting it was not an option. Shishu immediately saw what the village chief was thinking, but didn't want to explain. She simply told him she wanted to exchange cotton cloth for a jacket, asking if anyone in the village had some. The village chief was interested. We do have some fabric at home, but you know how hard it is to get cloth tickets these days. Do you have any cloth tickets? Shishu nodded, and the village chief's interest grew even more. Then, girl, you can go home and get it with uncle. We have some at home. Shishu's original plan was just to ask the village chief to help her exchange cloth at the old locust tree in the west of the village. But since the village chief also wanted to trade with her, and if the price was right, she was willing to do so. The village chief's wife was happy to hear that Shishu wanted to exchange fabric. She immediately ran to the inner room and took out several stacks of coarse cloth from the bottom of the chest. Shishu thought that the outer layer of the cotton jacket made from this coarse cloth was fine. It's sturdy and durable. But for close contact, cotton fabric would be better. Unfortunately, the village chief's family didn't have much cotton fabric, so in the end, Shishu had to go to the Hu family under the old locust tree in the west of the village to buy some. After giving the village chief's wife 2 feet of fabric coupons and 30 cents, Shishu placed the 5 feet of coarse cloth into her basket. She planned to go to the Hu family after work at noon. With the village chief's endorsement, she could buy as much or as little as she wanted, and it would be easy to negotiate. After Shishu left, the village chief's wife carefully stored the money and coupons, then curiously asked the village chief, "Child's father, since the Jin family has such wealthy relatives, why were they so poor and stingy before?" The village chief took off the large front door key from his ear and pulled out a match from his pocket, struck it, and after a quick glance, looked at his wife with a calculating look and said, Probably because they couldn't get close before. When I saw that big sister's clothes, they were shining in the sun, like the clothes our village landlords used to wear. What was it again? The village chief's wife reminded him. Silk. Yes, that's it. The village chief sometimes admired his wife's memory. She really had a good one. His wife thought for a moment and then said, So you mean this relative's family has fallen on hard times? That's why they came to seek help from their poor relatives. The village chief nodded while biting the large front door key.
He thought his guess was about right.
Anyway, no matter what, this person has settled here now. She's got some worries and can't work properly. Be careful not to get involved too much, or you'll get taken advantage of. I'm going to check the fields. The new educated youth are really troublesome. Are we eating at home this noon or sending food to the team? His wife asked as she hurried after him. Eat with the team. Prepare some noodles and send them over. Recently, Song Bagwa's family has been making a lot of white flour. We're not bad either. Don't always be so stingy. Without looking back, he hurried to the fields. His wife looked at him with a worried expression, but didn't say anything. Bear note, unknowingly, I've written nearly 40,000 words. Although I've mentally prepared for everything, I still instinctively check if anyone leaves comments or urges me to update. Currently, I write 4,000 words daily, which feels manageable. When the recommended period comes and I need to write 6,000 words a day, that will be a real challenge. For now, I'm writing out of love, but I still hope someone enjoys the stories I create. Please, dear readers, if you see this, please click the little buttons to support and encourage more updates. There are also some free little flowers. I'm very grateful for them. Please, I beg you. And also, I sincerely ask for 5-star reviews. Can you give 5 stars? If you do, I might send you a lucky charm as a thank you. In 1958, the mountain village had no machines at all. All farm work depended on people. Because the water source was far away, watering crops during the growing season and plowing the fields after harvest were all done by hand. At the start of the year, to meet the county's requirements, the village handed over most of its iron tools, except for a few hoes, pickaxes, sickles, and plows kept by the brigade, to support the steel-making effort. Even the iron pots in each household were taken away. Other villages had already started communal kitchens, claiming, everyone eats from the same pot, like one big family. This village, Linshan Village, didn't do that because the food tastes were too different. Some ate authentic northern food, others from the Daxing mountain area, and some were southern folks who stayed behind after fighting the Japanese. The differences in taste caused disagreements, and the villagers almost fought over it. The vote to set up a communal kitchen failed. After harvesting, the land was yellow and cracked, lacking nutrients. The people were divided into 3 groups. One dug up the soil with hoes, another collected and spread fertilizer, and the last flattened the land. The work of threshing the corn was mostly done, so today's task was to dig the land. Besides Wu Yulian, who followed Zhu Yuan to level the ground, the other 2 young women also worked on digging. Holding the Shu wasn't sure how to do the job at first. Seeing the teasing expressions of the other 2 women, she decided to watch the others. After observing, she understood what to do. She realized she needed some clever techniques, because just relying on strength to dig 2 acres of land was impossible. 1 acre is 666.67 square meters. Once she understood the steps, Shu used the help of the strength charm. She placed the on-the-spot to be dug, pushed down hard, then stepped on the handle to drive the into the ground. After that, she pulled it out with force, bringing up soil and stones together. If there were large stones, she had to bend down and pick them up, then throw them into a basket. Thanks to the strength charm, Shu only managed to dig a little over 1 acre in the morning. Although this achievement has already matched the village's model worker, Shu feels like her arms are almost not her own anymore. She hands them to the scorekeeper and agrees to come back at 3 p.m. to finish the remaining few acres. Then, she goes to Hu's family in the West Village to exchange cotton cloth. Hu's family is also working in the fields. Only Grandma Hu is at home, taking care of the vegetable garden. When she hears that Shu is coming to exchange cotton cloth, grandma who happily offers a price that is almost like black market trade. Of course, Shu doesn't know the exact price now. She just thinks the cotton cloth is a bit more expensive than coarse cloth. For 10 feet of cotton cloth, grandma, who gives Shu 7 feet of cloth vouchers worth 2 yuan. On the way home, Shu feels grateful. Luckily, the wolf mother gave her so many vouchers. Otherwise, she couldn't afford to take care of the old man who spends so much money. She throws the coarse cloth, cotton cloth, and the cotton she bought earlier at the supply and marketing cooperative into her space. She exchanges them for 2 sets of dark blue cotton jackets suitable for the old man to wear. For lunch, the main foods are corn, sweet potatoes, and brown rice. The 3 dishes are spicy scrambled eggs, cucumber slices with sliced meat, and mushroom cabbage. They also have a bowl of winter melon and meatball soup. The old man's hands tremble a little as he holds chopsticks, and he wonders if the people from the Revolutionary Committee are trying to brainwash him again. But seeing Shu put down the things, say a few words, and then leave, he feels it's not the case. After eating, the old man goes to the stove with a clay basin to heat some water. He wipes himself in the room, finally takes off his prison clothes, and puts on the cotton jacket Shu brought. His stomach feels warm, and his body finally warms up. His limbs relax. The old man lies on the kong, a traditional heated bed, in the inner room, basking in the afternoon sun. He slowly falls asleep. A half-open copy of Ziji Tong Jian, a historical book, on the kong sways gently in the light breeze. The ancient ink smell slowly spreads in the air, giving off a simple, old-fashioned aroma. Shu's meal is naturally different from the old man's. After working in the fields all morning, she is starving, tired, and hungry, so she indulges herself at lunch. The small kitchen is happy that the owner finally wants to eat something hearty. It feels unfulfilled cooking only porridge and small dishes every day. She orders lamb with handheld bread, red wine beef ribs, bamboo fungus and pork rib soup, and golden, translucent fried rice. She even drinks a glass of cold beer. If the container weren't a bamboo tube, she would be even happier. Time quickly passes, and it's almost time to go back to work. Walking along the road, Shu kept thinking about how to make the land softer when digging. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. When she fed the 5 small animals in the backyard at noon, the earthworms kept burrowing into the ground. It seemed like earthworms were good at turning the soil, right? With this somewhat rough idea, Shu decided to try it out. When she reached her 2 acres of land, she didn't rush to dig. Instead, she picked up 2 empty buckets and went to the river nearby to fetch water. Seeing her carrying water back, a villager asked, "Girl, what are you doing with the water?" Shu replied, "Just watering the land to see if it helps dig faster." The villager said, "That's not right," but Shu wasn't really watering the land. She was using the cover of watering to secretly put over 10,000 earthworms into the soil, along with some special help to make the ground soft and loose. After doing all this, although it took longer than the morning to finish the remaining few tenths of an acre, Shu didn't feel tired. She only felt a slight warmth in her body. The inspector looked at her work and, seeing no problem, gave her a perfect score. Most of the others still digging looked at her with envy and jealousy, some even with anger. They thought, "I'm not even as good as the village's bad luck star." Their jealous eyes focused on Shu, and a few looked at her with hatred. Among those with hateful looks was a girl named Su Xiangmei. She had worked all day, but hadn't even dug half an acre. Shu really didn't understand what she was so angry about. Su Xiangmei's anger was simple. Before coming to the countryside, she imagined banners flying, drums beating, and villagers welcoming her along the way. But in reality, she arrived in a broken, stinky ox cart. She thought she would be treated as a guest of honor, and her words would be valued, but instead, she faced harsh reality. For nearly 2 months, she ate wild vegetable porridge, slept in a wooden shed used for firewood, and her host family kept asking her for food and money. How could they be so shameless? She finally found someone she thought was easy to bully, Shu. But to her surprise, Shu was much stronger. Without parents, she dared to ignore her. It was infuriating. A girl who had been working in the dirt her whole life, she thought she would be taken care of when she returned to Beijing. No matter how much Su Xiangmei resents the world in her heart, she cannot change the fact that her land-digging work did not meet the standards this time. She even couldn't compare herself to Fong Lulu, who was also a young, educated girl. Fong Lulu at least worked hard and managed to farm 1 acre of land before collapsing from exhaustion, earning 5 work points. Su Xiangmei only managed less than half an acre and received only 3 work points. The scorekeeper gave her an extra point because she was a young, educated girl and looked more lively than the village girls. Her work points are now recorded at the household of Widow Zhao and her daughter. She worked all day, but only earned these points, which naturally made Widow Zhao unhappy. At dinner, she served a few bowls of rice soup and said that with Su Xiangmei's few work points, she didn't dare do too much, fearing she might go hungry and starve next year. This made Su Xiangmei, already hungry and upset, so angry she flipped the table. That night in Linshan village, families with young educated workers felt very tense during dinner. The young educated workers couldn't work anymore, but were so hungry they could eat a whole cow. Seeing the simple food, cornbread, coarse rice porridge with wild vegetables, and extremely salty pickles, they felt overwhelmed by the hardships, frustrations, and setbacks since going to the countryside. Shu and the old man, however, rarely ate dinner together. The reason was simple. Shu had run around all afternoon and was tired, not wanting to serve dishes or run back and forth. They simply cooked 2 big bowls of pickled vegetable and shredded pork noodles, a plate of 5 spice peanuts, soybeans, and smoked dried tofu as snacks. They also poured half a gin of a certain brand of white liquor into a ceramic bottle, simmered it over a small clay stove, and the aroma of wine filled the air around them. The old man told Shu poetry, stories of the resistance in their country, and how difficult it was to be oppressed. Shu told the old man about the animals she encountered in the mountains, the mushrooms she picked, and the insects she caught. After 3 glasses of wine, Shu told the old man that she had scared the neighbors by eating live scorpions. The old man shrugged and said she was drunk and just bragging. But Shu, feeling a bit tipsy, went outside and simply caught a live scorpion, rinsed it in water, soaked it in wine, and then proudly showed it off by holding its tail in front of the old man. Later, the old man fell silent for a long time and then said he was tired and asked Shu to go home and rest. The old man thought he must have drunk too much, eating something like a scorpion, and everything was just a hallucination. When Su carried her basket home, she saw many torches lit in the village from afar. However, she didn't join the crowd. She went straight home, locked the door, threw the bamboo cup and wooden bowl into the small kitchen, then returned to her bamboo house to wash up and went straight to sleep. It wasn't until the next day at work that she heard about an incident at Li Wei's house the night before. A young man named Zhu Yuan, who was a young educated youth, was unhappy with the dinner at Li's house last night. He thought they should eat better after a hard day, but the food was worse than usual. He then talked with other young educated youths about returning to the city. The matter escalated to the village chief's house. Although the village chief didn't agree, Zhu Yuan insisted on leaving Li's house and moving out on his own. It was at this time that everyone learned that the person renting Jin's small courtyard was this young man. In 1958, the first wave of educated youths sent to the countryside was different from later policies. Theoretically, they could return to the city based on their own wishes. However, going back was considered not very good, and it would be recorded in their personal files, which could affect their future prospects. So, when they heard Zhu Yuan wanted to return to the city, Li's family refused, regardless of whether it was true or not. Li Chunhua was so upset that she immediately grabbed the village chief's sickle and threatened Zhu Yuan. She said if he didn't take responsibility for her, she would die right there to show him. After all, she had been honest with Zhu Yuan. Was he planning to turn his back and deny everything? But the gossip was more interesting. While Li Chunhua was forcing him into marriage, Wu Yulian, a young woman from the educated youth group, stepped forward and blocked Zhu Yuan. She declared to everyone that she was Zhuo Yuan's fiancée. She boldly accused Li Chunhua of having a childhood engagement and trying to scheme against her fiancé. She even threatened to report everything to the county police. This statement struck Li Wei, the sly fox, right in his vital point. Li Wei had been worried ever since he returned from the county 2 days ago. He heard that the Rong family, who were engaged to his family, was under investigation. The next day, he took a detour through the mountains to the county. But he didn't expect that a suspect with major charges had escaped and the whole county was under strict control. He wanted to find someone connected to his line of contacts to get some information, but under the strict security, everyone was just protecting themselves. No one paid him any attention. Because of his suspicious behavior, he was almost caught and questioned. Finally, she managed to escape from the person chasing her and ran back to the village. She arrived just in time to see the villagers digging the land to plant winter wheat. Her family, including the young male educated youth, had all gone to work in the fields. She felt nervous and decided to stay at home for a couple of days. Her mother-in-law begged her to cook some food when she had free time. She casually made some wild vegetable porridge, which was their usual way of eating. No one dared to complain because she was already doing her best. No one usually argued with her, but she never expected to meet such a greedy and lazy young master. Her daughter was with her, so if this young man dared to change his mind, it would be considered rude. If it weren't for the fact that the Zhuo Yuan family had a father who was a district head, she wouldn't want to cut ties with the old Rong family. That was 180 yuan, which was already in her pocket, and she couldn't spend more on it. But who could tell her how this girl-educated youth named Wu Youlian suddenly appeared? How did Zhuo Yuan become her fiancé? So, what happened next? That's so exciting. Both daughters are with a young man now? Who did that young man choose in the end? Anyone could accuse him of being rude, right? Second aunt, please keep talking. Under the gloomy light, everyone was less enthusiastic about work and was discussing the lively events brought by the educated youth last night in Linshan village. Shirshu listened to the story roughly and then went to the village's tool warehouse to get a basket, a water-pulling pole, and 2 water buckets. After temporarily handing over the tools to the record keeper, she carried the water buckets and went to the distant river to fetch water. When she reached the riverbank, she heard someone shouting from afar. Li Chunhua jumped into the river. Hurry, someone help! Li Chunhua jumped into the river. Shirshu instinctively took a few quick steps forward, wanting to see the scene first. As for saving her, she thought it wasn't her turn yet. Besides, everyone in the village, except children under 5, had some connection to Sishu. No matter what, she wouldn't save her. She remembered Li Chunhua was 21 years old enough to be responsible for her own life and actions. Sure enough, as soon as Shirshu arrived at the riverbank, she heard a splash, followed by a loud voice like a commentator shouting, "Zhuo educated youth!" Zhuo educated youth jumped in to save her. Yesterday, Zhuo Yuan found that he couldn't do either leveling or digging because the tools were covered in burrs. Even wrapping a towel around his hand didn't help, as he still felt the prickly pain. Also, leveling was more complicated than he thought. It wasn't just about using a shovel to mix the soil and fertilizer while tolerating the smell. He also had to shape the ridges of the field, and sometimes use a basket to carry excess soil to lower areas at the edge of the field. He only worked for half a day before his back and waist started to ache badly, making it impossible to continue. That night, he couldn't sleep because of the pain. Today, he thought it might be better to do the task of carrying fertilizer, which only required him to carry 2 baskets of fertilizer and spread them on the field. The smell was only temporary, and it was worse when working on the flat ground. Fortunately, he chose to carry fertilizer, and the place to compost the manure was near the river. So when he heard Li Chunhua jump into the river, he was startled and ran over quickly to save her. It doesn't matter when this person dies, as long as it's not recently and not by suicide. Otherwise, old Li's family wouldn't let him go, the village chief wouldn't, and his own future would be ruined. When they pulled her out of the water, she was not breathing. Zhuo Yuan had learned basic first aid in the school swimming team, so he hurriedly pressed on her chest and performed artificial respiration. After several attempts and with her coughing violently, they managed to save her. But everyone around was saying he was taking advantage of her and that he should marry Li Chunhua.
Suo Yuan, no.
Cough, cough, Comrade Zhu Yuan only saved me. Cough, cough, her hoarse voice sounded like music to Zhu Yuan's ears. Standing among the crowd, Shishu raised an eyebrow slightly, not for any reason except that Li Chunhua's aura changed the moment she woke up. Li Chunhua was reborn. Looking at the scene before her, she was excited to realize she had returned to the moment she was 21 and was rescued by Zhu Yuan after jumping into the water. The things that made her regret for a lifetime hadn't happened yet, and everything could be changed. Even if she still couldn't marry Zhu Yuan this time, she would never marry that disabled man again. That disgusting, useless man. Her first step to change: clear Zhu Yuan of any suspicion of taking advantage of her, so he wouldn't hate her even more. In her previous life, she didn't understand that mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was called artificial respiration. She thought it was a good opportunity to latch onto Zhu Yuan, so she and the villagers believed Zhu Yuan had taken advantage of her. Under her family's pressure, she thought she could marry someone from the city and live a better life. However, unexpectedly, Zhu Yuan wrote a letter to his family, and his district chief father took him back to the city. Her family was then accused of marriage fraud simply because she had a childhood engagement with a disabled person. Due to reputation and the accusations, she reluctantly married the disabled man, despite her dissatisfaction and resistance. At that time, he was not yet disabled. He was on a mission that would cause his disability. He only reported their marriage to the military, and that one document ruined her future. The disabled man was seriously injured on a mission and retired to the county. However, the county's revolutionary committee found that his parents had serious political issues, possibly even being enemy agents. When the news reached the village, she was so frightened that she traveled all day over the mountain to the county to ask them to publish a notice cutting ties with the disabled man and his parents. She believed that with his military achievements, she would not be affected. But that refused even after she knocked out a tooth. He still firmly refused. In the end, he used all his military merits and his family's assets to exchange for the condition that his family be sent back to Linshan village. But Li Chunhua, she had to pay the price for the disabled man's decision. Her biological father publicly severed ties with her, and her family was thrown into the cattle shed. Even during the 10 years of constant criticism, her father, fearing to be implicated, would drag her family to the front during denunciations, throwing all kinds of dirty objects at her and insulting her with vicious words. Yet she barely survived and returned to the cattle shed. When she vented her anger at that disgusting disabled man, he dared to look at her with cold, dead eyes and say, "Isn't this what your family and you demanded in this marriage?" She hated him, hated that disabled man deeply. But she couldn't beat him. Even if she kicked him into a dung pit, pushed him into the river, set fire to the cattle shed, or burned his mother alive, he still lived. Later, his family was exonerated, but they only had a small, dilapidated house and 500 yuan, nothing more. She once again asked for a divorce and demanded 400 yuan in marriage compensation. The disabled man refused her again. But this time, it didn't matter. She was finally free. She no longer had to worry about the red sleeve badge officers outside the cattle shed. Since he is unkind, don't blame yourself for being unjust. She took all 500 yuan and planned to secretly cross the border with her new friends. Her disabled father dared to stop her, but he didn't think about how weak his body had become long ago. After pushing him down the stairs, she ran to find her friends and escape abroad. Her father didn't survive that winter. Decades later, when she was heavily in debt after being tricked abroad and returned to find her family, she discovered they had all disappeared. Once again, she was out of options. Fortunately, the local government's poverty relief office provided her with a temporary place to stay, which was said to be a soon-to-be-built senior activity center. She started working as a cleaner there. By chance, while cleaning the floor, she saw clearly on TV that Zhu Yuan had become the top executive of a large company in Beijing, and he was still single. Li Chunhua always believed that Zhu Yuan actually liked her. She hated herself for hurting him out of ignorance when she fell into the water. But when she opened her eyes again, she found herself back on that day. As Li Chunhua sorted out her thoughts, she was already sent home by the villagers. Zhui Yuan, because of her explanation, was not harassed by the villagers. She could even feel Zhui Yuan's gaze on her, different from before, perhaps a mix of distant admiration. No matter how much Li Chunhua was lost in her own world, Shu had already carried water back to the fields to irrigate her 2 acres of land. She hoped to finish her work by noon. After delivering food to her old father, she planned to visit the Li family ancestral grave in the back mountain. If her guess was right, that Li Chunhua had been reborn. Although her aura had changed, her face looked the same, with only a slightly dark red forehead, as if burdened by more karma. She decided to stay away from her in the future to avoid being caught in unnecessary trouble. With the help of earthworms and forceful charms, Shu indeed outperformed the village's best workers, finishing all the work in the fields before lunch. The scorekeeper, who came to check, was surprised by Shu's fast progress. Other workers, seeing that watering the land seemed to make the soil easier to dig, also took buckets to the river to water the fields. Some clever ones tested a small patch first. When they found it useless, they gave up and continued with the usual method of full digging. But some are stubborn, copying Shu's way of watering the fields back and forth until everything is soaked. Then they start digging again. The soil becomes softer, but there's nowhere to stand because it's all mud. In the end, those who have soaked the land can only go home quietly, scolded by their wives or mothers, to cook and wait for the ground to dry before digging again in the afternoon. Shu and the old man had roasted chicken legs, kung pao chicken, green onion tofu salad, and scrambled eggs with cucumber for lunch. Their main food was mixed grains and wild vegetable rice porridge. After eating, Shu told the old man he was going into the mountains and asked if he wanted to eat mushroom stew with chicken tonight. The old man said, "You always go deep into the mountains. Be careful and stay safe. I don't work now, so I don't need to eat meat every day." Shu didn't reply. He just looked at the pile of chicken bones on the table, which the old man had cleaned thoroughly. "Not eating meat every day? Are you sure?" The old man's face turned red. "I love eating it, I love eating it. You go now and be careful." Shu said, "I'm leaving." Watching Shu walk out, the old man fell into deep thought. Then his face showed a firm expression. He sighed deeply in the direction Shu left and said, "Sorry, kid. I've received such great kindness from you, but I can't tell you the full truth. I hope it won't cause you trouble in the future. I just wish all this suffering could end soon." Li Chunhua, with a hoarse voice, hurriedly tried to stop her parents from going to find the village chief to complain. Despite her anxiety, she also felt a bit of longing. She used to be a child protected by her parents. If she hadn't made the wrong choice, driven away Zhui Yuan and married the disabled man, her life would never have ended up like this. Li Wei squinted his triangular eyes and looked at his useless daughter. "Do you have a plan?" He knew his daughter well. She wouldn't be foolish enough to give up when the situation was in her favor or to do something that would make her lose out. Li Chunhua said, "I want to break off the engagement with the Rong family." Li Wei's wife asked, "What about Zhuo Jiqing? Why bring up the Rong family?" "Mother, cough cough, if we don't cancel the marriage first, once Zhui Yuan gets angry, cough cough, he might come back to the city no matter what. And he might hate me so much that he'll accuse us of marriage fraud." Li Wei asked, "He dares? His father is the district chief. What doesn't he dare?" Cough cough. "And, Dad, think about the current situation in the county." Li Chunhua remembered that by this time, the Rong family had already been investigated once. But this time, thanks to her father's help in pulling some strings, the Rong family was not punished. Hearing about the county affairs, Li Wei's face turned serious. "What exactly have you heard? What could be happening in the county?" Li Chunhua, leaning on the edge of the Kong, a traditional bed, sat up with her mother's help. After taking a deep breath, she looked at her father. "Dad, I beg you, let's cancel this marriage. I just turned 21 last month. I said I was 20 to sound better, cough cough. The Rong family son is only 18. We're too different. I've never even seen him. Dad, I don't like the Rong family. I always feel something's wrong with them. Trust me, I beg you. I'm kneeling here. Boo-hoo, cough, cough, cough. Li Wei's wife had never seen her daughter cry and kneel on the Kong, begging her father. Plus, her daughter had just survived a dangerous situation, so her heart was overwhelmed with worry and tears. Li Wei was annoyed by the loud crying, like a pig being slaughtered. But it was just about canceling the engagement with the Rong family, nothing difficult. Still, he wouldn't return the bride price. He planned to go to the county again, see if he could prove the Rong family's guilt once and for all, and then cut ties with these bad people and cancel the engagement. With this plan in mind, Li Wei waved his hand at his crying wife and daughter. Stop crying, step back. After saying this, he turned around with his hands behind his back and went out to find someone to play a few rounds. Breaking off the engagement was one thing, but he still needed to plan for Zhuo Jiqing's matter. The child of the district chief's family couldn't be let go easily. In Ping'an County, Rong's husband and wife had just helped each other out of the Revolutionary Committee building. Pedestrians on the street, seeing them approach, instinctively kept their distance. That was the Ping'an County Revolutionary Committee. It was known as a special interrogation department, famous for its harsh methods. Rong's father and mother supported each other as they returned home. When they opened the door, they saw the house covered in dust, with tables, chairs, and beds smashed. Rong's mother couldn't hold back her tears and cried out loud. Rong's father hurriedly closed and locked the door. Still worried, he pushed the torn-up sofa against the door to block it. After doing this, he quickly went to his crying wife, hugged her tightly, and softly comforted her.
It's all over now.
Since they let us out, it means everything is finished. Rong's mother shook her head desperately with tears on her face. Rong's father gently wiped her tears but was pricked by the tears, feeling a sharp pain in his finger. That stabbing pain made Rong's father gasp in surprise. Rong's mother also reacted immediately.
Let me see.
It's fine. Rong's father wanted to hide his left hand but was caught by Rong's mother, who lifted it up. His thumb and index fingernails were gone. His entire hand looked like it had suffered terrible torture, with bulging veins and an abnormal purple-red color. Rong's mother was almost overwhelmed. I want to send a telegram to Shuryan. Tell him to come back. Boo-hoo. I want him to come home.
Boo-hoo.
Rong's father hugged her again to comfort her. Don't disturb the child's dreams. This is our choice. We have to keep going. The child has his own ambitions. We should encourage him and respect his dreams. I know, but I'm so scared. I'm afraid that our persistence will harm the child or affect his career. Rong's father was silent for a long time, then sighed and said one thing. Leave it to me. I will apply to resign from my job as soon as possible. We'll go back to Linshan village to retire. Li Wei has been urging us for Shuryan to report his marriage. Although the girl is a bit older, it's a way out. Don't worry, I won't let the child's future be ruined. The gears of fate make a clicking sound, turning one after another. No one knows whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will come first. 7 days later, at the Northern Military District of the Flower Planting Country Special Operations Department, a small soldier, looking like a little dwarf, rushed into the Special Operations Lounge, waving a stack of envelopes and telegrams. Captain Rong, Captain Rong. You have letters from home, quite a few. Rong Shuryan had just finished a training run on the sports field. He was wiping sweat with a towel when he saw Wang Dabiao, a little expert in landmines, run over to deliver the messages. Thanks. You should rest and get ready. We have another mission tonight. After handing Rong Shuryan the letters, Wang Dabiao collapsed onto his bed in the dormitory. Watching his smooth, swift movements, Rong Shuryan's handsome face showed a bright smile. He casually opened one letter and read it quickly, smiling as he looked. But as he read, his smile faded. Does Old Li have a problem? Why is he so sure about me? I don't want to marry someone much older than me. No, I don't want to marry at all. He then opened the second letter. When he saw the handwriting, his eyes softened. It was from his mother, delicate and gentle handwriting. The letter was sent a month ago. It contained caring words about taking care of his health, staying safe on missions, and mentioned sending him a package with some cured meats, sausages, and his favorite persimmon cakes. It also talked about the troublesome marriage arrangement. The marriage was arranged by his father. When the Rome family was still in Linshan village, the old master of the Li family and his great-grandfather were friends. Later, as a joke, they suggested their children marry. But who would have thought both families' children would be boys? His mother's letter told him that his family respected his personal choice about marriage and would not force him. But Rome Shuryen didn't want his mother to worry. If it was really difficult, he thought, just marry her. It's just a wife. After marriage, he would give his salary to her, and when he advanced in rank, he would follow the army. When he was old, he'd have a companion. Rome Shuryen looked at the letter in his hand, which showed a noticeable difference from the previous one. He felt worried about his parents' situation in Ping'an County. When he finished his secret mission tonight, he planned to call his father's office to confirm that everything was okay at home. Shirshu from Shirshu village was taking an old man into the woods to set traps for rabbits, mainly because she saw that the old man stayed at home every day and never left his small yard. Also, Liu had returned 5 days ago, and Shirshu had him undergo a little makeover to look like her. Now, he looked so different that others wouldn't recognize him, and even if someone touched him, they would think he was Grandma Gua. Of course, he still saw himself as the same old person. After making sure everything was safe, Shirshu was worried he might develop psychological issues from being cooped up, so she dragged him into the forest to relax. Shirshu, are you sure just this box will make the rabbit go inside? Yes, it's better to catch rabbits now that it's cold. This was a legendary trap device used for catching small mammals like cats, dogs, and rabbits, an affordable version. She put down the box, and the old man followed her as they picked mushrooms all over the mountain. The plump, fat mushrooms were his favorite. Moreover, no one usually dared to come into the deep mountains of Daxing Mountain. The old man didn't know why he was so obedient, following Shirshu without fear, as if as long as she was there, all danger would disappear. Grandma Gua, you pick the left side, I'll go to the right. For safety and to ease his mind, Shirshu always called the old man Grandma Gua, no matter where they were or who was around. After collecting a large bunch of mushrooms, both baskets were full. Shirshu was satisfied and took the old man to check the traps. But unexpectedly, besides the rabbit, there was a fierce beast guarding the area, looking like a wolf king. Shirshu ran. The moment they saw the wolf, the old man's legs trembled with fear. Shirshu looked at him strangely. Are you afraid of wolves? The old man looked at her confusedly, clearly implying, aren't you afraid? Of course. Shirshu wasn't afraid. The fierce beast with white hair growing on its forehead was a little wolf she had rescued before. You're already so big? Did you chase the rabbit into the trap? While talking, Shirshu walked confidently toward the little wolf. Under the old man's surprised gaze, he reached out and gently patted the round, chubby moon-shaped mark on the little wolf's head. The little wolf was happy to realize he had guessed correctly. The familiar, strong smell on the box was from his benefactor. Excited, his tail wagged in a spiral like a helicopter rotor. Later, as the two of them and the wolf sat by the fire roasting mushrooms and rabbit meat, the old man finally recovered from his shock. This girl is truly extraordinary. As a firm materialist, the old man fell into deep self-doubt, but that didn't stop him from fighting to share the meat with the wolf. Although he was a bit scared with each bite, he still ate eagerly. The little wolf made a disdainful face. After the meal, just like last time, the little wolf and Shirshu were taken to the foot of the mountain before they ran back into the forest. The old man watched the energetic wolf disappear into the distance, then pulled Shirshu along, continuing home while asking 100 questions. Why are there wolves? Why isn't Shirshu afraid of wolves? Why don't the wolves bite them? Shirshu. I know them. I saved them before, but I don't know. The old man suddenly felt very frustrated. This could be a great story for a mountain village legend. Wolf King repaying kindness, a young girl. The old man thought he shouldn't think too much. He decided to reject superstitions and break old traditions. He wanted to go home and continue reading the Ziji Tongjian peacefully. When they arrived home, They headed straight to the backyard and laid the mushrooms on a rack. Hopefully, tomorrow will be sunny enough. That way, the mushrooms could dry thoroughly, last a long time, and be used for many meals of chicken and mushroom stew. The old man looked at the rack full of round, plump mushrooms. His long-standing worries suddenly disappeared. He was born under oppression and experienced war and chaos. Now, living with Shirshu, he felt like he was living in a fairy tale. It reminded him of Tao Yuanming's poem about living in the woods, picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, and peacefully enjoying the scenery of Mount Nanshan. "Shall we eat mushrooms again tonight?" The old man looked at Shirshu with a loving gaze. Shirshu was surprised and asked, "Won't you get tired of them?" "Not at all," Shirshu nodded, thinking that if the old man ate mushrooms, he would go back to his own yard tonight to enjoy some small centipedes and scorpions. It was rare to find so many mushrooms today while foraging. Garlic, chili, mustard. All kinds of sauces could be tried. After tidying up the backyard and feeding the 5 small animals, Shirshu prepared to return to his own yard to take a bath in his space. The old man was carrying 2 eggs, 1 duck egg, happily following behind. Ding 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 ding. A loud gong sounded from the village, a signal only used for big events that required everyone's participation. "Rest well, I'll go see what's happening. Okay, take care, and be careful. Come back early if there's nothing urgent." The gong was being struck by Chen Lijin, who was registered under Wu Yulian's household, at Chen's family home. There is a saying, "A 1,000-year-old turtle, a 10,000-year-old turtle." Chen Lijin was now 87 years old, but still healthy. He could work 6 points a day in the fields, and villagers believed he would live a long life, so they called him Old Turtle in private. Although Old Turtle was long-lived, his wife had passed away at 60. They only had a daughter named Silver. During the war, he also lost his husband. Fortunately, they had a foolish son. When he was 20, the family spent a lot to buy a wife for him, but they only had a child who was not profitable. Old Turtle and his daughter were naturally unhappy. A few years ago, during a drought, the wife had starved to death. Now his granddaughter was 20 and about to get married. His old Qin family's lineage was still not settled. The foolish son sat on a mat every day, defecating and urinating without anyone to care for him, constantly shouting for a wife. But with their situation, everyone in the surrounding 10 miles knew about it. No one dared to approach his family, especially since his daughter looked capable of bearing a son. Finally, a young person from the countryside came to the village. The girl was lively and charming. Old Turtle's daughter immediately took a liking to her. She was willing to pay her household registration fee and even offered extra conditions, competing with others. She thought simply, when the girl came to her house, she could find a chance to give her livestock medicine and help her son find a good match. But she didn't expect that Wu Jiqing was so cunning. He didn't even drink the water she brought. Usually, he was out chatting with neighbors in the village, and at night, he would go straight into his small room and lock the door. He had been wary of her from the start. It was just unfortunate for her foolish son, who shouted every day, making her heart ache. At the village grain-drying yard, old Li's daughter, Li Chunhua, was loudly talking about how certain facts were already settled, like the rice is cooked and how the families of the educated youths were well off. She said staying in the village would benefit its development, and that marrying a rich man could bring wealth for generations, while marrying into the family could help them enjoy city life. Chen Yinzi made a firm decision. After lunch, when she saw Wu the educated youth leave, she told her granddaughter, Yanzi, to hide in the small house and wait until the youth returned, then loudly shout, so she could hear. She then went back inside, mixed the livestock medicine into a large ceramic bowl, and prepared it. She also went to her son's place, pulled her simple-minded son to wash him briefly. Worried that he hadn't used that part for a long time and might not work properly, she also coaxed him to drink half a bowl of the medicine before lunch. In the end, the plan succeeded. The female educated youth shouted all afternoon, and neighbors around the Qin family could hear her. Some cursed the Qin family for being unworthy, others waited to see the joke, some just shrugged and spread the story around the village. No one came to stop the situation from developing. It wasn't until Shu and the old man went down the mountain that the Qin family heard the man's agonizing screams. Wu Yulian, being forced by the fool to do things, couldn't resist. Plus, Qin Yinzi and her daughter forced her to drink the livestock medicine, which made her brain muddled. She hated the village, hated the Qin family, hated Li Chunhua, hated Zhuiyuan. She hated everyone. After a long, painful ordeal, Wu Yulian, slightly regaining her senses, grabbed a pencil from the bed table and gouged out one of the fool's eyes. Taking advantage of his screams from the pain, she didn't bother whether she was dressed or not. She crawled under the bed, found a folding fruit knife from the cabinet, and staggered to the fool, raising the knife to cut at his vital parts. The fool cried and howled in pain, kicking wildly. Hearing her son's screams outside, Qin Yinzi quickly unlocked the door and rushed in. She saw blood splattered all over the bed and walls, and her son rolling and crying on the messy sheets.
Ah, my son.
Don't scare your mother. Where is that little brat? It must be her who hurt you like this. At that moment, Qin Yinzi's hatred for Wu Yulian made her eyes turn red. She looked around the room but saw no one. Only a trail of bloody shoe prints running out the door. Qin Yinzi wanted to catch someone, but she knew she couldn't do it herself. After handing her dazed and foolish son over to old Turtle Chun and the little troublemaker to take care of, she ran bloody toward the village chief's house. This led to the loud ringing of the village bell throughout the village. The village chief saw many villagers gathering and, with a dark face, briefly explained the situation. The thing is like this. Old Chun is my relative and uncle. Although Yinzi's actions were a bit impulsive, Wu Jiqing's violence was too much. Now everyone is searching the village to prevent her from hurting anyone else. Once she's found, she must be brought back immediately. When Shu reached the outskirts, she heard this explanation. However, she had already sent scouts and a puppet insect to gather more details, just wanting to give the Qin family a proper warning. Through this incident, Shu also formed an opinion of village chief Qin Xingli. It seems he's not just smooth-talking but also has intentions to bend the law and protect criminals. Suddenly, Shu felt she should report this to the police. Though a bit far, taking a shortcut through the mountains, she could be back by tomorrow morning at the latest. Thinking about how the old man wanted to eat mushrooms tonight, she returned to her small yard, took out a clay stove and a ceramic basin from her space, and also brought the bamboo net she had woven earlier. She went to see the old man and explained the situation roughly. The old man was very angry. Brat. The new flower kingdom has been established, and there's still such crazy people giving others that kind of drink. The old man pounded the table in anger. After calming down, he worriedly told Shu not to rush and suggested she report to the police tomorrow morning instead, as traveling during the day would be safer. Shu knew the old man cared about her, but it was just a night journey. She paid no mind. After entering the forest, the scout insect and puppet insect dispersed. Sure enough, before she had gone far, a wild horse was brought back by the puppet insect. When Shu left the village, the sun was just setting. By the time she arrived at Ping'an County Public Security Bureau, the sun hadn't yet gone down. I want to report a case, Shu said as she entered the police station and explained her purpose to the young officer at the reception desk, briefly describing the Qin family's situation. When I left, that female youth was hiding. Everyone is looking for her. After Shu finished explaining, 2 officers stepped forward and told her she could immediately ride her bicycle to Linshan village. I have a horse. Politeness made Shu refuse one of the police officers' offers to take her on a bicycle. The 3 of them quickly headed straight from the county road to Linshan village. It took much longer to return than it did for Shu to take the shortcut through the forest. By the time they arrived, Wu Yulian had already been found by villagers in the small courtyard rented from Zhuiyuan. Qin Yinzi threw Wu Yulian onto the floor of her small house, her arms tied behind her back. Everyone from the Qin family, including the village head, gathered in Chen Lijin's small courtyard. How is Taizhu? Maybe we should take her to the hospital first, then deal with her, Inzi, what are you so anxious about? She's a young person from the city, and her family is from the city too. We're just simple folks. We can't handle this. What's wrong with being a young person from the city? If Taiju likes her, that's his good fortune. Everyone was talking about the matter one after another. Wu Yulian, and thrown on the ground, stared blankly at the messy, dirty bed. But her mind was focused on what she saw at Zhuiyuan. He was actually hugging Li Chunhua from the Li family again. He betrayed his promise. They had already made a lifelong commitment and were engaged. He had betrayed her. Wu Yulian listened as the people in the yard finally decided to send the fool to the hospital first and then hide her, claiming she was missing. No, she couldn't let this terrible thing happen. She had to run. At a critical moment, Wu Yulian's strong survival instinct kicked in. Chen Yinzi's rope wasn't very strong, and Wu Yulian managed to pull her hands free. When Chen Yinzi entered the house, she saw Wu Yulian crouching in front of the table, packing her belongings. Good for you, little brat. You're quite capable, running away with such rough rope. Tieju's second uncle, come help. This little brat ran away again. She then grinned with a mouth full of black, rotten teeth. You hurt my Taiju. You'd better stay here in the Chen family for the rest of your life. Don't even think about running away. Stay here forever and atone for what you did to Taiju. Wu Yulian looked at Chen Yinzi walking closer and closer. She clenched her teeth and quickly hugged her belongings, then lowered her head and charged at her. This move was effective. Chen Yinzi was knocked down, and Wu Yulian immediately seized the opportunity to run out the door. Many people were still standing in the yard. When they saw that the young woman had run out on her own, they hurriedly tried to stop her. Wu Yulian used her old tricks again, holding onto something and rushing forward recklessly. Surprisingly, she managed to break through the gate. Her only thought now was to leave the village and report to the police. She wanted to accuse Chen Yinzi of giving her livestock medicine and Chen Taiju of being a troublemaker. Fortunately, she hadn't reached the village entrance when she bumped into the police officers' hats. Shu followed behind the two officers, watching as they pedaled their bikes, so fast they seemed to spark. The long journey that usually took half a day on a cart was completed in just over 2 hours. They were even faster than Shu's small wild horse. Shu didn't get involved in what happened next. When the police officers visited her home to ask about the situation, she repeated what she had already told the police at the bureau. During this time, the old man sat calmly nearby, listening as the two officers kept calling him Grandma Gua. Why do the villagers and even the county police not distinguish between men and women? But these details weren't the main point. The key was that the police officers classified this case as premeditated hooliganism. Wu Yulian's injury to the fool was considered self-defense. Chen Yinzi and the fool would face at least 15 years of reform through labor. Chen Lijin had gone to another village early that morning to play cards, with a solid alibi. Chen Yanzi was coerced by Chen Yinzi to do things, making her an accomplice, but her criminal traits were not obvious. She showed a good attitude of remorse, so she received a verbal warning, was recorded in the files, and the Chen family was ordered to pay Wu Yulian 100 yuan as compensation. If they couldn't pay immediately, the village team would pay, and later the Chen family could deduct the amount from their work points to make up for it. Wu Yulian left and returned to the county with the police. Some villagers said she had gone back to the city, while others claimed she found a job in the county and was living well on the 100 yuan compensation from the Chen family. There were also rumors that she had married and that her husband was the young police officer who came to handle the case that day. In short, everyone had different opinions. Most thought the Chen family was unlucky, but no one believed Wu Yulian was innocent. Some even said an old woman at the grain threshing ground claimed Wu Yulian had seduced the fool, and when things went wrong, she had disabled him. Everyone was worried except Li Chunhua, who felt very anxious inside. In her previous life, Wu Yulian faced the same situation, but that was in 1970. Zui Yuan had already moved back to the city. Wu Yulian's lie about being Zui Yuan's fiancée was exposed, and after being taken advantage of by the fool from the Chen family, she was locked in their house for a whole year. She died after giving birth to a daughter during a difficult labor. The daughter was said to have been thrown into the mountains and taken away by wolves. In this life, she only experienced this event 10 years earlier. Why is the ending so different? Who was the young girl who went to report to the police? Was there anyone like her in the village before? She hated it so much. Besides Li Chunhua, the village chief, Chen Xingli, also thought that Shirshu was meddling too much. Since the case was closed, he started urging the team leader to assign Shirshu boring jobs that no one wanted. At first, the team leader thought it was not suitable, but over time, he couldn't stand the village chief bothering him every day. In the end, he agreed vaguely. As November began, they needed to apply winter fertilizer to the planted winter wheat and water it to prepare for a good harvest next year. This work was very hard. Every day, she had to endure the smell while watering 5 acres of land. The smell was the least of her worries. She could just cover her nose and mouth. But by the end of October, frost had already started in the mountains. By November, icicles could be seen hanging from the eaves, and the outdoor temperature was cold and biting, chilling to the bone. In previous years, only strong and healthy young men in the village did this work. This year, there were fewer able-bodied workers because, in early October, the team leader returned from a county meeting with instructions to recruit steelworkers. This was a county job considered a stable and good position in the village. All the young people, whether strong or not, went to apply. When they returned, nearly half were gone, and most of the capable and hard-working ones had left. So, in November, when they called for volunteers to water the winter fertilizer, Shirshu's name was surprisingly on the list. The old man looked at the clerk who came to deliver the notice and didn't know what to say. Shirshu didn't see this as bullying. It was just watering the fields. As long as her work was properly recorded and she didn't have any bad intentions, she didn't think there was a problem. The more she worked, the more she earned. The old man was comforted as she patted his shoulder and sent away the scorekeeper. Then, Shirshu took out the hidden clay stove from the inner room. Recently, the old man found reading the Ziji Tongjian unsatisfying, so he borrowed the records of the grand historian to read together with her. As they read, he suddenly started talking about sitting around the stove. Shirshu was very familiar with this. Her small clay stove had roasted many scorpions and centipedes. But Shirshu guessed the old man might not accept that, so she prepared usual snacks like peanuts, walnuts, chestnuts, and dates for boiling tea around the stove. Unfortunately, there were no oranges in the mountains, or roasting oranges would be a great way to warm up and nourish the body. The orange peels could also add a sweet and sour aroma to the house. As for tea leaves, there are plenty of wild tea trees in Daxing Mountain, all ancient trees. When Shirshu came in September, she collected many and even transplanted 2 into her space. They're growing well now, so asking the small kitchen for some black tea roots was no problem. The old man was also a good drinker. He picked up a rough ceramic teacup, sniffed, and praised the authentic aroma of the sunshine red tea. He then asked if Shirshu bought it from the county supply and marketing cooperative. Shirshu replied, "No, I picked the tea from the mountain. I stored quite a bit." The old man's eyes lit up. "If you have time today, take me to see. Honestly, I've always wanted to try picking tea, drying, and roasting it. The fun in that, haha." Shirshu thought it was fine. The tea trees just grew there, anyone could pick from them. The old man was as happy as a child, humming a tune from his hometown. The room was filled with warmth, sweet aroma, and comfort. Today, Li Chunhua was in an especially good mood. She was very happy because she finally received the divorce papers from her disabled family, along with 2 exchanged tokens, a broken oval-shaped pebble split into 2 halves. Just as Li Chunhua was about to throw away the half pebble, she suddenly remembered the novels she read about crossing over and rebirth. In those stories, the protagonist always had a space or system. During her rebirth, she had focused entirely on changing her image in Zhuiyuan's eyes, neglecting these details. Thinking of this, Li Chunhua hurriedly matched the 2 pebble halves perfectly, took a large needle from her home for sewing quilts, and pricked her thumb with it. Time kept passing second by second. Outside, the clucking of hens breaking out of their coop was the only sound. Nothing else happened. Li Chunhua only saw her blood slowly flowing into the pebbles and then dripping onto the ground again. How can this be? I don't believe it. I was reborn, but there's no space or system, she thought. Li Chunhua couldn't believe she was so unlucky. Besides knowing some future events, she had no space system or anything like that. She started trying to put her blood on different objects, but nothing happened. Then she called out to the system, but there was no response. With frustration, she kicked the dirt wall at home, but she twisted her ankle. This is so unlucky. That dead must have taken the space, or I would have one too. Boo-hoo. Dead, dead, dead. That dead is about to die. The Rome family, watch out. Don't let them get me. Li Chunhua was inside her room, going crazy with a fierce look on her face. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. She was so scared that her eyes and mouth twisted for a moment. She frowned as she stood at the door, trying to calm her expression before gently opening it. Seeing her older brother standing there, she let out a breath of relief and asked casually, "Dezhu, what's the matter?" Li Dezhu looked at his sister through the door and frowned. He always felt that since she jumped into the river, she had become strange. Her movements were the same, but sometimes her eyes looked different from before. Dad is looking for you. He didn't say what for. And her dad recently had been acting weird, saying half of what he meant and leaving the rest unsaid. It made her feel uncomfortable. Got it. I'll go now. Her dad was probably looking for her about the grain storage plan she told him about a few days ago. After a quick tidy-up, Li Chunhua went to the main room. She saw her dad, Li Wei, leaning against the bed, smoking dried tobacco. She felt full of sadness and complaints inside. She couldn't forget her dad's past actions when he led the whole family to criticize her. "Dad, you wanted to see me?" Li Wei, with his narrow eyes, barely looked at her and said, "Rome family broke off the engagement. What about you?" Li Chunhua knew her dad was asking what she planned to do, but could she tell him her thoughts? Li Wei looked at Li Chunhua's expression and felt angry. She looked simple and naive, with her thoughts written all over her face. "Quick, tell me. You can't even keep a baby in your belly." Li Chunhua blushed at her father's rude words. "Dad, what are you talking about? Brother Zhui Yuan and I haven't done anything like that." Li Wei sneered. "Useless. You can't even handle a man." Li Chunhua also felt annoyed. In her past life, she chased him too hard and scared him away. This time, she wanted to build a relationship first. Recently, she felt that Zhuo Jiqing really had feelings for her. Every time she tried to get closer, he used their engagement as an excuse that they weren't suitable. Now that the engagement was gone, she really wanted to try. Thinking of this, Li Chunhua clenched her teeth and blushed as she asked her father, "What do you think I should do?" Li Wei rolled his eyes and thought to himself that his old girl used to be lazy and naive, but at least she was honest and easy to control. He hoped she wouldn't turn into a water ghost. "Chunhua, do you remember when your second brother hit you when you were 8? Li Chunhua was stunned. "Dad, what are you talking about? My older brother and second brother have never hit me." She remembered that later, during the sports period, her family made her smash bricks and kick her. Li Wei nodded but said nothing, thinking that she wasn't a water ghost, just his useless old girl. But his words reminded Li Chunhua of something, which matched her plan. She excitedly looked at her father. "Dad, let your brothers find a chance to beat Zhuo Jiqing up. The heavier, the better. Maybe even send him to the hospital." Hearing this, Li Wei finally looked at Li Chunhua. "Send him to the hospital? What do you want to do?" Li Chunhua said. "He has something hidden at his place. I want to find it and report it. Then his family will be investigated, and Zhuo Jiqing will have to stay in our village. As for what I told you about the next few years, can a young man like him survive in our village? When that time comes, I can set any conditions I want." Li Wei burst out laughing. "Haha, all right, give him a beating." Li Wei grinned widely, showing his crooked teeth and feeling very happy. Although his daughter told him that from next year until early 1963, the country would face a famine and he should take all the family's money to stockpile food, Li Wei was not worried. No matter what, his family wouldn't go hungry because they had enough grain. Back when the old man left, He didn't leave without things. Those items were hidden well in Daxing Mountain. Also, over the years, Li Wei had collected grain coupons and money from Shangfeng, which he should find a chance to dig up and exchange. As for notifying the whole village to stockpile food, Li Chunhua wouldn't do that. She couldn't fight her father, so she wouldn't dare to retaliate against her family or the other villagers. Li Wei didn't even want to tell the village about these plans. Since there was no proof, and now the authorities were cracking down on old customs, he didn't want to get involved. Next, Li Wei planned with Li Chunhua how to secretly teach Zhuo Jiqing a lesson. He wanted to do it quietly, without anyone noticing. He was also thinking about his 3 hidden treasure spots in Daxing Mountain. He wondered which one he should dig up first. Under the ancient tea tree in Daxing Mountain, the old man's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the pile of banknotes, several gold bars, and jewelry that Shu had dug up. Shu was also surprised. She had brought the old man to see the ancient tea tree, and then she noticed a 5-leaf plant with red fruit on the left side of the tree. It looked like ginseng from the encyclopedia. Although ginseng could be found in small kitchens, she was curious and started digging. When she dug it up, she found it was not ginseng but a type of herb called Panax nodo ginseng. But that wasn't the main point. The main thing was that next to the herb, she found a box similar to the one from last time. When she opened it, inside were the same items as before. This was very intriguing. Shu was curious about who would hide things like this. Clearly, they're not good people. All the peaceful days bought with the blood of martyrs are now being taken advantage of by these sneaky little people, she said with a smile, comforting the old man. At least, in the future, our homeland will still be our homeland. It will only get better and better, she added. In her previous life, by 2025, her homeland had developed rapidly through its own efforts. Many technologies advanced quickly. Although poverty hadn't been completely eliminated, most people were living comfortable lives. All this prosperity was thanks to the heroes who refused to give in during the war, who didn't follow worldly temptations, and who fought bravely to protect the country with their lives. Without them, there would be no future confidence in our culture or leaps in technology for our country. The old man smiled. He only felt deep hatred for these traitorous scoundrels who profited from national hardships. Following the old man's wishes, she picked a big basket of middle-grade tea and half a basket of high-quality tea. Right now isn't the tea-picking season, but Shu was just playing along with the old man. After finishing the tea, she safely sent the old man home. She then pretended to go cook in her small yard but secretly returned to the mountain. She casually took out a gold bar from the box and released a large number of recently cultivated scout bugs. They spread out to find something with a similar smell to the gold. Once they find it, they don't need to return, just wait on the spot until she comes to retrieve it later at night. Last time, the she-wolf led her to dig out a box, but she didn't take it seriously, thinking she just took advantage of someone else and that it was a simple blackmail situation. The poorer the times, the harder life is for kind and simple-minded ordinary people. The more cunning and selfish people become wealthy, almost as if it's a rule. That's why those who happen to be lucky enough to rise to power and those who still hold kindness in their hearts work even harder to make the world better. A world where everyone can enjoy life peacefully, even without much effort. In her previous world, the overall order of the country was gradually becoming more fair to ordinary people. But in today's era, as the old man scolded, only traitors, bandits, and sellouts could amass such wealth. Stealing treasures from the wild has no karmic consequences. Shu took the gold easily, feeling like she was on a cheat mode in a treasure hunt game. When she threw the gold bar and the second iron box into the small bamboo house, the space spirit was unhappy. The iron box was too full of impurities, and its smell was terrible. As a result, the space spirit only gave a large bowl of plain porridge and a bowl of pickled vegetables for dinner. Shu didn't argue with it. She personally cooked a few more dishes in the small kitchen. One was fried bean bugs. The old man didn't see clearly and thought it was fried potato strips. After taking a bite, he realized they were bugs and nearly fainted from shock. But, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, he chewed on them anyway. How should I put it? Ignoring the texture, just talking about the taste, it smelled really good. Somewhat surprised, Shirshu looked up at him and said happily, "When spring comes, I will dig up some monkey-shaped snacks for you. They taste even better." The old man quickly waved his hand. No, I'm fine with porridge. No need to trouble yourself." Shirshu looked sincere. "It's no trouble." The old man refused. "Really, I don't need it. I'm afraid to eat that kind of thing." Shirshu thought to himself, "I thought he was brave, what a pity." That night, several scout bugs sent messages. They found signs of the creatures both in neighboring villages and in the county town. But the closest to Shirshu was at a very remote cliff on Daxing Mountain. The cliff was in a hidden spot, and the hiding place was hard to find. If it weren't for the scout bug's keen sense of smell, Shirshu would never have found this place. That person who hides things must be a mouse, always digging holes. The last box was hidden in a small, unremarkable cave about 1/2 meter high on the cliff, buried very deep. Shirshu and Li Gu used a long time to dig it out. When they opened the box, besides banknotes, gold bars, and jewelry, there were also some documents from the Little Days country. These included information about bacteria and mineral resources from the flowering country. Shirshu thought that Little Days country always seemed to do harmful things, like dumping nuclear waste and selling radioactive snacks and drinks worldwide. He believed this evil country would surely face a bad ending. Following the usual practice, Shirshu put the documents, gold bars, and the box into a space. He thought the cautious space might get angry, but it only locked the door of the little bamboo house from inside, and didn't throw the items out. Now, Shirshu had 600 banknotes of 10 yuan each, plus 327 yuan left from his last visit to the supply and marketing cooperative. He also had many other tickets, especially industrial tickets, 34 in total. Thinking of the 3 ladies he met last time at the supply and marketing cooperative, he remembered giving Lu Lele the nearly expired food, oil, and cotton tickets, hoping she could use them before they expired. After organizing the money and tickets, it was time to check the most numerous items in the box, gold bars and jewelry. Shirshu remembered his grandmother said these old things probably couldn't be taken out at this time. Staying up late to dig for treasure, Shirshu ended up sleeping until 8 a.m. When he arrived at the work site, all the good fields had already been taken. He took the 5 acres of land he wanted to water from the on-site scorer and realized it was the 5 plots on the high to the west. Meanwhile, everyone else was gathered on the wide flat fields to the east. Was he being targeted? Shirshu took the wooden marker for those 5 acres and went to get the watering tools. He quickly understood that he must have offended village chief Chen. It seemed that Chun Li Jin's family was related to the village chief. Understanding this connection, Shirshu sneered disdainfully. With the help of the pure fragrance bug to keep the air he breathed clean, along with the strength bug and heat bug, he finished watering the 5 acres in just one morning. Even the scorer, who came to check, couldn't find any problems. 10 points. Reluctantly, the scorer gave Shirshu full marks in the scorebook. Before going to eat at the old man's place at noon, Shirshu first washed himself twice in his face, then had the pure fragrance bug clean every strand of his hair. Only after changing into new clothes and bringing his lunch did he go to find the old man. The small kitchen once again showed its usefulness, preparing several hearty dishes for Shirshu: roasted duck from a deep well, fish-flavored shredded pork, and Xiaoko roast chicken. All authentic flavors. When he arrived at the old man's place, he saw him wearing an apron made from the prison uniform he had given him, tidying up the tea leaves he had collected in the backyard. The cultivated vegetable plots now had cabbages, green onions, spinach, sweet potato seedlings, autumn coriander, and radish sprouts, all ready to be picked and eaten. Shirshu called the old man to pick a big handful, which they took back to the house to dip in sauce. "Is this duck meat? It's surprisingly sweet and not greasy. Girl, when did you go catch wild ducks again?" The old man enjoyed eating the duck, but he was also curious about where it came from. Shirshu looked at him strangely. "Why do you ask? Isn't it enough to just eat?" The old man wasn't stupid. He immediately understood that Shirshu didn't want to talk about it. After thinking for a moment, he realized his question was a bit silly. What difference would it make to dig deeper? He trusted the girl's character. Judging by how tender and fatty the duck was, it definitely wasn't something a family in this village could raise. She probably didn't steal the duck. She must have caught it in the woods. Moreover, she went to water the fields in the morning and was busy cooking for him, a non-relative. Not asking about her affairs was fine, but her relentless curiosity was just annoying. The old man thought about this, his ears turning slightly red. He apologized to Shirshu, saying, "Don't take it the wrong way.
I didn't mean to pry.
I just spoke without thinking. As I get older, I tend to say whatever comes to mind." Shirshu shook his head and replied, "It's okay. I don't mind." She preferred not to say anything unnecessary or make up stories. This is roast duck, which is different from Peking duck. The sauce on the outside is made with a mix of seasonings and sugar to create the flavor. To prevent the old man from feeling awkward, Shirshu started talking about other topics. The atmosphere of the meal gradually became warm and friendly. When the old man was happy with his food, he took out some white wine and invited Shirshu to have a drink with him. Life was peaceful and passed quickly. Soon it was December. In the northern province of Black Province in the country of Zhuanghua, a small team of 7 led by Rong Shiyan was quickly retreating through the forest, using the dense woods for cover. The enemy pursuing them had a formation that included a whole battalion. Their mission was to deliver a top-secret research report and related blueprints. The scientists they contacted were spies working for Zhuanghua in another country. The blueprints were supposed to be in the Research Institute of Zhuanghua, according to their agreement on scientific cooperation, but due to various issues, they hadn't been delivered. Rong Shiyan's team, as part of a special operations unit, accepted this dangerous task. At first, everything was going smoothly. But when the enemy scientists' identities were exposed, Rong Shiyan and his team had to retreat immediately. The border patrol of the other country ordered them to be captured. They had been on the run for 4 days without rest and needed more food. The enemy, with superior forces, was chasing them in shifts. Today was the 5th day, and everyone's strength was almost gone. Team Leader Rong, we've crossed the border and are back on Treasure Island. Let's rest a bit. The Russians are so many, they wouldn't come over easily. Wang Dabiao, a short and stocky man, was exhausted. He joined the special team not because of exceptional physical strength, but because of his skill in clearing minefields. During their infiltration to gather intelligence, he had successfully crossed several minefields, which was his contribution. Rong Shiyan still felt uneasy about resting in Treasure Island, as it was a disputed area between the two countries. As he bent down to pull Wang Dabiao up, he suddenly heard a sharp click. He was very familiar with the sound. It was the safety release of a hand grenade. Dabiao run. Rong Shiyan heard the sound and quickly grabbed Wang Dabiao, pulling him up and pushing him forward. He sensed the rushing wind behind him, knowing there was no time left. He had to risk everything and rush ahead, holding the still-dazed Wang Dabiao, trying to run a few more meters.
Bang! Boom!
The loud explosion was followed by the breaking of Rong Shiyan's legs. The sudden pain overwhelmed him, and he lost consciousness almost immediately. Seizing the few seconds, Rong Shiyan rolled with Wang Dabiao into a thicker patch of grass. The intense pain was unbearable, but he clenched his teeth and endured it, not making a sound even as he fainted from the pain. Soldiers from the flower-planting country tried to rush into the explosion zone to search thoroughly, but their commander stopped them. "Let's leave it at that. They won this round," the commander, with deep, respectful eyes, said. A young soldier, confused, looked at his commander. "Commander Stav, I'm sure we hit them." "We can. Did you hear anything?" Stav looked at the smoke-covered explosion site and calmly pointed out. The young soldier shook his head, proud. "No, I didn't hear anything. They must be dead. My aiming has always been good." Stav finally turned his gaze to the explosion site, looking at it as if seeing a corpse. "And their bodies? Will they move?" With the volume of the explosion, the flower-planting country's soldiers should have arrived long ago. But now, Stav looked again at the explosion site, filled with awe. The area should be surrounded by now. "You haven't seen the iron will of the flower-planting soldiers. They have a terrifying faith that can keep them silent even in the freezing snow. Seeing the young soldier still proud and unconcerned, Stav gave up on arguing and ordered everyone to retreat. No matter how defiant the young soldier was, he dared not disobey his commander's order. Everyone began to retreat. But deep inside, he still couldn't believe that the soldiers of the flower-planting country could be as formidable as Stav claimed. So, when everyone had moved to a safe distance, he picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it forcefully at the explosion site.
Fool!
Do you know what you've done? Everyone quickly retreat and return to our country. Stav was furious and wanted to kill the soldier. The young man was so stupid, not realizing how serious the consequences of his actions could be. The soldier tried to argue, but before he finished, a bullet pierced through his ear. The soldier let out a loud, pig-like scream. Stav's face darkened instantly as he ordered everyone to evacuate faster. At the same time, from around the explosion point, border guards from the Flower Kingdom surged out like a tide. This scene would stay in that young soldier's memory forever. Rong Shiyan woke up again 3 days later. When he saw Wang Dabiao with red eyes changing his bandages, he knew they were safe. "Where are the others?" he asked. They had split into pairs to retreat. Wang Dabiao saw his captain awake and quickly ran out to call the doctor. Then he returned to the bed and told Rong Shiyan that everyone else had safely reached their destination. Because Rong was unconscious, Wang stayed to take care of him, while the others escorted the supplies back to the military base for further instructions. "Captain, I owe you my life. From now on, I'll be your legs. Wherever you go, I'll be there," Wang said, his eyes turning red again. Why is heaven so unfair? Why did they have to up their captain? He was a good person, skilled, and could have become a squad leader someday. What is he, just a guy with some mind-disarming skills? Why was he so stupid back then, sitting on the ground with his big? Hearing Wang Dabiao's first words, Rong Shiyan thought he didn't need to be so emotional. But as he listened to the rest, his heart grew cold. He tried to feel his legs but found no sensation at all. Rong Shiyan couldn't accept this. He grabbed the bed rail tightly, ignoring the pain in his body, and struggled to sit up. Seeing him lose the infusion, Wang Dabiao hurried out to call the doctor and nurses. As the doctors and nurses helped him lie back down, Rong Shiyan's only thought was that his legs were still there. He didn't hear the doctor's instructions about precautions. Fortunately, Wang Dabiao was listening carefully nearby. If he had known more characters, he probably would have taken a notebook and written down everything the doctor said. When the doctors left again, Wang Dabiao, with tears on his face, begged Rong Shiyan, "Captain, boss, don't worry. The doctors said as long as you rest your leg properly, there is still hope for recovery. You must listen to the doctors and take good care of yourself. Please don't be as impulsive as before." At this moment, Rong Shiyan, because of the injury near his spine, felt dizzy and lightheaded. His vision darkened in waves. He closed his eyes tightly to calm down, then, in a hoarse voice, told Wang Dabiao, "Call the team leader and report my condition. Don't contact my family for now. If there is no hope," he paused. Wang Dabiao understood what his boss wanted to say and nodded repeatedly. "Boss, I know what you want to say. Don't worry, you'll get better." After Wang Dabiao went out to make the call, the ward became completely quiet. Rong Shiyan then remembered the phone call he made to his father's office half a month ago. "Hello, this is the propaganda department of Ping'an County. Who are you looking for?" He had dialed his father's direct line, but the person who answered was a different man with an excited voice. He said he dialed the wrong number and the other person scoffed and hung up. This attitude was unlike what his father's colleagues would have. At that time, he suspected something was wrong at home. He hurriedly sent an urgent telegram to his family, telling his parents that he was safe, that the Lee family had canceled the engagement, and that he planned to return home for the new year to reunite with his parents. But seeing how he looked now, Rong Shiyan felt a bit hesitant. Since December, Linshan village had experienced 3 consecutive snowfalls. The outdoor temperature had dropped to freezing point. The north wind howled through the forest, bringing wave after wave of cold air from Siberia into the small mountain village. In the 2 small courtyards, The inner rooms were all heated with fire pits. The main hall also had a temporary stove, with a small iron pot on top, bubbling hot and steaming, warming the entire house. As for the origin of the iron pot, all the scouts who found the treasure chest at the hiding spot had dissolved the iron box. Then she handed over the impurity-free iron melt to the space, which only resulted in a small iron pot of about 3 liters, just enough for her and the old man to enjoy hot pot or brew tea. She imagined a large iron pot on the stove, but it seemed she would have to wait until the snow stopped and then try her luck at the Ping'an County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. "Girl, how do you have so much? I really admire you," the old man said while drinking chicken soup and constantly sighing. "This poor girl, who has no parents, manages to live so comfortably. It's truly a skill." In the cold winter, worried about not having enough vegetables, she went into the mountains to gather wild vegetables, pickling some and planting others. Now, the 2 small courtyards are filled with jars of preserved vegetables sealed and stored. The main hall and inner room are warm. She uses clay to make rectangular flower pots to grow spinach, rapeseed, mustard greens, and other leafy vegetables, which can be ready in a month. She keeps them inside, moving them outside to sunbathe on sunny days. Now, these vegetables grow very well, and they pick and eat them as needed, which makes them especially tasty and fresh. She also figured out how to grow mushrooms. She calls those bundles of white stuff mushroom spawn. In just a few days, many white mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, and chicken of the woods grow. After eating, she cuts a cross into the bundle of spawn, sprays some water, and in a few days, another batch grows. The girl calls this mushroom freedom. The old man, with a bowl of mushroom and wild chicken soup by the stove, blows on it while watching the row of mushroom spawn bags lined up against the wall. He takes a sip of the hot soup, feeling full of peace and happiness in life. Shishu sits in the rattan chair opposite him, smiling slightly, sipping her drink little by little. The taste is indeed wonderful. When her grandmother finds her, she will make her favorite chestnut cake. There are plenty of chestnut trees in Daxing Mountain. After they finished their soup, Shishu prepared to leave. She took the dishes back to her small yard for the kitchen to clean, and the large iron pot was taken care of by the old man. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the village's big copper bell ring again. "What's going on in this cold weather?" The old man looked worriedly toward the village, fearing that something might disturb their peaceful life. "Let me go check. You should go back inside and rest. It probably has nothing to do with us." It was indeed unrelated to him. The reason for the announcement was to inform the whole village that Zhuo Jiqing's family was labeled as counter-revolutionaries and classified as Black 5 categories. He was no longer a proud rural youth, but considered a bad element needing re-education. Even though his parents immediately announced their disownment in the newspaper, the impact on Zhuo Yuan was still devastating. He couldn't return to the capital city, and his career prospects were completely ruined because of his family. How could this happen? Li Chunhua, standing among the villagers, was stunned when she saw the result and heard the news. It shouldn't have been like this. In her previous life, shortly after Zhuo Yuan returned to the city, his family was investigated in early December. They were investigated for a while but quickly cleared of suspicion. However, the family of the disabled man was completely ruined, branded as political criminals, and even suspected of being enemies or spies. If the disabled man hadn't worked hard in the military, he would have been executed at that time. Although she exposed the Zhuo family's account book a few days earlier this time, it shouldn't have caused such a huge impact. About 10 days ago, his father and brother sneaked out at night to the small courtyard Zhuo Yuan rented in the village and beat him up. Li Chunhua also took the opportunity when no one was around to find a hidden account book belonging to the Zhuo family. But the records inside were written in various scripts, including Chinese and English, which she could understand. However, some of the other writing, even some resembling tadpole script, left Li Chunhua completely baffled. Based on the Chinese and English records, Li Chunhua confirmed they were just names and amounts of money, and the sums didn't seem large. Since she didn't understand the other scripts, she foolishly sent the account book anonymously to the Discipline Inspection and Supervision team in Beijing. This action caused a huge trouble. Furthermore, in this life, Wu Yulian was deceived by Chen Yinzi under Li Chuanhua's influence, which completely ruined her reputation. She returned early to Beijing. Wu's family was not an ordinary family either. After hearing the full story from her daughter, they were naturally furious. But since their home was far from Linshan village, their anger hadn't yet reached here. As for the Zhou family in Beijing, they were in deep trouble. If their family hadn't been investigated for that account book, Wu's family would have just gritted their teeth and accepted their misfortune. But with Li Chuanhua's interference, everything changed. The cold wind was fierce, like a ruthless blade scraping against Zhu Yuan's already blue-tinged face. The team leader and village chief still stood on the wall, loudly accusing his family of many wrongdoings. Eventually, under the collective supervision of members of the Beijing City Inspection Team, the Peace County Revolutionary Committee staff, and police officers, they reclaimed the small village courtyard rented by Zhu Yuan, returning his belongings and grain. He could only choose to live in the animal shed or find a dilapidated shelter for himself, and he was deprived of his right to leave the village. Even going to the county to buy things was not allowed. Seeing how quickly the villain's comeuppance arrived, Shu felt it was truly a cause for great celebration. He decided he must have a drink with the old man tonight. Finally, under Li Chuanhua's subtle hint, Zhu Yuan chose the donkey shed closest to the Li family. Li Chuanhua's idea was still very simple. Although Zhu Yuan's situation was somewhat different from his past life, it was also because of her own reasons. A camel that is thin is still bigger than a horse. Even if Zhu Yuan would face hardships he didn't have in his previous life over the next few years, with her support and companionship, when he rises again, she would receive endless love and devotion from the hero in the novel. She would become someone everyone looked up to, prove everyone wrong, become a pride in her parents' hearts, and a hero of the Li family. That evening, after hearing Shu's story, the old man suddenly frowned and looked at Shu. What was that boy's name, the educated youth? From Beijing, Zhu family. The old man flipped through his little notebook of memories, then chuckled. If it's the Zhu family, then no wonder. They are very secretive, and outsiders find it hard to find any faults with them. To have concrete evidence this time is really not easy. After saying that, the old man raised his glass and clinked it with Shu's, then drank it all in one gulp, clearly feeling very pleased. Before dawn the next day, Shu was awakened by the noise of hail hitting the roof. He went outside after putting on warm clothes and found that hail was falling. He suddenly felt that his early decision to have the Li repair the roof was very foresight. The hailstorm raged all morning, turning into heavy snow by noon. Shu carried a basket of sliced pork belly, potatoes, radishes, and other essential barbecue ingredients to the old man's house. As soon as he entered the yard, he heard the old man talking to someone. Shu saw that it was the village committee officer asking if the old man's roof needed repairs. This morning, a hailstorm caused several houses in the village to collapse, and many roofs were damaged or leaked. The village decided to make a list for repairs and to find repair teams from the county to fix the houses. After entering the house, Shu thought to himself, and then, the repair costs will be split evenly, right? These people are too calculating. Can the cost of building a house be the same as fixing a roof? Shu felt that because of this, the village would soon be making a big fuss again. When the small officer was about to leave, he couldn't help asking the old man what the row of white sticks in the main hall was for. Tell me secretly, Auntie. I promise not to tell anyone, he said. The old man was used to being called Auntie or sister and smiled naturally as he replied, they're for catching bugs. Hearing this, the small officer immediately remembered the incident where Shu ate a live scorpion. He had seen it with his own eyes. When the old man said they were for catching bugs, he thought it was some kind of scorpion or centipede, and he was so scared he jumped out of the house. He didn't even dare to greet Shu and ran off quickly. The small officer thought, the Jean family is so scary. I am the only child in my family, so I must stay far away from them. After sending off the small officer, the old man happily invited Shu into the house. He himself went to the inner room and brought out a pot of mushroom and chicken soup that hadn't been cooked yet. After placing the iron pot, he saw Shu bring out a barbecue clay stove. It must be a delicious lunch today. He happily went back to the inner room and took out a nearly empty bottle of white wine. Seeing the slices of meat sizzling and layered on the mesh, the old man's eyes filled with tears of excitement. He hadn't eaten such large pieces of pork belly in a long time. The girl finally understood his feelings.
Ha!
Shu looked at the old man, who was becoming more like a child, just like his grandmother, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. The warmth of the small yard at the foot of the mountain outside the village was something the villagers whose houses had collapsed and roofs were damaged could not feel. Among those whose houses collapsed badly was Zhang Guohua's family. Since her mother-in-law's leg healed, she started to torment her in many ways. First, she made her husband stay in her room to guard her shamelessly, forcing Zhang Guohua to soften. Every day, she had to burn incense at night, wash the basin, go up the mountain to chop firewood, and wash clothes in the river. Moreover, the mother-in-law disliked her dirty hands and wouldn't let her touch the kitchen. She didn't even have a chance to steal some grain from her family. Today, it hailed, and her small house collapsed. The cruel mother-in-law told her to sleep in the backyard firewood shed and openly said that if she disliked it, she could go back to her own family to stay through the winter. Was it just because she didn't earn enough work points during the autumn harvest and winter wheat planting? But Zhang Jinhua and Zhang Malin didn't work much either, yet they lived very well. All three of them came from Linshui village, so why was she the only one living poorly? Zhang Guohua looked at her husband with red eyes filled with hatred. Are you just going to watch your mother torment your wife?
Li Sanpao.
Are you really a man? Li Sanpao didn't know what to say. He had no father since he was young and had survived only because of his mother. Before he married, everything in the family was arranged by her. Now that he was married, it was comfortable to have more people in bed, but why couldn't she just listen to her own mother like he did? His mother wouldn't hurt her. Guohua, stop making trouble. Listen to what your mother says. Or tonight, you can sleep in the main hall with me. We can squeeze together. It will be warmer.
Hee hee.
This was the best solution Li Sanpao could think of. Old Lady Li looked at her foolish son and couldn't help but regret marrying such a troublemaker. She was lazy, greedy, and always thinking about her family's grain. Sigh, if she were gone, what would her silly son do? Thinking of this, Old Lady Li felt angry inside. She tremblingly pointed at Zhang Guohua. Get out. Go back to your own Zhang family. You're so poor your fingers, and you keep thinking about my Li family's grain. That word, poor, ignited Zhang Guohua's anger. Without warning, she rushed at Old Lady Li, shouting that she wanted to fight her. Li Sanpao, trying to protect his mother, instinctively stepped in front of her. During the struggle, he used force to try to push his wife away, but he didn't expect to use too much strength. Zhang Hohot was pushed back several steps by the strong force. Because the small house collapsed, the yard was full of broken bricks and dirt. She accidentally stepped on a piece while retreating and lost control, falling backward. Hohot! Li Sanpao reacted too late. The tip of a broken wooden piece had pierced directly into her lower back. Zhang Hohot collapsed, and Granny Li, not caring about anything, helped Li Sanpao carry her away to Lin Shui village. It is said they left her at her mother's doorstep without looking back. Later, the Zhang family from Lin Shui village came to Lin Shan village with shovels and hoes to steal grain. That is a story for another time. When Shu came to the brigade office to get a city entry permit, she clearly felt the tense atmosphere inside. What are you doing here again, girl? The village chief was in a bad mood. Seeing Shu approach, he snapped at her unkindly. I'm here to get a permit to go to the city and buy things. Shu remained polite to the old man but kept her usual quiet and straightforward attitude with others in the village. Her appearance hadn't changed much. She looked a bit whiter, with a slightly fuller face, no longer as gaunt as before. To the villagers, having a city aunt meant her living conditions had improved. She no longer went hungry all the time, and her face looked a bit healthier, which was normal. The village chief was annoyed and let out a tsk He suddenly pulled open a drawer, took out some paper, and slammed it onto the table. Then he grabbed a pen and quickly scribbled a rough certificate. Having money to buy things, but too stingy to help fix the village houses. It really makes me mad. Fixing a broken house doesn't cost much, but some people run to the county to complain about me. After finishing the certificate, the village chief cursed and stamped it. The stamp was pressed so hard that it became a bit blurry. Although Shu understood what the people at the brigade office were worried about, she still felt a bit tired of this village chieftain. When she returned from the county this time, she planned to make some copies of the stamp. It would be very useful for her future trips. Otherwise, having to get a permit everywhere was just too troublesome. After Shu left, Captain Song Bagua advised the village head, "Why are you angry at Shuni? Her house was already fixed long ago. The real problem is that some houses collapsed, but no one is paying for repairs. Yet, those troublemakers went to the county claiming that our team doesn't care about the hardworking people, knowing well that their houses fell but refusing to help them rebuild." The village head scowled and took off the dirt pipe from his ear, lighting it and taking a puff.
Yuck.
"What's that smell?" Having smoked the usual brand, de Chien Men, he couldn't finish even one puff of the village's local tobacco. Seeing the village head put away his pipe, Captain Song Bagua felt unhappy. He thought to himself that since he was only responsible for production, village affairs didn't concern him. Why bother meddling and making enemies? "I'll go check the fields." After saying that, Captain Song Bagua led his team and left. "Hey, Song Bagua, you heartless guy. Are you just going to ignore everything now?" Seeing Song Bagua and his team leave, only a few of old Chen's sons remained in the office, feeling even worse inside. Shu received his certificate and immediately carried his basket out of the village. Since the last time when the cart's yoke broke and hadn't been repaired, villagers now had to walk to the county to buy things. This extra travel time caused delays, so in recent months, no one from the village had gone to the county. When they needed something, they had to go to other villages and trade politely. Hu Lauda, who drove the ox cart, wasn't in a hurry to repair the yoke because he had calculated that even if the villagers temporarily held back on paying him, by next February before the new year, they would have to give him money. Otherwise, no one would be able to buy New Year goods in the county. Walking along the road, Shu thought about the recent days when he had free time. He recalled the news from the scouts about Linshan village, which was formed during the war when various regions gathered refugees due to the war situation. Most of the villagers belonged to the Song and Chin families, with over 130 people. The Hu and Li families had more than 50 people. The rest, including her Jean family, were rootless floating people, only able to settle thanks to the broad local resettlement policies, which prevented their forced return to their original homes. Those bugs that went to find Grandma, I wonder where they went. No news has come back at all. Could it be that my potion wasn't strong enough, or that they got lost because they were too far away? This time, Shu still entered the forest after leaving the village. Since it was winter, the large animals used for transportation had all hidden away. Puppet Goo followed the scout Goo into the woods and searched for a long time before finding a wild boar with black, hard hair like steel needles. When Puppet Goo controlled it to come over, Shu saw that it was biting a half piece of wild bamboo. Is this considered stealing bamboo? Let's help it eat the bamboo, then we'll set off. After Puppet Goo made the boar swallow the bamboo, Shu sat sideways on its back. It was not as comfortable as riding the big tiger, but it was okay. The wild boar ran slower than the tiger, so by the time Shu reached the city gate, the sun was high in the sky. At noon, there weren't many people passing by at the city gate. A group of people escorting someone caught attention. At the front and back of the group were 2 police officers in white shirts and wide-brimmed hats. On each side, 3 people wore linen-colored uniforms, with red armbands on their left arms, members of the Revolutionary Committee. In the middle, 2 people wore dull gray labor reform clothes, pulling on ropes tightly, dragging a cart behind them. The cart looked like it was carrying a person and some grayish bags. The 6 people from the Revolutionary Committee, although dressed neatly, kept kicking the wheels and pushing the men and women pulling the cart, while swearing dirty words. Shu watched from afar as the police tried to stop and warn them, but it seemed ineffective. Not knowing what was happening, Shu didn't want to interfere. He only observed their posture and demeanor, especially the woman, who, despite her poor clothes, stood straight with a proud back. Someone like her shouldn't suffer so much hardship. It must be a sign of chaos in the world, a change of times. Shu released dozens of scout goo and strength goo to help push the cart, then continued on his plan to buy supplies in the city. The person lying silently on the cart, who was being mocked by the Revolutionary Committee members, suddenly sensed the cart moving faster. He looked up toward the city gate, feeling something, but all he saw were many sneaking glances back, curious, disdainful, and mocking eyes. He heard pointing and dirty words that were hard to listen to. No one cared about the truth. Everyone acted as if it didn't concern them. Many people believed that flies don't land on a seamless egg. His parents are innocent, falsely accused, and took on unjust charges to protect more people. When he was recovering in the military hospital and learned that his parents had been arrested again, Rong Shuryen felt like the sky was falling. Relying on his absolute trust in his parents' loyalty to the party and his current poor health, he applied to the squad leader to retire from the army. The squad leader did not approve his request, but granted him unpaid leave and arranged a special car to take him back to Ping'an County to handle the issues related to his parents' alleged involvement in leaking secrets. After investigation, Rong Shuryen looked at all the evidence accusing his parents from the committee. Most of it was one-sided, with no direct evidence. The only suspicious point was that his parents did meet a specific person at a certain place on the 10th and 20th of each month. Their actions and secret signals matched typical spy behavior. His parents also refused to cooperate much with the investigation and avoided answering many questions directly. Fortunately, their direct supervisor was not arrested. If he had been, Rong Shuryen would have had to give up all his military achievements and wealth to save his family. Now, he only handed over his family property, moved the residence from Laowangzhuang in the northwest to Linshan village in Ping'an County, where his parents' household registration was, and kept his military merits. This was already a small blessing amid misfortune. Next, he would face all hardships with his parents. The only thing he couldn't face was his own condition, 2 torn Achilles tendons and a muscle breakdown caused by immune issues. Although medication has suppressed it, he still feels like a burden to his parents. Just like now, although he returned to his parents' side, he only added to their burden. He couldn't even walk on his own. Thinking of this, Rong Shuryen closed his eyes in despair, unwilling to face the harsh reality. In the county town, Shu went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative after arriving and found that the staff's morale had improved. The clerk from the last visit at the daily necessities counter had been replaced. Now, a young woman in her 20s was behind the counter. She had a ponytail tied at the back, thick eyebrows, clear black and white eyes, and a friendly smile when speaking to customers, making everyone feel respected. When Shu arrived at the daily necessities counter, the smiling sales clerk happily asked her questions. Shu enjoyed talking with friendly people, so she looked at the items on the shelves and politely replied, "Hello, I need 5 sets of bedding, 20 feet each of rough cloth, cotton cloth, and gauze. All should be plain colors. I also need 20 jean of cotton, some face oils, and soap." She then saw a pile of fluffy white towels on the shelf and decided to buy 20 of them. The clerk smiled as she helped pack the items and politely asked, "Comrade, how will you carry all this home?" Hearing the question, Shu was prepared. "I'm taking it to the village by mail, and I might borrow a cart from the community." She took out a certificate from the team and showed it to the clerk. Since it was close to the new year, the clerk had received many large orders, but it was rare for a young girl to buy so much. When she heard about mailing it, she understood. After returning the certificate, the clerk quickly packed all the supplies into boxes, while Shu watched. In the end, they packed everything into 7 large wooden crates. "Comrade, are you sure you can push these?" the clerk asked uncertainly, looking at the taller crates. She wondered if this young girl was naturally very strong. Shu was unsure herself. She could use strength charms, but she didn't want to look like a super strong hero. She wanted to avoid drawing too much attention. She knew the old saying, A tall tree attracts the wind. In this sensitive time, she understood the importance of being cautious. I think I might need some help, she said, looking worried at the 7 large crates. Or maybe I can send them in 3 trips to the post office. Suddenly, a clear voice called from behind her, and a strong man in a dark blue work uniform approached. Brother Yunshan, why are you here? Isn't the factory busy today? The young saleswoman called Shimei happily looked at him, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. There's a cultural performance at the machine factory at noon. I have nothing to do, so I brought you some food, he said. Then Yunshan took a large aluminum lunchbox from his military green backpack. Seeing the 2 people talking closely, Shirshu didn't want to be a third wheel. She immediately went to another counter and bought some things for the festival, making sure to clear the way. Especially the pork. She bought 2 jin of pork belly and quite a bit of tenderloin. Shirshu decided to buy all of it. She thought it would look good with many different types of food, making her small kitchen dishes more plentiful. At first, she and her old man ate separately, which was easy. But now that they eat together every day, it's more lively and convenient, though some dishes need to be prepared in advance. Even though the ribs at the pork stall were cut very thin, with only a little meat left, she almost bought all of it without hesitation. At the grain stall, she bought 10 jin of each type of grain. Mixing them together would hide the exact amount of each kind, making it hard to tell. She packed the pork and grains into wooden boxes. Her eyes then turned to the stationery and hardware counters. She was surprised to see 3 large iron pots under the counter, perfectly suited for her 4 stoves. 3 iron pots, 6 industrial rolls, 18 yuan. Stationery costs 2 yuan total. A set of hammer and steel cone costs 1 industrial roll, 3 yuan. After paying, she heard the hardware clerk look at the many industrial rolls left in her hand and ask, "Comrade, are you buying a bicycle?" "Flying pigeon bikes are very good quality." Shirshu looked up and nodded. "Yes, I want to buy one." "Do you have any now? It would be great if she could ride home." The clerk quickly nodded.
Yes.
"In the backyard. They haven't been taken out yet." She then looked toward the spice section. She still wanted to buy some sugar and various seasonings. "Please wait a moment," she told the clerk. She went to the spice counter and spent 10 jin of sugar, buying 5 jin of milk candies and 5 jin of fruit candies. She also bought a packet of each of the other seasonings on the shelf, including 2 bottles of loose white liquor, which was only available in this era. After packing everything into another wooden box, she asked the clerk to watch over the 10 large boxes. After getting a positive answer, she followed the hardware clerk to the backyard. As soon as she turned past the supply and marketing cooperative's backyard gate, she saw a bicycle with a big red flower standing alone. Shirshu looked at the clerk beside her with curiosity and asked, "Is this the only one?" The shop assistant shyly scratched his head and said, "Actually, I bought this bicycle, but I haven't ridden it. It's brand new, really unused. Look at the tires, nowhere at all." Shirshu nodded but looked more puzzled. "Why are you giving me a new bike you bought?" The shop assistant sighed heavily, looking very disappointed. "My partner's family changed the gift plan. Originally, they wanted a bicycle, but suddenly they decided on 2 sewing machines. One for her family, one for ours. I already bought the bicycle, so I don't have enough money to buy the sewing machines. I need to find someone to exchange it. I saw you have some tickets, maybe you can help? I won't ask for much. I have the receipt here. I can show you." Shirshu took the purchase receipt, which showed that 1 bicycle cost 8 industrial coupons and 120 yuan. It was indeed expensive. "Okay, I'll buy it. Exchange. Haha. Thank you, young comrade." The shop assistant handed Shirshu the bicycle receipt and the keys, then told her she needed to go to the traffic department to register the bike. He happily took the money she offered, bowed deeply to her, then jumped and ran off. He looked like a naturally lucky and carefree person. Haha, fools are often blessed. Seeing the shop assistant's happy face, full of harmony, it seemed that the woman's family wasn't deliberately causing trouble, but was testing him. Shirshu thought she didn't need to know the full details. In any case, her buying the bike didn't involve any bad karma. She pushed her new bicycle back to the front gate of the supply and marketing cooperative, surprised to see the saleswoman, Shimei, directing Zhou Yunshan to help remove the wooden boxes onto a cart pulled by 2 mules. The meats that couldn't be kept were secretly moved into space after packing. They planned to put them back when the mail arrived, so the old man could see. Afterwards, everything was handed over to the small kitchen. Shimei and Zhou Yun returned happily to the supply and marketing cooperative, chatting and laughing. They found a package of milk candies and a folded note on her counter. When unfolded, the note was written in elegant yet strong handwriting, with a message that said, "Made by heaven and earth, a perfect match." Shimei's face turned red after reading the note. Zhou Yunshan also smiled shyly, rubbing his nose, and courageously said to Shimei, "Let's get married. I promise to spend my whole life proving this. Made by heaven and earth, a perfect match." Shimei covered her face, smiling happily with her eyes curved, and nodded in agreement. After Shu finished all the procedures at the post office and asked the mailman to take a detour outside the village before delivering the package to avoid unnecessary trouble because of the large amount of items. Once she received the mailman's confirmation, she bought a few new stamps at the counter and left happily. As she stepped out of the post office, she noticed a faint pink ripple flashing across her cause and effect pool. Was she forming good karma? Thinking about what had happened earlier, Shu smiled gently. Yes, it was good karma. Especially Zhou Yuanshan, who looked somewhat worried and hardworking. When he and Shimei became a proper match and spent a long time together, his face would show signs of prosperity and happiness. Having finished shopping, Shu pushed her cart to the traffic team to get her vehicle registered. Many people were waiting to register, mostly from different villages, mainly with agricultural tractors. While waiting, she thought she saw someone familiar in the crowd, but the figure quickly disappeared. She queued up but didn't go looking for the person. As for the scout bug, there were too many people here, and it would be easy to get trampled if released. Meanwhile, Lu Lele, also pushing her bicycle out of the traffic team, happily ran into her father's arms. "Dad, you finished work so early? Did you find out about the friend I mentioned? Sweetheart, be careful of the handlebars so you don't hurt yourself. Come, let me help push your bike," her father said with a smile, taking her new bike. "I asked around about your friend, and we should have news soon. Let's go home. This afternoon, Mom and Grandma will make dumplings." Lu Lele's father knew how much gratitude the girl's friend owed his family. If the situation hadn't been tense, and if they weren't being watched, he would have immediately taken his family to thank them with a big gift. But now, he could only hope his family's low profile would help those reckless people regain some sense. Lele looked up at her father, who was forcing a smile, and suppressed her disappointment. She then smiled brightly and asked excitedly, "You're making dumplings? That's great. Tian and I have been looking forward to dumplings for a long time. Of course. What filling does Lele want? Chives and eggs. Well, it's winter now. How about pork and cabbage? Haha, of course. Just joking, just joking." As the father and daughter walked away, 3 people emerged from the alley beside the traffic team. "Did that girl contact anyone? I don't believe it. Keep watching. Follow him closely." Shu had finished registering her bicycle. It was already afternoon when she left the traffic team. It was a bit windy outside. Shu's curly black hair was blown around wildly, looking like a chaotic dance of spirits. She hurriedly tied her flying hair back, trying to braid a small plait at the back of her head, but she realized her hair tie had fallen somewhere. A wild boar in the forest was gnawing on bamboo shoots, suddenly snorting loudly. A light blue hair tie slowly drifted down from its thick neck. Unable to find her hair tie, Shu had to pick a flexible branch from the roadside to use as a makeshift hairpin. Finally, she tidied her hair and pedaled her bike, summoning her aerobic workout spirit from the gym, struggling against the cold wind. On the way, she saw a group of children from the orphanage just finish school. Seeing their admiring gazes, she felt unusually happy. She took a bag of candies from her pocket, hiding it under her thick clothes, and handed it to the teacher leading the group. The teacher was surprised to receive a big bag of milk candies. Everyone was startled. The teacher quickly said, Miss, your candies fell. Shu smiled and said, Happy New Year. The teacher replied, It's not quite time yet. Shu responded, Early celebration. So, among the children, Lu Tian took a handful of milk candies home. Lele saw it first and asked her, The orphanage sent so many candies to Tian. Sister, I am so jealous of you. Tian shook her head and said, Not teacher, sister. Flying sister. At this moment, Lu's father smiled and came out of the kitchen carrying 2 steaming plates of dumplings. He asked, Which sister is so amazing that she can fly? Tian, being very young, didn't know how to express herself well. She only furrowed her little brow and tried to describe, Tian's grandma is hungry, bag, money, sister. Lele listened with a growing frown. Suddenly, she had an idea and lowered her voice to ask Tian, Are you talking about the sister who gave us buns to eat and also gave me money? Tian nodded hard, happy that her own sister could understand her words. Seeing Tian nod, Lele hurriedly asked again, Did that sister say anything else? Tian tried to remember. Happy New Year. Lele looked confused. But New Year hasn't come yet. Early wishes. At this moment, Grandma Lu also came out of the kitchen with dumplings in her hands. Her eyes were full of satisfaction and gratitude for her current life. Hearing Tian's description, she realized she had met a special person and felt even more grateful for her family's fate and the benefactor. However, she also knew from her son's words that it wasn't the right time to thank the benefactor, so she quickly called everyone to eat. Lele sat at the dining table, looking at the steaming, plump dumplings. Her heart longed even more to see Shu, the girl who had pulled her out of despair when she was at her lowest. Meanwhile, Shu was leisurely riding her bicycle along a mountain trail. Looking at the darker forest ahead, she prepared to take a small shortcut to get home faster and tell the old man in advance. She didn't want to send too many things at once and scare him. She also needed to go to the village entrance to meet the post truck, trying to avoid trouble caused by villagers discovering her deliveries. Having made her decision, Shu turned her bike and headed straight into the more rugged mountain path. The winding mountain trail was uneven, narrow, and difficult to ride, comparable to the extreme mountain biking map sponsored by a certain company in her previous life. Without the cooperation of the strength and scout charms, she admitted that no matter how skilled she was, she couldn't ride so smoothly. Finally, she returned to the end of the village before night fully fell. After pushing her bicycle into the small courtyard where she lived, she sat inside to drink a milk tea before going to talk to the old man about the package delivery from the post office that evening. Probably will be a bit late. If you're tired, just rest. You can check the backyard tomorrow morning, she said. The old man nodded naturally, indicating he understood. Don't stay up too late. When the package arrives, just leave it in the backyard. It won't spoil in this cold winter. Leaving the old man, Shu didn't ride her bike, but walked toward the village entrance. On the way, she received news that the scout who helped push the cart belonged to the Xie family, which was almost related to the Li family. She whistled softly, feeling a bit surprised. Could it be that they are related to the Rong family, who almost became part of the Li family? It was said that Rong was a fairly important official in the county. Why was he demoted? The internal struggles in this era seem so fierce. Sigh. Shu sighed deeply. She regretted not studying the modern history of the flower country better. If she had known she would be sent here, she would have at least found someone to read it to her. It would have been better than being completely in the dark now. Is it true that if you don't endure the hardships of studying, you'll have to suffer in life? No, Shu refused to accept that. She was born a mountain, not a stream. Well, never mind. The Elan style of writing doesn't suit her, a laid-back witch and goo master. Just as she reached the village entrance, she saw the post office donkey cart heading toward the fork at the village's end from afar. Shu immediately waved her hand to signal the cart to change course. The postman recognized her and obediently whipped the donkey to turn onto the dirt road at the village's end. She took a few steps forward and jumped onto the cart, sitting behind the package. The postman was curious why she caught up so quickly. Shu told him she took a small mountain trail, which shortened her route quite a bit. The postman looked at her with envy. Can I see it sometime? I've been delivering packages from Ping'an County to Mayton for 3 years and have been looking for a shortcut. Shirshu thought about the small animals on her trail and kindly asked, "Are you afraid of snakes, spiders, or wild mice?" The postman shivered immediately. "Yes, I am." "Why do you ask?" Shirshu said helplessly. "Then you can't go that way. Better stick to the main road." The postman understood her meaning. He thought it made sense. After all, the forest isn't just full of poisonous insects and fierce beasts. Thinking about this, when she saw the girl behind the car, fair-skinned, beautiful, and already showing signs of youth, she instinctively advised her to go less often into the woods for safety. Shirshu nodded in agreement throughout, since whether she went later or not, the other person wouldn't know. There was no need to refuse her kindness face to face. The package was delivered to the door. The delivery person asked Shirshu to stay outside the yard while he carried 2 wooden boxes into the backyard. After 5 trips back and forth, he finished moving the packages. "Done, Comrade Xiaojin. I've finished my work. You should rest early. Thank you. You've worked hard today." As a thank you for helping carry the packages, Shirshu placed a bag of candies and a box of yam cakes in the corner of the donkey cart. When the delivery person went back to organize the cart, he would see them. The reason for giving yam cakes was because Shirshu heard the delivery person say his wife and mother loved sweets. But since the elderly were older, eating too much sugar made them cough. Yam cakes help soothe the lungs and calm the stomach. The small kitchen also added honey for flavor, making it very suitable for the elderly. After seeing the delivery person off, Shirshu closed the yard gate and went to the backyard to check if everything was intact before returning to her room to rest. The bamboo house's second-floor bathroom already had a hot herbal bath prepared in a wooden tub to warm her up. Shirshu soaked inside, feeling so warm she almost fell asleep. She barely managed to gather her energy and walk out of the bath, then collapsed onto the soft big bed and fell asleep. So much so that the next morning, the old man came early to knock on the door, but she didn't hear him. This girl really knows how to sleep. I've gone twice, and she still hasn't gotten up." The old man stood outside Shirshu's house, holding a vegetable basket in his left hand, filled with boiled eggs and corn porridge he cooked that morning. He raised his hand to shield his eyes and looked at the sun high in the sky, sighing helplessly. "It's almost 9 o'clock now. I don't know what time she went to bed last night. Youth is really a blessing." After saying that, he shook his head and turned to go back to reheat the breakfast. Just as he turned, the gate behind him opened. Shirshu rubbed her eyes, yawned, and invited the old man into the yard. "Grandma Gua, you really came early today." The old man looked at her with a smile. "It's still early. Look at the sun. It's probably already past 9 in the morning. Hurry up and get ready. Have some breakfast." Shirshu obediently went inside to tidy up. When she returned, she was in good spirits and happily accepted the porridge handed to her by the old man. She found it still quite warm, so she dipped her head and sipped along the edge of the porcelain bowl. She then sighed internally, thinking that the corn porridge of this era truly has a rich, fragrant taste. In her previous life, no matter how carefully the industrialized corn was grown, it could never match this flavor. "Eat an egg," the old man said happily, seeing Shirshu enjoying her meal. His mood lifted, and he suddenly remembered how his usually pampered, well-fed children would act as if breakfast with coarse porridge was a matter of life and death. Because he was captured, those people, upon hearing the news, immediately cut ties with him publicly and moved away, changing their household registration. Some even panicked and fled abroad, truly showing what it means when trouble strikes. Everyone runs in different directions. When he was in a high position, he called himself grandpa, ancestor, and father. But after facing some hardships, they all left him. How sad his life has been. "Grandma Gua, are you having barbecue for lunch?" "I bought a lot of pork belly," the old man said. Shirshu keenly sensed that the old man was feeling a bit off, but she didn't ask, knowing he kept many secrets. Indeed, the old man was pulled back from self-loathing by Shirshu's words. With a look of longing and a bit of embarrassment, he said, "Pork belly is a good thing. We can use it to make oil, and the meat scraps can be mixed with rice. It's also tasty. There's plenty, I don't mind a meal or two, Shirshu replied. She finished the last bite of her egg, wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and then took the old man to the backyard. Wow, so many, the old man exclaimed, staring at the 10 boxes spread across the yard. Shirshu smiled and began opening each box one by one. There were bedding, cotton, various fabrics, large white towels, skincare products, soap, 3 big iron pots, assorted seasonings, salt, sugar, hammers, steel cones, and so on. When she finally opened the last box, it was filled with pork, enough for him to eat until next year. But that still wasn't enough to shock him. After opening all the boxes and seeing everything, he finally noticed the brand new Fiji bicycle leaning against the backyard wall. Wow, you're really something, buying a bicycle too, he said in amazement. The old man knew Shirshu wasn't short of money, especially since she had taken out a whole box of banknotes right in front of him. The old man was surprised that she managed to buy a bicycle. In today's world, resources mostly go to the capital and big cities. In a small county like Pingan County, which is far from the first-tier cities, getting a bicycle is very difficult. It requires multiple approvals and connections to obtain one. After hearing Shirshu talk about the hardware sales at the supply and marketing cooperative, the old man could only marvel at her good luck. Buying so many things, does that mean you used up all those nearly expired tickets? Shirshu nodded. Almost, but there are a few left. She planned to buy more before the Spring Festival in February next year. Seeing everything was taken out, the old man volunteered to start packing and hiding the items. While hiding, he boasted to Shirshu, "Girl, I'm good at hiding things. Sometimes I hide stuff so well I can't find it myself." Shirshu thought fine. She was just making things clear in front of the old man. As long as he was happy, that was enough. He threw the 10 broken wooden boxes into the firewood shed, waiting to burn them for fuel later. Just as they finished tidying up, a loud gong suddenly rang out, louder than before, making a deafening noise. The old man's heart jumped. Was this the police coming to arrest him? Had he been exposed? He thought about it. When the Revolutionary Committee members defended the country, they never rushed forward. When they looked for faults or trouble, they acted like bloodhounds smelling blood, snarling and rushing over. He hadn't tried to hide anything from Shirshu, so he was content it took so long to be discovered. Shirshu didn't think about the old man. She just disliked the loud gong. Since the sound was so loud this time, it probably wasn't far from them. "Wait here, I'll go see what's going on," she said, noticing the pale face of the old man. She added, "Don't worry, it won't affect us." Without Liyu's protection, she would worry about the old man being noticed by others. It was easy to see the small differences. But now, whether looking at him or feeling through his clothes, he looked like a gentle, well-off city lady. No one would think he was an old man. As they left the hospital gate, they saw a large crowd gathered at the cowshed down in the distance. Session walked over and heard someone loudly reading a document inside. Regarding the moral decline and their refusal to cooperate with our investigation, Rong Chuanbai, while serving as the head of the propaganda department in Pingan County, often accepted gifts from staff members. He also showed very little cooperation with the propaganda work of the Revolutionary Committee. "Do you all think he did the right thing?" the villagers naturally shouted. "That's not right." The person speaking nodded in satisfaction, then pulled the woman behind the man by her hair and dragged her to the front. The woman's husband naturally couldn't stand to see his wife treated this way. He desperately tried to rush forward to protect her, but there were many people, and they grabbed his arms and legs. They also took the chance to strike him with their fists, hitting his waist and acupuncture points. After just 2 hits, the man was pushed to the ground. "Let go of my mother. You're using private punishment. The inspection team has already proven that your so-called evidence is all fabricated lies. The evidence is not enough. You are not allowed to hurt my parents." Rong Shuryan forcefully pushed himself up from the cart, his eyes red with anger as he stared fiercely at the officials from the Revolutionary Committee. I should just stay quiet. Why are you talking nonsense?" After speaking, he signaled to the person beside him, "Cover his mouth. Let her go." Boo-hoo! Rong Shuryan was suddenly stuffed with muddy dirt and gravel from somewhere, and then someone tightly covered his mouth to prevent him from spitting it out. "Shiryen, you bunch of, let him go. Let my son go. He's a soldier with military honors. You can't treat him like this." When Rong's mother saw her son being so badly mistreated, she desperately tried to tear away the hand grabbing her hair. Her son had always been honest, brave, cheerful, and strong, a soldier who fought for his country. How could these rats hiding in the dark treat him like this? "Haha, don't worry about your son. Let's talk about your own matters," the man said, pulling the woman's hair and taking a few steps forward. He arrogantly shouted to the villagers around, "Come, look at her, Gu Manwen, the wife of Rong Chuanbai, a corrupt capitalist. She's an editor at the Pinyin Evening News. Her crimes are the same as her husband's. She refused to cooperate with the organization and accepted bribes from contributors during her work. She even secretly took 3 yuan from a contributor. Fellow villagers, just 3 yuan. Do you think they deserve to be beaten?" The villagers were just here to watch the excitement and didn't care about any accusations. They shouted, "Beat them," the red armband said. "Should they be criticized?" Satisfied, the person with the red armband threw the woman back onto the cart. Son. The woman's back hit the handlebar hard, but she ignored her pain. She quickly got up from the ground, ran to Rong Shiryen, pushed away the red armband who was abusing her son, and cried as she helped her son wipe the dirt from his mouth. The red armband was still giving a passionate speech, trying to shame the Rong family in front of everyone. One of these two is responsible for publicity in Pinyin County, and the other is an editor for the evening news. Think about what kind of dangerous thoughts they have, villagers. Think about it. Seeing the villagers nodding in agreement, the man curled his lips into a crooked smile and said, "This is typical of deceiving those above while fooling those below. They don't pass on the good policies from the government to us, and they don't pass our voices up. I think they deserve to be punished. Yes, they should be punished. Beat them to death." Shirshu stood on the side, watching the villagers shout passionately. He felt like they were puppets controlled by some spell. They didn't really understand what the man was saying. They only saw his angry tone and heard him say that the couple had caused trouble for the family, which ignited their ignorant anger. "It's just ridiculous." Seeing some villagers moving large stones toward the wall, Shirshu resolutely pushed past a few people and stepped into the chaos, shielding the 3 from behind her. "Beating people is illegal. Do you want to go to jail with your supplies?" A few younger troublemakers in the village, acting maliciously, started to move large stones. When they saw Shirshu blocking the way, knowing she had a relative in the city backing her, they hesitated. But once they decided to stop, they couldn't control their strength. Reluctantly, they let go. The stones fell straight down, hurting their own feet.
Ow.
"It hurts. You crushed my foot." Ow. The members of the Revolutionary Committee originally planned to stir up the villagers against the Rong family during the time when the police were handling the transfer at the brigade office. I didn't expect such a village girl to jump out. A few people went over to try to push Shisho away, but they found that the girl from the village was actually quite beautiful. Her big, bright eyes, even when looking at you with cold indifference, make it hard to feel angry. Instead, people instinctively want to please her. "Don't cause trouble. You're small and fragile and you might get hurt again." Shishoa didn't want to waste words with them. She stood in front of the 3 people, coldly watching the members of the Revolutionary Committee. She recognized them from the night she saved the old man. They were all bad people. "Why are you hitting them?" The leader of the Revolutionary Committee, with a sly look, said to Shishoa. "Little sister, you don't know how bad these 3 are. They are troublemakers from the flower cultivation country, spies from other countries, with bad intentions to harm our internal unity. We must firmly fight against them." Shishoa calmly asked, "Where's the evidence?" The man was stunned. "What evidence?" The Revolutionary Committee members, fighting against bad elements, never needed evidence before. No evidence means false accusations. False accusations are also illegal. Seeing the police and the village chief approaching from afar, Shishoa deliberately started to set a trap for these people. Perhaps the man had been used to bullying others recently and didn't realize he was walking into a trap. He sarcastically sneered, Oh, look at that, a little girl from the village. She even knows what breaking the law means.
Haha.
Listen, little sister, what I say here is the law, and what the Revolutionary Committee says is policy. Do you understand? He then raised his dirty hand and reached toward Shishoa's cheek. Wang Ergu, what are you doing? If you want to act like a hooligan, I will shoot you immediately. The police officer, who had already approached and was wearing a police cap, loudly stopped him, which also made Shishoa a bit disappointed, and she withdrew her murderous intent. It's a pity, she was so close to striking. The police came to handle the handover of the 3 members of the Rong family with the village. The lead officer, recalling what the Revolutionary Committee had just done, was worried that the villagers might be misled. He specifically stepped forward to explain the situation for the Rong family. Please do not misunderstand. Although Comrade Rong's family has been assigned to manual labor due to unclear evidence, it does not mean they are guilty. As former neighbors, we should trust their character and help them better adapt to their new life. Shu, what does unclear evidence mean?
It sounds better not to say anything.
The police have already stepped in. The members of the Revolutionary Committee, who were just pretending to be official, dare not stir up trouble anymore. They just scowl, curse under their breath, and start packing their carts, preparing to leave. At this moment, a woman with a messy hairdo runs from afar, shouting, "Wait," and rushing over quickly. When she reaches close, the village chief frowns first. Li Chunhua, what are you doing here? Go back. Last night, Li Chunhua argued with Zhui Yuan near the donkey's shed until very late. She was so tired this morning that she slept deeply. Not even thunder or the ringing of a bell could wake her. The big bell is at the village entrance, leading to the back of the village, so she couldn't hear it from her house. When she woke up, she heard her older brother mention that Rong's family had been sent to the cattle shed. Suddenly, she burst out of the house with anger and resentment. I want to report. I want to report. Rong's family are counter-revolutionaries, black 5 categories, old doctors, hiding important documents and not handing them over to the state. We must make them talk. Are you crazy? Stop talking nonsense. Go back. Where's your father? Always causing trouble. Go home. Some villagers really think their village isn't chaotic enough. Next March, they will hold an advanced recognition. With their current behavior, what's there to praise? No need for a big competition. They can't compare in anything except for their mouth. Always talking nonsense. The village chief was both anxious and angry. He wished he could kick Li Chunhua back into her mother's. But behind him, the members of the Revolutionary Committee seemed interested. Wang Ergu immediately pushed the village chief aside, stepped forward with shining eyes, and praised, "Look at this young lady. She is very eager to improve. Rest assured, as long as you tell me everything you know honestly, our director of the Revolutionary Committee, who is a high-ranking leader from Beijing, will surely reward the information you provide." Okay. Li Chunhua's malice toward the Rong family was completely obvious. Her lips kept curling into a sneer, and her wide eyes, full of hostility, looked angrily at Rong Shiyan. He's from their family. They have a list hidden somewhere, right? The list you're after? It's hidden by their family. You're questioning them, pulling their nails, stabbing them with steel needles, yes, and that disabled person. Who are you calling disabled? You woman, how can you be so rude? Rong's father was angry. From the first time he was arrested, questioned, released, then rearrested and re-questioned, he had endured silently each time. Besides saying he was innocent and didn't know anything, he never spoke. But when he heard someone actually accuse his son, his proud son, of being disabled, he couldn't hold back anymore. When the police officer saw Rong's father suddenly lose his temper, his eyes turning red, and rushed toward Li Chunhua, he quickly stepped in to stop him. At the same time, he shouted to Li Chunhua, who was hiding behind the village chief, "Ma'am, please don't spread rumors or cause trouble here. If you have proof, report it through official channels. If not, your actions could be considered defamation and slander against government officials. This is a serious matter that you, a young girl, cannot handle." When Li Wei, who had come running from the cattle shed after hearing that Li Chunhua was there, heard the police officer scolding her, he was already hiding many secrets in his heart. Mice don't dare to face cats. The shock made his vision go black. He rushed forward 2 steps and, in a fit of rage, swung his hand to slap her. As he hit her, he cursed her as a troublemaker and a troublemaker. He didn't even dare look at the police. Instead, he kept apologizing, grabbing Li Chuanhua's arm with his left hand and twisting her soft inner arm with his right, then dragged her back home. This person arrived suddenly and left quickly. The police and the village chief didn't know how to judge the situation. Only Wang Ergo from the Revolutionary Committee, after exchanging a knowing look with those around him, smiled cheerfully and, as if nothing had happened, turned and left first. On passing the cattle shed, he even made a strange military salute to Rong Shiyan, who was coughing from being covered in dirt and having a sore throat, an expression of gloating and schadenfreude. Hey, Rong's mother couldn't stand it. Tears in her eyes, she wanted to go over and tell them her son was innocent, that her son was a soldier. Father Rong stopped her. Now he has been sent to the cattle shed for labor reform, not to the Northwest Desert, which is considered the best outcome. All they can do now is endure. As long as they survive this harsh winter, spring will come. For those heroes who sacrificed everything and dedicated themselves to the country, the hardships they face are nothing. The only thing that comforts Father Rong is that Shi Yan understands his difficulties and supports his beliefs wholeheartedly. Even if he cannot share his secrets with anyone, he fully trusts his parents and would never do anything that harms the country or the people. All right, Manhwa, let's help the child into the shed. It's all mud here. Shi Yan was covered in mud and dirt. The two of them carefully helped him inch by inch under the eaves of the cattle shed. Mother Rong tremblingly raised her hand, crying as she took a clean handkerchief from the scattered bundle and gently wiped her son's face. Father Rong entered the shed, planning to find a place to rest and get through the night. He must not sleep outside again like last night, almost freezing to death. Shi Yan kept his head down in silence. The mud and dirt forced into his throat made him feel sick, but what hurt him most was Li Chuanhua's comment about him being a crippled wreck. That was a sharp to his confidence. The idea that someone like her almost became his wife was terrifying. If it were true, it would be too frightening. Fortunately, she voluntarily withdrew her marriage proposal. Otherwise, his future life would be very dark, which was easy to imagine. There was also the young girl who stood up at the most dangerous moment. He didn't know if he would ever have a chance to thank her face to face. Maybe she didn't understand the nature of those sent away, which is why she stepped forward at that time. He hoped she wouldn't be affected by his situation. Mother Rong tried to clean her son as best as she could. Seeing Father Rong still inside the shed and worried he might get into trouble, she hurried inside to call someone. Meanwhile, a small official from the Revolutionary Committee, guided by Wang Ergo's signal, was asking around and found Li Wei's home. Just as he was about to knock, the door was opened by the same Li Chuanhua as before. You just arrived. The young official was about to speak happily, but Li Chuanhua stopped him. Don't say anything. Come with me. Li Chuanhua, along with the Revolutionary Committee member, moved to a spot not far from her home, but out of her father's sight. She then turned around with a mysterious look and said to the young officer of the committee, "Your direction is correct. The Rong family is suspicious. They have a list, and it must be what you're looking for." The young officer looked at her, noting she was plain-looking, just an ordinary woman. He thought to himself that she wasn't particularly attractive but didn't look bad either, and he was scheming quietly. Suddenly, he warmly and sincerely took her hand. "Comrade, you're right. It's that list. That list is very important for the future of our country. If you know where it is, please tell me. The people will always remember your contribution." Li Chuanhua had no idea that Rong's father and mother's mouths were sealed shut, as if welded shut. During those turbulent years, no matter how badly they were beaten, humiliated, or broken, they never said a word. Even their son, Rong Shiyan, didn't know what was going on. She naturally didn't know either. During those years of being criticized, beaten, and interrogated, she was only asked one question: where was the list? After finishing his passionate speech, the young officer saw that the woman in front of him was not excited at all but was staring off into space. He felt a bit proud. Perhaps she had fallen for him? But she was too ordinary, and his future was just beginning. She wasn't someone a simple village girl like her could dream of. Comrade, this lady?
Don't just stand there dazed.
Tell me, where is the list? Lee Chunhwa replied. I don't know. If I knew, why would I need you to interrogate me? I would just hand it over to you to convict the Rong family. The young officer, hearing this, got angry. Are you messing with me? You don't know where it is? Stop shouting nonsense. Without caring about the villagers watching and judging, he turned to leave. Lee Chunhwa quickly hurried after him, grabbing his sleeve. Wait, comrade leader. Listen to me. I have a way. Hearing the word leader, the young officer stopped and arrogantly lifted his chin, giving her a disdainful look. Speak quickly. I'm telling you, think carefully. This is your last chance. Lee Chunhwa kept nodding in agreement, then looked up at the young officer with a somewhat crazy gaze. She said, let me investigate their family. Please let me join the Revolutionary Committee. The leaders don't have time to check on them every day. I can do it. Haha, I live right here in the village, so I can check on them every day. I also know how to interrogate, nail pulling, needle stabbing, using water basins, pressing on the tiger bench. Stop, stop, stop. What are you talking about? The young officer was frightened by her crazy words, his face turning pale. Is this something you should say outside? Joining them and using harsh methods. Can you really say that out loud? At this moment, the young officer deeply regretted stopping earlier. When faced with such a crazy person, he should have clenched his fists, swung them side to side, and run away immediately. Even one more second here was a disrespect to his future. But now, running wasn't an option, and staying wasn't better. Lee Chunhwa insisted. I really want to, the young officer said. Stop talking. Our Revolutionary Committee is a civilized and friendly group. Everything must be based on evidence and reason. We don't abuse private punishments. You little comrade shouldn't say such things, she replied. I didn't, he said. Stop, you did. Anyway, that's all for today. I have other things to do. I will report what you said to the leaders. If you find anything new later, you can report it to the Revolutionary Committee anytime. But first, you need to show the leaders that you are capable. After saying this, the young officer didn't give Lee Chunhwa another chance to speak. He quickly ran away, as fast as a sled dog letting go. Mother Rong searched the cow shed for a long time. The more she looked, the more anxious she became. The shed was built with red bricks all around. It was a small space, with only 6 or 7 old, skinny cows inside, almost skin and bones. But how could her old roan get in, and then suddenly disappear? Just when she was about to cry from worry, she tripped over something under her feet. Looking down, she was so frightened she almost lost her soul. Father Rong was pulled out of the cow dung by Mother Rong, trying to hold back his nausea. He was barely breathing, his chest weak and almost invisible. In the past, because of Lee Chunhwa's beating and insults, their family was knocked out outside the cow shed. The village chief, fearing trouble, called villagers to carry them into the shed. Although Rong's father was also in a life-threatening situation in his past life, he never checked the cattle shed, nor did he rashly walk behind the cattle out of ignorance, leading to him being kicked and fainting into the manure. After Rong's mother pulled him out, she couldn't move him anymore. In the most dangerous moment, she remained calm. Old Rong, hold on. I will not let you die so helplessly, Rong's mother shouted as she ran out of the cattle shed, even passing by Rong Shuryen without a glance. Because of this, she didn't see her son's face twitching from pain or his body starting to shake uncontrollably. Rong's mother rushed out of the shed, looking around desperately. She knew it was too late to ask for help in the village, but in the countryside, how could anyone be so isolated that they lived outside the village? Seeing the smoke rising from behind her, tears suddenly streamed down her face. She didn't care about the manure on her clothes. Her mind was only focused on finding someone to save her husband. The smoke was on the hillside above the cattle shed. Her body, battered from the journey, was almost at its limit, but thinking about her husband's life hanging by a thread, she summoned an unprecedented strength. Help! Please open the door and help me. My husband has fainted in the manor. At this moment, Shu and the old man were eating hot pot. When she saw the police arrive and calm the situation, she was worried the old man might overthink, so she returned first and briefly explained the situation to him. The old man heard that a family of 3 had been exiled and might be falsely accused. He felt sorry for them, but, relying on Shu for support, he couldn't bring himself to help others or rescue people in danger, feeling morally pressured to ask Shu to help that family. He remembered their surname was Rong, but after checking his memory, he didn't recognize the name. Even if he felt uncomfortable, he didn't speak to ask Shu to help the weak or save someone in trouble. He believed that Shu knew these principles well and didn't need to be told. If Shu was willing to help, it was because they were lucky like him. If not, it was not her fault, as she had no obligation. When he heard the knocking and pleading for help, he was worried Shu wouldn't like dealing with such matters, so he offered to open the door himself. At the moment he saw Rong's mother, the old man froze. Tears quickly rolled down his face. Ignoring his old arms and legs, he rushed into the house. Bird of Bao Valley. How could it be her? Rong. Her surname is Rong? When Rong's mother saw the surprised expression on the old woman's face when she opened the door, and the despair as she turned and quickly ran back inside, there was a strong contrast. Her fragile body finally reached its limit. She only managed to shout, "Save my husband. He's unconscious in the cow dung." Then she collapsed outside the old man's house. Inside, everyone was shocked to see the old man return, full of sadness and anger. These emotions hadn't appeared on his face for a long time. The old man rushed into the house to kneel before Shu. She hurriedly stopped him. Hearing his voice full of grief and anger, he begged her quickly, "Child, Grandpa asks you to save the Rong family. It's all my fault, all my fault. Blame me. Please, save them. I know I shouldn't ask this of you. You're not obligated, but it's all my fault. Please, I beg you." As he spoke, the old man's heart was both anxious and angry. He struggled to hold back his usual commanding presence. Although Shu felt a bit repelled by this old man, seeing how emotional he was, she immediately sent out scout bugs to investigate what was happening. At first, the scout bugs and strength bugs sent to the Rong family had completed their tasks. The strength bugs had exhausted themselves and died, while the scout bugs were accidentally run over by a wheel. This was normal, as both types of bugs consume a lot of energy. So when she saw the family arrive at the scene, Shu didn't think much of it. Her personality is not to meddle in others' affairs. Protecting them at that moment was already her limit. She never expected this family to cause such chaos for herself. Suddenly, she felt that she might be quite busy in the future. She looked at Rong's mother at the door, saw she was just tired, and released 2 medical bugs to help her restore her energy and blood. Running all the way to the cow shed, she saw Rong Shuryen convulsing on the ground. Despite his strong will, his body was out of control. His leg wound was extremely painful, but he was still conscious, even as his eyes began to roll back. He saw Shu rushing over like a bright light, feeding him medicine and giving him a cold, icy drink that tasted like snow water. Then his legs stopped hurting, and the body spasms and convulsions were controlled. The water he drank was cold, but once it reached his stomach, it felt like a fire was burning, and a hot flow spread through his already frozen limbs and body. Rong Shuryen wanted to thank the girl, but he heard her say in a clear, pleasant voice, "Sleep now. When you wake up, everything will be fine." Then he fell into a warm, spring-like dream filled with blooming flowers. After Shu set up a barrier to prevent the insects from biting the man, she put him into her space. She bent down and picked up his rejected rubber shoes and watched from the ground. Next, she went into the cow shed. She first let the strength insects pour lake water, which was vital for his life, into Rong Fu's mouth. Then she ordered the insects to lift him out of the cow dung. She released many cleansing insects to clean him roughly, then gave him a green pill and used lake water to help him swallow it. Shu waited outside the cow shed. She confirmed Rong Fu was still unconscious, but his urgent health issues had disappeared. She guessed he was too badly tortured during the journey, so he remained in a coma with no signs of waking. There was no other choice. They had already saved him. If they left him in the cowshed overnight in this cold weather, he might freeze to death by morning. So, Shirshu ordered the strength insects to continue carrying him, and they carried him back to her small courtyard. After entering her house, she placed both of them on a heated bed. Then she went to see the old man. Her face was not very good as she said, "The person is saved. They are in my courtyard. As for that woman, you should give her this pill." She didn't wait for the old man's hesitant expression and turned to leave. The old man's request for her to save the person didn't bother her, but she disliked the commanding attitude he showed instinctively, as if he was a superior. It reminded her of her uncle from her past life in politics. He always looked like he didn't want to force her, knew she wasn't obligated, but his eyes showed he desperately wanted her to save them. If she failed to save them, he wouldn't say it aloud but would speak for her. Yet, his eyes were full of blame and disappointment, which made her feel sick. Instead of insincere words, it was better for him to simply ask her to save the person straightforwardly. After all, as long as she didn't worry about karma or guilt, saving someone was not difficult. Girl, wait a moment." The old man watched as Shirshu left his side, but instead of heading to her small courtyard on the hill, she turned to go into the forest. He quickly became anxious and ran after her, blocking her way.
"Child, listen to me. I was so worried back then."
He sobbed softly. "They are innocent. It's because of me, because of something I can't say. But I swear on my honor and my life, the Rome family was wrongly accused.
They are not bad people. Please believe me."
"You must believe me. When he was young, the old man was a brave soldier who once had his arm pierced by an enemy's spear without crying. He was tough and cold, especially after reaching his position, almost emotionless.
But now he was panicked.
Seeing the girl who always smiled at him and called him Grandma Gua suddenly turned serious made him feel completely unprepared and confused. He knew why Shirshu was angry. He had been eager to help and used a tactic of retreating to gain advantage. Shirshu was clever and probably saw through his plan immediately. He had been caught up in complicated social tricks for too long and had forgotten how valuable simplicity was. "Next time, if something like this happens, just tell me directly. If I can help, I will. If I can't, I will tell you honestly." After speaking, Shirshu was about to go into the forest again. The old man looked at her anxiously. Girl, we've already explained everything clearly. Why do you still want to go into the forest? It's almost dark now. How can you go into the mountains?" Shirshu looked at him with a strange expression. "I'm picking herbs, not rescuing someone." She could ask Lu Yu and the medicine bugs to help, but people can't just suddenly recover and jump around happily. It's not a big illness. She planned to gather some chicken blood vine and poisonous black snake, which is very toxic, boil them, and make a medicinal paste to apply for a while. I see. Be careful and come back early. Maybe I can go with you to pick herbs." The old man still felt uneasy. "Please stay home and make some tea. I'll drink it when I return." It seemed she needed to find something for the old man to do if she wanted to go into the mountains. Sure enough, when the old man heard he could do something, he happily nodded and went back to the courtyard to cut. Shirshu then set off into the mountain. She said she would come back soon, but it was not until noon the next day, just before mealtime, that she finally appeared in front of everyone. At midnight, Mother Rong suddenly opened her eyes wide while lying on the heated brick bed. How did she faint? Where is her old Rong? Where is her son? Where is she now? Countless questions made her try hard to sit up despite her weakness. When she wanted to stand, she felt dizzy, and her feet seemed to float above the ground. Is anyone here? Is there anyone at home? Helpless, she could only sit back on the bed and slowly calm her mind. An old man outside the house carried a bowl of soup and came into the room. "How do you feel now? Better?" Seeing her face still pale, the old man hurriedly handed her the soup. "Drink some soup first to keep warm." Mother Rong looked at the kind-looking, well-maintained, gentle-tempered old woman in front of her. A familiar feeling suddenly arose. Holding the soup, she temporarily suppressed her anxiety and politely asked, "Grandma, Have we met before? You seem a bit familiar. The old man was confused. They had met only half a year ago. How could she look so much like her? Does she look like an old lady?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Even if he was old, he was still a man. But since it was all for the organization and the country, he had to keep acting. Being called Grandma Gua was just part of the role.
He was used to it.
So, the old man deliberately pretended to smile with a delicate gesture, saying, "Girl, this is the first time I see you. What happened to your family? How did you end up like this?" Mother Rong sighed sadly. "It's a long story, and I don't think it's good to tell you." She looked up again and asked, "Did you send someone to rescue my old Rong and my son? How are they now? Can I go see them?" The old man secretly gave a thumbs up to Bao Gunyao. This young Rong was really good, acting so sincerely. He didn't see any signs of acting, especially when she called him grandma. Oh, he felt so awkward that he got goosebumps. In the countryside, there are no mirrors, and the old man still sees himself as his own reflection. But in the eyes of outsiders, he looks like a well-maintained elderly woman. Cough, cough, they're fine now. In Shu's yard, your whole family was saved by that child. Now she has gone into the mountains to pick herbs. If you're worried, you can go and watch over her. Mother Rong naturally wanted to go. Although she heard the old woman say her family was safe, her mind kept replaying the image of old Rong lying unconscious in the foul-smelling cow dung. I want to go. I'll go right now. After drinking the warm tea, Mother Rong felt some strength return to her body. She then supported herself on the bed frame and stood up again. Fortunately, this time went smoothly. At least she didn't feel dizzy or unable to stand. The old man saw her leaning on the door frame and struggling forward. When she reached the door and had nothing to hold on to, he looked around helplessly. Finally, he saw the old man, whose eyes were red, and he asked him to help him. It normally takes only 2 or 3 minutes to walk from the small yard below the hill to Shu's yard. But Mother Rong supported the old man for nearly half an hour. During this time, they sat on the ground twice to catch their breath. From the cautious beginning to the relief after reaching the house, he didn't know who to tell about his feelings. "Grandma Gua, thank you. Really, thank you so much." Seeing her husband and son sleeping peacefully on the bed in the small yard, Mother Rong felt she finally had the courage to keep going. The old man waved his hand.
"You don't need to thank me."
It was all Shu who worked hard to settle everything. "If you want to thank someone, wait until she comes back from picking herbs. Then I'll go back first. You all rest well here." After speaking, the old man went to the main hall, picked up the teapot on the 8 Immortals table, and then came back to say to Mother Rong, "I've also put water here for you. If you're thirsty, drink some. It's boiled." "Thank you. Thank you so much." After the old man left the yard, Mother Rong looked at her husband and son with a mixture of sadness and relief. Then she lay down beside her husband, not minding the cow dung residue on his clothes. She tried to curl up her body and sank into a deep sleep again. After a good night's sleep, the old man boiled a pot of cornmeal porridge early in the morning, cooked a dozen eggs, and boiled some small bok choy with a bit of soy sauce. The simple breakfast was ready. But he waited and waited, yet Shu, or the Rong family, didn't come to eat. Maybe they're still not awake. She sleeps so deeply. While complaining, she packed breakfast into a bowl, placed it in a basket, and carried it up the hill. When she reached the door, she saw a tall middle-aged man washing clothes on the front porch, and white smoke was rising from the kitchen. "You're awake," she said. The old man nodded and patted the gate. The middle-aged man hurried over, respectfully opening the door for him. As soon as the door opened, both of them were surprised to see each other's faces. The old man was stunned because he recognized the man. Like Bao Gunyao, he was his direct subordinate, code name Big Tree. So, they are family? The secret work was really well done. The reason Rong father was stunned was the same as Rong mother's. The woman outside the door looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. Finally, Rong mother came out of the kitchen to help them. "Grandma Gua, you've come. We woke up late and smell terrible. I wanted the father and son to wash up before going to thank you and the benefactor, but look, we let you come first. How embarrassing. Rome's mother approached to help the old man, but he refused to be helped. He quickly waved her off, grabbed his basket, and went into the yard, looking everywhere for Shirshu. Where is that girl? Is she still sleeping inside? I don't know what time she came back last night. Rome's mother was surprised to hear this. Girl? What girl? They had all been resting here last night. Shirshu didn't come back. The old man was anxious. He put the basket on the ground and was about to go look for her. Wait, where are you going to find her? Rome's father and Rome's mother hurriedly stopped him. The young benefactor hadn't returned yet. If the old lady caused any more trouble, it would be a big problem for their family. They had to calm her down first and then find a way to look for her. Grandma Gua, don't worry. Tell me, which way did the benefactor go into the mountains? Rome's father thought that if nothing else worked, he could go into the mountains to find her. But the old man's words left him without direction. I don't know. After she saved you last night, she said she needed to pick some herbs and went into the mountains herself. She said she'd be back soon and asked me to make soup for her.
Sigh.
Where could she have gone? Both the father and mother frowned. In the end, the father suggested, let's go look for him. First, we'll search around the outskirts. If we don't find him, we can ask the villagers to help us look deeper into the mountains. The old man thought this was the best option, so he told them to eat something before heading out. Yong Shiryen dreamed of a warm sea of flowers, tall trees, and upon waking, looked at the neat beams of the house, the bright sunlight outside the window, and felt the warmth of the rural clay bed. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. It wasn't until he heard his parents talking outside the house that he finally relaxed his guard. He couldn't hold back the bitter, salty taste in his throat, coughed twice, and then spat out a mouthful of dark, foul-smelling blood. Yong's mother, who had been paying attention to the noise inside, quickly came in. She supported her slightly trembling son, saw his face turn pale again, and nervously asked how he felt. Nothing serious, just a tight feeling in my chest and a bit of nausea.
Cough, cough.
Ugh. With another mouthful of foul, dark blood, Yong Shiryen fainted again. Son. Yong's mother saw her son faint again, and tears welled up in her eyes. She was very worried. She couldn't let anything happen to her son. He was innocent, so young, with a bright future ahead. He couldn't be harmed. At this moment, Yong's father also entered the room. Seeing his son's condition, he clenched his fists instinctively. His fingers, pressed so hard they bled, didn't even notice. Stay here and take care of him. I'll go into the mountains to find someone who can help. Yong's mother nodded through her tears. Be careful yourself. Try not to go too deep into the mountains. Okay, I will. Don't worry. Just as Yong's father was about to leave, Shirshu returned carrying a simple basket woven from vine strips. What are you all planning to do? She looked at the serious-faced old man with curiosity, unsure of what they were about to do. The old man had been worried all morning. Seeing Shirshu, he finally relaxed and couldn't help but complain. You said last night you'd come back quickly with herbs? How could she spend the night in the mountains? But Shirshu thought the old man's question was a bit lacking in common sense. She needed to explain things to him. So, she saw Shirshu walk into the yard with the basket, taking out the herbs one by one and explaining each as she did. Shengchuan black, chicken blood vine. These are from the eastern mountains about 15 miles from here. They are toxic, so do not touch them. He then took out some yellowish, solid chunks. This is bone-clearing grass. It's used for broken bones. It comes from the marshes in the west. He also showed the dark red, fruit-like medicinal herbs. This is qilin root. There are many in the hot springs area, but it's cold now, so they're not in season. I only found a few this morning. It helps promote blood flow, reduce swelling, stop pain and bleeding, and promote healing. After showing the items, Shirshu looked up at the old man. I think I came back pretty quickly. The old man awkwardly chuckled. Yes, it was quite fast. Father Rong also hurriedly expressed his thanks to Shirshu at this moment. Shirshu waved his hand dismissively, as if to brush off the thanks. He took the gathered herbs to the backyard and laid them out on bamboo mats to dry. The three of them passed through the main hall and heard the sound of scrubbing floors from the inner room. Shu found it strange and went to check. When he lifted the curtain, he saw Rong's mother kneeling on the ground, holding a piece of cloth that had lost its color, scrubbing the floor. "What are you doing? Get up quickly." Shu went over and helped her up. Rong's mother looked at the young girl who helped her up, her lips red, teeth white, calm expression, and skin as white as jade. Because of a night of travel, her eyes looked a little dull with faint dark circles, but her clear, cat-like eyes looked at her with wet innocence. Her heart suddenly fluttered. Whose child is this? She's so adorable. Thinking this, she couldn't help but ask aloud, "Child, are you betrothed yet?" Realizing how rude she sounded, she quickly apologized, causing Shu's ears to turn slightly red. Outside, the old man also frowned in displeasure. Shu was still young, only 17, and there was no need to talk about marriage. In his eyes, no boy from any family was worthy of Shu. "Let me check on the injured first." Not wanting the situation to stay awkward, Shu walked to the Kong and took Rong Yanyan's wrist, feeling her pulse with 3 fingers. He sat sideways, using the angle to let Lu Yu and the goo medicine enter her blood vessels to check if the original bruising had cleared and whether her esophagus had suffered secondary damage. Rong's parents, afraid of disturbing Shu's treatment, quietly stepped back into the main room to wait anxiously with the old lady. Father Rong kept glancing at his watch, his heart pounding. About 15 minutes later, Shu finally came out, her expression calm. "Kind doctor, is my son all right?" Mother Rong looked at her with hope in her eyes, her hands tightly clasped together. Shu smiled slightly.
"He's fine."
The man had vomited out all the harmful substances in his throat. After checking with her medical skills and Liu's confirmation, Shu found that except for the serious injury to his lower leg, his blood and energy were flowing normally, and there were no signs of infection. But how could she explain all that to them? Forget it. She had already said he was fine. Father and Mother Rong wanted to ask more, but Shu had already gone to the table to wash her hands and get ready to eat. The old lady, Grandma Gua, understanding her intention, took the cold breakfast from the basket and went to the kitchen to warm it up. "Would you like to join us?" They probably hadn't eaten either.
All right.
They wanted to ask more questions, but didn't dare. Forget it, if their benefactor said he was fine, then he must be fine. Their son had always been strong. He would surely recover. The result of inviting hungry people to eat was that the food ran out quickly. Fortunately, Shu had plenty of supplies. As soon as Grandma Gwen noticed the food wasn't enough, she hurried to the kitchen and cooked a dozen more ears of corn. "This is really too kind of you," Father and Mother Rong said, feeling embarrassed. They had never felt so awkward in their lives. Shu didn't mind at all. She even teased Grandma Gua for not steaming another basket of sweet potatoes so they could have breakfast and lunch together. As Shu ate, she chatted casually with Grandma Gua about the herbs in the mountains and mentioned discovering a new passageway. Watching Grandma Gua's curious expressions and occasional frowns as she waved her hands in refusal, Father and Mother Rong found themselves relaxing. Before they knew it, they had eaten more than usual. This warm and cheerful meal was something the Rong family had never experienced before. Rong father and Rong mother raised their children with strict discipline, always following the rule of not speaking during meals or when resting. Rong Shiyan also followed this rule as a child. After joining the army at 16, he ate quickly and efficiently, just to fill his stomach. Even when eating delicious food, the three of them never commented like Shu and Grandma Gua did. "I really envy Grandma Gua and the benefactor for their carefree life," Rong mother said sincerely, setting down her bowl and chopsticks. The old man heard this and smiled happily. "Yes, I envy myself for meeting such a good child like Shu. If Shu hadn't saved him from the prison in the Revolutionary Committee, he might have given up on himself by now, or even started self-destructing. This child would never imagine how many lives she had saved with her kindness." When winter passes and spring arrives, this old man's lifelong achievements will be dedicated to her, paving a bright path for her future. He thought beautifully, but he didn't realize how much he would later dislike these small achievements, which seemed insignificant compared to the many old monsters around him, each competing over who liked Shirshu's gifts best. Life was incredibly lively every day. When Rong Shuryen woke up, it was almost noon. The feeling of congestion and discomfort in his chest had disappeared, and his body no longer ached or cramped. The quilt was soft and light, carrying the scent of sunlight. The bed beneath him was just right, neither too hard nor too soft. The fire in the brick bed had gone out, but the warmth remained, just enough. Everything was so perfect, almost flawless. "You're awake. How do you feel?" A calm, elegant voice asked from above, while he was lost in thought. It was the girl he wanted to thank. "You've saved our family again," he said, his voice hoarse like rough stones. Shirshu handed him a glass of honey mint water. He sat up and took half a glass, drinking it. "Honey mint water? Haha, indeed. The mountains have plenty of resources," he said with a smile. After drinking, his voice sounded much better, though still a little hoarse. Shirshu thought that once his throat healed, his voice would be like that of a kind uncle, full of the smell of smoke and experience. "Are you a soldier?" She couldn't help but ask again. She remembered that in the barn, Rong-mu protected him and shouted at the people from the Revolutionary Committee, saying he was a soldier with military achievements. Rong Shuryen was momentarily silent. Their special task group's identity was, in a way, kept secret from outsiders, not to mention their current appearance. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Shirshu didn't ask further and handed him a reddish-brown pill. Rong Shuryen took the pill without looking at it, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it with the remaining half-glass of water. This time, Shirshu was a bit surprised. "You didn't even ask what it was before taking it? Aren't you afraid I might have drugged you?" Rong Shuryen smiled. "My life was saved by you. Whatever you want to do with me, I will follow your wishes. If his family hadn't had problems, if his leg hadn't been broken in the explosion, if only. He couldn't repay these kindnesses now. He had no money, only his life to give. But his life now, it probably wasn't worth much." Shirshu didn't know what was going on inside this man who kept his head down, but she knew that no matter who was in his place, they wouldn't be able to stay so calm. Even if this calm was just an act, it was already a rare display of strong willpower. Someone so strong and resilient deserves a better future. That medicine is to help you restore your tendons. Later, you'll need to use ointment along with treatment, and you'll probably recover soon. After speaking, she picked up the water cup and was about to go to the main hall. The old man wanted to eat dumplings at noon, and Rong's father and mother were kneading dough and chopping meat in the hall. She also needed to help wrap some. But before she could turn around, her wrist was grabbed by a large hand, twice her size. "What did you just say?" Rong Shuryen looked up in shock at Shirshu. He didn't hear wrong? His leg could be saved? Doctors from the military hospital, as well as specialists in orthopedics and neurology who had come from Beijing First Hospital, all said there was no hope. And now this small, delicate girl, like a proud and gentle cat, said she could save him? Among the things Shirshu hated most, being doubted was one of them. "Don't believe it. Let go of my hand." After saying that, she used a little force and pulled her hand free from Rong Shuryen. Her black hair, curly like seaweed, softly swung as she turned her head, gently brushing past his hand. That fleeting touch made Rong Shuryen feel a jolt, as if electrocuted, and he quickly withdrew his hand. He was thinking about whether to seek revenge. Such a good girl, deserving all the beauty in the world. But not him. His family had already fallen into despair, and he couldn't involve anyone else. The hope in his heart, a shining light, was already snuffed out by his own hands. A trickster, probably his parents, worried he might give up, asked the young girl to deceive him. Actually, they worried too much. Life is precious, and he wouldn't give up his life just because his leg was broken. He was a person who valued his life very much. Unless his life had no meaning anymore. At noon, a thin trail of smoke rose from the small courtyard outside the Shirshu family's house. 2 large iron pots were finally placed on the stoves, with plump, white dumplings, one with meat, one vegetarian, boiling in each pot. The smell of wheat flour, mixed with the aroma of pork, cabbage, spinach, and eggs, filled the entire kitchen. "This smells so good," Mother Rong said as she deeply inhaled the fragrant scent while preparing the dipping sauce. "Shu, your cooking skills are really good. It smells even better than the dumplings from the county's state-run restaurant." "Yeah, we use a lot of seasoning." Shu didn't take it to heart. Dishes from this small kitchen always turn out well. If it weren't for these 3 people insisting on earning their own living, and if she could just go to the old man's house to rest for a while, she could come back and enjoy the food already prepared. But that's a pity. She'd have to wait for another chance. The dumplings cooked quickly. After 20 minutes, Rong's father and mother began to bring out 3 large plates of dumplings and place them on the 8 immortals' table. Shu took some dried chili peppers and garlic from the cabinet, crushed and minced them with a knife, and put them into a white porcelain bowl. She then scooped a large piece of smooth, white pork fat, placed it on the stove to heat, waiting until the fat melted and started to bubble with white foam. Suddenly, with a sizzling sound, the powerful aroma of chili and garlic filled the kitchen, rushing outside into the yard. The northwest wind happily carried the scent, spreading toward the village. People living 5 dirt slopes away from the small courtyard lifted their noses to smell. "Oh, who's making such a fragrant mess? This must be a lot of oil and water wasted." A woman, happily carrying a bowl of wild vegetable porridge to share with her sisters-in-law, suddenly felt her stomach turn sour as she looked at the bowl, feeling a sense of disappointment. "Wow, boo-hoo, Mom, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." Boo-hoo, originally holding a soft, boiled egg in his hand, the proud little boy, with a slightly pouty face and tongue licking the egg, was envied by his sisters. When he smelled the aroma, he immediately threw the egg away, crying as he ran into his mother's kitchen, clutching her as she was making black-faced steamed buns, begging for meat. Before the egg hit the ground, one of his quick-thinking sisters caught it, popped it into her mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. The other sisters didn't have time to react. That afternoon, several families near the end of the village caught the scent, but it was only for a short while. They couldn't tell which house it came from, so they stood angrily in the yard, cursing loudly and blaming everyone. "This is too extravagant." Rong Shiyan looked at the 2 plates of dumplings, one with meat, one with vegetables, and a bowl of soy sauce and vinegar with sugar, along with a bowl of chili oil with garlic made from pork fat. He felt a bit out of sorts. It all seemed a little unreal. "Mom, we can't repay evil with good." Rong Shiyan looked seriously at his mother. Their family's current status meant that any association could affect them. His mother sighed and said, "Your dad, and I think the same. We told Grandma Gua, and she understands. But Shu is too kind-hearted. Given your current situation, you can't move around. Staying here, she can help treat you. The conditions at the cattle shed are too poor. Your leg might not survive." As she spoke, his mother covered her face, afraid her tears would break the rare peaceful atmosphere, biting her lips tightly to hold back her emotions. "Mom, I beg you. Just this once, I'm being selfish. If someone comes looking for trouble over there, for the sake of your leg, you and I will cut ties. We'll go live in the cattle shed. It's all my fault anyway." Rong Shiyan didn't expect his mother to still be trying to convince him about his leg healing at this point. A strange anger rose in his heart, but out of respect for his parents, he held it back and didn't explode. Instead, he looked at his mother with focused eyes, his tone cold. "My leg has been badly damaged in the explosion and cannot be saved. Please give up. As for the benefactor, just listen and don't take it to heart. After we finish this meal, we'll go back to the cattle shed, where we truly belong. We can't involve the benefactor. I don't dare to hold on to false hope." Mother Rong knew deep down that her son was right, but she couldn't believe she couldn't save him. The temptation was too strong. She had been an excellent, cheerful, brave child since she was young. She shouldn't have to face such hardship. Even if there was a small chance for her son to recover, she would risk everything for it. But her son was right. She couldn't gamble on hope. If she brought trouble to Grandma Gua's family, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Okay, Mom will agree. After we finish the dumplings, we'll go back to the cattle shed. After saying this, Mother Rong added, the filling and sauce are all made by Shirshu. You must taste them carefully. Don't just swallow them like a cow chewing peony. Okay, I understand. Rong Shuryen saw that his mother agreed, and his sharp features softened. He looked down at the dumplings with a look full of cherished determination. The dumpling filling was made according to the small kitchen's recipe, but they used a lot of seasonings, making it very flavorful and delicious. After the chili and minced garlic were heated in oil, their flavors were fully released, greatly enhancing the taste. Rong Shuryen could imagine what kind of excitement it would cause if these 2 plates of dumplings were served on their army's table. Not just the Northern Military District, even their special operations team would be amazed. Especially Wang Dabiao, who was so passionate about noodles that he couldn't understand it. If he saw these 2 plates of dumplings, he probably wouldn't even try a bite. He would just hold a basin and eat. In the future, when he saw that guy, he would definitely tell him that when he was sent to the cattle shed, he managed to eat such a meal, made by a girl who looked like a fairy. That girl even said she could cure his leg. Wang Dabiao would probably call him a liar. It's a pity he can't see his current heavenly life with his own eyes. While eating, Rong Shuryen's tears started to fall. TSK, so spicy, so satisfying. It was truly a clear taste of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. Being able to experience this in life was worth it. After lunch, Mother Rong quickly and neatly tidied up the kitchen, scrubbing the pots and pans until they shone brightly. Grandma Gua, Comrade Jean, thank you for saving us last night. Our family was sent here for complicated reasons. Because we had too much contact with others, it might cause you unimaginable trouble. We can't do something ungrateful or betray your kindness. So, Shuryen, his mother, and I have decided to move back to the barn for now. We are grateful for your kindness, but we can't repay it yet. If one day we are cleared of all charges, we will definitely repay your kindness. Father Rong saw that Mother Rong had finished tidying up and stood up sincerely to thank the old man and Shirshu before saying goodbye. If he goes to the barn, his leg will be ruined. Shirshu calmly explained the facts. His wound is infected and pus is coming out. If bacteria infected again, it could lead to amputation. Otherwise, if bacteria enter the bloodstream and spread to the heart or brain, it could be deadly. You should know what that means. That means death. Shirshu rarely spoke so much, and he gained a new understanding of the stubbornness and integrity of soldiers in this era. Mother Rong endured all afternoon but finally couldn't hold back her tears of pain and cried uncontrollably. But we can't. We can't be so selfish. We can't. What are you doing? I said it can be done. Since Shirshu said she can save him, and if he can't move, then it's impossible. You two stop hesitating. You go back to the barn to suffer, and let the child stay here to recover. When he's better and willing to go back with you, I will let him go. That's settled. The old man couldn't stand to see his 2 capable subordinates so humbled and bowed, and immediately took charge, making everything clear for the family. Even Rong Shuryen, who was lying inside the room and wanted to speak, didn't dare to say anything more. Grandma Gua was not an ordinary person. Her commanding tone and presence were even more intimidating than their squad leaders. Later, when they learned the old man's true identity, Rong Shuryen finally understood. He was a senior leader with a national-level rank, one of the top-tier old veterans in Beijing, an extraordinary figure. After Rong's parents took the 2 beds and their clothes back to the barn, they finally gathered the courage to look at the others and lowered their voices, saying in unison, "He looks so much like the station master." The tone, expression, and aura were so similar that it was almost identical. Except for gender and an unclear appearance, everything else was the same. But how could this be? It didn't make sense at all.
Could it be
a shape-shifting technique? Father Rong often read a few martial arts novels and thought it was just wild imagination, joking around with Mother Rong. He didn't realize this was his closest chance to find the truth. Shirshu had enough confidence to keep their family safe because She had set up 3 layers of protection. First, a scout insect was sent to the village's edge to watch for any suspicious or unfriendly people approaching. Second, illusion bugs created a false scene of the Rong family struggling in the cattle shed. Third, like the old man, while the 3 of them were unconscious yesterday, Liu helped them make some adjustments so that only the 5 of them, including himself and the old man, could see the real appearance of those 3. Anyone else seeing them would see only a sickly, emaciated, and fragile version, as if they might die at any moment. Shirshu thought that stacking these layers like nesting dolls should be enough. But those 2 insisted on going to the cattle shed to smell the stench, just as their son wanted. She decided to let them. She sent an extra scout insect to watch from the rafters. Now in the cattle shed, Rong father and mother were as brave as when they arrived, but now they were completely at a loss. The cattle were important assets for the village, so the shed was built better than their house. It kept out wind and rain, but there were 2 problems. It was smelly and full of bugs. Mother Rong was busy cleaning the cow dung, holding her nose, when a black spider, about the size of her palm, suddenly dropped from the high beam right in front of her. Old Rong! Old Rong! Come quick, there's a spider. Her fear of bugs made her forget all her composure instantly. She wasn't in an interrogation room. The person she trusted most was right behind her. Naturally, she let her feminine instincts take over. Father Rong hurried over, looked at the proud and threatening Black Widow, and honestly, he was a little scared too. Manhwa, don't be afraid. Let's step back. Father Rong protected Mother Rong and moved to a slightly cleaner spot near the cattle shed. He picked up a handful of straw from the ground, checked it carefully, and then cautiously approached the Black Widow. In a flash, he swept the Black Widow into the broom, grabbed the bundle of straw, and ran outside, throwing the straw and the Black Widow together. At the moment the scout bug was thrown away, it felt very confused. It was just following the owner's orders to check the view of the cattle shed from the beam. How did it end up being thrown out? Snicker, Shirshu, who was grinding medicine inside, also saw what happened to the scout bug. The exaggerated expressions of Rong father and Rong mother caused by the bug made her laugh uncontrollably. Why are you laughing? Tell me about it. An old man carrying a basket of mushrooms sat opposite Shirshu. He tore the mushrooms into strips while curiously watching her. This child usually keeps her emotions hidden, but just now she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Nothing. I was just thinking about whether to tidy up the east room for sleeping tonight. After all, there's a big man sleeping in the inner room, and she's not used to sharing a bed with others. The old man also remembered this issue. Yeah, maybe I'll sleep here tonight, and you can go to my place. Shirshu shook her head. No need. She then continued grinding her medicine carefully. The old man knew she was firm in her decision. Once she made up her mind, she wouldn't listen to advice. He wasn't the kind of stubborn old fool either. Moreover, if Shirshu liked Shiryen, forget it, he was only 17 years old. How could he understand love and romance? How about mushroom and scrambled eggs for dinner? The mushrooms on my mushroom bed have grown a lot again. I was worried someone might see, so I picked some. Shirshu looked up at the basket in the old man's hand. Yes, there were quite a few. They had enough for both of them, but now there were 5 people. And inside, the patient who didn't believe she could cure his illness needed a lot of animal protein to grow muscle. Tonight, we'll have sweet and sour pork ribs, scrambled eggs with mushrooms and greens, and steamed rice. This time, no sweet potatoes. The old man liked plain rice. Every time she added sweet potatoes or brown rice, he ate happily, but his eyes didn't look as bright. Okay, I will finish the mushrooms and then go back to the vegetable basin to see what other tasty vegetables there are. The 2 are chatting casually in the main room. After taking medicine, Rong Shiryen falls asleep again and then slowly wakes up. He happens to hear the menu arranged by Shirshu. He shakes his head helplessly, feeling genuinely touched inside. If he doesn't believe it, then he really doesn't believe it. This acting is way too intense, and they're even eating greens. Now it's already winter. The young girl has no common sense, yet Grandma Gua is also talking nonsense, mentioning mushrooms and greens. They ate such a good meal at noon, and it's okay not to eat dinner. Fortunately, They don't know he's awake. He can pretend not to know, so it won't be awkward in the evening. After Shirshu crushes all the herbs, he carries the basket to the kitchen to boil the medicine. Soon, the strong smell of bitter herbal soup spreads everywhere. People at the end of the village smell it and guess which wasteful person is boiling the yellow gentian soup. Even Rong's parents, who are cleaning the pigsty, guess what is being boiled. Old Rong. Did we forget to ask Shirshu what medicine he gave Shiryan? Was it for eating or for applying? After being kicked by a cow once, Rong's father learned his lesson. Now he always uses a shovel to clean cow dung from the front, never going behind the cow again. Hearing his wife's concern, Rong's father waves his hand dismissively. Leave it to Xiao Jin. She will definitely help Shiryan stand up again. Rong's mother purses her lips, still a bit worried. After all, this is her precious child of nearly 20 years. But she quickly forgets about whether the herbal medicine is bitter or not, because Li Chunhua runs over again. In Linshan village, from December to March the next year, there's little work in the fields. Without farm work, there's no way to earn work points. For local farmers, it's like wasting food. So, strong men with connections go to the county steel or machinery factories as temporary workers, doing heavy labor. Or those who know the street director can help deliver winter vegetables to nearby counties and towns. There are only 3 types of winter vegetables: Chinese cabbage, white radish, and potatoes. The men have all left the village, leaving only the elderly, women, and children. Without men at home, women have to deal with petty disputes, difficult mother-in-laws making things hard for daughters-in-law, younger sisters-in-law stealing money and things, and lazy, greedy daughters-in-law making the family's life more difficult. This was the peak time of family conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and the outbreak of mother-daughter wars. During this period, any trouble in a family made even the village chief hesitant to get involved. Since yesterday, after failing to latch onto the deputy committee member's support, Li Chunhua returned home to find her sister-in-law mocking her from head to toe with strange remarks. Usually, Li Chunhua wouldn't dare to provoke her, but since yesterday, after Li Wei took his 2 sons into the mountains, her sister-in-law had become a bit arrogant. Today at lunch, she didn't even prepare food. From morning until noon, the house was tightly shut. Not only her, even her mother tried to knock but got no response. But it wasn't a big deal that no one came out. The smell of boiled eggs from inside still drifted out. This made Li Chunhua furious. She remembered that in her previous life, when she was unlucky enough to be persecuted along with the Rong family, her sister-in-law was the cruelest, pulling out patches of her scalp. Now, although she had escaped the Rong family's trouble in this life and wouldn't be persecuted again, her anger hadn't lessened at all. Ordinary people, once they hold onto a grudge and believe they can achieve their goal, find it hard to let go until they succeed. So, Li Chunhua gathered a group of idle women from the village, women who loved gossip, bullying, and had been at the forefront of persecuting the Rong family in her past life. Down with the reactionaries. Down with the tail-wagging wolves. Cut off the rotten tail of capitalism. As soon as she left the village entrance, she started shouting. Behind her, a few troublemakers and gossips also shouted along, quickly gathering a crowd of spectators. They all headed to the cow shed. Everyone was shouting outside the cow shed, "Down with Rong Chuanbai! Down with Gu Manwen! Rong Chuanbai takes money, but doesn't do his work. Down with the corrupt and capitalist traitors. Gu Manwen, the sly fox, taking bribes, come out. Down with all the communist pests." They cursed viciously at the cow shed door. When that wasn't enough, some emotionally agitated people started to pick up stones, intending to throw them at the door. Fortunately, some villagers who were just there to watch the show quickly pulled them back. "Uncle, that's our village's cow shed. You can't just smash it. If you break it, the village chief will make your family pay for it." "Oh, right, I almost forgot. Thank you for reminding me, Sister Hu." Seeing how harshly they cursed inside, and how the people inside didn't dare to make a sound, Li Chunhua felt strangely puzzled. Is the Rong family really so useless? Without her, they don't even dare to speak back or scold. In her past life, she couldn't tolerate this. Every time, She fought fiercely, debated with many people, and humiliated those old women so badly that they had to cover their faces and run away. In this life, without her protection, the Rong family is completely finished.
Haha.
Those 3 people are not being watched. They won't run away, right? Li Chunhua was still proud of her memories when she suddenly heard someone whisper behind her. She opened her eyes wide, realizing, yes, what if they run away? Wouldn't the village be affected? No, this can't happen. On the cattle shed, the Shirshu family also heard the noise. Rong Shiyan desperately wanted to go over, but a glance from Grandma Gua stopped him. Girl, do you think they won't get into trouble? The old man was a bit worried and looked toward the cattle shed. Shirshu shook his head. They won't. Just scolding a few words is fine. As long as those 2 don't leave the cattle shed or actively contact outsiders, she can ensure their safety won't be affected. When Li Chunhua and her people rushed into the cattle shed, Rong's parents felt nervous and angry, but they followed Shirshu's instructions and quietly hid in the corner of the shed. Then they saw a strange scene. Li Chunhua and her group entered the shed and started shouting loudly at the cow dung pile they had just shoveled. Then, they even reached out and grabbed the dung, pretending to drag it outside. After everyone left, Rong's mother carefully looked out through the window. She saw them stomping the ground, kicking, picking up stones to throw, and spitting. Most of the spit and stones hit the people kicking and stomping. The chaos lasted about 10 minutes. When they got tired, they cursed and left one by one. Li Chunhua was the last to leave. As she walked away, Rong's mother saw a strange, chilling light in her eyes, like the look of someone who, as a child, had joyfully killed small animals and was mentally disturbed. Ugh, Rong, this place is too scary. Ugh. She was terrified, buried her face in her husband's arms, and cried softly, trembling all over. It's okay. Shoo. Suddenly, Rong's father covered Rong's mother's mouth. He saw Li Chunhua, who almost married his son, come back holding a large stone. Her face was twisted with a wicked, frightening expression, her eyes wide open and almost bulging out. She stared fixedly at a spot on the ground outside the cowshed, then suddenly raised the big stone and slammed it down hard. The stone hit the ground with a loud noise, followed by Li Chunhua's strange, eerie laughter. Ha ha ha, hee hee ha ha ha. You useless, go die. I couldn't deal with you before, and now you won't have it easy either. Then Rong's father saw her suddenly squat down, reaching forward as if grabbing something, squeezing tightly with her hand, her veins bulging from the effort. Useless thing. Just be completely useless. Ha ha ha. At first, Rong's father didn't understand what Li Chunhua's fierce expression and words meant. But as time went on, her words became more explicit, and Rong's father realized what was happening. His face turned pale with shock. Fortunately, after a while, her mother called her from afar, finally making her leave. Manhwa, we can't stay here. We should listen to Grandma Gua and Shirshu. Let's stay in that small courtyard for now. Although he didn't know what Shirshu had done to the cowshed, it was clear that those people had seen their family and used violence. Even Li Chunhua, who had returned, seemed mentally disturbed and harbored deep malice toward Shiyan. After realizing this, the couple quickly packed up their bedding and simple belongings without feeling embarrassed, carefully sneaking back to Shirshu's small courtyard while no one was around. At this moment, Shirshu's medicinal paste was cooling in a pot. Rong's father and mother entered just as she was scooping the ointment into jars. While the medicine was simmering, the strong bitter smell in the yard had turned into a cool fragrance. Wow, it smells so good. Why does it smell so nice? Rong's mother, upon entering the yard, was immediately drawn by this cool, calming scent. She took a deep breath, feeling the nauseating stench from the cowshed vanish instantly, and her upset stomach settled down. Shirshu came over and handed the green herbal decoction that filtered out the medicinal residue to Father Rong. Just apply this to your headache. The juice of the Kirin's essence is inside, which helps refresh the mind and specifically treats headaches. Father Rong took it and rubbed it on his head. Sure enough, A cool and soothing medicinal feeling flowed from his hair roots to the uncomfortable spot on his head. "Ow, this medicine is a bit strong, haha." Father Rong felt that not only was his headache gone, but his vision also became much clearer. "Can you also put some on me?" Mother Rong, who had been smelling a strong smell of cow dung for a long time, naturally felt her head ache and her nerves tingle. Seeing how effective it was for Father Rong, she also wanted to try. Inside the room, Yan Yan heard her parents' voices as they entered. His handsome eyebrows furrowed, and a pair of slightly sharp peach blossom eyes showed helplessness and worry. Seeing Shu carrying a tray with something, including a jar of fragrant ointment, she rarely looked uncomfortable and slightly bowed her head. He didn't know what to say now, whether to apologize for his doubts about her or to thank her for saving his parents again. Both felt very empty. Shu didn't care what this expressionless man was doing lying on the Kong, a traditional bed. She walked to the side of the Kong, directly reached out, and lifted the blanket covering the man, revealing his badly injured lower limbs. "What are you doing?" Yan Yan was so frightened he almost sat up. He was a man, and this young girl was lifting his blanket like that. How could she be so frightening? Shu tilted her head in confusion, looking at the suddenly blushing and tense man. "I'm going to clean the infected part and apply medicine." She said this while not stopping her hands. First, she placed the tray with various bottles and jars on the edge of the Kong, then took out the already boiled cotton thread soaked in high-proof alcohol. "There's no anesthetic, so it might hurt a bit. Please bear with it." Although both medical goo and Luyu would help with treatment, this was different from the previous bone setting or long bone treatments. She needed to scrape off the infected part of his leg nerve along with the infection. The pain from this and the bone therapy wouldn't be much different, especially since the leg's nerves are more active. Shu had to prepare him mentally. Even though she had planned each step carefully, especially using illusion goo to dull his senses, it wasn't foolproof. Without anesthesia, it would be troublesome. "It's okay. Just give me something to bite. I can handle it," Rong Shuryen said indifferently. He's not afraid to dig his own bullets. If she didn't lie to him, his leg could really heal. No matter how painful it is, he can endure it. Shu handed him a towel soaked in eggplant juice, also called 3 medicinal solution. "Don't mind the bitterness. It can relieve pain. It's actually a herbal numbing agent, not very toxic. Using it occasionally is fine, but long-term use can cause dependence." Although Rong Shuryen's leg was properly cleaned and treated at the border hospital, his family situation was too sudden. He didn't have time for the wound to heal before leaving. The doctor did their best to provide thorough care and bandaging. But when he returned to Ping'an County, everything was out of his control. Those people, trying to pressure his parents, seemed careless but actually pressed the wound under his bandages to cause bleeding. Then he had to rush, get caught in the rain, and fall into mud. It's unlikely the wound wouldn't get infected or pus. "Chi-Chi, you can count." Shu decided to scrape from his ankle upward, matching the curve to maximize the cotton thread's effectiveness. Rong Shuryen bit the towel tightly in his mouth. "Go ahead. Eggplant juice takes about 14 seconds to work." Shu roughly timed it. The first scrape, all the infected areas from the ankle to the muscle below the knee. It hurts, like a sharp needle stabbing into the top of his head. Rong Shuryen clenched his teeth, making only muffled sounds of pain. Second scrape, from the knee to the inner side of the thigh near the femur. An intense numbness and itching mixed with pain hit him, like countless ants crawling inside his bones, making him want to scratch desperately. But Rong Shuryen couldn't do it. The small amount of anesthetic alkaloids in the eggplant numbed his nerves, and he finally fainted. Third, fourth. Until the seventh scrape, the fascia on the outer side of his big toe. Another heavy squeeze. Rong Shuryen regained consciousness amid the pain. "You're a liar." This was the first thing Rong Shuryen said to Shu with a smile when he woke up. Shu raised an eyebrow proudly. "It was just 7 scrapes. You only fainted." Rong Shuryen spat out the towel from his mouth and closed his eyes again. This medicine works very well. He thought that being tricked by Shu would hurt a lot, but it was only the first 2 hits. After that, he fainted and felt nothing. He even had a strange dream where a tall building exploded at the top and the whole building caught fire. Now, he thinks maybe the pain was from his body. You're far from it. I can't purify the medicine. I haven't even used 1/10 of its power, Shirshu honestly replied. Rong Shuryan nodded. It will be very useful in the army. After the abscess was cleaned, the medical bug and Lu Yu began working on stopping the bleeding and helping the wound heal. It itches. I feel like there are bugs crawling on me. Shirshu, there really are bugs crawling. Hold on, don't move. I'll apply medicine. Fortunately, the itching was similar to dry skin itching, so it was easy to endure. As the wound healed, Shirshu applied a herbal ointment that stopped decay and helped repair the muscles and tendons. The cool, refreshing feeling made Rong Shuryan almost sigh aloud. It felt so good. He had never felt this comfortable after an injury.
Done.
Stay still and don't move. The ointment needed time to absorb. Shirshu was eager to make sweet and sour ribs for the old man, so he quickly packed up his tools and went to the main hall to get Rongmu to watch over him. While Shirshu was treating him, Rongmu had already prepared all the side dishes for dinner. When she saw the big basin of ribs, her washing motions became reverent. She had never seen so much meat at once. It felt like a lifetime achievement. Even in her childhood, with noble and luxurious meals, the family followed strict rules: 3 meats, 5 vegetables, 2 bowls of rice, and 1 soup. Not just a few dishes, but girls weren't allowed to gain weight. The most meat she could eat was 3 pieces, 5 vegetables, 2 spoons of rice, and 1 bowl of soup. Even after marrying Rongfu, their family was similar in wealth and habits, so the largest meals were usually eaten by Shuryan. So, this basin of ribs, weighing about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms, truly shocked Rongmu's eyes. She couldn't imagine how amazing they would taste once cooked. When Shirshu called her into the inner room to watch over her son, she was reluctant to leave the kitchen, feeling like she wanted to lock herself in with the ribs. Mother Rong once again couldn't help but think how good it would be if her family hadn't had any problems. She really wanted Shuryan, that stubborn boy, to work hard to pursue the wonderful girl, Shirshu. Now it's such a pity.
Sigh.
She couldn't do anything that would repay evil with good. She truly hoped the world could return to normal soon. Lost in her thoughts, Mother Rong forgot to call someone and pushed open the door curtain to enter the inner room. Seeing her son lying on the bed, smiling foolishly with his eyes closed, Mother Rong went over and placed her hand on his forehead. Son, what are you smiling about? He didn't seem to have a fever. Should I call Shirshu to check on him? Shuryan was originally relaxed, lying on the bed. A cool, refreshing feeling spread through his legs, making him drowsy and dream of a beautiful scene. In his dream, a girl's fair little hand insisted that his body was dark and needed to be whitened with snow cream. He wanted to hide but couldn't, so he could only helplessly let the girl apply it. The delicate touch made him feel shy. But the snow cream smelled really good, with a pine-like, slightly bitter scent that was very pleasant. When his mother woke him up, he was still happily immersed in his dream and didn't want to wake up. Son, Shuryan, are you okay? Mom will go call Shirshu to see you. Mother Rong looked at her son, who seemed half asleep and ghost-like. She was worried and turned to go out to call someone.
Mom, I'm fine.
Don't worry. Shuryan finally woke up and immediately stopped his mother from going out to call someone. He couldn't let his mother go out and talk nonsense. Child, you scared me to death just now. Tell me, what kind of sweet dream were you having? Mother Rong had never seen her son smile so foolishly since he was 10. When she saw it just now, she thought he might have gone crazy from a fever. Could Shuryan tell Ms. Gu Manwen that her son was having a spring dream? No, he had to come up with a reason. I dreamed I was better and got up to rejoin the team. But after saying that, he felt disappointed. Could he really get better? Could he rejoin the team? He thought that even if Shirshu's medical skills were superb, she could at most help him keep his leg. Complete recovery and being able to run and jump freely were impossible. Don't be discouraged. Meeting Shirshu is a blessing for our whole family. We must trust her. Just like this afternoon when my husband and I were troubled in the cattle shed, it was really thanks to Shirshu. Hearing his mother mention the afternoon events voluntarily, Rong Shiryan immediately asked for details, waiting until he had a look of disbelief on his face before listening to the entire story.
Mom, I'm tired.
If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. No need to make up stories to fool me. I'll go take a nap. Seeing her son doubting her words, Rong's mother became anxious. Sai, I told you, but you don't believe me, right? Just wait, I'll call your dad. She was about to walk into the main room again, but almost bumped into Rong's father, who was carrying dishes into the house. Be careful. Are you okay, wife? Rong's father supported Rong's mother with one hand and looked at her with concern. The meal is ready. Shu is calling you to eat. Shiryan, I can take care of myself. Seeing her pillar of support, Rong's mother felt the frustration from being scolded by her son boil over. Just tell your son about what happened in the barn this afternoon. I told him, but he doesn't believe me and says I'm making up stories. I am a respected evening newspaper editor, and I value facts the most. How could I make up stories? It makes me so angry. You raised such a good son, Humph. After saying that, she pushed away Rong's father's hand and stormed toward the 8-treasure table in the main room. Rong's father, holding the tray, watched his wife, who was unharmed and full of energy, and felt a happy smile come to his face. Haha, after such a big ordeal, you've turned back into a young girl. He hadn't seen such a sweet and adorable Miss Gu for many years. He missed her very much. War and responsibility had changed them so much that he almost forgot what he was like before, what kind of person he used to be. He picked a piece of pork rib from his son's plate, chewed it, and then carefully stepped inside behind a curtain. Son, look at Miss Shu's cooking skills. TSK, so good. He placed the tray in front of Rong Shiryan, which held a big bowl of sweet and sour pork ribs, battered and glazed chicken with mushrooms, fresh garlic greens, steamed rice shining with oil, and finally a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup. This is so rich. I heard Shu mention it this afternoon, and I thought she was joking. How can there be greens in winter? They even raise vegetables specially in the city, but they can't grow such good ones. Father Rong saw his silly son looking confused as he picked up some vegetables, looked at them, then put them down. He picked up another plate, looked again, and then put it down. His son's innocent, inexperienced look really made him feel embarrassed. You're still young. You haven't seen or heard many things. Don't think that what you don't understand is just someone making up stories. The situation in the cowshed back then was really hard to believe, but it also saved me and your mother. Father Rong spat out a rib bone and felt he hadn't explained clearly. After thinking for a moment, he continued, Your mother and I believe that Miss Shu saved us because when we left here at noon, she told me seriously that if anyone caused trouble in the cowshed, we should quickly hide in the corner and stay quiet. That way, we could avoid danger. So, it must have been her. Son, this young girl is quite special. You need to cooperate with her treatment and not let your soldier temper show again. When Rong Shiryan first heard this, he looked serious. But when he heard his father's last words, his face turned bright red. Don't talk nonsense. I'm like this now. I don't have any temper. Seeing his father reach out to grab his rib bone again, he quickly raised his hand to protect it, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at his father. Aren't you my real father? What are the family rules? No talking while eating or sleeping. Have you washed your hands? Father Rong shrugged. I see through everything. Want to try a different way of life? Why not? The little rascal was still lying there, daring to give him a side glance. Rong Shiryan sighed helplessly. Then, he quickly sat up straight, trying to eat properly. First the meat. Father Rong saw that he was eating fine, said a few words, and then got up to go back to the main house for dinner. Through the gap in the curtain, Rong Shiryan watched his father walk to the main house. Only then did he spit out the bone in his mouth and slowly enjoy the wonderful aroma of the food. The thick, reddish sauce coated the ribs beautifully, like large pieces of amber. The ribs were tender and falling apart, and a gentle press with the tongue could separate the meat from the bone. He took a bite of the meat with the soft white rice. The freshness of the meat and the sweetness of the sauce exploded in his mouth, perfectly wrapped by the rice. If the dumplings in the afternoon brought a sense of completeness and elegance, then this sweet and sour pork ribs at night was one of the most satisfying dishes to satisfy the appetite. Rome Shiryan couldn't help but wonder if this young girl was really a fairy from a legend who saved people in times of trouble. Otherwise, how could she be so amazing? That evening, the 5 people in the small courtyard were completely satisfied with their dinner. Even the leftover sauce was mixed with rice by the old man and Rong's father, who eagerly finished every last bite. While they were happy, the families living at the end of Linshan village were not so lucky. The sweet and tangy smell of braised ribs drifted through the air, making those who were too frugal to buy meat, people who usually ate only pickled vegetables and coarse porridge, grumble at home. Some even climbed onto their walls, looking around to see who was cooking meat, determined to get a piece if they found out. Unfortunately, the protective barrier around the courtyard was strong. It couldn't stop the wind from spreading the smell, but it did hide where the scent came from. So, the villagers at the end of the village could only smell the delicious aroma but couldn't find its source. They never guessed it came from the direction of the cowshed. Under the illusion cast by the magic, they believed that behind the cowshed lived the girl from the Jean family who had exchanged houses with the old team leader's family and the sickly old lady from the city. They thought the two were just living off the coarse grains the girl had recently received. The adults were so tempted by the smell that they couldn't eat their own meals, and the children refused to eat at all. One by one, they put down their bowls and cried, their big eyes filled with longing. "Dad, Mom, I want to eat meat." In the end, the adults had no choice but to promise that they would find a way to get some meat the next day. Some said they would trade for it, others planned to ask the team when they would butcher a pig, and a few even talked about confronting someone about it. For the moment, things calmed down. Early the next morning, before dawn, when the stars and moon still hung in the sky, loud knocking echoed on the doors of the village head and the team leaders' homes. "What's going on? It's so early. Why are you banging on the door like that?" The team leader had taken the strong young men from the village to help with steel production in the county, so he wasn't home. Everyone ended up crowding at the village head's door, pounding on it noisily. The village head, annoyed, was kicked out of bed by his wife. Grumbling, he threw on his cotton jacket, pulled on his green military hat, and, without even putting on his shoes properly, shuffled to the gate to open it. "What are you all doing here? It's still dark. Why are you all gathered like this?" Someone in the crowd, known for speaking bluntly, shouted from the back. "We want to eat meat. When will we slaughter the pigs for the new year?" "Other villages have already slaughtered 2 pigs. Yes, yes. I heard that people in Lin Shui village have already slaughtered a pig. It smells so good. They use pigskin to wipe the edges of bowls, and the smell lasts all year. Yes, slaughter pigs. We also want to slaughter pigs. Divide the meat after slaughtering. Slaughter the pig for the new year." With the first voice, more voices followed, becoming clearer and more urgent. Eventually, the main goal became clear: to slaughter pigs and eat meat. Actually, the villagers of Linshan village are quite confused this year. In previous years, their village was among the first to slaughter pigs and share the meat. Usually, they would fertilize the winter wheat at the end of October, then slaughter a pig to help all families get some meat. Last year, the village had a big communal feast, and everyone enjoyed a hearty meal. But this year, things are different. From the village head to the team leaders, everyone is being very cautious. They are even delaying the pig slaughter. When Chairman Chen understood what these villagers wanted, he felt a pang of worry. He thought, this might be the end. Last year, their village reported inflated production and resources to compete for the red flag, to be the best in the county, and to win top honors. They exaggerated their output by 3 times. Since they reported these figures and received rewards from higher authorities, they had to deliver the actual produce when the time came. So, the 16 pigs in their village were exchanged for grain with neighboring villages after discussion with the team. They planned to raise another dozen piglets for about 8 or 9 months, then slaughter them and share the meat with villagers. It would just be a month or 2 later than usual. But now, with only about a month left, the villagers can't wait. They want the meat now. Why not learn from his family? Have his wife buy some from the county or borrow from her family to eat first. They are really impatient. They won't be poor forever. Sigh, being the village head is really tough. No matter what Chairman Chen thinks or how he explains himself, he must give the villagers a reasonable explanation. Cough, cough, everyone listen to me. The pork must be shared, but since your husbands are not at home, how can we divide the meat? The village chief looked at Hu Lao's second daughter-in-law and asked, You guys split the meat and went to your family. When your men come back and there's no meat left, and you ask me for some, what should I say? The second daughter-in-law was frightened by village chief Chen and immediately shrank back into the crowd. This was easy to handle, but some people were not so easy to deal with. All right, Chen Shengli. My wife is 78 years old. I respect you and call you village chief, so according to our family hierarchy, you should call me Grandma Zhu, right? The village chief immediately pretended to be respectful. Yes, Grandma Li, look at what you're saying. No matter when, I should call you Grandma Zhu. The old woman, with her toothless mouth, was pleased to hear the village chief speak kindly and nodded happily. She continued, So, Grandma Zhu, I just want to eat some meat today. Do you think that's okay? Qin Shengli, standing in front of so many people, could only nod repeatedly. Yes, yes. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. The village chief agreed. The village chief agreed to share the pork, then the villagers naturally started to cheer. Great. Pork sharing time. Qin Shengli felt like he was being roasted over a fire, repeatedly turning and burning. The feeling was extremely uncomfortable. In the end, the pork would be divided around 10 o'clock after dawn, near the pig pen. The villagers, happy with the answer, dispersed and went home, already thinking about breakfast. The news about the meat sharing also reached Shirshu's ear from the ear room, where he was half asleep. Last night, following the old man's instructions, Rong Shiyan couldn't move, so he stayed in the inner room of Shirshu's small courtyard, while Shirshu slept in the ear room. Originally, Rong's couple said the bed was big enough, thinking the whole family could squeeze in and sleep, but the old man didn't agree. Shirshu was worried they might bump into Rong Shiyan's leg, and neither of them would rest well. In the end, the two of them followed the old man back to his yard and stayed in the ear room. They also agreed that Rong's mother would prepare breakfast today. She said she would make spicy hot soup with cat ears for Shirshu, which was said to not only keep out the cold but also taste very good. Shirshu had tried the spicy hot soup before. She thought that apart from the strong yellow flour flavor, the rest of the taste was acceptable. However, she noticed her father-in-law's strange expression and kept a mental note. When dawn broke and she couldn't sleep, she got up and went out into the mountains. An hour later, the old man, with some black ash on his face, and his wife, looked very tired as they arrived at the village. As they entered, they smelled the sweet aroma of corn cooking in the kitchen. His wife shyly said to her husband, I'll go help with the chores in the kitchen. Then, blushing and a bit nervous, she went into the kitchen. Shirshu, I want to admit I made a mistake with breakfast. I messed it up. But don't worry, I didn't waste any food. The main problem was that I've never lit the fire with firewood before, so I couldn't get it to burn. I wasted a lot of time chopping wood. His wife was used to eating at the town's cafeteria, where they used a coal stove. At home, they also had someone to help with cooking, so she rarely cooked herself. The last time she cooked a spicy beef soup was 7 years ago. That soup was a disaster, and her husband pretended it was delicious, so she wouldn't be upset. He drank the whole bowl of soup alone, even though it was not good. But his wife didn't know that she always thought that bowl of spicy beef soup was her best work. Shirshu looked at the nearly finished meat and corn porridge in the pot, then kindly comforted his mother. It's normal. I still don't know how to properly light the stove. When the wood is wet, the kitchen gets smoky no matter what. Shirshu was telling the truth. Without her fire-raising magic, she would probably be more confused than his mother. His mother knew Shirshu was trying to comfort her. She appreciated his kind words, especially since Shirshu was such a good cook. In the other room, Rong Shiyan, with his father's help, cleaned himself up. Last night, Grandma Gu helped the two men wash and dry their clothes, which had been a big problem for them. Shirshu even gave his mother some dark blue cotton fabric, so Rong Shuryen had new underwear and clothes to change into this morning. Breakfast was quickly served. The main dish was cornmeal pancakes with minced meat and corn porridge. There were also pickled vegetables, including radish, turnip, and snow cabbage, which were light and tasty. This is too much. Grandma Gu, please don't feel like you need to make so many delicious dishes just because of us. We are very grateful for your help, and we shouldn't waste your food. From now on, we'll just eat the coarse grains we brought ourselves. Father Rong carefully and seriously explained his thoughts to the old man. He absolutely did not want his family's arrival to cause kind and simple Granny Gua and Shirshu to face a situation where they would have no food by the end of the year. However, Granny Gua waved her hand dismissively. Little Rong, don't think too much. Just focus on eating your meal. Shirshu knows what she's doing. Whatever she gives you, just eat it with confidence. Like Father Rong, the old man also had worries. He remembered how Shirshu had spoken back then. Granny Gua, do you mean you want to eat separately? Should we each cook our own food? Or should I bring you the black flatbread you like every day and then go home to make plain steamed buns?
It seemed that was what she said.
He found it amusing but also agreed to Shirshu's plan for their meals. He thought that at worst, the things he had left could be handed over to the girl once the situation improved. They might even be worth some money. While they were talking, Mother Rong came over carrying a bowl of 5-spice quail eggs for Shirshu. Father Rong was shocked and stood up from his chair. He was completely convinced. Is there so much produce in these mountains? He couldn't believe it. This bowl had at least 60 quail eggs. Did Shirshu take all the eggs from the quail nests? Shirshu simply nodded without concern. Quails are afraid of the cold. In winter, they all go to the hot spring forest. When spring comes, your son's leg will also go soak in the hot springs. Father Rong was stunned. There were hot springs in Daxing Mountain? He and Manhwa had also lived in these mountains when they were young, but he had no idea about this. It was clear that their family had been too well protected, leaving them with no life experience. They had only passion and believed that holding a pen and expressing their thoughts could change people's lives. But this time, after being criticized, interrogated, exiled, and slandered, he realized that without strength, talking about ideals was just an empty dream. A gust of wind would leave only broken pieces behind. Nothing could be protected, nothing could be stopped. In the end, he was just not capable enough. After breakfast, Shirshu first helped Rong Shuryen change the medicinal plaster on his leg. This time, all the pus-filled areas had healed completely. Of course, the medicinal insects, led by Leo, carried out their tasks perfectly. Now Rong Shuryen's leg muscles and tendons are fully connected and healed. The next step is to use ointments and high-protein intake to build muscle. You're recovering well. Just 2 more days and you can start rehab training. This man's physical condition is really good. She thought the wound would take about 5 days to heal, but today it no longer bleeds and is already starting to grow pink muscle tissue. Thinking about the pork distribution in the village this morning and the chance to get some pork belly, she feels happy. Rong Shuryen wanted to look up and thank Shirshu, but she saw the beautiful girl with flowing curly hair suddenly squint her adorable cat-like eyes and smile at him more brightly than the sun, saying, "Wait a moment, the village will distribute pork, and at noon, I'll reward you with braised pork." Rong Shuryen was mesmerized by her. Her smile was fleeting, simple yet dazzling, making his mind go blank. Suddenly, he wanted to protect this warmth forever. Watching the girl turn and walk away, Rong Shuryen secretly vowed in his heart, if he was lucky enough to stand again, he would stand before her with all his honor and tell her about his admiration and love. Whether she accepts or not, he would protect her for a lifetime. Taking longer than expected to change Rong Shuryen's dressing, by the time Shirshu arrived at the east pig pen of the village, many people had already drawn lots to receive their meat. At the meat distribution table, the village's butchers had divided the pigs into 4 categories: pork fat, pig offal, pig head and feet, and pork meat. A responsible person was now weighing each category, then dividing the weight by the actual number of workers in Linshan village to find out how much meat each person gets. Then, dividing by the total work points, 10, they calculated how much meat one work point could earn. Finally, multiplying the average work points of each household by the amount of meat per category made it clear how much each family could get. Of course, they could also exchange meat. Pork fat and pork belly are the most expensive. 1 ounce of pork fat could be exchanged for 2 ounces of regular meat or 3 ounces of pig head or feet. Offal is generally unwanted, so 1 ounce of offal could be exchanged for 1 jin, about 1.1 pounds, of meat. Shirshu naturally wouldn't exchange for smelly offal. If she wanted to eat pork intestines, the small kitchen could prepare them for her in minutes. This time, because of a single pig weighing 240 jin, the meat yield was low, only 180 jin. Based on an estimate for 200 people, 50 jin of pork fat, 2 liang 5 qian per work point, 70 jin of pork belly, 3 liang 5 qian per work point, 60 jin of pure meat, 3 liang per work point. After calculating the portions, Shirshu counted that her family, including the 920 work points exchanged for coarse grains earlier, had a total of 1,388 work points. Dividing by 11 months and then by 30 days, the average work points per day was only about 4.2, roughly 4 work points. There really isn't much meat. A little pork fat, a little pork belly, and a little pure meat all added up to only 6 liang. She didn't mind the small amount, since she was just here to go through the motions and give herself some space to enjoy the pork belly. But not everyone was satisfied. Villagers who worked on the farm all year couldn't get even 1 jin of meat, and the young workers who had only been there for over 2 months and hadn't grown at all had even less to eat. However, this group of young workers and the ones who came during later movements were very different. The first group of volunteer land reclamation youths were all pampered children before they came to the countryside. They chose to go because they were inspired by the spirit of a volunteer army and thought there was nothing to do in the city. They wanted to promote and develop the leadership's instructions and show their skills in the wider rural areas. During this period, known as the Great Leap Forward, official reports and magazines from various provinces and cities claimed that the country's grain production was excellent and resources were abundant and inexhaustible. These young volunteers came dreaming of a beautiful rural life, seeking their poetry and distant dreams. They thought the village would welcome them with drums and cheers, and that every day they could sing patriotic songs without worries about food or drink. But reality hit them hard. Many of them wanted to go back, but they found that their impulsive decision was recorded in their personal files by some unknown person. Quitting halfway would be considered desertion, leaving a stain on their life records. So, the first group of young volunteers suffered greatly and wanted to return home, but they couldn't. 3 months ago, they were at home, unable to buy meat even for a day, and they had to ask their parents for meat tickets to buy meat at the supply store. Since coming here, they haven't had any meat at all because they are from Beijing, and at this time, there is no cured meat available. Now, after enduring 3 months of hardship, they finally received some meat from the village. Their eyes lit up with excitement. At this moment, someone told them they were too new to the village to qualify for meat distribution.
Protest.
We protest. Why aren't we allowed to get meat? I'm going to report you for discrimination against the workers in Linshan village. We are also people. Your actions are inhumane. The first group of 7 young workers, although now only 5 remain, still had strong fighting spirit. Especially Su Xiangmei, who caused trouble for Shirshu at the corn threshing site, and the snotty boy, who argued with the village chief on their first day in the village. It seemed they had completely figured out the village chief's character. Their words and actions became more and more bold. They realized that after causing trouble, they only needed to give the village chief some small bribes, and the problems that belonged to the village could be easily solved. So this time, they thought that if they caused a big fuss, the village chief would definitely take their side and try to smooth things over. But they were wrong. Chun Xingli's face was so stern it looked like water might drip from it. He quickly walked over to the 5 young workers, no longer smiling kindly and with cold eyes. He looked up from below at Su Xiangmei, who was standing at the front. Young comrades, it's better to watch what you say. Before you came to Linshan village, our village was always an advanced and model village, a leader in the county. Since you arrived, why have we fallen behind? Why you falling behind has nothing to do with us. Su Xiangmei was so frightened by the village chief's gaze that she stepped back, then angrily clenched her teeth and glared back. Is that so? Well, I remember when you first arrived, a young man said he could go back in half a year, right? Now it seems that young man can't go back. But do you want to go back? The village chief at this moment seemed to think of something and put on a kind but strange-looking mask. After glancing around at the young people with a weird smile, he nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Half a year, it's really too short. It's been over 3 months now. In the cold winter, you kids are hungry, which is tough. Going into the mountains to find food and losing 1 or 2 of you is normal, isn't it? After all, in our village, we don't have much, but there are plenty of wolves, snakes, and bears. Those are all meat. Why don't the 5 of you go and see if you can catch something? When you do, the meat is yours, and I'll even give you some work points." When the 5 young people heard Qin Shengli, the village chief, mention Zhu Yuan, they already felt regret in their hearts. They didn't say anything out loud, but privately, they discussed whether Zhu Yuan's family downfall might be connected to this village. However, they had no proof, so they could only guess. In the end, the 5 young people didn't get any meat. The village chief also took it out on them, scolding and hitting them. When they returned to their small courtyard, they all looked very downcast. "Hey, what's wrong with you all?" Just as they turned past a yellow mud brick wall, Zhu Yuan appeared and stopped them. Zhu Yuan was very different from when he first arrived 3 months ago. His hair, which hadn't been cut for a long time, had grown from a neat style to a middle part that reached his jaw. To keep warm, he changed into a worn cotton-padded jacket sent by Li Chunhua. The cotton inside was all clumped together, and he didn't know who had worn it before. At first, Zhu Yuan was very resistant. As November came, the weather got colder. Other young people's families sent winter clothes or bedding, but he, relying on the supplies he brought early on, had to stay in a donkey shed. Even though Li Chunhua had cleaned the shed a bit, the annoying donkey's braying still made him very upset. But none of that was the most important thing. The most important thing was that he had no food to eat. 10 days ago, Li Chunhua came to hint that she wanted to marry him. She said that since they had already been intimate and now he was caught up in his family's troubles, even though they had broken off their relationship, he could only form a family with a very good peasant family to report to the authorities and get out of the labor reform. Zhu Yuan knew all these tricks, but he didn't want to do it. He is a natural non-marriage supporter. He once decided to have all the women he liked, but he would not be tied down by any woman. However, his life was just beginning. How could he give up on someone like Li Chunhua, an ordinary woman? At that time, he was very confused because of a big family problem. He didn't want to marry her too quickly. He used the excuse of wanting to give her a grand wedding to delay and avoid the issue. He didn't expect that Li Chunhua was easy to fool, but her father was not. From that day on, Li Wei forbade Li Chunhua from bringing food from home to him. He made it clear that if she wanted to eat, she had to marry him. He really didn't want to bow his head, but if he didn't, he would starve. Today, the village was distributing pork. He was excited and prepared himself to look his best, hoping to use his charm to get some meat. But why are all the women in this village so ugly? He looked at each one. Some were big and bulky. Others looked like the poor girl from the Jean family, very thin, with a pale face and skin over bones. She seemed to float when she walked, as if the northwest wind cut her away. Also, the meat they held was so little. One small piece wouldn't be enough for anyone. Just as he was about to give up and go back to the donkey shed, he met some former fellow workers who had shared hardships with him. Zhu Yuan suddenly remembered they might also get some meat. But seeing their sad faces, he wasn't sure. In the end, his desire for meat won. He gathered his courage and jumped out. Su Xiangmei was startled when someone suddenly jumped out from behind the wall. She instinctively swung her hand. "Hey, who are you?" With a slap, his greasy face was hit. Disgusted, Su Xiangmei quickly pulled her hand back, wiped her hand on her clothes, and cursed. "Who the heck are you?" Like touching dirt. So disgusting. Some male workers who knew Zhu Yuan recognized him, but they pretended not to. Why are you, a troublemaker, here?
Get lost.
Stay away from us, or we'll throw stones at you. The young man from the rural area suddenly picked up a stone and threw it at Zhu Yuan. The other two young men, angry because of what the village chief had said, saw someone they could vent their anger on and immediately joined in throwing stones. Meanwhile, Su Xiangmei tugged at the other young woman. Lulu, let's go back first. With a fight so fierce, she didn't want to get involved if things got worse later. She was worried about being caught up in trouble. Lulu thought the same, nodded, and ran back to the small courtyard with Su Xiangmei. The small courtyard they rented earlier, now shared by 5 young people, was a bit crowded but better than living with villagers, where they were often watched and taken advantage of. After the incident with Wu Youlian, they became even more afraid. So, as soon as the courtyard was free, Su Xiangmei encouraged Lulu to rent it together. Later, the 3 young men found out and wanted to join. They secretly paid the village chief 5 mao, and the 5 of them rented the place for 2 yuan a month. The older young man lived in the main house, while Lulu and Su Xiangmei stayed in the small room. Lulu was different from the others. She volunteered to leave her shameful family because she wanted to escape. Her goal was to leave for a few years and let her family fall apart, hoping no one would be left. After Lulu and Su Xiangmei left, the 3 young men fought even more fiercely. Eventually, they stopped using stones, and one of them directly punched Zhu Yuan, riding on him and hitting his face repeatedly. I'm going to beat you to death, you scoundrel. Lian is such an innocent girl, and you tricked her. If you hadn't lied to her, she wouldn't have rejected me. She wouldn't have been bullied by that fool from the Chun family. I'll kill you. Before Zhu Yuan fainted from the beating, he still wanted to argue back, full of anger. Wu Youlian, what's so great about her? He only helped her a few times with farm tools and recited some famous lines from Hamlet. She clung to him like a soft creature. He just hinted at his father being the deputy district head, and she eagerly offered herself. Even he, with his boldness, found it exciting. Such a woman, what does innocence have to do with it? Maybe she wasn't even a. But the beating young man didn't give him a chance to say these words. The young educated youth was finally verbally scolded by the village chief, who said he was too rough, but did not say hitting was wrong. As for Zhu Yuan, he got his marriage certificate the day after being thrown back into the donkey shed, officially becoming the son-in-law of old Li's family. Shu heard these gossip stories much later. Now she had reached the end of the village, near the cattle shed, where she placed 30 jin of pork from the small kitchen into a basket that only held 6 liang of tenderloin. The illusion creatures in the cattle shed were always busy doing their tasks. Anyone who came here could see the 3 members of the Rong family lying sadly on the haystack after being beaten.
Tisk, so tragic, so pitiful.
After pretending to sigh, Shu happily walked faster toward the small courtyard. Before entering, she met the old man. So much pork, the pigs in the village must be very fat. The old man nodded approvingly at the basket of pork. Shu smiled and nodded, then pushed open the door for the old man. They both entered the yard. In the yard, Rong's mother was washing clothes on the washstand. Shu originally wanted to dismantle the stand, but later found it was very convenient for drying things or washing clothes, so she kept it. Back already? I'll finish washing soon. Put your things over there. I'll come and pack up later. Rong's mother saw Shu return and happily greeted her. Shu had only been in her small courtyard for a day or 2, but she really liked this relaxed and warm atmosphere. She didn't mind Rong's mother. She was planning to cook a big pot of braised pork, so she placed the basket in the kitchen, covered the meat with a cloth, and told Rong's mother to wash and cut the meat into small square pieces, then wait for her to come back and cook. Go rest in your room. Don't work so hard. Seeing Shu about to leave, Rong's mother hurried over to persuade her not to overexert herself. Although Rong's mother thought Shu looked much healthier and fairer than the villager saw her, she still felt Shu was too thin. Child, you're just too tired. Look at how thin you are. If I were you, I'd feel heartbroken. Shu smiled and shook her head. I'm going to the mountains to pick herbs. The big blood vine, which helps with circulation and relieves pain, is best collected now." After speaking, she took her sickle and went out. Looking at Shirshu walking away, Rongmu instinctively sighed, but then thought about her current situation and shook her head helplessly, feeling very disappointed inside. Rongfu seemed to sense something and came over, patting her shoulder gently to comfort her. "Stay calm. It will pass." Finding a large blood vine wasn't hard. If you went a little deeper into the mountains, you could find it on the hillside. Shirshu chose old vines that were over 5 years old because they had a gentler effect. After picking about 5 or 6 vines, she felt she had enough, so she prepared to go back with her sickle. But just as she turned around, she heard angry shouting from afar. Shirshu grabbed onto a big tree behind her and quickly climbed up. She has good hearing, so when Li Wei and his 2 sons came down the mountain cursing loudly, she didn't see them. "That black-hearted guy must have dug up my stuff. Him. Just wait." Li Dazhu and Er Zhu carried shovels and hoes, covered in dirt, looking dejected as they followed their father. Normally strong farmers, they looked pale and timid now, not daring to say much. But even so, Li Wei, angry and unable to vent, turned around and kicked them twice. "Useless things. Look at your pathetic cowardice. How did I have you 2 good-for-nothings?" he kept cursing as they walked. Shirshu even saw them reach the cattle shed. Li Wei picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at a spot inside the shed. "So, the traitor is this person." Shirshu lowered her eyes, hiding the coldness in her gaze. "Breaking the rules for such a person is a bit of a loss. Send some scouts to watch him." A few scouts received the order and went to keep an eye on Li Wei. Shirshu slid down from the tree and took a different path. She fed squirrels and wild rabbits on her way home. Unexpectedly, 2 rabbits, probably a pair, followed her all the way back to the small yard. As soon as Rongmu entered and was washing vegetables outside the kitchen, she saw this strange scene. She couldn't believe it and put down the vegetables, wiping her wet hands repeatedly on her clothes. She ran to Shirshu, eyes full of joy, looking at the 2 big rabbits behind her. Such cute white rabbits. One even has a black ring around its eye. "They're so adorable." After praising the rabbits, she looked at Shirshu with shining eyes. "Can I keep them?" Shirshu nodded indifferently. Since she had inexplicably followed her back, whether to raise or eat them didn't matter. She needed these foolish animals to understand that humans usually don't have good endings. So, under Ms. Gu Manwen's caring watch, the 2 rabbits found their little home in Shirshu's backyard. At this moment, Shirshu and Ms. Gu Manwen both forgot one thing. Rabbits are good at digging holes, and these 2 are especially skilled. From then on, for a long time, many small animals that should have been living in the mountains appeared mysteriously around her home. After handing the rabbits over to Mother Rong, Shirshu went to make braised pork. She followed the steps from the small kitchen recipe with one difference. Instead of cooking wine for removing the fishy smell, she asked for a jar of huadia wine. Huadia wine is not only tasty but also good for relaxing muscles, dispelling cold, and promoting blood circulation. It was very suitable for the people living in her courtyard now. When the jar was opened, the rich aroma of wine burst out like a wild horse breaking free. What was even more tempting was the perfect blend of floral scent with the soy aroma. The light brown wine was poured into the pork belly for stewing, and the strong fragrance of the wine spread out from the kitchen. Fortunately, today there was no northwest wind, and everyone was cooking meat, or else the villagers would dig 3 feet into the ground to find the source of this wine aroma. "What's that wine? It smells so good. I have to go see." The old man and Father Rong couldn't sit still. They rushed from the main hall to the kitchen, and even Rong Shiryan stood up to look toward the kitchen. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, you can't waste such good stuff like this. You're using such fine wine to stew meat." Of course, in the old man's eyes, the pork was also top quality, but he still felt distressed about wasting this golden, fragrant wine. "This is top-grade huadia wine. My little ancestor, you're being too wasteful." The old man wanted to cry, he really did. Father Rong saw Grandma Gu almost finish his lines, so he didn't say anything. But his elegant expression was full of regret, as if saying, "You don't understand good wine. This is a terrible waste." Shu watched these two useless men and silently took out 2 more jars from the cabinet behind her, actually from the small kitchen. The old man and Rong's father were so surprised they didn't know what to say. They carefully caught the wine jar. Before leaving, the old man couldn't help but nag a little and said to Shu, "Next time, you can use loose wine or cooking wine for the stew. This huadia wine is too fancy. If you keep using it, this pot of meat, don't you want to eat?" Shu asked him in surprise before he finished speaking. With such fragrant meat, how could he resist eating? The old man almost started crying again. "Of course I want to eat. I just feel sorry." "No need to feel sorry. There's plenty." To prove that huadia wine was plentiful, Shu took out another jar. Everyone drank a bit more during this lunch. "Your leg isn't fully healed, so you can only have 1 glass. Shu thought that since they all drank, it wouldn't be right not to give the patient in the inner room a little. Plus, the wine was good for him. So, she added a small glass to his meal. "Thank you. The smell of this wine is really nice." Rong Shuryan looked at his meal. Rice, braised pork, vegetables, garlic, boiled eggs, and pickles. "If you keep eating like this, you'll gain weight." Shu didn't think so. The man had a strong body, and the medical and leisure herbs would keep an eye on his health, so there was no risk of fatty liver or other issues. She shook her head and shared her conclusion with Rong Shuryan. "You won't gain weight. Just eat without worry." Seeing the girls seriously promise, Rong Shuryan rarely smiled. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Whatever you send, I'll eat." Shu nodded and then went back to the main room. In the main room, Rong's family and the old man looked clearly drunk. Rong's mother rested her elbows on the 8 immortals table, supporting her chin with both hands, staring blankly but very focused on listening to Grandma Gua and her husband talk. In her eyes, Grandma Gua's appearance slowly changed into that of the old station master. She missed him so much. He was like a grandfather to her. "Station master Grandpa, I miss you. Are you okay? Did they bully you? Did they hit you?" Boo-hoo. Before Rong's mother fell asleep from drunkenness, she watched Grandma Gua slowly pour out her feelings. When Rong's mother fell asleep, Rong's father, seeing her, said something she shouldn't have. Although his mind was hazy, a trace of reason remained, and he quickly explained to Grandma Gua. "Please don't misunderstand. She drank too much. We have an elder, and something happened at home." Grandma Gua was already drunk and didn't hear what Rong's parents said. She was lost in the joy of reading the 300 Tang poems. Beautiful wine in a glowing cup at night, eager to drink as the pipa music urges. In the past, yellow flower wine, now an old man. Good wine, good wine. All 3 were drunk. Going back to the small courtyard was impossible, and the little house couldn't fit 3 people. In the end, the old man decided to sleep alone, while Rong's parents went to the back. Inside, Rong Shuryan was also asleep. In his dream, he was holding the braised pork made by Shu and bragging to his comrades. Because the army's braised pork was limited in quota, it was usually quite salty, delicious but with a fishy taste, never as good as Shu's cooking. He woke up from this dream around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Outside the window, smoke was rising from the kitchen. The old man was running back and forth as if cooking. Shu placed the mortar used for grinding medicine on the wash basin and put chopped big blood vine into it to extract the juice by hand. His parents hadn't come back yet, probably still drunk and not awake. Dinner was indeed the cornmeal porridge the old man cooked, with pickled vegetables and tofu. They had eaten too much at noon, so no one felt hungry. Drinking some porridge to soothe the stomach was just right. Rong Shuryan was sick, so Shu gave him 2 eggs. The old man looked at him with envy. "Young people digest quickly, that's good." His stomach was still full even now. Because the village had distributed meat, everyone in Linshan village was quieter than usual that day. In every household's kitchen, the aroma of meat was faintly drifting out. Only Li Wei's family in the east of the village was different. "Grandpa, stop hitting." "Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Just tell me what's missing." Li Wei couldn't hold back his anger when he got home. He was hit by his 9-year-old grandson, and he immediately lost his temper. He kicked the boy to the ground, cursing him for being careless, then grabbed the whip used for herding cattle and started hitting wildly. The boy was frightened, crying in pain as he ran around the yard. Finally, he ran into his house and slammed the door shut, refusing to let his grandpa in. Li Wei was furious, hitting the door and cursing all the while. "I told you to be careful. Do you think I won't find out what you took?" His wife watched the scene in shock, too scared to move forward. She could only stay at a distance, crying and urging Li Wei to calm down. Until Li Daju, worried about the child, ran behind Li Wei and hugged him. Li Wei was pushed with some force and elbowed him hard, but his father finally managed to calm him down gradually. Li Wei coldly said to his eldest son. The eldest son dared not refuse. He immediately let go and knelt before his father. Li Wei looked at his son with disdain and scolded him, but he didn't hit him again. Seeing Li Chunhua also in the yard, Li Wei walked over with a serious face and gave her a final warning. "You want to bring that educated youth back home? I'll give you 3 more days. If it doesn't work out in 3 days, you can marry Zhang Jinwang from Linshui village. Their conditions are good, and the bride price is 100 yuan. He couldn't find his hidden things. If he wanted to store grain in the county, he needed money. The few hundred yuan at home were enough for what he needed. Fortunately, Lao Rong's family didn't ask him for the 180 yuan bride price. That was something he insisted on paying himself. But if, as this unfortunate girl said, there was a famine for 3 years, then 180 yuan worth of grain wouldn't last that long. He had to find a way quickly. Thinking of this, Li Wei was furious. If he found out who dug into his box, he would definitely punish that person's ancestors. Li Chunhua knew her usually shy but actually fierce father. When he said 3 days, he meant 3 days. If she couldn't get Zhu Yuan to agree, if she couldn't make him come to the Li family as a son-in-law, and if she couldn't retrieve the good things Zhu Yuan hid, she would definitely end up lying on Zhang Jinwang's bed in Linshui village on the 4th day. Li Chunhua felt both fear and anger. She had been reborn. Why couldn't heaven help her again, give her a lucky break, or at least some money? Heaven, cruel heaven, why are you so blind? Brother Zhu Yuan didn't marry anyone in his past life. Wasn't that for me? But now I finally stand in front of him, and he. Looking at Zhu Yuan lying on the yellow earth, barely breathing, Li Chunhua slowly opened her eyes wide. Save. Save me, save me. When Li Chunhua saw Zhu Yuan, he naturally noticed her too. He used all his strength to stretch out his hand to her and begged for help. He has been lying here for a long time. The villagers are all busy closing their doors and cooking meat. No one passing by has noticed him. If no one comes to help him soon, he feels he will really die. Li Chunhua was originally excited to run over to him, but when she remembered her father's last 3-day warning, her steps slowed down. When she reached Zhu Yuan, she looked anxious on the outside, but inside, she had a plan. Brother Zhu Yuan, what's wrong? Who is so cruel to hurt you like this? Help me. Zhu Yuan's whole body hurt. He didn't want to waste words with this woman. Brother Zhu Yuan, sob, tell me what happened. I want to find that person and ask him to pay for your hospital. You're bleeding a lot now, and I feel so scared. Li Chunhua's response surprised Zhu Yuan. Why didn't she immediately find someone to help him? What's going on with her? He wanted her to tell him who hurt him and to ask for justice. But now, he was being sent to the donkey shed as a bad person. Who could help him? Please save me first. Chunhua, I can't hold on much longer. He had no choice but to temporarily swallow his pride, show weakness at the right moment, and hope that this foolish woman would soften. As long as he acted a little gentle, she would rush to help him one after another. How boring. Did Li Chunhua soften? Of course she did. The man lying on the ground was the one she loved but couldn't have in her past life. Yet, the terrifying pressure of Li Wei hung over her like a bright banner. She couldn't resist. She could only cry and try to make Zhu Jiqing realize her current situation. Sniff, sniff, Brother Zhu Yuan, I can't help you anymore. Sniff, sniff, I'm sorry, Brother Zhu Yuan. Sniff, sniff, it's all my fault. Sniff, what was wrong with this woman? Her crying gave him a headache. His whole body hurt, and his head was dizzy and about to. Could she be a little more sensible? Could she help him call someone to take him to the hospital? Zhu Yuan took a deep breath, tried to slow his voice, and weakly explained to Li Chunhua. Don't cry.
He feels sad.
Please help me first. I will help you. Li Chunhua shook her head desperately, not even speaking anymore. She sat on the ground, covering her face, crying non-stop. Zhu Yuan cursed inwardly. If you keep crying, I'll really die. Of course, he didn't think that was possible. He never really believed there was any hope. Everyone was just playing around. None of them were pure or innocent, pretending to be deeply in love with him here. He thought this, but he couldn't say it aloud. Listen, I'll try my best. Cough, cough, cough. Save me first. Right now, Li Chunhua, hiding her lips behind her palm, instinctively smiled a strange, sly smile. My dad wants us to get married, and he also wants Brother Zhu Yuan to be my son-in-law. Her voice deliberately grew softer, as if she was very troubled and reluctant.
What?
Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Yuan was so angry, he almost snapped. Did he hear right? Let Li Wei be his son-in-law? Who was he insulting? His father was a deputy district chief. Did these village folks know how high-ranking a district chief was? How dare they suggest he become a son-in-law? Was the Li family's door decorated with gold and jade? Li Chunhua saw Zhu Yuan getting so upset and quickly tried to fix her words. Brother Zhu Yuan, don't be angry. Listen to me. I was thinking that you also said you would talk to your family about our marriage. But now, with uncle and auntie having trouble, it's unexpected. I believe your family is innocent. But Brother Zhu Yuan, you have to live. My dad said if you don't marry me, in 3 days, I'll be married off to Zhang's family in Linshui village. They even offered 200 yuan bride price. Boo-oo, Brother Zhu Yuan, I don't want to marry anyone. I only want to marry you. If I get married, what will happen to you? Left alone in Linshan village? In the end, Li Chunhua's words touched Zhu Yuan's heart. He was now branded as a bad person. Besides Li Chunhua, it was hard for him to find someone who looked decent in this village. All right, I'll agree. Save me quickly. Zhu Yuan looked up at the sky with empty eyes, tears like those of a crocodile slowly falling from his eyes. But Li Chunhua didn't move. She still sat on the ground beside him, her rough hand covering her face, her hand back frozen red. Zhu Yuan was truly anxious now. Quick, go call someone. I'm about to die. Cough, cough. Money. I don't have any money. My father said that when he sees the bride price, Brother Zhu Yuan, I really can't do anything about it. Please forgive me. In the future, I will treat you well, very well. Brother Zhu Yuan's mind was full of harsh words, but he forced himself to hold back. He kept telling himself to read the situation carefully. Now he could only lower his head. On the left side of the donkey shed, the third row from the wall, second brick from the bottom, there are 200 yuan bride price. The bride price is 180, and the remaining 20, help me call someone to send it to the hospital. Hurry, hurry, struggling to speak his last words, the person finally couldn't hold on and fainted. Brother Zhu Yuan? Wake up. What's wrong with you, Brother Zhu Yuan? After confirming that he had truly fainted, Li Chunhua took her hand away from her face. Her face was clean, with no tears, not even a hint of redness in her eyes. 3 days later, Shu was on his way to the village committee to get a village certificate and try to copy the official seal when he saw Li Chunhua, who looked very happy, and Zhu Yuan lying on a wooden board, pale and lifeless. The 2 men carrying the board were Li Chunhua's brothers, but their expressions looked strange. It was as if they were trying very hard to hide something that made them very excited. As he passed by, Shu clearly saw Li Chunhua glance at him with a look of mockery and disdain. Why did some people always look down on him? Was it just because she wanted Yu to help her with a disguise? Although her skin was a bit pale, she was actually whiter than Li Chunhua. Was she weaker? Shorter? Maybe those weren't the main issues. Then what was the problem? Shu really couldn't figure it out. Li Chunhua didn't look down on him. She just looked down on everyone in the village. In Li Chuanhua's eyes, a poor family like Shishu's would definitely die in the 3 years of famine. But whether in her past life or this one, she could survive. Even if she almost starved to death in her previous life, she would never let that happen again in this one. She and Zhui Yuan spent 3 days going to the city to get their marriage certificate. Zhui Yuan's 200 yuan, plus the 300 yuan she asked for this morning, were all in her hands. Even if her father took away 200 yuan, it didn't matter. She has now become a prominent person. After enduring these many years, she will also become the wife of the chairman of Yuanda Company, founded by Zhui Yuan. Someone like Jin's daughter, a nobody no one has ever heard of. How could she stand in front of her? At this moment, Li Chuanhua's mind was filled only with the joy and arrogance of controlling her destiny. She even looked down on her lifelong nightmare, her own father. Such a strange family. Shishu stopped at the entrance of the village team, watching these people leave completely, then smiled slightly and walked into the office. Shuni, why are you here at this time? Since the village head was not around, only the team leader's wife and a village auntie were there watching the door, also using the communal stove to heat water and roast sweet potatoes. I'm here to get a village certificate. Oh my, Shuni, you're going out again? What's wrong with you lately? You keep running outside. Are you up to no good? The auntie suddenly raised her voice loudly, with a strong accent, as if Shishu had really done something bad outside the village. Shishu didn't expect to meet such a person, but she wasn't worried. She had a good reason this time. I'm going to the county hospital to get medicine for Grandma Gua. This is the doctor's note. I haven't reached the time to get the medicine after the last trip to town. She pushed the hospital note forward on the desk. The team leader's wife and the auntie, aside from their own names, could hardly read any words. They pretended to scrutinize the paper, squinting and frowning as they looked at it. They muttered softly, "What kind of characters are these?"
What?
What? That's phosphatidylcholine, a medicine for liver protection. Shishu admitted that when she prepared this medicine, she was only focused on using it and forgot that the villagers might not understand. Oh, liver protection. Andy, what do you think a person's liver looks like? Is it the same as pig liver? The team leader's wife looked at the other Andy with a strong accent. No, it can't be. If it were the same, what would it be?
Come on, big sister, haha.
Shishu watched as the two women suddenly burst into inexplicable laughter. About my certificate. Just then, 2 gray illusion bugs flew onto their necks. Ah, here is the village exit permit. Sue and I, you can fill it out yourself. You don't need the village head signature if it's within 7 days. Just stamp it with the village seal. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Later, Sue clearly and logically prepared a 3-day village exit permit for herself. While she was filling out the permit, a group of spirit insects used the space-prepared red clay to copy all the seals in the office. Auntie, I've finished writing. Please take a look. One insect withdrew, and it was already over half an hour later. For the village chief's wife and that aunt, it seemed like only 10 minutes had passed. Good, Sue and I. Your handwriting is really neat and tidy. The village chief's wife looked at the date on the permit, saw it was only for 3 days, and then returned the permit to Shishu. After leaving the village office, Shishu didn't go straight home. Instead, she headed to the village's drawing yard to listen to the latest gossip. It turns out that Li Chuanhua and Zhui Yuan are married. They probably went to the village office to handle Zhua's household registration. Besides Li Chuanhua, there are rumors about Zhang Guohua, whom Shishu knows well. It is said that she is completely paralyzed and was secretly taken back to her mother's house by Li Laotai's son, Li Sanpao, during the night. The next morning, her family found her with her mouth covered, tied outside the door, frozen all night, and her skin turned purple. She was almost beyond saving. Although she is now staying at her mother's house, do her 4 sisters-in-law want to take care of her? Before she was paralyzed, she was not well liked at her family's home, and now she is even more unwelcome. According to Aunt Ma Lan, who married from Lin Shui village, Zhang Guohua's family fights every day. Today, her second brother was sent back to old Li's house, and now 2 groups are causing trouble outside Li Sanpao's door. The village head has already taken a few remaining record keepers to the scene. They also wanted to go, but because stones were being thrown, they were afraid of being hurt, so they all stayed back at the drying yard to wait for news. After hearing the gossip she was satisfied with, Shu left. Inside her space, several shiny gold seals of the Lin Shan Village Production Brigade quietly rested on a bamboo house table. She took out another permit she had prepared earlier, for Granny Gua, the old man's, use. She stamped it with a gold seal dipped in traditional ink, then compared it with her own copy. All she could say was, "Perfect." When I pushed open the door, I saw the old man who had been nervously waiting for her to return walking over. "Does that mean the team has approved our papers?" The old man was nervous. He didn't want to reveal himself so early, but 2 days ago, he overheard Mother Rong and Father Rong complaining that the situation above was chaotic, with the top leaders being sidelined, and he was worried that some people with bad intentions might try to interfere with the military. He couldn't stand this. After thinking carefully, he decided to ask Shu for help. This time, he was honest and straightforward, explaining that he needed help. However, he couldn't tell Shu the details of what he needed to do or why, only assuring him that it wasn't for any bad purpose. Shu nodded without surprise. Early that morning, he had only eaten a bowl of porridge before rushing to the team to get a certificate to leave the village. He trusted Shu deeply, but he also felt a strange excitement. He wondered if bringing back the title of station master would cause more trouble again. But the military was the foundation of the country's stability and the happiness of the people. The peaceful international status of the Flower Kingdom must not be disturbed. Seeing the old man's excitement making his blood pressure rise, Shu simply smiled and put 2 certificates into his arms. "Here, keep these." After handing over the certificates, he washed his hands at the basin by the table, then went inside to see Rong Shiyan doing rehabilitation exercises. "You can rest now." Overexercising can cause muscle injuries. When he entered, he saw the man shirtless, with muscles tense and defined, lying on the kong, a traditional bed, and practicing leg movements. Shu had to admit, the man's features were very handsome. At this moment, his head was slightly raised, his muscles tight, making his already sharp features look even more deep-set. His eyebrows were thick and straight, and his slightly fierce peach blossom eyes were full of resilience. His jawline formed a graceful L shape, and his neck muscles were prominent, making his face look smaller in proportion. The Adam's apple moved, adding a fragile beauty. His broad, strong collarbones spread out like eagle wings. His arms were muscular and solid but not overly bulky, just enough to show masculine strength. Sweat beads, fine and shiny like malt syrup, dripped down his well-trained chest, outlining perfect muscle contours. They slid over his 8-pack abs and disappeared into more private areas. "Why didn't you knock?" When Rong Shiyan heard Shu's voice, he hurriedly pulled his clothes on. However, because he was sweating a lot and his clothes were sticky and uncomfortable, he looked very awkward. Shu noticed his embarrassment and stepped out of the inner room. "Wash up before putting on your clothes." After saying that, she left to find Rong's mother in the kitchen. He wasn't even not wearing pants, so she didn't understand what he was so shy about. Still, his figure and looks were quite good. In that era, brave, successful men who pursued her were either gentle and refined, swimming together with full bathrobes, or they had bare bellies and tired faces, so they didn't pass the appearance test. Sometimes she'd see a few with some muscle, but they were the kind who built muscle at gyms with protein powder, soft and weak to the touch, with no strength at all. Rong Shiyan was the kind she admired, handsome and with a deep gaze, but not the typical square face of this era. He was tall, and although she hadn't seen him stand up, just looking at his long legs, he was definitely over 1.9 meters tall. He was like a tiger's back, a slender waist and long legs, nothing less than a mantis-like figure. Like all love at first sight, it was love at first glance. Shu rarely felt shy, but she was a little moved. "Already back so soon? That means you've opened it?" In the kitchen, Rong's mother was smiling brightly, boiling water in an iron pot. Seeing Shu come in, she quickly asked about her and Grandma Gua's plans to leave the village. When Shu nodded, she relaxed and started chatting about everyday things. Shiryen has worked up a sweat exercising. I'm boiling water for him now. Once his leg heals, he'll do all the heavy chores around here. He's got the strength now. Shirshu nodded, having just admired him. Finally, the man who had dressed himself in the room looked annoyed, burying his face in his hands. She saw that he saw her looking, and then she wondered why she was acting so helpless like a young girl. It was normal for him to be shirtless during military training in summer, and the cafeteria lady occasionally teased him from afar, so she didn't feel embarrassed. But just now, when the young girl looked at him for a moment, he felt like he was about to burn up. Ah, how embarrassing. When Rong's mother and Shirshu carried the water basin into the room, they heard their son sighing and saying he was ashamed. Shiryen, what are you talking about? Mom and Shirshu brought you hot water. Just wash up properly. Why are you putting your clothes back on? All the sweaty smell has stained my clothes. Oh, hurry and take them off yourself. I went outside with Shirshu. When you finish washing, remember to call me. Rong Shiryen wanted to find out in the rocks to hide in. This is definitely a strict mother. Every word is deadly. His face was completely lost. Just like that, you still want to be a mother-in-law and want me to marry? Huh. Rong Shiryen sarcastically took off his newly worn clothes. I forgot to give you the bamboo salt soap I made. Shirshu also took off his shirt, and Rong Shiryen, who was trying to untie his pants, looked at him. You have a good figure. Take your time washing.
Norus.
I'll go out now. After putting down the things, Shirshu almost hurried out of the room with his hands and feet. This person takes off clothes too quickly. Am I sick? Why do I take off my clothes so fast? Both of them, at the same moment, instinctively thought of going together. Fortunately, there were no more misunderstandings later. When Rong Shiryen was taking a shower, Shirshu and Rong's mother steamed many cornmeal vegetable dumplings in the kitchen. The dumplings were filled with bean sprouts, carrots, and eggs, all prepared by Shirshu. They also cooked a pot of corn, yam, and pork rib soup, planning to add a pickled vegetable dish for lunch. After lunch, Shirshu went back to his room with the old man to pack clothes and various documents. The old man looked worried, eating the meal somewhat absent-mindedly. He was really worried about causing trouble for Shirshu, but he also didn't trust the people in Beijing. He was afraid they might think he was dead and do something irrational in their excitement. If it affected the international image of the flower-planting army, he would truly be guilty of 1,000 deaths. The next morning, before dawn, Shirshu rode his bicycle with the old man to the county town. This is too early. You could sleep a little longer, kid. The old man looked at the watch borrowed from Rong's father. It was only around 4 in the morning. No, not early. After finishing your affairs, I want to go to the hospital to get some medicine. She recently developed a new anesthetic bug and needed some penicillin and sevoflurane with sterilizing effects. But it's hard to get these medicines. She needs to imitate a hospital prescription to get the medicine at the window. They rode the bicycle quickly. Because she was with the old man, Shirshu couldn't take the small path. He had to rely on his strength to help, riding on the main road. The cold wind blew so hard that their faces turned a bit pale. Shirshu, my legs are numb. Let's stop and walk around a bit. After riding for about an hour, the old man couldn't help but call for Shirshu to stop the bike. The bike stopped, and the old man shakily got off, holding onto the back seat for support. Sorry to trouble you. I'm getting old, and my body just can't keep up. Shirshu didn't find it troublesome. She silently pushed the bike and walked beside the old man. Maybe you could ride for a while, and I'll run ahead. Shirshu suddenly thought. No, that won't do. How can I let you run? No, the old man quickly disagreed. I just can't sit still. Why don't you ride the bike, and I'll walk slowly? Shirshu didn't want to argue more. She simply handed the bike handle to the old man and asked the spirit insects to help him keep his balance, so he wouldn't slip on the icy road. She took a quick step forward and ran ahead. The old man wanted to return the bike, but no one was there to help him. This kid, wait for me. Slow down. I can't catch up. In the early morning light, in the winter forest, on the icy road, a red-faced, cheerful old man wearing a railway cap, a military coat, and thick old-fashioned leather shoes pedaled his bike furiously. He called out to the girl running ahead at full speed. Slow down, don't fall. Aren't you tired? I'll carry you. This bike feels pretty good to ride. Get on the bike.
Stop running.
You've already gone 5 miles. Shu. This kid really doesn't listen. The old man looked at the small figure ahead with loving eyes. On her cute little head, she wore a black-bordered railway cap. As she ran swiftly, her earmuffs bounced up and down, seeming to reflect her joyful, energetic, and confident mood. How could I be so lucky? He had fought all his life, loved his country and family. When peace arrived, he was already old. He thought he could return to his loved ones and make up for neglecting his family while serving his country, but suddenly, everything changed. Although he once harbored resentment, he still cared for his wife enough to have her name published in the newspaper to divorce him. His children, whom he had neglected but loved deeply, no longer showed warmth or affection. They looked at him coldly and cut off their relationship with him publicly. Even his granddaughter, whom he had always loved almost too much, stood against him on the day he was arrested. She even tried to advise him, telling him to think more about her future and not to hurt their family feelings for the sake of unrelated people. Unrelated people, huh? If it weren't for these unrelated individuals, leaving their families and rushing into one special task after another, delivering crucial messages for the country, helping the government make accurate decisions, she wouldn't have had the chance to stand there wearing casual clothes, a quartz watch, and high heels and say those irrelevant words like an idiot. Getting old and abandoned by everyone. He once thought he was a failure in life. He felt he had no shame towards the country, but was deeply disappointed in his family. But everything changed the moment he was rescued by Shu and brought to Lingshan village. His grandma Gua regained her family. Even though this little family member didn't talk much, he knew she cared for him in every small way through her actions. The old man felt more and more warm inside. His riding speed slowed down until Shu ran back to walk beside him. He didn't react immediately. By the time he realized, his face was already painfully frozen with tears. Quick, wipe your face. If you're tired, just say so. Why are you crying? The old man blankly took the tissue, wiped his tears, and finally pulled himself out of his memories. He awkwardly returned the tissue to Shu. Made you laugh again, huh? Sigh. Life's so pitiful. No one to care for me. No one to love. It's so tragic. Back in the day, I was a handsome young man, not worse than Shuryen. Shu found it funny, but didn't rush him to continue. The two pushed their bicycles and strolled through the woods in winter. Soon, it was after 7 o'clock in the morning. The winter sun rose, casting a beautiful, colorful glow over their surroundings, like a poem or a painting. Come, granddaughter, Grandpa will take you for a walk. The old man seemed to shake off the gloom completely, his eyes shining with confidence about the future. It was as if the brave soldier who once stood calmly under gunfire, confidently planning strategies and repeatedly turned the tide of battle with fewer soldiers, had returned. They arrived at the county post office around 10 in the morning. The post office was bustling with people. Someone was carrying a live chicken and a big goose, asking at the mailing counter if they could send them to their son at the border patrol. The clerk didn't say much, and the person suddenly grabbed the goose and chicken by their necks from the basket, trying to stuff them into the counter. Naturally, the chickens and geese flapped and ran away, and everyone in the room helped to catch them. At another window, which seemed to be for pickups, a young man was carefully checking a notebook, counting items. He occasionally called over to the delivery window to discuss something. The stamp counter had a new clerk. The previous young girl was gone, and now a serious-looking middle-aged man was there. He was holding a Peace Daily newspaper, reading intently despite the noisy environment, with two very noticeable black eyebrows twisted into a knot. Shu was about to take the old man to her usual window for her business, when she heard someone calling her from behind. Hey, that young girl at the front, the one with the black hat, is that your bicycle at the door? Shu turned to look at the person calling her. A tall, thin young man in a faded blue work uniform ran over. He had a small notebook tucked into his chest pocket and a short pencil clipped to his ear. What's the matter? Shu asked calmly. The young man suddenly blushed when he saw her. I want to borrow a bike to send something, he stammered, explaining, I need to send food to my family back home. I forgot my wallet. My home is in the northern part of the county, and it takes 40 minutes by bus or 15 minutes by bike. I have work at noon, so I just wanted to borrow a bike from the post office, but all the bikes are out. Shu understood roughly what he meant and thought it was no big deal. She handed him the key to her bike. Send your letter quickly, then return the bike to the telegraph office. The man happily took the key, and when Shu mentioned the telegraph office, his eyes lit up with joy. Hello, comrade. My name is Sun Kashi. I work as a telegraph operator at Ping'an County Telegraph Office. Thank you for lending me your bike. If time allows, may I come back and send this telegram for you? Shu had never met someone who spoke so formally before. She found it quite interesting and nodded without objection. After sending 2 messengers to follow Sun Kashi to get his wallet, Shu took the old man to the window where she had sent packages twice before. The old man handed a bedding set and a letter to the window, then reported the delivery address. Inside the window, Auntie, who knew Shu well, smiled as she wrote and repeated the address to avoid mistakes. Number 15 Wanyan Road, Xiqing District, Beijing, Family Compound, Building 1, Door 3. Address to Old Shu Kong. Is that correct, sister? The old man was used to calling her sister, so he simply nodded. Yes, thank you, comrade. Please make sure it is delivered quickly. Okay, you can rest assured. It will be sent out with a vehicle this afternoon, and you should receive it by the day after tomorrow at the latest. After finishing, Auntie kindly asked, if you need a reply from the other person, have you written the return address? The old man smiled and shook his head, indicating he didn't need a reply. Auntie nodded, wrapped the bedding and letter in a large piece of cowhide paper, then sealed it with glue. She attached a special postal label and stamped it with the official postal marks, Ding Ding, twice, along with the stamps for Ping'an County People's Post and Ping'an Express 3. This is a long-distance post office, with an 8th-class stamp costing 2 yuan. The old man handed over the money and stamps. Auntie affixed the stamps in the correct place and stamped a confirmation seal to verify payment. That's all. Next customer. After efficiently handling the transaction, Auntie politely asked the old man to give way. Seeing the old man happily return, Shu knew that Auntie at the window was quick and efficient, which suited his taste. Since it was still early, the scout reported that Sun Kashi hadn't returned home yet. He immediately suggested to the old man that they go to the state-run restaurant for a meal. All right, since you've already promised that young comrade, let's go eat first. They left the post office and, in less than 5 minutes, arrived at the state-run restaurant. It was now 11 a.m., and the restaurant opened at 10:30. Besides the long line at the window selling buns and steamed bread, no one else was inside. They were the first customers. They first went to the ordering counter and looked at the blackboard listing the day's specials written in white chalk. Stir-fried shredded cabbage, 2 cents per plate. Braised cabbage with tofu, 4 cents per bowl. Egg drop soup, 6 cents per bowl. Braised pork, 3 tails of meat tickets, costing 50 cents. Rice, 2 cents per bowl with a grain ticket. Steamed buns, 5 cents each with a ticket. The buns were crossed out, probably sold out. There wasn't much else to order, but since they were there, they decided to try something new. Shu ordered a portion of each dish, planning to take leftovers home if she couldn't finish them. After paying, she and the old man found a corner table by the window to sit down. Did you use all the ingredients that were close to expiration? The old man asked her softly, as if sharing a secret. Yes, I used them. Shu replied cooperatively, blinking at him. Good, good. Don't waste them, the old man said happily, his high cheekbones and rosy cheeks making him look like a big, smiling red apple. Soon, someone called out their table number at the food window. Shu went to pick up the dishes. The dishes looked shiny and appetizing, tender, glossy braised pork, white, soft tofu with cabbage, stir-fried cabbage that was bright and clean-looking, a few strands of egg in the egg soup, warm, soft white buns, and a bowl of shiny, smooth rice. Shu looked at the egg soup, which had a layer of chopped green onions floating on top. The soup was clear and bright, so she could see the bottom of the bowl. If it weren't for the fresh cucumber scent in the steam, she might think it was just salt and chopped green onions in hot water. "Come on, give me that soup. It smells pretty good," she said, handing the soup and buns to the old man, then picking up her bowl of rice. She first took a piece of pork belly, but it was too greasy for her taste. She understood that the cooks of this time wanted customers to eat more fatty food. They cooked the meat lightly, so the fat was still oily and rich, but it was a bit too much for her to swallow comfortably. "Here, give me the fatty part. I like the fatty bits," the old man said, noticing her discomfort and wanting to help. "No, I'm fine. I'm not that picky," she replied. It would be rude to give someone food she had already tasted herself. She stood up and went to the food window, asking for a small dish of soy sauce and requesting the kitchen to add vinegar and garlic juice. She placed the dish on the table, picked up her chopsticks, and dipped the fatty part of the braised pork into the soy sauce. When she ate it, the strong smell was much less noticeable. "You're older now. Eating too much fat can raise cholesterol and increase the risk of fatty liver," the old man said skeptically, tilting his head and pouting. Shirshu didn't believe him and also dipped a piece of pork into the soy sauce, mimicking his actions. It was delicious and truly satisfying. Besides pork belly, Shirshu also tried other stir-fried dishes. The taste was surprisingly good. Even the egg drop soup, which had few eggs, received praise from the old man. He said it had a rich cucumber aroma, which complemented the egg flavor very well, making it very tasty. After the two finished eating and left, it was almost midnight. More customers started ordering at the restaurant. To Shirshu's surprise, every table that ordered braised pork received an extra small dish of soy sauce. All the customers who dipped the fatty meat in the sauce and tasted it showed happy, surprised expressions. The scout bug perfectly transmitted the scene back to the restaurant kitchen. Two slightly chubby women, one peeking through a door and the other through a serving window, watched the diners with smiles. It was clear they loved food and looked forward to the guests. Shirshu decided that if she had the chance in the future, she would ask the small kitchen for some recipes or seasonings to give to them. After all, they were all passionate food creators, and she liked their skills. When they arrived at the telegraph office, Sun Kashi was already waiting behind his window. Fortunately, his window was near the front. Otherwise, with all the small partitions and low windows, it would have been hard for Shirshu to find him. With so many people, sending out scout bugs would be very risky. "Comrade, thank you again for your trust. Here is the key to your bicycle. Please keep it safe." Sun Kashi handed Shirshu the key and a small box of delicate candies. "This candy is my wedding favor, hee. It's also a thank you gift for lending me your bicycle." He smiled sincerely, full of hope for the future. "Are you married?" Shirshu asked, a little surprised. In the scene the scout bug showed her, Sun Kashi lived in the northern part of the county town. But his living conditions were not good. It was obvious he rented a small wooden shed outside a local resident's house. The shed was patched up with various materials, including newspapers, torn cloth, and many cut-up fertilizer bags, to block the wind. Sun Kashi's place was very run down. To block the wind and snow, the walls and roof of the shed were patched messily. Everything was there, but there was no sign of wedding joy or celebration. Even when Shirshu looked at Sun Kashi's appearance again, he showed no signs of happiness. This was very strange. Sun Kashi noticed the curious looks from the old lady beside Shirshu and felt a bit shy. He scratched his head and smiled foolishly as he explained. "Our hometown gave it to me. They showed me a photo. Look, isn't it pretty?" After saying that, he carefully opened his wallet. In the center was a picture of a pretty girl with clear features. But Shirshu looked at the girl and felt something was strange. Maybe it was because her cheeks looked sunken, making her appear unhealthy in the photo. "That girl looks a bit thin," Shirshu said softly, but he didn't want to say it directly. The old man spoke up first. "He's right. Life is hard there." Shirshu lightly tapped the table of the radio window. "Life there isn't just hard, it's more complicated. Have you contacted them?" Sun Kashi shook his head. Just as he was about to say more, a man who looked like a supervisor came over with a ruler. He knocked on the back of Sun Kashi's chair. Speed up. There are many people outside waiting to send messages. Don't chat. Sun Kashi immediately shrank back and stopped talking. He signaled with his eyes for the old man to tell him what to send in the message. The old man frowned and thought for a moment. Just send. Brother Wu, Central China is still holding firm in East China. He wrote this out with strong, bold handwriting. Send it to this station. This was a secret radio station he and old Wu had set up in case of emergencies. Sun Kashi took the paper and focused on sending the message. The old man folded the paper into a ball and held it in his hand. Goodbye and happy wedding. After Shirshu and the old man left, Sun Kashi continued to send messages for others. He worked until 3 p.m. that afternoon. After his shift, he was walking home when he remembered Shirshu asking if he had contacted his hometown. Without thinking, he headed toward the county telephone bureau. The message he sent had already been secretly delivered to an important military department in Beijing. 2 days later, the actual list of trusted operatives, hidden in bedding and sent to Old Kong at Wanyan Road, caused a big stir in Beijing. The director of the Revolutionary Committee, Fang Jiping, was criticized by higher-ups and ordered to capture Yi Daoxing within 3 months. After 2 months of calm, Ping'an County has once again started a serious round of arrests and inspections. The 3 main communes, Meitan, Manhwa, and Meido, are all affected, but these events are still a few days away. Right now, the old man is sitting bored outside the hospital in Ping'an County, resting on a corridor pillar. Shirshu has already gone inside the hospital to find a way to get medicine. The old man, feeling bored, leans against the pillar and looks around. He notices a young woman holding a shiny mirror. He suddenly becomes curious about what he looks like now. Why do the villagers and the couple from the Gu family who should know him call him Grandma Gua so calmly? He remembers that he used to look quite masculine. Even though he doesn't like to look in the mirror much now that he's old, he doesn't think his face has changed that much. He rarely has a mirror at home, and he can't see himself clearly in water buckets or basins. Young lady, can I borrow your mirror to take a look? He asks. The girl, who is holding the mirror and admiring herself, suddenly hears someone ask to borrow her mirror. She naturally turns around and hands it to the old man. Grandma, you can look. Oh, your skin is so well taken care of, so fair and rosy. I can't see any wrinkles. The old man awkwardly smiles, politely takes the mirror with both hands, takes a deep breath, and holds the mirror up to his face. Square face, broad eyebrows, furrowed brow, a faint scar on the nose, drooping eyelids that look a bit old, and the corners of his mouth slightly turned down. His eyes are full of curiosity and surprise. This face hasn't changed. It's still his face. There's no dramatic transformation he expected. The old man, still not convinced, returns the mirror to the girl and asks her, Young girl, what do you think I look like? Can you help me describe myself? The girl takes the mirror and looks at him, her. She finds it strange. Grandma, you're really interesting. Let me see. Your face is round. Your eyebrows are thick and curved like a crescent moon. Your eyes are smiling. Your nose is medium-sized, and your mouth is also smiling. You look like a kind and gentle old lady. Suddenly, a thought flashes through the old man's mind, but he doesn't hold on to it. Behind a girl, a group of Red Guards from the Revolutionary Committee rushes in. Move aside. Move aside. This is a routine inspection by the Revolutionary Committee. Have you seen this old man? They saw men or elderly people and immediately looked at the portraits in their hands. The old man's palms were sweaty with nervousness, but he tried hard to resist the urge to look down, pretending to be calm. He believed in Shirshu. No matter what method she used, he was now fully convinced that these people would not recognize him. Hey, you. That old man over there, have you seen him before? A person with big eyes and a red armband suddenly looked in the old man's direction and shouted. Sure enough, he was spotted. The old man was about to run away, but saw that the person with big eyes and the red armband didn't even look at him. Instead, they bypassed him and went after an elderly person behind him, who was leaning on a cane. When they saw the old man with a beard reaching out and tugging at the other old man, The angry old man raised his cane, ready to hit him. Later, Shu happily came out of the hospital pharmacy, holding a bag of neurological medicines. The others had already moved to the hospital's inpatient area. The old man smiled and raised his portrait, pointing it out to Shu. Look at this, the drawing is really bad. It didn't even capture a third of his spirit. How could they think they could catch him?
Dream on.
Shu glanced at the printed portrait and then at the old man, thinking it looked quite similar. Unfortunately, with the illusion of leisure and playfulness, the current old man looked like an elderly woman in height, appearance, and spirit. The two of them left the hospital openly and confidently, right under the noses of the committee. What kind of medicine did you open? I even saw morphine, isn't that for drug withdrawal? Various psychiatric medicines, useful ones. Shu didn't want to say much. After all, could she tell the old man she planned to feed these medicines to bugs? She dared not say it, and the old man might not believe her. Plus, with the rules restricting her, even if she told him, he wouldn't hear. Talking too much would give him a terrible headache. So, they stopped discussing the medicine. Where are we going next? The old man waited for the bicycle to ask Shu sitting in the back. Manhwa Commune, 4th Brigade. Do you know it? I don't recognize the way. He was blindfolded when captured, and the first thing he saw was the interrogation room. I know. Turn left at the next intersection, then right after the downhill. Shu naturally had a scout guiding her, and they moved very smoothly. The old man thought about what to buy and smiled again. If Shu knew you bought this for him, he would blush and get angry, haha. Shu was a bit confused and tilted his head to look at the back of the old man's head, asking, why would he be angry? The old man laughed loudly. Because he might think you look down on him. Why would he think that? Shu felt that having a wheelchair and crutches would help that man go outside to enjoy the sun, which could help him recover faster. Haha, you're still too young to understand a stubborn man's pride. Especially in front of the girl he likes. He would be like a peacock spreading its feathers. Shu shrugged indifferently. He wasn't interested in men's strange pride. He cleared his mind and enjoyed the quickly passing scenery. Although the winter forest was bleak, it had a strong, majestic feeling like breaking through the sky. Suddenly, Shu felt that since he saved the old man, he had become busier. Like this time, buying crutches, he hadn't thought about it before. Because once that man's leg healed, he could go out naturally. Whether to enjoy the sun or go for a run, it was all up to him. If it weren't for Mother Rome asking him to check if the county hospitals sold crutches, he wouldn't have thought about this at all. Liuya Village, Manhwa Commune, 4th Brigade. This is the place. With the help of a magic charm, the bicycle was powered quickly, and the old man pedaled happily. Shu, lost in thought, felt that not long after, they arrived at the big willow tree at the entrance of Liuya Village. In winter, all the leaves of the big willow tree had fallen, leaving bare, black branches hanging down like an old man near death, looking quite ugly. This is the place the hospital equipment management told us about, the village that makes crutches and wheelchairs? The old man looked curiously at the village. It was now around 4 in the afternoon, the time when families in Linshan village were cooking, chatting, and visiting. At the entrance of Liuya village, there wasn't a single villager in sight, and it was eerily quiet. What's going on? The old man, who had seen many strange things in his life, was not afraid. He pushed the cart boldly and headed into the village. Is there anyone in the village? Excuse me, how do I get to the village chief's house? In the village entrance, in a farmer's yard, the sounds of chickens and ducks could be heard clearly, but all 4 doors were tightly closed. The old man called out twice, but if anyone had been nearby, they should have come out to respond by now. Through the scout's report, Shu saw that no one was inside these houses, which was really strange. Shu, I think there's something odd about this village. Should we go further into the village? The old man knew that in normal situations, the first reaction would be to leave quickly. Wise people avoid danger. But he had spent his life serving the country and helping the people, so he was used to doing his best to assist others in difficult times. When faced with such a strange village, he couldn't help but investigate further. Shu was curious. She only wanted to buy a walking stick, but now she found herself in such a strange village. They continued walking along the village path until they reached the threshing yard. Suddenly, an unusual change occurred. From behind the houses around the yard, more than 10 figures rushed out and surrounded the two of them.
Who?
Who are you? Wow, look at that bicycle. It must be a wealthy grandfather and grandson. They've made a good deal. What's so great about it? Just an old helper and a young girl. That bike looks pretty decent. Come on, Brother Biao, you should be content. We're about to succeed this time. These two are practically gifts to us. Opposite the kidnapped people, there were 3 guards, 2 holding machetes and 1 leaning against a wheat stack with his legs crossed, casually turning what seemed to be a pistol in his hand. Shirshu released illusion spell, causing each guard to enter their own imagined world. The guard with the gun immediately fell into a deep sleep. Several strength spells began to work, climbing from the wheat stack to the back row, freeing the women and children behind. After resolving the situation here, Shirshu naturally returned along the same path to the old man's location. At this moment, the bandits surrounding the old man had all fainted and fallen to the ground. The old man was still standing in the middle, leaning on his cart, with a slightly fierce look in his eyes as he stared ahead. Just as he withdrew the illusion spell from the old man, the next moment, the old man threw the cart aside and quickly protected Shirshu in his arms. "Child, are you okay?" Shirshu didn't know how the old man fought these bandits in his illusion world, but from his expression after waking up, it must have been a tough fight.
Ai fine.
They all fainted. Shirshu reminded the old man to think of a way to tie up the people. In the end, the bandits lying on the ground were all with their own belts by the old man. Shirshu noticed that the old man tied people very quickly, using simple and practical knotting techniques. That way of tying is good. Will you teach me? The old man turned his back without looking back, just waving at Shirshu. Look, this knot is called a hangman's knot. You make the rope into a snake shape, wrap the end around the main rope a few times, then pull it through the small loop. Tightening the large loop makes it impossible for the person to escape, the old man explained and demonstrated, but after tying up 2 people, he told Shirshu to stay back a bit. After all, they were all rough men, and he didn't want to dirty his child's eyes. They had only half of the bandits when villagers from the threshing ground ran toward them. "Thank you, neighbors." The villagers cheered excitedly, jumping and expressing their joy at surviving the attack. "Is that an old lady? Did she defeat all these people alone?" When the villagers got closer, they saw that more than half of the bandits were still unconscious but not. They immediately went over angrily to help tie them up. The old man told these people what had happened in his illusion world. They saw that our grandfather and granddaughter posed no threat, so they divided the spoils right in front of us and started fighting among themselves. My nephew's granddaughter and I were quite lucky. Shirshu was amazed at how rich the old man's fantasy world was. Most people would think it's just heroism, one person unleashing their potential and becoming an invincible hero in a fight. In this big kidnapping case, the criminals were all caught in the end. Shirshu stayed close to the old man, observing everyone they encountered. After confirming there was no clear link between the villagers and the criminals, she felt at ease and focused on the villagers' skills, waiting for the criminals to wake up and give their statements. The surviving illusion bugs returned to the sacred witch space. Naturally, the criminals woke up. They divided into 3 groups. The first group continued to threaten and scare the villagers, claiming they were just scouts sent from Daxing Mountain. They warned that if the villagers weren't obedient, their village would be destroyed when the main force arrived. The second group cried painfully, but when asked questions, they only shook their heads and refused to speak. The third group chose complete silence, refusing to say a word no matter how villagers asked. Based on their behavior, the villagers had different opinions. Some suggested that to prevent more criminals from Daxing Mountain, everyone should the criminals to the county town. But this idea was rejected. The old man also shook his head and told Shirshu that doing so could cause chaos. Keeping the situation within the village was the safest way to handle it. Another suggestion was to negotiate with the criminals, asking them to promise never to rob their village again, and then releasing them. As soon as this was proposed, Someone called it foolish, and Shu looked up at the sky in silence. In the end, the village chief of Liuya village and the elders decided that 5 strong men from the village would patrol the entrances until the police from Ping'an County arrived. After resolving the criminal's issue, the village chief and elders approached the old man and Shu. The village chief, Lu Chuanyi, wore a brownish-yellow cotton coat with a wide belt that looked like a martial arts waistguard. He also wore a small red velvet hat with ear, which made his round face look cheerful yet spirited. He wore a pair of brand-new black cloth shoes and walked with small, steady steps. A grateful smile appeared on his face as he bowed deeply to Shu and the old man. Even though this is the new Flower Nation, we must not forget the manners of our elders. I, an old man, offer 3 bows to the 2 heroes who saved our whole village. As soon as the village chief finished speaking, everyone behind him bowed deeply to Shu and the old man. Oh no, please don't. The old man quickly stepped forward to help the village chief up, too nervous to accept such a grand gesture. Village chief, you really shouldn't do this. It's a new society now. We can't keep such old customs. Shu, standing nearby, didn't think there was anything wrong with accepting the bows. She had indeed saved them, and there was kindness between them. 3 bows were just a form of respect, nothing she couldn't accept. By the time everything was settled, night had already fallen, and Shu and the old man found themselves in an awkward situation. They had nowhere to stay. Fortunately, Chief Lu noticed and invited them to rest in the old ancestral hall of Luyam village. When they arrived at the tightly closed doors of the hall, the old chief didn't open them right away. Instead, he turned to Shu and the old man with a gentle smile and began to tell the story of Luyam village. In his aged smile, there was both fondness and a trace of sorrow that was hard to understand. Our Luyam village used to be called Lu Family Village. Most of the people here were from the Lu clan. We lived by Mount Daxing and made our living as carpenters. In the nearby villages, we were known as the Carpenter Village. Later, during the war, many people died and many new ones came. After the new government was formed, officials from the county came and changed the name to Luyam Village. It's a nice name, I think. It sounds pleasant. As he spoke, the old chief wiped his eyes and gave an embarrassed smile. When you get old, you can't help but get emotional when talking about the past. There's no denying age. Then he looked at the old man. I'm 10 years older than you. Would it be all right if I call you little sister? The old man was long used to being mistaken for an old lady, so he didn't mind at all. Seeing him nod, the old chief grinned happily and turned to push open the doors of the ancestral hall. As the sound of gears clicking and turning echoed, clack, 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 Shu and the old man exchanged a glance. The wooden door had a hidden mechanism. The old chief, as if unaware, continued speaking to himself. This was once our Lu family ancestral hall, a place to honor our ancestors. Only men could enter in the past, but now times have changed. Men and women are equal, haha. Shu sensed a strange, sinister tone in the village chief's laughter. She didn't want to guess wildly, so she simply released a truth-telling insect onto the old village chief. The village chief led everyone into the shrine. Shu saw that the altar, which once held ancestral tablets, was now empty. A faint gray aura, not very auspicious, swirled around there, growing larger and more intense. There's a problem with the feng shui of this hall. Shu understood feng shui issues, but solving this particular trap was a first for her. While she quietly released a scout insect to observe the hall's layout, the old village chief, guided by the truth-telling insect, revealed a shocking and cruel truth. After everyone sat down, they wanted to politely say a few words before leaving, to let Granny Gua and Shu rest. Suddenly, the old village chief shouted out in pain and anger. Why do they push me so hard? Why can't they leave me alone?
Why?
Women can enter the shrine, so what does it matter if they come or not? The old man was startled by the sudden angry shout from the village chief. He quickly asked, Old village chief, who are you talking about wanting to enter the shrine? The truth-telling insect affected the old village chief's mind. Some things he had kept inside for half his life, and now he wanted to find a place to shout them out, his anger and pain. Who else? Just those little troublemakers who came to rob the village. We are all from the same root. No, they are not from the same root. They are sinners. They shouldn't be alive. The old man squinted his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Are they from your village? Village Chief Liu immediately shook his head to refuse. No, they are not. They are sinners, children who shouldn't have been born, let alone live. Suddenly, the old village chief stood up, took a few steps to the large, tall altar in the center of the hall, and turned a mechanism at the corner of the altar. There was a loud clunk as two heavy impacts sounded, and rows of ancestral tablets appeared before everyone. To my ancestors of the Liu family, I, Liu Chuani, humbly apologize for my ancestors. After speaking, the old village chief's knees buckled, and he knelt straight down on the blue bricks inside the shrine. Chuani bears 5 sins in his life. Hashuan almost laughed out loud when she heard this, thinking that the old village chief had made quite a few mistakes. But luckily, she held back her laughter and glanced at the old man beside her, noticing that his face also twitched with emotion. At this point, the old village chief was already under the influence of the truth incantation, ignoring everyone else, and only wanted to reveal the full truth. He understood that once the police arrived, the background and motives of the bandits would no longer be hidden. Although the other elders wanted to stop him, they had already been temporarily confused by the illusion incantation cast by Hashuan and were in a daze. So no one stopped the old village chief from continuing to confess his ancestors' sins. My first crime is fear of death and greed for life. That was over 20 years ago, during the war, when the Japanese soldiers invaded our village, burning, killing, and looting without mercy. As unworthy descendants, we were afraid and did not resist. We fled into the mountains, leaving behind only the elderly, women, and children in the village. I am guilty, deserving of death. Hashuan listened to this beginning and roughly guessed what would come next. If all the men in the village had run away, leaving only women to face the Japanese soldiers, there could be no good ending. Second, hiding traitors and shameful deeds. After the Japanese left, we hid in the mountains for a long time. We thought that if we returned to the village, all the people and animals would be dead, but unexpectedly, nearly half of the women survived, worse than death itself. They had been abused. At that time, I thought no one wanted to die, but soon many of them found they were pregnant. If they were married women, they could deceive themselves, claiming the child was their husband's. But young girls who were not yet married had no way out. I tried to help them get abortions, but all methods failed. Some children couldn't be aborted, and later, a young girl hit her belly against a stone and died. Only then did we give up trying to abort. As time went on, their bellies grew, and they couldn't hide it anymore. We had to hide them in the mountains and told the villagers they had gone to work in other villages. Only after they gave birth and their figures returned to normal did we let them come back to the village. But then another problem arose. Some of them changed their minds. Those children were illegitimate. How could they not want to kill them? Couldn't we just throw them off the cliff in the mountains and be done with it? So I helped hide the children in the mountain caves. This is my second crime. After the old village chief finished describing his second crime, he fell into a brief silence. But soon he started talking about the third. My third crime is greed and selfishness. Many years later, when the children had grown up a bit, I wanted them to gradually return to the village as refugees. Then I planned to register them under their mothers' names. Unexpectedly, some of the mothers refused because they had husbands and younger children now. So they gave me money, spoke kind words to me, and even sent eggs to my foolish wife, just a few eggs. Haha, I then agreed to it. Secretly, I helped those children build small wooden houses in the mountains. Their mothers went up the mountain every day to cook for them. Fourth crime, inviting wolves into the henhouse. 7 or 8 years passed, and the children grew up one by one. Some of them were clever, even among the simple-minded ones. They followed the women going up the mountain and learned about our village. Later, they came to me, asking to return to the village and reconnect with their ancestors. but who would accept children born from enemies. I couldn't say this out loud. I was afraid that if I did, these children I watched grow up might do terrible things. My fifth crime. Oh, my fifth crime. Boo-hoo. Fifth. When the old village chief mentioned his fifth crime, he suddenly cried so hard he almost fainted. Shu noticed something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to support him. A healing charm entered his neck through Shu's palm, helping old village chief calm his mind. With the help of the charm, his emotions gradually steadied, and he continued his story in a low voice. My fifth crime is aiding the villains. I didn't tell those children about their true background, but there was always that foolish woman who couldn't resist a few soft words or threats of hardship, and she revealed my long-held secret. And what happened? Haha, these little troublemakers are really something. They're very capable. They had already made contact with spies within Ping'an County before I even knew it. When I found out, I immediately wanted to report them to the authorities. I really thought about it, but they used the entire Liu family village to threaten me. If I didn't do as they demanded or if I dared to report them, they would kill all the men in the village. Animals. Animals. When they were born, I should have thrown them off that cliff. At this moment, Shu was a bit confused. When did you find out they were colluding with the Japanese soldiers? The old village chief wiped his tears. About 3 years ago, I went to the mountain to see them as usual bringing some food. I happened to overhear them talking to a strange, short old man. That old man had a pointed face, like a weasel, and his voice was sharp and unpleasant. But these wicked children believed him. They believed everything he said. I was hiding behind a tree, listening to them talk about radios and some great lord or something. My ears were bad, so I couldn't hear clearly. Later, that man left. I caught up with those children and told them not to do anything crazy. But they had already gone mad, saying they wanted to return to the enemy country, where they could live openly. Haha, a bunch of inhumane, ghostly wicked children, living openly haha. It's so funny. Since you knew 3 years ago that they were colluding with the enemy spies, why didn't you report it to the county police? And why are they arresting everyone in our village today? The old man, after understanding everything, looked serious and questioned the village chief. If this matter was an unstoppable disaster at first, then all the trouble afterward was caused by the village chief and those women making wrong choices step by step. The village chief shook his head and sighed. Why didn't I report it? I was afraid. I was afraid the truth would come out. I was afraid people would point at my back and call me a traitor who protected the enemy. I just wanted to hide it until I died. When I died, I wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore, and I could sleep peacefully. And what about today? Seeing the village chief's spirit already weakened and likely about to faint, Shu hurriedly asked him again. The old village chief, with his last bit of strength, said 7 words. Occupy the village, settle down, traitor village. As soon as he said, traitor village, everyone present, except Shu, broke out in cold sweat. Seeing that the old village chief had already fainted, Shu secretly withdrew all the bugs and told the young man behind him to first take the old chief to the side room behind the ancestral hall to rest. This sounds too scary. Maybe it's because old uncle is getting old and his memory. Someone was unwilling to believe this fact and tried to find reasons for what the old village chief said. But everyone was not stupid and shook their heads with helpless expressions. It's useless. The police will arrive soon. When those troublemakers are brought to the county for trial, everything will be revealed. The old village chief probably would be involved, and everyone who knew the inside story in their village would likely be implicated. I'll destroy those little brats. A middle-aged villager suddenly jumped up impulsively, slipping into his torn cotton shoes, and rushed toward the ancestral hall door. Lu Chi, come back here. The clan elder sitting second from the left in the ancestral hall called out to him. They deserve to die. Killing them means nothing, and you'll still have to pay for it. The clan elder speaking looked to be at least 60 years old. His white hair seemed to be cut casually, messy, and piled on his head, with unruly eyebrows, narrow eyes with wrinkles at the corners, and deep lines on both sides of his nose. He looked even older than the old man. When Lucci was called back and was pulled back to sit in his chair by others from the clan, he finally turned his attention to Shirshu and the old man. Let us show the joke of our village. By the way, I haven't asked, what brings you two to our village? The old man thought to himself that finally someone asked, or he wouldn't know how to bring up this topic. We came to exchange for crutches and wheelchairs. From Ping'an County People's Hospital, the medical equipment department asked us to come. Oh, that's a good match. We've been delivering crutches and wooden items to them. The white-haired clan elder immediately called for the clan members. Go and bring out the best wooden crutches and a wheelchair from the storeroom. He then asked the old man, Old sister, is one enough? Yes, that's enough. Thank you. All right, then we'll be leaving now. About what my older brother mentioned tonight, just consider it a story. Don't take it too seriously. Tomorrow morning, you two should go home. The implied meaning of these words, in Shirshu's view, is that the matters of our village are not your concern. You two should not interfere. It's just what I wanted to hear. Buy got a cane, a wheelchair, and listen to a story. Shirshu felt she gained a lot. But the old man clearly didn't think so. We can't accept the cane and wheelchair. Accepting them would be considered bribery. He thought for a moment and added, we can exchange things for them or pay money. Shirshu didn't want to argue with the old man. She nodded, stretched lazily, and prepared to go inside to sleep. But the old man wasn't willing to let her go so easily. Tomorrow, we can't leave early. Even if we do, we need to stay outside the village. I must see the police catch all the criminals before I can feel at ease. All right, I'll listen to you. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Good night. After saying that, Shirshu went inside and closed the door. Even if she wasn't tired, the bugs she had been dealing with all day were probably exhausted too. Since village head Lu Laozuan moved the ancestral tablets from the Lu family ancestral hall, Shirshu noticed a gloomy, unlucky aura coming from beneath several tablets. At that time, she sent a scout with a strength bug to check. They found it was caused by some large blocks of lead ore. This kind of ore is very fragile. Inhaling its dust can cause lead poisoning. She didn't know why, but such ore appeared in a small mountain village's ancestral hall. Someone must be plotting behind the scenes. So, Shirshu unceremoniously stored those toxic ores into her sacred witch space. Her space was still nurturing a netbug insect, which loved these poisonous ores. That night was destined to be restless, whether in Liuya village or Linshan village. That night was also destined to be restless, whether in Liuya village or Linshan village. Around 3:30 a.m., a mournful scream came from the east of the village. Neighbors around Li Wei's house hurriedly put on cotton-padded clothes and rushed outside, peering over the wall to see inside. Old Li, what's your daughter shouting about? I didn't realize she had such a loud voice in bed. Haha. Some rude people were joking loudly, full of mockery. Li Wei, with a grim face, picked up a big broom from the yard and started hitting the wall, shouting for his two useless sons to come help him. Inside the house, Li Chunhua was covered with a large quilt, crying loudly. She couldn't believe that after living again, knowing future events and carefully planning her marriage, the man she married was such a weakling. Even if she forced it, why did the man named Zhua suddenly stop moving after just entering? Could this be the real reason he didn't want to marry last time? No, she refused to believe it. It couldn't be true. It just couldn't. Li Chunhua broke down completely. Whether her mother came to comfort her kindly or her father, Li Wei, came with a broom to scold her, she kept crying until she fainted from crying too much. Meanwhile, Ewe Yuan, ignored by everyone, leaned against the bed, feeling the cold wall make his spine ache. His eyes looked empty, as if he was detached from the chaos around him, as if the man everyone looked down on wasn't himself. Stop crying. He just needs to go to the hospital. Besides, you said 2 days ago that he was injured and shouldn't work. Maybe he just needs more time to recover, his mother said, trying to comfort her. She didn't know how to advise her daughter. She felt tired and overwhelmed. Her old husband was a kind man who smiled on the surface, but did things behind the scenes she dared not know. Her 2 sons were useless and controlled by their wives. She was angry but too lazy to scold them. Only her daughter, Li Chunhua, had earned a lot of money for her. Although her reputation wasn't great now, she had married a high-ranking official's son from the city and received a lot of bride price. They didn't even need a wedding banquet. She was quite satisfied. Now she just hoped her daughter and son-in-law could live a good life, but instead, they caused more trouble. She felt she had been unlucky with her family. No one had brought her peace of mind. She tried to persuade Li Chunhua a few more times, but she seemed to ignore her and even cried louder. Frustrated, her mother snapped, "Cry all you want. Cry until the neighbors hear you, and turn our family into a joke. Are you happy now?" Without another word, she left, slamming the door of Li Chunhua's room loudly. Li Chunhua understood the truth, but she couldn't accept it. No matter what, she refused to accept it. She kept crying until she fainted. The next day, the sun shone brightly over the village. When Shu woke up, she found herself alone in the ancestral hall. The altar with the memorial tablets was empty again. A simple wheelchair and crutches were carefully placed at the door of the ancestral hall. The wood grain of the yellow rosewood is faint and smooth. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be a landscape pattern, with distant mountains and nearby water, resembling a lively painting of mountains and rivers. It naturally creates a sense of depth, making it endlessly interesting and inspiring. These are two fine items. Pleased with these two objects, Shu plans to exchange all the tickets he carries in his backpack for this village. There are at least 30 tickets, including sugar tickets, cloth tickets, cotton tickets, grain tickets, and more. These are the most desired items in the village right now. Shu places his cane across the wheelchair and pushes it toward the threshing ground. Yesterday, the old man was worried that the villagers might let the bandits escape, so he probably didn't sleep all night. Now, he is likely standing on the side of the threshing ground, watching. When Shu arrives at the threshing ground, the police have also arrived. The old man is there, checking the number of bandits with the police. "Grandma Gua and this young comrade, we need you both to come with us to the station for a report." Shu points to his wheelchair and cane. "I need to take these with me." Seeing that they are medical devices, the police think Grandma Gua needs them and don't ask further. They instruct their colleagues to load the items onto a truck. Before coming, the police were told that many bandits had robbed the village, so they specially brought a large case truck used for major cases. As the group departs, village chief Lu slowly wakes up. The elderly clan elder, with gray hair, roughly recounts what the village chief said last night. After hearing this, village chief Lu almost faints again. "Did I really say all that?" He looks at the elder in disbelief. "Old third, are you joking? Did I really say all that?" Old third, Lu Huizhou, raises his rough hand, scratches his head irritably, and throws a bundle of tickets to the village chief. "You spoke clearly, from start to finish. I wanted to help you explain, but I can't." Seeing the village chief about to protest again, he quickly comforts him. "I heard that the wife and daughter came to the village to exchange for a wheelchair and cane. I had someone fetch 2 good pieces of material from the storeroom for them. Hopefully, they won't be misunderstood by the police again. And even if they say something, we won't admit it and they have no proof. As long as those bandits don't cause trouble, this matter isn't serious. Old 5 also went along and will handle it properly. What about the money and the note? There are quite a few in this bundle. That girl tucked it into my pocket when she left, probably meaning to exchange it for something. There's no need to give so much now. These valuables aren't worth much. A wheelchair is only about 15 yuan, and a pair of crutches at most 8 yuan. No, I must go. I have to go too. Third brother, help me up and call someone to take me there." Since they gave so much, it's clear they want to distance themselves and not take advantage of them. Naturally, they won't help keep secrets. "Big brother, you should rest well. What can you do if you go? You don't understand. Huizhou, quickly arrange for someone to take me there. Maybe if I go now, that big sister might forgive me a little for my trouble." Unfortunately, the village chief was wrong. When they arrived at the county police station in a bullock cart, Shu and the old man had already finished all the reports. The old man even recounted what he heard last night at the ancestral hall to the police. Because it involved national security, The police immediately detained village head Lu and organized people to go into the mountains to identify the hiding spot with two timid bandits. To reward Shirshu and the old man for helping the village and reporting the bandits, and to confirm their actual residence for future investigations, the police specially sent a vehicle to take them back to the village. Young comrade, why didn't you accept the 100 yuan and the commendation banner from the bureau? The police officer driving them home was very curious about why this grandfather and grandson refused the reward and banner. If it were someone else, who wouldn't want such a chance to bring honor to their family and hold a commendation ceremony in the village? Could there be some hidden reason? But based on his many years of experience in judging people, these two didn't seem to have any ill intentions. No one at home. No need to accept it. Shirshu looked straight ahead, expressionless, speaking with a tone of disdain. That police station was too poor. If she accepted the 100 yuan, those police officers might have to survive on steamed buns for a month. I feel very sad inside, and I realize I caused trouble for the girl myself. He didn't want Shirshu to be misunderstood by others, so he explained to the police driver in a different way. This child's close relatives are all gone. I'm just a distant aunt, and I need her to take care of me. I can't make it too obvious, or people might notice, and it wouldn't be safe. When the old man said this, the person immediately understood their difficulties. He even offered to help them park the car farther away from the village. Thank you very much, comrade police officer. In the end, the car was parked about 300 meters from the village. The police officer who was driving helped Shirshu carry the bicycle, wheelchair, crutches, and a big bag of medicine out of the car. No problem. Serving the people, Shirshu thought for a moment and told the police officer her home address. Thank you for your cooperation, young comrade. I'll head back now. After the police left, Shirshu asked the old man to ride the bicycle while she pushed the wheelchair, taking a detour to deliver the things home. At home, Father Rong and Mother Rong were trying to help Rong Shuryen stand up and practice walking. But their strength wasn't quite coordinated, and several times Rong Shuryen almost fell. Hearing sound at the door, they looked out the window and saw Shirshu and the others returning. They happily threw their son onto the Kong bed and ran out to greet them. Lying on the Kong, looking up at the ceiling, Rong Shuryen helplessly turned himself over with his arms. You two finally came back. The weather is so cold. Look at this little face. It's frozen. It's only been 2 days, and you've already lost so much weight. Mother Rong gently held Shirshu's face, trying to warm her. Shirshu smiled and shook her head, indicating she was fine. Have you eaten lunch? I didn't know when you'd come back these past 2 days, so I kept some food in the pot. I'll heat it up for you. Shirshu quickly stopped Mother Rong, explaining that she and the old man had eaten at the police station on work meals. We've already eaten. We'll eat together tonight. All right, we'll have noodles tonight. I finally learned how to roll noodles these past 2 days. Shirshu nodded happily. After handing things over to the Rong family, she watched the old man go back to rest in his yard before heading to the brigade to cancel her leave. As she entered the village, she saw Zhang Malin gossiping with some villagers. She was wearing a torn blue cotton-padded jacket, her face flushed from the wind, making her high cheekbones stand out even more. At this moment, she was standing in the sheltered spot, happily chatting with the young wife of the Hu family. Her cheerful voice could be carried by the wind for 300 meters. Last night, that girl from Li family was shouting all night. I tell you, people in the city are different. They are better in every way than us villagers, haha. And Ma Lan, you're so naughty. Shirshu listened for a moment, but didn't take it seriously. She had no intention of sending spies to investigate. She thought these village women were just joking around. When she arrived at the village office to ask the village chief for leave, she was asked about the situation at the cattle shed. Shirshu shook her head indifferently, indicating she hadn't noticed. You're such a kid, useless. The shed is close to you. Just watch it more. Shirshu didn't let the village chief finish his sentence. She cut him off coldly. I'm not familiar with it, so I won't go. After saying that, she turned and left. What's wrong with you, girl? You're not united. You don't listen to leadership, you. Even as she walked away, she could still hear the village chief arguing. The winter wind was strong, and the sound carried far, which was really annoying. Back home, the hot pot on the 8 Immortals table was bubbling with steam. Mushrooms, greens, vermicelli, noodles, eggs, and pork slices, all delicious, were arranged on plates around the hot pot. Shirshu is back. Quickly, wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Mother Rome carried the last big bowl of sauce, smiling brightly as she came out of the kitchen. Seeing Shirshu, her smile grew even warmer as she called her to eat. With the help of a cane, her son had finally managed to stand up. He was still slowly walking from the inner room to the main hall, then sat down in a wheelchair. And she was well educated. The wood used for the cane and wheelchair was wangwali, a rare and beautiful wood with mountain and water patterns. In the past, her family didn't pay taxes and supported the war effort. Several screens in her home were made from this wood. She clearly remembered her father telling her that wangwali was very precious. If you had some, you had to take good care of it and cherish it. Her family had sold many of their belongings to a foreigner from Eagle Country to support the war. Those screens sold for over $1,000. So today, she immediately recognized that the materials of the wheelchair and cane were extraordinary. She specifically told her son to take good care of them. Shirshu washed her hands with warm water in the small kitchen before following Mother Rome into the room. Everyone else was already seated, smiling happily as they looked at her and Mother Rome. This dinner was the first time in a real sense that the 5 of them sat together to eat. Rome Shuryen sat in a wheelchair, gently touching the beautiful pattern on the armrest. Blushing, he took the chopsticks handed to him by Shirshu and joined everyone in picking up food. After his leg was broken in an accident, he was afraid he would never recover and felt hopeless that his military career was over. When he heard about his family's trouble, he decisively asked to leave the army, even though the squad leader offered to suspend his salary and keep his rank and achievements. He knew deep down that he probably wouldn't be able to return to the military. Lying on a cart returning from the county to the village, watching his weak and trembling parents' backs, enduring the pain of his infected wound in the pouring rain, he wondered why all these hardships had fallen on his family. His parents' families had fought for the country for generations. During the War of Resistance, they even sold their ancestral property and donated money to help the country. No matter how much the Revolutionary Committee doubted or investigated, they should have seen the records. How could they accuse his parents of shameful crimes? There was also Linshan Village, a place his family had helped and been grateful for. He had lived there for a few years as a child. Just a few dogs and a few words from some people were enough to unjustly turn against his family, attacking them with fists and stones. Honestly, at that time, he felt truly cold inside. He even had terrible thoughts about destroying everything. But at a critical moment, a weak girl stood in front of him. For the first time, he felt safe, protected by someone outside. When everyone left, his father was in danger, his mother helpless, and he was suffering from a high fever caused by his infected wound, feeling he might die. But his nightmare stopped there. That weak girl, in an incredible way, saved his entire family single-handedly. Today, his body had mostly recovered, and he was able to sit here and have dinner with his family. The miracle that happened to him was brought by a young girl named Shirshu. Rome Shuryen poured himself a glass of huadiao wine and sincerely thanked Shirshu. Thank you for the wheelchair, the crutches, and many other things.
Thank you.
I will work hard to stand up and earn my share of work. Actually, Rome Shuryen wants to say that he will work hard to support you for a lifetime. But he feels that now saying this might be a bit shameless, especially since the elders are present. It would sound like a marriage proposal. Shirshu is still so young. It's too early to say these things. However, Rome Shuryen's words did remind Shirshu. Yes, next spring when the work begins, you must go. Your living place will still be here, but you need to go by yourselves. The cattle shed is a small, fixed illusion zone. Setting up the illusion bugs is easy. But going to work is different. The space is too large, and she doesn't want to control everyone in the village, making their thoughts all pass into her mind. Just thinking about it makes her feel uncomfortable. The Rome family members think this is natural. They are very happy to be accepted into the small yard by Shirshu. They will face the work they should do and won't avoid it. Days pass by like this. After Rong Shuryen got the wheelchair and crutches, he could finally take care of himself. Every day, with the help of the crutches, he practiced walking around the yard. When tired, he sat in the wheelchair to enjoy the sun. He only needed Rong's father to help him pour some water when convenient. As his walking improved each day, he became more confident about his recovery. Actually, Rong Shuryen's leg injury could heal quickly. The reason for the delay was that after Shirshu helped Rong Shuryen heal his broken leg, she gave a command to Liu. She only repaired one tendon each day. If he recovered too quickly, it might scare others. Grandma once taught her that people prefer to get things through their own efforts. Shirshu believes health is the same. So, this long winter was the perfect time for Rong Shuryen to rest and recover. Regarding the situation in Liuya village, the police had clear news within half a month. The police officer had kept his promise and secretly came to the village and to find Shirshu once. Old village head Liu has confessed. Yes, he confessed. The evidence is solid. He can only admit it. But the traitor they contacted hasn't been caught. Shirshu nodded understandingly. What do you want to see me about? The police officer smiled politely and took out a pen and notebook from his shirt pocket. His expression turned serious as he looked at Shirshu. Comrade Jean Shirshu, the current village head of Liukin Lu Huizhou, says that you gave a lot of money and tickets when you exchanged for wheelchairs. He suspects the source of your money and tickets. Please honestly and clearly tell us the facts. I thought it was something important. It's about my grandmother's retirement money. Yes, the police officer suddenly felt like banging his head. How could he forget? That elderly lady from before. Could you please ask the elderly lady to tell us about this matter? Shirshu saw that the person in front of him was truly confused, so he nodded and turned around, using a special illusion to confuse his vision. Even if he entered the yard, he would only see Grandma Gua and not notice anyone else. Come with me. When they led the person into the old man's yard, Rong Fu and Rong Mu were very nervous. Was it because they found out they weren't in the cattle shed and it involved Shirshu? But seeing Shirshu quietly gesture for them to stay silent, they understood not to make a sound. They simply stood still and didn't move. Inside, the old man was still studying his tea leaves. Recently, he had learned some new drying techniques. He was putting dried tea leaves back into a clay stove and placing them on a baking tray to slowly roast over charcoal. Comrade police officer has arrived. Please seat. We will have some tea together. Seeing Shirshu bring people into the house, the old man hurriedly invited everyone to sit down. Madam, no need to be polite. I need to return to the bureau soon. This time I came to ask how the money and tickets you exchanged for Liukin came about. The old man was very clever. He didn't even need to exchange glances with Shirshu. He understood what was going on. That was my retirement money. I already gave it to my children. I can't help it. I'm old and forgetful. I was worried about losing the tickets, so I kept them. Their words matched, and the police officer nodded, ready to leave. He didn't think there was anything wrong with the money and tickets. It was obvious that the current village head of Liukin, holding a grudge against Grandma Gua for reporting his brother, was deliberately trying to frame him. After the police left and rode away on his bicycle, completely out of sight, Rong Fu and Rong Mu hurried back into the house and asked Shirshu what had happened. After hearing about Grandma Gua, they all felt that the people of Liukin had done something unfair. During a casual chat, Rong's father suddenly became interested in describing that secret agent. Grandma Gua, you said the children left behind by those Japanese soldiers say that every time they meet with a secret agent, he has a pointed face and looks like a yellow weasel? Yes, that's right. The old village chief from Liukin said the same. After hearing Rong's father's question, Rong's mother also remembered. Old Rong, are you talking about Li Wei? Rong's father nodded seriously to confirm. Yes, him. He looks like a yellow weasel. His sneaky appearance makes it hard to ignore. Then what are we waiting for? Let's call someone to catch him now, Rong's mother said impulsively. You have no proof. Those people won't identify Li Wei. As long as they don't catch the secret agent they meet each day, they stay safe. So we need evidence, or Li Wei might confess himself. Shirshu listened carefully to Rong's parents' conversation, recalling what Li Wei looked like. People in the village always called him the Yellow Weasel, but there was no other proof. The truth insect charm the old village chief used once is now asleep, and it will take at least 90 days to wake up. Another truth insect charm she cultivated hasn't formed yet. So, the chance of Li Wei confessing himself is 0. She still hopes the police can make a breakthrough. At this moment, Shu remembered the document in her hand. I'll go out for a bit. The police officer had just left, and she might catch up. Before the old men could react, Shu gave a quick instruction and rode her bicycle to the backyard to chase after him. This kid usually doesn't talk much, but her action is really as energetic as our Shuryen. Rong's mother watched Shu riding away like a puff of smoke, feeling full of admiration. Rong's father naturally put his arm around her shoulder, patted her, and said happily to himself and her, "We are the future of our flower country." Having energy is the best thing. The road out of the village's end is uphill, so it was fast coming here but much harder going back. When Shu saw the police officer from afar, he wasn't riding fast. To her, it looked like he was better off walking than riding. I took the document out of the storage space and placed it into an envelope made from folded white paper. Then, using a charcoal pencil, I scribbled the words, Linshan Village, Li Wei, on the back of the envelope. After that, I waved my hand to send over a dozen strength insects to deliver the envelope, and I also helped push the cart. With the help of the strength insects, the police's ascent up the hill became faster. He thought it was because there was less steep and didn't think much of it. He rode all the way back to the police station. When he parked the car, he saw the envelope tucked into the back seat.
Chief.
Look what I received. An important discovery. The police carefully protected the information envelope and hurried to the director's office. All right, Deputy Zheng, I accept the county government's decision. The police, holding the letter, excitedly rushed into his leader's office, just as Director Sun had just finished a phone call. Director Sun, I have a major discovery. Stand over there. Both voices sounded at the same time, one excited, the other angry. How many times have I told you, knock, knock? Are you monkeys? Is my surname Sun, or is it yours? The police officer grinned mischievously, then quickly stood by the wall, saluted and reported loudly. Reporting to Director Sun, I received a citizen's tip about some leftover materials from Shaorizi. Hearing about the leftover materials from Shaorizi, Director Sun immediately became serious. Bring it here. Director Sun took the thick envelope and shot a stern look at the police officer. Deng Fei, I warn you. Serving the people as a police officer is good, but you need to keep proper boundaries. The situation is unstable now. Don't be careless in your work. Deng Fei smiled politely and saluted again. Understood, Director Sun. Go back and stand there. 3 minutes later, Director Sun looked at the documents spread out on his desk, filled with Shaorizi's handwriting, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Could this be the long-sought document? Regaining his composure, he immediately picked up the phone nearby, dialed a number, and after the call was answered, he took a deep breath to steady himself. Public Security Committee, Ministry of Public Security, Major Crime Unit. How can I help you? This letter of complaint written by Li Wei from Linshan Village was sent up and presented to Wu Haotian of the Political and Legal Committee. All secret investigations and evidence collection were completed after the Spring Festival of 1959. After sending the message, life returned to normal. Besides occasionally feeding the small animals that come from the backyard rabbit holes to seek food, the person she paid the most attention to each day was Rong Shuryen. She noticed that Rong Shuryen's personality was a bit unpredictable. For example, during breakfast, he would smile brightly like the sun, but by noon, he would become gloomy, and in the evening, he preferred not to speak. She sat alone in her wheelchair, quietly pressing on her thigh muscles with her hands, following the techniques he had taught her. The next morning, he would return to his bright smile. This situation lasted for more than 20 days. Can I stand up again? On February 1st, 1959, 7 days before the Spring Festival. Early in the morning, Rong Shuryen sat in his wheelchair and stopped Shishu, who had just finished making a jar of stewed frozen tofu, in the courtyard. Shishu looked at him with a strange expression. Has the schedule changed? Are you feeling more depressed in the morning? Rong Shiyan didn't understand her teasing and stubbornly asked, "Can I stand up again?" Then looked up at her with slightly reddened eyes. "You lied to me." If he said that, Shu wouldn't agree. She just told Liu to slow down the treatment, saying that if it could be cured, it would definitely be cured. Feeling a bit upset, she looked at the man with a sad yet stubborn expression, his head lowered, hands clutching the wheelchair armrests, with visible blue veins on his handsome hands. Suddenly, Shu reached out and lifted his chin. "I have a way to help you stand up faster." She looked into Rong Shiyan's beautiful deep brown eyes, seeing her small reflection in his pupils, her voice so soft only the two of them could hear. "Do you know adrenaline? It's a good thing that can stimulate the body's potential." Rong Shiyan nodded and shook his head, feeling a bit dizzy. Shu wrapped her arms around his waist, smiling like a fairy fallen into the mortal world. She moved closer, her nose gently brushing against his, their breaths mingling, and it looked like their lips were about to touch. Then she used her strength and asked Liu to repair all the damaged nerves in Rong Shiyan's waist and spine. "Look, you're standing up. Try taking a few steps." Rong Shiyan was really tall when he stood up. Shu's actual height was 165 meters, but he barely reached Rong's shoulders. Suddenly, without relying on his cane, he stood up on his own. His waist no longer felt weak or unsteady, and he trusted Shu completely. Rong's brows furrowed as he focused all his attention on his legs. He took a small step forward cautiously. No dizziness, no stumbling, no weakness in his legs, and no swelling in his thighs or waist. He successfully took the first step. "Good job, keep walking." Shu was right beside him, doing his best to protect and encourage him. The second step went smoothly, then the third and the fourth. Rong slowly turned around in the small yard, walking about 50 steps before feeling tired and sitting back in his wheelchair. "Let's stop here for today. Tomorrow, I'll help you practice more. With this progress, you'll be fine soon. Forget it." Since he managed to stand up, it was better to take this chance before the spring festival to help him recover. It was also a good opportunity to go to the market with everyone, buy some fireworks, and celebrate the New Year and Lantern Festival with long-lasting fireworks. "I want to thank you." "How do you want to thank me?" The man's face was flushed, his breathing a little uneven. His gaze was faint and flickering, giving a charming look. Shu didn't want to make himself uncomfortable. "Can I choose how to thank you?" Her voice was cold and clear, carrying a faint scent of coldness, like a snow-covered meadow in the morning dew. Rong's mind had completely stopped thinking. All his responses were controlled by his subconscious. So he simply replied, Shu was naturally happy to hear that. Suddenly, a soft, unexpected kiss happened. It was a pure kiss, just a gentle, close touch of lips, tingling and tender, like a small animal nuzzling, then pulling away. Because Shu had a cup of taro bubble tea in the bamboo house this morning, the kiss still carried a faint milky scent. Rong's brain was overwhelmed, like his CPU was smoking. He didn't remember how he returned to the room, sat back on the bed, or how Shu left. All he could do was keep repeating one thought over and over. Then she repeatedly asked herself a question over and over again. Why did she kiss me? She wants to be with me, not the other way around. I should be responsible for her. Finally, she celebrated by imagining the word marriage, filling his mind for a long time. Dad, Mom, I want to marry Shu. Dad, Mom, I want to marry Shu. This was the first thing Rong Shiyan said when he saw his parents before lunch. Father Rong frowned. Are you running a fever? He wasn't sick, so why was he dreaming strange things? Mother Rong reached out and touched her son's forehead.
No fever.
Why are you talking nonsense? Rong Shiyan pushed her hand away. I'm not joking. I can stand and walk now. Shu said I will recover fully soon. She agrees. I want to marry her. We are serious. A leader once said that dating without the intention of marriage is just playing around. Since he and Shu have already kissed as a soldier, he feels responsible and willing to take care of her for the rest of his life. Father and Mother Rong saw that their son didn't seem to be joking anymore, but they couldn't tell if Shu had feelings for him. They hoped it wasn't just his wishful thinking. Son, are you sure Shu likes you? Has she clearly agreed to marry you? Mother Rong thought this was an important question. Father Rong agreed. These two kids spend almost all their time together, except when sleeping. If they had feelings, they would have noticed by now. As for Night, they trust Shirshu's character and also trust their own child's integrity. I plan to ask her before lunch. If she agrees, I will propose to her in front of Grandma Gu during lunch. Sure enough, Rong Shuryan shook his head, indicating he hadn't made a clear decision yet. Mother Rong didn't want to say much. She didn't underestimate her son, but in her heart, Shirshu was almost perfect. She couldn't imagine anyone who could match her. Her own son was just a little short of that. Make sure you choose your words carefully. And I want to tell you, no threats, no sympathy ploys, no self-pity tricks, no hiding your family's current situation. Be honest and even emphasize the seriousness of the matter. Don't deceive the young girl. Father Rong thought for a moment and still felt it wasn't enough. If Shirshu turns you down, that's completely normal. You're still a young and inexperienced boy, not yet worthy of such a good girl like her. So you must not hold any grudges against her just because she refuses you once. Do you understand? Father Rong asked this very seriously. Without using any support, Rong Shuryan gritted his teeth and stood up by relying on the strength of his own legs and waist. Seeing this, his parents looked at him with surprise and joy. He then gave them the most solemn military salute in his heart. I understand. I promise to do it. As soon as he finished speaking, his legs gave out, and he sat back down on the bed. Fortunately, the bedding was soft, so he wasn't hurt. This entire scene was clearly seen by Shirshu, who didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. She had already placed many scouts and illusionary insects around the cowshed to guard it, and her own courtyard was the main base for her insects. Usually, she kept them hidden so as not to frighten anyone. Marriage, huh? Her grandmother had once talked to her about this topic, but back then she was not yet 16. At that time, her only focus was perfecting the creation of Wang Yu, and she wasn't even interested in making friends at school, let alone thinking about marriage. Now that she thought about it, someone like Rong Shuryan didn't seem like a bad choice. He had good height, strength, looks, and manners. His knowledge and way of thinking matched hers quite well. The only thing she wasn't sure about was whether he could accept her identity as a witch of the Gu arts. Other than that, she was very satisfied. She decided not to tell him about her identity as a Gu master. After all, it wasn't something that could be easily revealed to anyone except the next generation of girls who inherited the Gu talent. Just like herself, when she was 3 years old, she successfully summoned her life-bound Gu, Jiarong, in front of her grandmother. It was a large golden-horned insect that could leap up and pierce through a giant python in one strike. When it first appeared from underground, it destroyed one of the family's mansions before finally calming down. Now, that creature had already reached the level of a half-divine Gu. A Gu's level is always half a rank higher than its master's, unless both reach the divine level. That's another story. Ever since Jiarong appeared, her grandmother had taken her in and personally raised her. She only met her parents on weekends at her grandmother's mansion, where they would chat and enjoy warm family time together. Usually, she learned witchcraft with her grandmother and completed various special tasks. During this time, she met many world leaders, but what she remembered most clearly was their greed and fear towards her and her grandmother. Everyone knew her grandmother was very powerful and not to be provoked. Anyone who offended her would either be seriously hurt or worse. However, no one knew how her grandmother achieved this, not even her own family. People only knew that her grandmother was a noble figure and the pillar of the Jin family. Some even found the witch forest, but all they saw were ordinary poisonous insects, nothing strange. Because of this, she never told anyone about her identity as a witch. Thinking this way, she suddenly felt that marrying Rong Shuryan was completely possible. She didn't feel any reluctance at all. If their relationship was stable, she would spend her life with him. It would only be a few decades, and as a witch, her life seemed quite long. Even if she didn't reach a divine level in her cultivation, she had long-life bugs, which were like a special advantage. Unfortunately, these bugs only worked for witches and weren't used by many people. Prepared for this, she wasn't surprised when Rong Shiryan stopped her again. What's the matter? She looked at him seriously, pretending to be stern. Shirshu, I think this morning. Rong Shiryan looked at her serious face and found it hard to speak. He felt nervous and wondered if he had judged wrongly. Maybe he was too eager for her to like him, and that made him imagine things. What about this morning? Seeing Rong Shiryan's long eyelashes flutter and his eyes fixed on her, her deep brown eyes constantly changing expressions, her attractive lips sometimes pursed tightly, sometimes slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something but was afraid to, she found it very interesting. Could this man be so easily shy? But Rong Shiryan felt sad and wanted to bury his head in the ground. Seeing her calm expression, he realized he had overthought. It's nothing. Let's go inside to eat. You must be hungry too. It's cold, and going hungry isn't good for your health. After saying this, he pushed his wheelchair hard, looking very frustrated. She was amused by his reaction. His puffed-up look was cute, but she wouldn't help him find an excuse. If a person cannot express their thoughts and feelings clearly, keeps everything inside, and has to guess what others are thinking, it becomes very tiring. So, Rong Shir just pretended that Rong Shiryan was really busy and naturally followed him into the main hall. In the winter mountain village, the cold can pierce to the bone, so every meal includes hot soup. Morning and evening, to save time, they usually have hot noodle soup. For lunch, they change things up with hot pot or barbecue. Today, Shirshu planned to eat barbecue. Most ingredients were provided by the small kitchen: sliced pork belly, chopped chicken, and rabbit meat. If only there was a place to buy beef now, Shirshu would have taken a few steaks to grill. At the dining table, Shirshu ate normally, occasionally jokingly competing with the old man to grab his grilled meat. The Rong family members seemed a bit unusual. Rong's mother kept looking at her son, and then at Shirshu. Seeing nothing unusual on their faces, she tugged at Rong father's sleeve. Rong father nodded slightly toward the table in front of Rong Shiryan. Rong Shiryan looked downcast, shook his head, then numbly picked up his plain rice and ate it, as if he was eating without tasting. Even the old man noticed this gloomy atmosphere and looked at Shirshu with concern. Is something wrong? Shirshu shook her head slightly, indicating she didn't know, but she used her chopsticks to add a piece of grilled pork belly to Rong Shiryan's plate. The pork belly dipped in spicy soy sauce, crispy and sweet, with a hint of spiciness and saltiness. Paired with soft, sticky rice, it was truly a wonderful taste experience. Seeing her beloved confidently serving herself, Rong Shiryan felt a bit cowardly. This won't do. He gathered his courage again, put down his rice bowl, and decided to clarify things clearly, not leaving them vague. Shirshu, can we go out for a moment? The old man looked at Shirshu thoughtfully, as if he would step in to speak if she shook her head. Shirshu was prepared. She smiled, added a mushroom to the old man's plate, then stood up and pushed Rong Shiryan toward the door. Let's go outside and talk. You all eat first. Back in the yard, at the same spot as before, the two sat and stood. The old man and Rong father and mother were hiding behind the main hall door, watching the two people in the yard with nervous curiosity. Shirshu, I like you. I want to know if you like me too. The kind of liking that leads to marriage, Rong Shiryan asked directly. Finally, he asked. The moment he spoke, Rong Shiryan felt his heart settle. Whether he would be treasured or left in pieces all depended on Shirshu's answer. Shirshu, at this moment, put away her usual lazy and indifferent look. Her charming cat-like eyes slowly showed a hint of a smile, and her once thin face now had a faint pink flush. She looked at Rong Shiryan with a smile, and her small head nodded slightly under his nervous gaze. Yes, I like you. Rong Shiryan was stunned. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Say it again. Shirshu couldn't help but smile. I said I like you. Then she reached up and tousled his hair, which was standing up in the wind. His hair started to look like fireworks, blooming more and more brightly. When are we getting married? Oh, right, I need to report our marriage to the army first, and I need to stamp my official seal.
Mom.
Where's my bag? If Shirshu hadn't stopped him, Rong Shiryan would have already run back to his room. rummaged through his belongings to find his official seal, and written a marriage report to the army commander. When Shirshu pushed Rong Shuryen back to the main hall, she saw the old man glaring at Rong Shuryen and Rong mother looking both happy and worried. She also saw Rong father smiling more kindly at her, completely ignoring his son Rong Shuryen. The atmosphere during the meal was even more distinct. Rong Shuryen sat alone, while the three elders gathered around Shirshu. "Child, come, eat some mushrooms," said the old man. "Shirshu, eat some meat." "This piece is well grilled," said Rong mother. "This dish is also ready, and it tastes very good. Try it," Rong father added without lagging behind. Rong Shuryen felt wronged. Wasn't she his fiancée now? Shouldn't he be the one to serve the dishes, pour the soup, and add tea? But she was openly taking over his job.
He was still here.
A pair of pointed chopsticks decorated with two small beetles picked up a mushroom and placed it into the man's bowl. "Eat quickly, stop staring into space." Is that Shirshu's personal chopsticks? She used her own chopsticks to serve him food? While the three elders looked on with envy and jealousy, their eyes full of, "You're lucky, kid," Rong Shuryen picked up his bowl and smiled like a silly person, taking a big bite of mushrooms. Old man, Grandma Gua, smiled kindly, though with a hint of annoyance, as he looked at Rong Shuryen. "Is it tasty?" "I grilled it." Rong Shuryen kept giggling foolishly. "Thank you, Grandma Gua. Your grilling is really delicious. Who cooked it doesn't matter. The important thing is that Shirshu is from his family and used her own chopsticks to serve him." This meal took longer than any previous one. Near the end, Rong Shuryen announced to everyone that he and Shirshu were officially a couple, and he clearly said it was with marriage in mind. "I'll go to the inner room later to write the marriage report. When I visit the county next time, I'll send it to the team leader." The old man listened carefully and nodded with a slight smile of satisfaction. But after the meal, he still felt uneasy, so he found a quiet moment to confirm with Shirshu again. "Are you really into this young man? Don't force yourself." "Grandma, I can introduce you to more good guys. Are you really ready to entrust yourself so early?" Although Rong Shuryen was a good young man, already quite impressive, he still felt Shirshu deserved someone better. Shirshu understood the old man's feelings and smiled gratefully at him. "He's the one. I like him." The old man knew Shirshu was firm in her choice. Since she clearly expressed her liking again, he had nothing to say. All he could do was send his heartfelt blessings. Yes, he could also give some nice gifts. Though he couldn't do it himself, he could find another way to send them. Thinking of this, the old man quickly ran back to his small courtyard to write a letter. "Did you put spring powder back into the food you gave the old man? I can see that his energy and strength don't look like someone in his 60s. Shirshu asked the small kitchen in her mind. The small kitchen proudly lifted its spatula, indicating that it was natural. Of course, good things are meant to be used for people. Since the old man treats its owner well, it wouldn't neglect him either. Spring powder, as the name suggests, is a medicinal powder that gradually helps a person restore their optimal health. It cannot extend life, but long-term use can keep a person healthy until the end of their life. Most importantly, it is non-toxic, harmless, and has no side effects." Meanwhile, Rong's father, Rong's mother, and their son hid inside the room. After making some adjustments, they finally finished writing the marriage report, stamped it with their personal seal, and then he went inside to call him. "That kid is lucky. Since Shirshu can see you, you need to work harder to stand on your own." Rong's father patted his son's shoulder and said. He had complete confidence in his son. Rong's mother also looked happy but a little regretful as she complained about her son. "I thought I could have another daughter, but now it's turned into a daughter-in-law. It is said that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are natural enemies." She didn't want any distance between herself and Shirshu. "I've decided. From today on, Shirshu is my daughter. You are my son-in-law." Rong Shuryen looked at his father in silence. The meaning was clear. "Dad, she's your wife. You better coax her, or you won't have a son." Rong's father caught the signal, slightly raised an eyebrow. Rong Shuryen was surprised. What did that mean? His biological father meant. Could the plan his mother, Gu Manwen, suggested also work? It seemed that he, who had been his parents' son for 19 years, was adopted. Now, Shirshu, the daughter-in-law, was truly his real sister. Sigh, Rong Shiryan shook his head. It didn't matter. He would be satisfied with his future wife. As for his biological parents? They were just two light bulbs competing for attention on his and his beloved wife's future life path. From that day on, faint pink bubbles constantly floated over the two small courtyards at the end of the village. Rong Shiryan's legs visibly recovered each day, showing clear improvement. Until February 6th, the day before the Lunar New Year's Eve market. Old Rong, where did my box of snow cream go? Can't find it. The pearl powder will do too. TSK, you're so forgetful. You don't help me remember anything. This is the first time my daughter and I went out to the market together. I need to tidy up a bit and look more spirited. Rong's mother shot a disdainful glance at Rong's father. Who else is as messy and untidy as you? Yet when I see my gentleman husband, so noble and upright, I feel secretly happy and blush. Why does this old man become more charming as he gets older? I must also find my best look again. Father Rong looked at Mother Rong with love and amusement as she rummaged through drawers searching for her makeup box and coat. Watching her, he felt a twinge of sadness. The happy days after they moved to the small courtyard made them forget the terrible past. They chose to forget that they were once poor and were sent back to Linshan village with only the clothes on their backs, no fancy creams, pearl powders, or high-end coats. He feels sorry for his wife. Manhwa, before Father Rong could finish, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw his son standing outside, holding a bundle. Why are you here? Isn't Shirshu busy preparing for the market? Rong Shiryan handed the bundle to his father. Shirshu asked me to bring this, clothes and some skincare products. Father Rong's eyes reddened slightly as he carefully took the bundle with both hands, then looked seriously at his son. Today is a lucky day for our Rong family. Because she maintains her dignity, she is also the one you love. If you ever betray her, I will apologize on your behalf. Rong Shiryan didn't expect his father to say such a serious vow. He quickly saluted and solemnly promised, Father, I am a soldier from the kingdom of Zhuanghua. I cherish my revolutionary partner deeply. Her happiness is more important than anything. I swear absolute loyalty and love to her. Please rest assured, Father. At this moment, Mother Rong came out of the house. What are you two talking about at the door? I just remembered I didn't bring any of my pretty clothes or creams. It's such a pity. They're all new, barely used. She looked about to cry. Father Rong hurriedly pushed the bundle brought by Shirshu into her arms. Your daughter-in-law gave this to us. Go inside and take a look. The bundle felt heavy. After a moment of surprise, Mother Rong curiously took it inside and opened it. Then Father Rong and Rong Shiryan heard Mother Rong exclaim in the room. Manhwa, what's wrong? Rong father hurried over to support Rong mother's shoulders. Rong Shiryan followed closely behind and entered the house. He didn't look at the package that Shirshu gave him. He only knew it contained some clothes and skincare products. He thought it was something like clam oil, but when he saw the opened items, he was surprised. There was a deep brown cotton jacket in a formal style, clearly meant for Rong father. Another was a light blue women's cotton robe, with matching straight-cut cotton pants. The robe's collar, cuffs, and hem were embroidered with dark peony patterns using the same color thread, which Rong mother loved very much. Both clothes were packed with various skincare products available at the local supply and marketing cooperative. There was snow cream, colorful ointments, and even a Friendship brand skincare cream from overseas. What truly made Rong mother exclaim with joy was the rose-scented hair oil and the blush and lipstick she had been longing to buy. Old Rong, look at this. It's all thanks to our Shirshu's talent. In October, I asked you to help me queue to buy these, but you said they were sold out at the supply store. How come our Shirshu has them now? Even though Rong father's wife often complained about him, he wasn't angry. He knew Rong mother was happy. His little wife was naturally delicate and loved beauty. Over the years, she had suppressed her nature and changed a lot for their shared beliefs. He felt he hadn't taken good care of her. Dad, Mom, Take your time changing. I'll go to the front yard and see if Shu needs any help. Seeing his parents happy, Rong Shiyan felt both joy and a bit of sadness, but mostly happiness. Okay, you go help Shu first. Your dad and I will tidy up here, and we'll join you soon. Rong mother couldn't wait to try on the beautiful clothes. When Rong Shiyan returned to the front yard, Shu was packing mushrooms and wood ear fungi into boxes. The boxes were made from the cheapest straw paper bought at the supply store. He placed the mushrooms and a small piece of mushroom spawn inside, then wrapped soft stalks into a cross knot to secure them. The finished product looked like a small gift box for mushrooms. Since morning, he had made over 50 of these mushroom boxes. I'll help fold the boxes, Rong Shiyan said, walking over to Shu. He picked up some straw paper and carefully followed Shu's steps, folding it diligently. Did you send the things over? Shu paused his work and looked up at the tall, broad man sitting down. He used to lie on the kong or sit in a wheelchair, but she never felt that he had such a strong presence. Could it be that his body was too well taken care of? He hasn't even eaten beef yet. It seems future feeding plans need to be more careful. Rong Shiyan smiled happily. Yes, my mom is very happy. That lipstick and blush. She asked my dad to buy them from the supply store once, but he couldn't find them, and she was upset about it for a long time. Shu suddenly realized. The last time she bought things, she bought many skincare products. Could it be because she bought everything herself? No, definitely not. Just as long as you like it, he said with a faint smile, continuing to place mushrooms into the folded paper box. After making more than 10 mushroom gift boxes, the old man swaggered overconfidently. Look at how I'm dressed. How do I look? The old man was wearing a dark blue cotton jacket, which surprisingly gave him a scholarly air, like a storyteller. But in Rong Shiyan's eyes, it was just Grandma Gua, wearing a cotton robe similar to his mother's. The only difference was that it had no embroidery and the color was brighter, making the old man look healthier. Shu noticed Rong Shiyan's admiration and slight envy in his eyes, and he smiled as he nudged his arm. Go try on the clothes in your room. Rong Shiyan was stunned for 2 seconds. Does he have clothes too? Then I'll go try it on. Don't worry about me here. I'll be back very soon. He quickly stood up, trying to look more composed, and went into the inner room. Shu handed Rong Shiyan a 1920s-style, high-collared youth outfit made of fabric and cotton. The coat and pants had a warm lining, with silk cotton on the outside and soft goose down inside. The clothes looked not bulky but warmer than ordinary padded jackets. Rong Shiyan changed quickly, and when he stood in front of Shu again, he looked even taller. Shu couldn't take his eyes off him. This outfit is so nice. Do you think I'll look strange wearing it? Rong Shiyan's face turned red as he adjusted the collar and carefully tidied the cuffs. Since childhood, his parents had always kept things low-key to protect the family's safety. Before Rong Shiyan was 16 and joined the army, he had never worn proper, neat clothes. He always wore rough linen and cotton jackets until they were worn out. The handsome young man had only seen such nice clothes on performers in the cultural troupe who visited the troops each year. He never thought he would one day wear such beautiful clothes himself. Wow, you look so good. Our Shu has such good taste. These clothes fit you perfectly and make you look so sharp. When I wear something like this, I feel so spirited, just like when I was young. You were young? Oh, haha, I got a bit excited. I was thinking of the lively young people I saw in the city when I was young. Phew, that was close. He almost said he looked like a young man himself. Rong Shiyan felt reassured by Grandma Gua's praise. He walked over to Shu, looked at her with gentle eyes, and wrapped her small figure in his arms. Do I look good? He most wanted to hear her say she liked his clothes. Shu nodded and smiled brightly. Yes, you look great. It suits you very well. As soon as she finished speaking, the door burst open with the laughter of Rong's parents. They had also changed into new clothes and came over happily to see Shu. Look at this. I told you, once this kid puts on new clothes, he'll look better than his dad. You didn't believe me. I believe you. Everything you say is right. As I get older, I worry my son might outshine me. Laughter filled the small courtyard. Shu, thank you for the clothes you brought. My wife really likes them, especially. It's such good fortune that you agreed to marry my son. It's a blessing he's had for many generations. Unfortunately, Rong's family is in trouble now, and we've had to sell many good things to survive. At this point, Rong's mother carefully took out a silk pouch embroidered with butterflies and lotus flowers from her. She untied the strings at both ends, revealing a jade bracelet painted in bright green. This bracelet has been passed down through our Rong family for generations. My mother-in-law gave it to me when I married Rong's father. Now I pass it to you. Jade is good for health. From today, you are its owner. Rong's mother said this as she gently slipped the delicate, beautiful bracelet onto Shirshu's slender wrist. This is so perfect. When I wore it before, my wrist was too thick to show off the bracelet's charm at all. Now, with the witness of the Rong family and the old man, apart from the length of her hair, Rong's appearance and figure had mostly recovered. The small, bright green bracelet on Rong's smooth, fair, and slender wrist looked perfect. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. I already said, this is a family heirloom from our Rong family for your daughter-in-law. Just keep it. After some hesitation, Rong finally accepted the bracelet. Don't worry, I will keep it safe. Rong planned to place this beautiful jade bracelet at the bottom of the lake in the sacred witch space to nurture it. Maybe it would absorb some spiritual energy. Everyone changed back into their usual clothes at noon and gathered again for lunch. They didn't want to wear the new clothes while eating, so they kept them for going out later. Since they spent the morning packing mushroom gift boxes, lunch was made with stir-fried mushrooms and black fungus. How about I make pancakes this afternoon? That way, we can take some with us early tomorrow morning when we go to the market, Rong's mother happily suggested at the table. After more than a month of living together, Rong's mother's lively and spoiled personality had fully returned. Even during meals, she relaxed and chatted freely with Grandma Gua. Rong's father was almost the same. Hearing Rong's mother's suggestion, he just smiled and nodded, holding his rice bowl steadily with his left hand and using chopsticks in a very proper way with his right. Rong's sister swallowed the mushroom in her mouth and shared her idea. To make pancakes, we should add some eggs. Grandma Gua, how many eggs are left in the backyard? Let's make 10. The old man agreed happily. He loved Rong's spicy scrambled eggs the most. Rong thought making pancakes with eggs alone was a bit plain. Let's steam some buns with cabbage and pork filling, and also make some stuffed pancakes. Adding 2 jars of small pickles would be enough. In the afternoon, after finishing the remaining mushroom gift boxes, everyone started preparing food for the next day. They made a total of 100 gift boxes of mushrooms, stacked on the cart in the backyard. Rong placed a protective barrier around them to prevent dogs and rabbits from stealing the mountain animals. As a trade, she asked Rong Shiryan to bring 5 jean of cabbage to the rabbit burrow. Will this work? Rong Shiryan was very curious about how Shirshu and the small animals in the mountains got along. She felt they had a kind of equal friendship, but sometimes it seemed like the animals deliberately came to say hello to Shirshu. The rabbit that had followed Shirshu to settle in the small yard twitched its long ears, jumped onto the cabbage pile, and gave Rong Shiryan a disdainful look. It couldn't understand the bond between its owner and her, being just a male animal. Humph! Shirshu gently stroked the rabbit's fluffy hair and looked at Rong Shiryan with clear, cool eyes that reflected his shadow. It should work since we have more stored cabbage at home. After they put things away, the two of them went back to the front yard. After washing their hands, they entered the house to help make buns. They worked all the way into the evening, making 10 large pancakes, 20 stuffed pancakes, and 50 big buns. The old man volunteered to cook the 8 treasure porridge for dinner. When it was ready, the 5 of them enjoyed the fragrant, steaming porridge. Afterward, they ate a delicious cabbage and pork bun, feeling very happy. Finally, they agreed to bring some pickled vegetables and crispy cucumbers tomorrow. Still, everyone was reluctant to leave, full of anticipation, and happily returned to their own yards to rest. No one had any dreams that night. Everyone fell asleep peacefully, full of hope and comfort. At 4 in the morning the next day, everyone got up one after another. Shirshu was the last to wake up. When she got up, Everyone had already finished organizing their things and was waiting to leave after breakfast. Although Rong Shiyan was mentally prepared and knew Shirshu would look very beautiful today, she still couldn't help but feel her heart pounding like a drum the moment she saw her. Shirshu wore a sky-blue striped cotton robe made of soft velvet. The sleeves and hem were embroidered with blue and pink butterflies, alternating in white and pink. Under the wide collar, she had two small, lovely tassels hanging from silk threads, swaying slightly as she moved, adding a touch of charm. Her once slightly yellow hair was now shiny and black. Her half-up hair was styled into a bun secured with a pearl hairpin. The remaining hair was parted in the middle, braided into two braids that playfully hung on her shoulders, just like her lively and spirited personality, full of energy and free. She looked calm and graceful, yet full of cleverness. Her relaxed demeanor hinted at her lively spirit. When he finally heard Shirshu calling his name, Shirshu had already called him 7 or 8 times. "Are you stunned? Do I look good today?" Shirshu asked a little self-consciously. The fashion of the 1960s was really hard to get right. Originally, she wanted to wear a simple new cotton robe like Mother Rong. But since it was her first new year in this time and place, and she didn't want to neglect herself, she decided to wear this more modest outfit instead. However, she prepared in advance and added an extra layer of protection. Only the 5 of them could see these beautiful, pleasing clothes. To others, their outfits would just seem similar to everyone else's. After all, the purpose of dressing nicely was to make oneself happy. Breakfast was simple: millet porridge with pickled vegetables and fried soybeans. After finishing the porridge, Shirshu went ahead to the backyard, where she let out 2 small wild donkeys that had already been brought back by the puppet insect. Today, they will pull the cart. She put the gift box-filled cart onto the 2 donkeys' backs. Rong's father and mother sat on either side of the cart. Grandma Gua volunteered to drive, and Rong Shiyan rode a bicycle with Shirshu. The 5 of them set out from the end of the village, circling around the foot of Daxing Mountain, heading straight for the market. This was the grain stock commune, Hongqi Village, along the riverbank. This New Year's Eve market was actually a warm-up for the temple fair starting on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. In response to the higher authorities' instructions, the slogan was, "Call on the farmers to unite, sell together, progress together, and march confidently toward a bright future." The joint effort of the grain flour, grain ton, and grain stock communes made the scene quite lively. Just the grain exchanged by each village accounted for about 1/5 of the stalls along the riverbank. The carpentry stalls were even more diverse. Some displayed various large wardrobes, cabinets, chests, cupboards, 8 immortal tables, writing desks, and other common furniture. Others set up a few old elmwood tables with wooden puzzles like mulberry seed puzzles, Lubon locks, Lubon balls, and 9-link puzzles, which were very popular with children. These toys were arranged in 3 layers inside the stalls, with 3 layers outside, forming a sort of enclosure. Wealthier parents who loved their children would buy toys or give money to exchange for a few toys. Those who couldn't exchange anything would just watch eagerly as children played with the toys they received. There are also items like ropes for changing cotton thread, replacement for sleds, and various gun stocks such as old cannon sticks, 4.6 cannon sticks, and small cannon sticks. These are different types of hunting rifle stocks. At a craftsperson stall, there are piles of baskets, bamboo strips, and woven chairs. Most artisans also help repair items, charging just a small fee. The repaired items look as good as new. While they were driving a donkey cart, they arrived at a busy market area. After finding a spacious spot and parking the cart, they heard someone ask what was inside a box. Father and Mother Rong had never done business before, but with many years of work experience, they quickly took on the role. They immediately took down the box and showed it to everyone. Inside a gift box of mountain mushrooms, there are 3 types of mushrooms and 2 kinds of wood ear fungi. There are round-headed, brownish-yellow hazelnut mushrooms, plump big bones, bright yellow chicken fat mushrooms, paired with black wood ear fungi and a small amount of golden ear fungi, also called yellow wood ear, which grows more above 1,800 meters altitude. After discovering this, Shirshu transplanted some into his space, and now the yield is high. "This looks really handsome. Carrying it to visit relatives would be quite impressive. Exactly. A box of pastries in the county costs 3 yuan and requires a ticket. I think this mountain produce isn't bad either. How much for your mushrooms? 3 mao per box, no ticket needed. That was sure Shu's set price. After all, mushrooms don't cost much, just labor and some paper money. People who love eating mushrooms and are well off at home saw the price was so cheap. They immediately took out 3 yuan and bought 10 boxes. Some wanted to bargain, approaching Father Rong and saying, "Your mushrooms aren't good. 1 mao per box. I'll take 2 boxes to try." Before finishing, they reached out to grab a gift box from the cart. "Comrade, it's 3 mao per box. If you want to exchange, you can do so. 1 mao isn't enough. If you're worried and want to try, you can find someone to share a box and taste it. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Father Rong quickly stepped in to stop him and kindly explained. But the man, wanting to get a good deal, had a big mouth and a smug look, full of disdain, saying, "This gift box is really cheap, and you want to exchange it for 3 mao? Are you crazy about money? I think it's only worth 1 mao. What does everyone say? Is that fair?" After saying this, he kept giving looks to the people around, trying to get support to lower the price so everyone could benefit. In front of the collective good, many people couldn't help but feel tempted. Father and Mother Rong sighed inwardly, already prepared for bargaining. But before anyone around could speak up, and before Shu made a move, a strong, tempting aroma wafted from behind the donkey cart. "What's that smell? It smells so good." As the scent spread, Rong Shuryen came over holding 5 skewers of grilled mushrooms. He handed the one he thought was the best to Shu. "I just finished grilling this one. Try it." Then he planned to give the remaining 4 skewers to Grandma Gua and others. Hey, wait a minute, young man. Are these mushrooms from your home?" Immediately, everyone's attention shifted from the price to the mushrooms in Rong Shuryen's hand. Even the person who initially wanted to take advantage was now staring intently. "Hey, buddy, do you think these skewers are good to eat?" Rong Shuryen didn't understand at first, but he guessed the meaning. He then handed the grilled mushroom skewer to the man. "Try a piece." The man didn't expect the young man to be so generous. Feeling a bit shy, he carefully took a piece of mushroom from the skewer and put it in his mouth. Delicious. So fresh, so tasty. Seeing this man, who had looked disgusted at first but now was happily enjoying the food, others couldn't resist the tempting aroma of the grilled mushrooms. "I'll trade for 2 boxes, 6 mao. I'll trade 10 boxes. I want some too, I want some. Don't push, hey, you in the back, you stop pushing in." The man who had earlier complained about the price even took out 1.5 yuan to buy 5 boxes of mushrooms. All 99 boxes, sold out instantly. Even the last gift box, which Rong Shuryen had grilled a few mushrooms on, was bought at the original price. When leaving, people said they would definitely come back for the temple fair and asked Shu and others to bring more. 100 boxes wouldn't be enough. You don't really need to pack them in boxes. Just carry them in big woven bags and sell by weight. That would be easier. Seeing that Rong father and mother only nodded and smiled without replying, the man's eyes twinkled and he added, "Don't mind that I talk a lot. When it comes to mushroom picking, I really respect my older brother. Look at how clean and neat you are, and you seem so energetic. But when it comes to doing this," the man made a pinching motion with his thumb and index finger. "You should listen to my advice, brother. I'm only doing this for your good." Father Rong smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you, brother. I understand." Seeing Father Rong agree honestly, the man was satisfied and smiled at him, even raising his hand in a fist salute. "Goodbye, see you at the temple fair." Father Rong also returned the salute with clasped hands. Goodbye. They didn't plan to come back to the temple fair. They just came to see the lively scene. Their real plan was to go to the Lantern Festival held in Ping'an County on the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. Shu quietly tilted her head and whispered to Rong Shuryen, "I really dislike it when others do things for me." Rong Shuryen's ears turned slightly red. He nodded lightly and whispered back, "If it's you, I'll listen to whatever you say. It must be for my good." Shu's cheeks also turned red. She glanced at the man. "You said that." At this moment, Rong Shuryen, who knew nothing about the future, nodded sincerely and enthusiastically. Yes, I promise. Father Rome saw the man off, then returned to the donkey cart. Everyone gathered together, and Grandma Gua took charge. I'll go shopping with Manhwa. Can the two of you younger ones go together? Here's a bun for you. He handed the biggest stuffed bun from the bag to Rong Shiryan. You and Shirshu can eat it. We have pancakes and stuffed pancakes, and bring a few eggs too. Shirshu and Rong Shiryan both waved their hands. Just the buns are enough. The old man thought so too. Even though they ate quite a bit in the morning, there were still more than 20 large buns in the bag. Shirshu, the girl, ate hard, but she only ate 3, so this little troublemaker wouldn't be hungry. All right, that's settled. We'll each go our own way and meet at the river mouth at 3 in the afternoon. Shirshu nodded and took out 100 yuan and a stack of tickets from her pocket to give to the old man. Take these and share. He was worried that one person carrying too much money might attract attention. But the old man pushed the money back and whispered, 30 yuan is enough for now. No need to take so much. You and that troublemaker can spend it yourselves. She disliked refusing and pushing away like that. She handed the money to the old man with a serious face, like a small adult.
Keep it.
Don't give it back to me. Then she added, buy more firecrackers when you see the stall. After saying that, she turned around and pulled Rong Shiryan to leave. The old man hurriedly whispered after her, it's exchange, not giveaway. Be careful not to say it wrong. Seeing Shirju raise her hand to show she understood, the old man could only smile helplessly and affectionately. This girl. Haha, why is she so charming? Her quick way of doing things and dealing with people really suits him. After pulling Rong Shiryan away by his sleeve, Shirju pretended nothing had happened and let go of his sleeve. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, the man's warm, broad palm held it. There are many people here. Let's hold hands tightly so we don't get separated. His voice was calm but still carried a hint of nervousness and shyness. He knew Shirju's hand was very soft. Every time she applied medicine, he could feel it easily. When she rubbed his hair, it made him shy and want to hide behind a wall. Now that his hand was in hers, he truly felt what it meant to have hands as gentle as tender grass and skin as smooth as cream. Her small hand was like soft, elastic tofu, delicate but resilient. Holding it felt like holding something without bones. If he loosened his grip, he might lose her, but if he squeezed too tight, he might hurt her. And his palms were sweaty. Would she dislike him for that? This was the first time Rong Shiryan felt so self-conscious. He noticed her noticing his nervous sweat. Standing still, in her worried gaze, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket, then reached out to hold his hand, which was trying to pull away. He amusingly wiped his sweaty palm with the handkerchief, then took her hand again, fingers intertwined. Now we're inseparable, she smiled and raised their joined hands, waving them in front of Rong Shiryan. He suddenly remembered what his mother once told him about raw jade stones. Beautiful jade needs a tough armor, called jade skin. Jade skin is hard, thick, and rough. But it always steadfastly protects the beautiful jade inside. However, Mei was still recognized by those with keen eyes and was able to remove the thick armor using various methods. As Mei saw the sunlight, she also lost her strong protection and became fragile and easily broken. Those who possess her need to cherish and carefully care for her even more. His father is like a shield for his mother, and he must also become the strongest protector who can guard Shirshu for a lifetime. In this life, as long as he is there, he will never let Shirshu face any danger alone. The market was crowded with many people. Although it wasn't packed shoulder to shoulder yet, there was a steady flow of people. Voices of shouting and laughter filled the air. Many animals like cows, horses, donkeys, and mules pulled carts from nearby villages. So, amidst the lively noise, there were also many animal sounds. Even in such a noisy environment, Shirshu still heard a discordant sound. Look at this worthless thing. How much grain can it give? About 50 jin, that's about it. Pfft, that girl is already 12. She should find someone to marry. The bride price should be more than just this grain. Then you find someone to marry her. With her face all scarred, you might find a good family. I'll give you 5 jin of cornmeal. You have a sharp tongue. No, 50 jin is too little. You need to add more. Grandma, how much do you want? 100 jin. Maybe you should look elsewhere. I don't have that much strength. Shirshu looked past the voices, over the crowd in the market, and saw a bald old woman bent over on a windlass under a bare tree about 30 meters away. She was bargaining with a middle-aged person dressed in a black cotton coat and with a two-part hairstyle. At their feet was a large bag, from which muffled sounds came, sounding like someone calling for help. Shirshu immediately tiptoed closer to Rong Shiyan's ear and, in a slightly louder voice, said to him, "There are people selling children over there.
Come with me."
Shirshu usually didn't like to interfere in others' affairs, but when it came to child trafficking or selling children, she would definitely intervene. In her previous life, her family allocated funds specifically to invest in a special anti-trafficking team that fought against human traffickers, helped rescue children, provided psychological support, and supplied daily necessities. In her life, she will also focus on fighting against child trafficking and kidnapping. She personally experienced the feeling of being helpless and alone. Even with Jia Rong by her side, she was not afraid. But when she was only 5 years old, she was disgusted by the ugly faces of the traffickers. Rong Shiyan heard someone selling children and became serious. As a soldier of the New Flower Country, he couldn't ignore such harmful acts. "Where is it? Show me." Shirshu pointed to the distance. The two people there were still bargaining. "Let's go. They might have helpers. If a fight breaks out, don't leave my side." Rong Shiyan's professional training as a special agent showed clearly now. He took Shirshu and quickly circled around the old woman and the man on the hill behind them, taking a strange route. "What's going on?" he shouted loudly, then like a swift predator, rushed toward the man. The two people, trying to hide and avoid being seen, were frightened when they heard the angry shout and felt their legs go weak. The man facing the old woman had no chance to resist. As soon as he saw Rong Shiyan quickly pushed him to the ground. The old woman was so scared she wanted to run, but she couldn't move the sack, so she paced around it in panic. Maybe feeling anxious, she suddenly lay down on the ground and started crying loudly. "Someone's hurt. Someone's hurt. Help. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Someone is bullying my grandma. Someone's been hurt." Her loud crying attracted the attention of the crowd outside the market. Soon, people surrounded the scene from all sides. "What's happening? I don't know, let's see." Everyone gathered around, watching with curiosity and guessing what was going on. The old woman lay on the ground, crying even more loudly. Seeing so many people coming, she felt a little safer, thinking that the man who appeared suddenly wouldn't hurt her in front of so many people. In the spirit of fully acting out her role, the elderly woman who had spent her life pretending to be a deceiver suddenly let out a heartbreaking cry. After this, she seemed to come back to herself. Trembling and supported by passers-by, she sat up and glared angrily at Rong Shiyan. "I'm just a poor, unlucky woman. You two shameless people, why are you meddling in my business?" As soon as she spoke, she knew she had made a mistake. She wasn't trying to say that. She wanted to accuse the busybody of stealing her child. She hoped they would be taken away and put in jail. But instead, her words revealed her true feelings. Throughout, Shirshu, who was standing not far from Rong Shiyan, watched the confused and helpless expression on the elderly woman's face and slightly smiled. It was just a simple spell, a small favor, no need to be polite.